In the slave auction house, a young boy sought to slay a celestial dragon. In the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, behind the scenes of the slave auction in the Sumoji archipelago, Yizhuo sat confined within a cage, a chain around his neck poised to explode at the slightest touch. Boy, what's your name? Inquired an elderly man in the adjacent cage. Sipping his drink, Yizhuo, he replied languidly, when suddenly a panel appeared before him. The celestial role-playing system has been activated. Role, the Holy Master talent. Holy Master's body, freely convertible skill, 12 talismans unlocked. Main quest, execute a celestial dragon in the streets of Sumoji. Reward, Shadow Brigade Warrior. Next, number 13. Yizhuo was led out, as the auctioneer announced a bid of 300,000 berries. In the audience, 3 celestial dragons clad in protective suits and oxygen masks appeared, silencing any further bids. Zhuo gazed upon them, a singular thought resonating within him. Kill. As he ascended the stage, he flicked his fingers, unleashing the power of the ox talisman, which shattered his chains with a crack. The rabbit talisman enabled him to swiftly hurl the chains towards the celestial dragons. Boom! The chains exploded, sending the crowd into a frenzy of screams and chaos. Before the guards could react, Yizhuo delivered a powerful punch, instantly obliterating the female celestial dragon. He followed up with another punch, dispatching the elder celestial dragon, leaving behind the whimpering Charlos. I am a celestial dragon. The Marine Admiral will kill you. Charlos screamed. Yizhuo lifted him, directing his gaze towards the street where the execution was mandated to occur. Swish. The guards lunged with their blades. How would Yizhuo respond? Would he publicly execute Charlos in the street? Could the Shadow Brigade be successfully unlocked? Would the Marine Admiral arrive post-haste? Most crucially, could he, wielding the 12 talismans, withstand the Marine Admiral? With the speed of the rabbit talisman and his martial prowess, Yizhuo deftly evaded the guards' attacks. You are too weak, he declared, as a laser beam shot from his eyes, the pig talisman piercing through the guards in a gruesome spectacle. Within the auction house, Rayleigh tore through the iron sheets and surveyed the desolate arena, departing calmly. The youth of today truly possesses vigor. Outside, Yizhuo levitated the terrified Charlos, seeking the most crowded street before unceremoniously dropping him to the ground. Murder. It's a celestial dragon. The crowd erupted in panic, while only a journalist remained, capturing the moment. Boom! The dragon talisman detonated, reducing Charlos to ash. System notification. Quest completed. Reward, Shadow Brigade Warrior. New quest, withstand the assault for 2 hours. Reward, advanced observation. Haki foresight. Arise, Shadow Brigade. Yizhuo clenched his palm, and from beneath eaves and behind walls surged countless armored shadow warriors, kneeling in obedience. Repel all enemies. The Marines surrounded the street, gunfire and cannon blasts ringing out, yet the shadow warriors remained impervious, falling one after another, only to rise again. Are these monsters? The Marine soldiers quaked in fear. Tontatta brandished his battle axe and charged forth, cleaving a shadowy warrior in two, only to find himself surrounded by a dozen more. How many can you actually defeat? Yizhuo cast a fleeting glance at him, dismissing him entirely. Tontatta roared in defiance. Face me without the devil fruit if you dare. Yizhuo approached, his palm erupting with flames that forced Tontatta to defend with his Haki. Can't withstand it? Yizhuo's eyes emitted a piercing laser. Is this the extent of the old man's power? Tontatta panted heavily, clearly outmatched. In an instant, Yizhuo stood before him, his claw-like hands seizing the battle axe, unleashing the power of the bull charm crack. The axe blade shattered. Your Haki is insufficient to spare, crept into Tontatta's gaze as he watched Yizhuo's retreating figure. Who exactly are you? Yizhuo mumbled to himself. There's still a year until Ace set sail. Peacekeepers have yet to arrive. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Ah, what manner of creature is this? Who had arrived? Was it an admiral of the Navy? Could Yizhuo endure for 2 hours and attain the foresight of observation Haki? Could the shadowy soldiers withstand the forthcoming assault? Most importantly, was the speaker friend or foe? A languid voice emerged, and Tontatta looked up in elation. Old man. Kizaru hovered above, looking down at Yizhuo, raising his hand to unleash the Yada no Kagami as beams of light shot forth, causing the shadowy warriors to vanish one by one. Yizhuo clapped and chuckled. The border-drawing crystal truly proves useful. Laser kick. Kizaru's glowing toe struck, but Yizhuo activated the rabbit charm. Evading in a blur. Your light speed is a mere illusion. My supersonic is genuine. He reappeared before Kizaru, combining the chicken charm's levitation, the rabbit charm's acceleration, and the bull charm's strength into a single supersonic flying kick. Kizaru was cleaved in two, only to instantly reconstitute as light. Have you not awakened your Haki? Kizaru questioned, condensing a light sword in his hand. striking sideways toward Yizhua's flank. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Yizhua transformed into his Holy Lord form, his towering figure absorbing the blow where the light sword struck. The horse charm swiftly healed the wound. Rise. He spread his arms wide, the chicken charm lifting hundreds of buildings into the air. Go. The structures hurtled toward Kizaru as he exhaled flames and shot lasers from his eyes. A mythical Zoan? I've never encountered one. Kizaru deftly refracted multiple times to evade. Let's call it the dragon fruit. Mythical Zen Holy Lord form. Yizhua puffed smoke in jest. Kizaru utilized the Yada no Kagami to teleport to Yizhua's previous position, only to find him vanished. Yizhua had employed the snake charm to become invisible while swiftly maneuvering with the rabbit charm. He truly wished to use the goat charm to extract your soul. He snapped his fingers, sending thousands of shadowy warriors surging toward Kizaru, while the monkey charm transformed Jean Tamaru into a small pig. In his concealed state, Yizhua traversed the streets, transforming all the Marines into gorillas. Shall we send them to Hawkeye for some training? Kizaru's observation Haki caught the moment Yizhua re-emerged, and he dashed towards him in a flash of light. Are you weary? Yizhuang teleported to the opposite end of the street. Empowered by the Talisman of Vitality and granted immortality by the Canine Talisman, I have yet to indulge enough in this play. Huang Yuan stood across from him, refraining from further assaults. What exactly is your fruit ability? What is your purpose in slaying the celestial dragons? To him, Yizhuang's powers appeared to be a fusion of countless devil fruits: speed, strength, flames, lasers, levitation, transformation, summoning. Yizhuang gazed at Huang Yuan, his fingertips subtly shifting as the essence of the mouse talisman flowed through his palm. What would transpire if one bestowed life upon an inanimate object? With the immortality granted by the canine talisman, could he truly remain invincible forever? Would Huang Yuan remain passive until he comprehended his capabilities? Most crucially, how much longer could he sustain himself with merely 2 hours left on the task countdown? Yizhuang transformed a nearby house into a winged dragon using the monkey talisman, then infused it with life through the mouse talisman. The dragon astonishingly breathed fire. The 12 talismans indeed have no adverse effects. He perched atop the dragon's back. With a mere flick of his fingers, 1,000 shadow warriors surged toward Huang Yuan, while debris from the houses continued to rain down. Huang Yuan, pressed to his limits, shouted, "Everyone, fall back." He then unleashed the 8 Shaku Jewel, a luminous orb that shattered bubbles, struck down shadows, and obliterated structures. Yizhuang materialized. Shall we compare whose laser is more potent? He dove down, his eyes emitting a golden light, while Huang Yuan swiftly retaliated with a dual-handed laser. The two energies collided, sending shockwaves that left the pig Jean Tamaru hiding among the gorillas in utter astonishment. Yizhuang unleashed a torrent of flames from his hands and a fiery breath from his mouth, forcing Huang Yuan to elementalize and evade. Let's add some excitement. Yizhuang's muscles surged as he transformed first into a leopard Rob Lucci's fruit, then into a mammoth, the powers of Jack the Drought. The monkey talisman can assume all animal forms without any side effects. He turned his gaze toward Huang Yuan, his body rapidly expanding, shimmering with golden light as he morphed into a golden giant. Zoan-type human fruit mythical beast form. Great. Buddha Nanny? Huang Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. Yizhuang unleashed a fist, a golden shockwave erupting forth, while Huang Yuan wielded his light sword with all his might to block. In an instant, Yizhuang sprouted wings, transforming into the phoenix form Marcos Fruitas. Huang Yuan swung his sword to decapitate him. Blue flames erupted, and the wound healed instantaneously. Yizhuang chuckled. Phoenix flames plus canine talisman immortality and equine talisman healing. Do you truly believe you can harm me? Huang Yuan was utterly bewildered. What manner of creature was this? Capable of becoming a great Buddha, a phoenix, and commanding 12 talismans, what other forms would Yizhuang conjure with the remaining hour? Could Huang Yuan discern his vulnerabilities? Most critically, would Yizhuang endure until the task's conclusion, securing the foresight of observation Haki? How many abilities have you replicated? Huang Yuan, cornered, launched a flying kick. His foot enveloped in the armament Haki finally revealed his physical form. Yizhuang had awaited this moment, activating the Buddha form, enhancing his speed with the rabbit talisman, and augmenting his strength with the ox talisman, delivering a powerful punch to Huang Yuan. Bang! Yizhua was momentarily dazed from the kick, but the charm of the horse swiftly healed him. Huang Yuan was also struck directly by the shockwave, staggering backward repeatedly. You are not an ability user, Huang Yuan suddenly realized, but it was too late. Yada no Kagami. The light struck Yizhua once more, leaving him riddled with wounds, yet the blue, undying flames enveloped him instantaneously, restoring him. Marco might exhaust himself from this. Move! But I shall not. Huang Yuan halted his assault, realizing the futility of his efforts. There are only 5 minutes left. Yizhua glanced at the countdown. Does your ability have a time limit? Huang Yuan thought he had found a weakness and attacked fiercely with his light sword. Yizhua allowed the blows to land upon him, the undying flames continuously healing his wound. She was merely waiting for the task to conclude. Ding. System notification. Task completed. Reward. Advanced observation. Haki future foresight. New task. Within 5 hours, head to Amazon Lily to establish a pirate crew. Reward. Supreme Great Blade. First generation Onimaru. Yizhua adapted to his newfound ability. Huang Yuan's attacks appeared agonizingly slow in his eyes. Each strike deftly evaded. You've awakened observation Haki? Huang Yuan was utterly perplexed just moments ago. He seemed incapable of it, yet now it had manifested. Just awakened. Do you believe it? Yizhua effortlessly dodged all assaults, even predicting Huang Yuan's subsequent moves. Huang Yuan gazed at the monstrous figure before him, a chill running down his spine. Impossible to kill, extraordinarily swift, and now possessing the foresight of the future. Yizhua was headed to Amazon Lily to establish a pirate crew with the Empress' consent. How formidable was the first-generation Onimaru? Would Huang Yuan relent, or summon more navy to encircle him? Most crucially, who could possibly contend with Yizhua's bug-level abilities? Future foresight, quite intriguing. Yizhua dodged, appearing where Huang Yuan had just been. Huang Yuan had teleported with Yada no Kagami, resulting in their positions being swapped. Continuing this battle is pointless. I must establish my pirate crew. Yizhua reverted to his human form and waved his hand dismissively, trying to leave. Huang Yuan swung his sword to block, but Yizhua sidestepped, employing the serpent charm for invisibility, the rabbit charm for acceleration, and the chicken charm for levitation. Vanishing in an instant. 5 minutes later, Yizhua acquired the permanent log pose for Amazon Lily from the Navy warship and soared to the sky. By the time Huang Yuan arrived, only an empty deck remained. The transponder snail rang, and Sengoku inquired, "What is the situation?" "There's a monster capable of replicating devil fruit abilities, and it has escaped," Huang Yuan replied helplessly, "and the warship's Tontatta has been transformed into a pig." "Is there a pig squealing?" Sengoku was bewildered. Yizhua rapidly reached Amazon Lily, standing on the island and shouting, "I have established my pirate crew." System notification. Task completed. Reward. Supreme Great Blade. First generation Onimaru. Sword materialized in his hand, while the first generation Onimaru in Mariehua, held by the 5 elders, vanished in a thin air. New task. Say to the Empress, "Come sail with me." Reward. Great swordsman level swordsmanship. This reward is lackluster. Yizhua pouted, yet he proceeded toward the main hall as indicated on the map. Stealthily entering the grand hall, Yizhua beheld the Empress engaged in discussion with her sisters and confidants. The moment he revealed himself, the Empress exclaimed, "Mei Luo, Mei Luo, sweet, gentle breeze." Will Yizhua be turned to stone? Will he truly utter those words to the Empress? If the Empress were to take action, would Yizhua retaliate? Most importantly, what turmoil would ensue with the original ghost cutter in his possession? Yizhua was fortunate to have advanced observation Haki and had already anticipated the appearance of this move. He dodged it at the first opportunity. If he were to turn into a statue, that would be a serious problem. Yamato has truly become the holy master. Let me say one thing first. Hancock, come sail with me. After Yizhua shouted this sentence, he decisively retreated. The Empress's petrification ability will also be ineffective against those who do not have evil intentions towards her. Yizhua understood at first glance. He was far from such a high realm. Task completed. Invite the Empress to set sail. Step 1. Task reward. Swordsmanship Great Swordmaster level. Main chain task unlocked. Invite the Empress to set sail. Step 2. Persuade with reason. Forcefully defeat the Empress. Task reward. Advanced armed color Haki flowing Sakura. In your understanding, is persuading with emotion such a violent thing? This is a skewed worldview. Yizhua's reprimand was of no use. He could only draw his sword and attack the Empress. Fortunately, it was the supreme great blade with decent quality. It could also keep a distance from the Empress. Fragrant foot. As a kick came, Yizhua immediately dodged. His advanced observation Haki combined with his speed was truly exceptional. I want to even glance at you. Pig talisman, laser beam, invincible electric eye. Yizhuazhen should eat a naming fruit. Boom. To avoid looking at the Empress, he simply unleashed laser beams from his eyes, using observation Haki to foresee danger. He then dodged with the power of the rabbit talisman. Who exactly are you? The Empress was filled with anger. Her palace had been blasted open with 2 large holes by Yizhuazhen. You can call me Yizhuazhen, your captain. Yizhua smiled, her eyes still filled with arrogance. I will kick your glowing head into pieces. The Empress, wearing high heels, planted her right foot on the ground and swung her left leg out. Great fragrant kick. Sorry, but you can't reach me. Yizhuo shook his head and easily dodged the attack. There's no way. His observation haki and speed worked in perfect harmony. Wing Chun. Yizhuo. No Navy 6 styles, nor any flashy moves. Yi Zhuang learned countless traditional martial arts in his previous life, one of which is Wing Chun. Bang! His fists became faster, and he took the opportunity to strike the Empress. Hancock, who was hit on the head, quickly dodged. Yi Zhuang's little punches had been too painful. Arrow of captivity. The Empress pulled her heart and pretended to draw it into a bow. Whoosh! Countless heart-shaped arrows flew out. Yizhuo dodged while remaining completely vigilant. Snake Talisman, invisibility. Rarely, he did not use his laser eyes. In his invisible state, he relied on observation haki to locate the Empress. Combining the Rabbit Talisman and the Ox Talisman, he threw a punch that struck the Empress squarely in the face. Boom! The immense power of the Holy Lord's body, enhanced by the Ox Talisman, became even more terrifying. Even without armament haki, the destructive power was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The Empress was already in the midst of a large-scale attack move and could not afford to hold back at such a critical moment. Yizhuo took the opportunity to punch her in the face. The entire person tilted back, flying out and crashing against the wall. The two good sisters rushed over immediately. They were astonished. With the Empress's strength, it was unheard of for someone to have such an advantage in speed. Moreover, Yizhuo's fierce attack was something they had never heard of before. The wooden wall was reduced to rubble. Empress Hancock's hands, like tender shoots, with fingers like green onions, trembled slightly as she grasped the debris. Damn it, I will tear you to pieces. She had never been this angry before. Everyone on the sea surrendered to her beauty, and such words would usually be effective. However, Yizhuo didn't care about this at all and kept throwing punches, which was simply too brutal. Yizhuo took a deep breath and instantly appeared in front of the Empress. He indeed could not suppress his inner thoughts. After all, she was a 99-year-old child. However, with the execution of the system task, he appealed to her emotions and reason. Yizhuo's fist overcame the evil thoughts in his heart. He felt another kind of pleasure. The Empress is beautiful and quite good, but beating the Empress is even more beautiful and better. Tai Chi, push and pull punch. Yizhuo did not hold back at all. Since the system did not give a prompt, it meant the task was not completed. Crack! The Empress barely dodged this strike, and Yizhuo's attack hit the mountain behind the wall, immediately creating a hole. It was merely relying on his own speed and strength. In front of me, you still lack the true qualifications to show off. The Empress unleashed her three-color dominance, with the Conqueror's haki bringing immense pressure. Yizhuo turned around and kicked out. The Holy Master once shared the blue star with the 7 great demons. How much Conqueror's haki can you use to subdue a few small islands? 12 pads of tan leg. Bang! Unafraid of the Empress's Conqueror's haki, Yizhuo came flying in with a kick. Great fragrance foot. The Empress also kicked back in response. The two kicked faster and faster. Yizhuo's attack techniques are varied and rapid. His kicks can actually rival those of his sister. No, in terms of power and speed, he surpasses her. The final blow kicked down from the Empress's crown. The floor shattered. Hancock was kicked from the top of the palace to the bottom level. She crashed through several layers of ceiling before falling to the ground. She shouldn't be dead, right? Yizhuo fell to the ground. According to his memory, people in the pirate world generally had tough lives. What is your purpose? Where do you come from? The Empress struggled to stand up, wanted to fight Yizhuo. All her attacks were easily resolved by Yizhuo. Tai Chi, capture the sparrow's tail. No matter how the Empress attacked, with the combination of speed and observation haki, Yizhuo was able to perfectly evade. Snake fist, snake finger. One move to defeat the enemy. The Empress Hancock was extremely exhausted and finally fell to the ground, unable to rise. This should be considered a defeat, right? Yizhuo stood up, gathered his energy, and dusted himself off. After practicing martial arts and combat techniques for over 80 years, it finally proved to be somewhat useful. Ding! Task completed. Invite the Empress to set sail. Step 2. Task reward. Advanced armed color haki flowing Sakura. The system interface refreshed, as usual at a rapid pace. Main chain task. Invite the Empress to set sail. Step 3. To capture, one must let go. Wait for the Empress's injuries to heal, and then decisively set sail. Task reward. Fire Magic Energy Complete Edition. Yizhuo was taken aback. He wondered why he always felt something was missing. He had the body of the Holy Lord and the 12 talismans. It turned out that what he lacked was the magic of fire. It could be said that he only had power and magic in name. he still needed to possess the fire magic that could bestow strength upon others and also enhance his own flames and dragon transformation. What else do you want to do? The two sisters quickly rescued the Empress, while one tried to block Yizhuo. Shoo! Yizhuo glanced at the Empress, whose robes were severely torn from the battle, revealing the mark of the flying dragon's hoof. He snapped his fingers and made both the Empress and himself invisible. The guards quickly entered the palace. All they saw were the shattered ceiling and the two younger sisters of the Empress. Recalling the terrifying sounds of the battle just now, they truly felt a chill run down their spines. However, there was no trace of the Empress in the entire palace. Nothing had happened here. We were just cultivating. The second sister, Boya Sandasonia, said. They had already understood Yizhuo's intention. As the guards left in confusion, they were none the wiser. Yizhuo reveals her true self. Heal her, and during this time, I will stay in the forest outside the city. Please prepare 3 meals a day, including breakfast, afternoon tea, and supper. I have always emphasized health preservation since childhood. Eating 6 meals a day, missing 1 meal, makes me feel uneasy with hunger. Yizhuo glanced at the Empress, who had once again become invisible. He casually used a horse talisman and undying flames to help her heal a bit. She would likely recover after another day and night of sleep. The next day, the Empress was still sound asleep. The Kingdom of Lily had just received the latest newspaper. The two sisters stood in front of the Empress's bed with the newspaper in hand, feeling as if their worldview had collapsed. The content of the newspaper was about the Shambadi Archipelago incident. Yizhuo killed 3 celestial dragons, one of whom was executed publicly. Kizaru personally led the army to the scene, but was forcefully blocked. 2 hours later, he left without a trace. His whereabouts remain unknown to this day. The bounty notice features a smiling expression of Yizhuo, who was executing a celestial dragon at the time. The bounty is 1.8 billion berries. He reached the level of a great pirate as soon as he set sail. Why did he dare to execute a celestial dragon? The two trembled, and for some reason, a hint of joy arose in their hearts. On that day, the two sisters personally delivered 6 meals. Yizhuo saw their expressions filled with awe and was not afraid to poison them, as she had the horse talisman. 3 days passed. The Empress, healed, woke up and still felt that the battle was merely a pure dream. It was impossible for anyone to defeat her without the conqueror's Haki. It wasn't until she saw the bandages wrapped around her head in the mirror that she fully awakened. Sister, have something to eat. Boa Sandersonia handed her a plate filled with freshly made food. To be precise, it was the same as Yizhuo's style, and it was now afternoon tea time. Yizhuo ordered lemon black tea with big pork knuckle. Mary Gullet? The Empress pressed her head down. She didn't want her sister to have any accidents. She went to deliver the food that Yizhuo requested. As the people present, the 3 sisters all knew Yizhuo's real name. Facing the Empress, she didn't dare to lie. What? That guy's an invader. The Empress angrily grabbed the second sister's collar. Sister, if he had continued to act back then, none of us would have survived. Yizhuo seems to have other intentions. After saying this, she handed a newspaper to the Empress. Upon seeing the newspaper, the Empress's pupils slightly trembled. Yizhuo is so insane. He really is a madman. The Empress breathed heavily, struggling to accept that a violent man would be connected to such a righteous hero. Sister, he used an invisibility ability to hide you when you were injured. Boa Sandasonia paused and continued. At that time, your robe was torn from the battle, and the mark was almost discovered. Damn it. The Empress felt increasingly angry. It wasn't Yizhuo she hated, but the celestial dragons. Oh, by the way, sister, you said to let him know if you wake up. He'll be going out to sea alone. Boa Sandasonia, hikalit. I will go see him myself. The Empress put on a robe and set off with her pet snake Salome. Outside the city, in the woods, there was an extremely secret place. Yizhuo was sitting on the ground, gnawing on a big pork knuckle like it was a spring outing. When he looked up, he first saw long legs, then 2 peaks, followed by the Empress looking down with a feigned expression of disgust. I have recovered. You can leave now. Hancock gave him a cold glance. Huh. Yizhuo swallowed the remaining meat in one bite, wiped his hands and mouth. Calmly, he drank his tea. He then stood up. It's not that I'm leaving. It's that I want to go. Yizhuo walked towards the seaside, where there was a small wooden raft he had made from wooden vines. With all his skills maxed out, Yizhuo had naturally learned survival skills in the wild on a deserted island. Stepping onto the small raft made him feel much more at ease. Ah, the sea without the sea breeze. Yizhuo glanced at the sea, where dark currents surged, not knowing how many sea kings were hiding within. His small wooden raft was likely to be sunk at any moment. Is this the ship you're taking out to sea? The Empress stood on the shore, giving a cold smile. What else would it be? Yizhuo plans to go to Water 7 later to get a better ship. Ding. Task completed. Invite the Empress to go to sea. Step 2. Task reward. Complete version of fire magic energy. System rewards are always late, but arrive eventually. A new task has also been freshly issued. Side quest refreshed. Check in at Water 7. Check-in method. Stay 1 night at the port. Task reward. 500 million berries, shipbuilding fund. This time is a side quest. The main quest of inviting the Empress to go to sea is still ongoing. Yizhuo was very satisfied. He had adapted to the armed color Haki in the past 2 days, and now he had the fire magic energy as well. It was just right to drift at sea for a while to master it. But after just a few strokes, Yizhuo suddenly realized something and instantly flew back to Nine Snake Island. He didn't expect the Empress to be standing there with her arms crossed. What's wrong? Not leaving anymore? After all, she was still a bit greedy for her beauty. But this palace cannot abandon the kingdom of Lily to go to sea with you. The Empress firmly rejected him. Yizhuo said to the 2 sisters beside her, "Have you 2 gone to the permanent pointer of the 7 Water City, sister?" The 2 sisters didn't dare to answer and could only look at the Empress. How annoying. They wouldn't give it. The Empress gritted her teeth. She didn't expect Yizhuo to return without any reluctance. Splash. The Sea King leaped up and smashed Yizhuo's small raft on the spot. Damn. Yizhuo was left speechless. What did the small raft do to deserve this? Fortunately, the side quest doesn't have a countdown. If I can't get a permanent pointer, then I'll kill everyone and find another permanent pointer to the 7 Water City. Yizhuo's words made the 2 sisters feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Only their elder sister, the Empress, remained unafraid. Recalling the previous scenes, she left behind only one sentence. "I don't believe it. I can also become invisible and freely choose from your palace." Yizhuo waved his hand. "You." The Empress turned around, her eyes fixed on him. "Don't think about stopping me. You can't be faster than me," Yizhuo said, taking a step forward, appearing in front of the Empress. "Give it to him, sister." The 2 sisters, confused, handed the permanent pointer to Yizhuo. They completely couldn't understand the Empress's actions. How is this different from how their sister used to do things? But without a ship, how would they go to Water 7? This place was a windless zone. Hancock looked at Yizhuo once again. "I can fly." Boom! Yizhuo breathed fire, and with the magic power of fire, he could ignite his entire body. It propelled him like a rocket launcher, without a moment's pause. Before leaving, he casually shot a laser beam at the foolish Sea King in the ocean, avenging the raft. Yizhuo flew out like Superman, quickly disappearing from the Empress's sight. Once Yizhuo's figure, which showed no signs of reluctance, left, it felt as though something was missing in the Empress's heart. Beep beep. The transponder snail rang. It was from the Navy headquarters. Sandersonia confirmed with the Empress's disappointed gaze before answering the transponder snail. "Is Empress Hancock there?" "This is the Navy headquarters." A warship that just visited the Sabeti archipelago reported a message. They lost a permanent pointer heading to Snake Princess Island. If you encounter that young man who attacked the celestial dragons, you must report to the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. The permanent pointer that Yezhuo took was ultimately discovered by the Navy headquarters. In my Shichibukai agreement, there is no such clause. Don't even think about ordering me. The Empress decisively rejected and hung up the transponder snail. After a long while, when she regained her senses, the man who didn't care about her appearance executed the celestial dragons and concealed the mark of the flying dragon hoof for her, increasingly captured her attention, especially the immense power he showed when he hit her. Looking back now, it feels incredible. So powerful yet so gentle. Every punch and kick she endured seemed to rewind her mind. Hancock's breathing grew increasingly rapid. She had fallen ill. Late at night, after Hancock fell severely ill, Girolio sighed helplessly and provided a treatment plan, gently whispering in her ear, "Set sail to find him." She also received a significant blow from the Empress. Set sail. Empress Hancock sat up in shock, declaring on the spot that she would pursue Yezhuo. They set sail overnight, far away in Water 7. Yezhuo had already landed, and he planned to adapt to the fire magic energy first. Without Bailey, he could only wander the streets to pass the night. Ding. Main storyline chain task completed. Invite the Empress to set sail. Task reward. Advanced Conqueror's Haki domination. System prompt. Please complete the side quest as soon as possible to unlock a new main storyline task. Yizhuo was a bit confused. How did the Empress go out to sea? The next day, Yizhuo stretched lazily and walked out from the alley on the street. Fortunately, with the power of fire magic, he felt no cold at all. Ding. Side quest completed. Check in at the city of 7 Waters. Quest reward. 500 million berries, shipbuilding fund. Yizhuo glanced at the mission panel. This time, he finally returned to the main storyline tasks. The main chain task has been refreshed. Treasure Ship Plan I. Find an iceberg and build a ship worth 500 million berries. Mission reward. Atom Tree of the Treasure Tree. Oh, Yizhua did not expect this main quest to be so simple. Only the two-word chain made Yizhua feel a hint of unease. Iceberg Company. The strongest shipbuilding company in the city of Seven Waters. Here, as long as one is willing to spend a large amount of money, they can obtain the best ships on the sea. At the shipbuilding port, familiar figures appeared before his eyes. Yizhua didn't pay any attention to their gazes at all. These people were exactly the CP9 hidden in the Iceberg Company. 500 million berries? Iceberg glanced at Yizhua, wanted to confirm if he could really hand over such a large sum of berries. If you agree, I'll pay the berries. Yizhua noticed the hostility in the iceberg's eyes. Beside her, Califa poked at the frame with her slender fingers, her golden hair swaying as she calculated how to spend 500 million berries. Your fishnet stockings are nice. Yizhua glanced at Califa beside him, shrugged his shoulders, and a pile of gold and berries appeared on the ground. The system rewards were temporarily stored. As soon as Yizhua was selected, he appeared decisively. Too superficial. Califa glared at Yizhua. Enough for 500 million berries. Someone quickly counted and then looked at Yizhua in shock. At this moment, the CP9 members in the crowd had already caught a glimpse of Yizhua out of the corner of their eyes. Iceberg took a careful look and, while signing the shipbuilding contract, muttered, "Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" Suddenly, a newspaper bird dropped a bounty notice. He casually picked it up. Iceberg compared the bounty notice with Yizhua. The person on it had a particularly arrogant smile, completely different from the approachable Yizhua now. You appeared in the Sumoji archipelago? Can the ship still be built? Yizhua did not expect the iceberg to be so calm, because his observation Haki could sense that everyone, including Califa, was starting to feel tense. Of course, the contract had been signed, so why not make the 500 million berries? The iceberg walked a few steps with his hands in his pockets. A giant log appeared in front of Yizhua. All the shipbuilders turned their heads. Even the iceberg turned around to look. It's the wood from the treasure tree atom. The huge treasure tree atom brought by Yizhua. A small piece is enough to sell for 200 million berries in the dark world. This large piece of giant wood is worth 2 billion berries. I said, it's a big ship. The system prompt sound in Yizhua's ear had not stopped. Ding. The main chain task has been completed. Treasure Ship Plan I. Task reward. Adam's Tree of Treasure. As expected, the main chain tasks wouldn't be simple. The main chain task has been refreshed. Treasure Ship Plan II. Invite Califa to become the shipwright. Task reward. Ancient Weapon Pluto Design Blueprint. Yizhua was pleasantly surprised that the task was so simple. He could complete it effortlessly. It was just an invitation, after all, a matter of a single sentence. Miss Carifa, my great ship will sail around the world. I happen to need an excellent shipwright. Can you come out to sea with me? Yizhua's invitation left Califa, who was originally pretending to be angry, stunned in place. If it weren't for the need to continue lurking within the Iceberg Company and to obtain the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton, CP9 would have already taken action against this unreasonable person, Yizhua. Moreover, Yizhua had killed a celestial dragon with a bounty as high as 1 billion berries. Forget about shipbuilding. It wouldn't be long before a Navy warship came to pursue him. No way. I am Mr. Iceberg assistant. Califa angrily kicked out. Yizhua easily dodged. Not bad. He also thought Califa would make a good shipwright. With her mastery of the Navy's 6 powers, she must be quite skilled, and having been influenced by the Iceberg Company, she should have some technique. I have no objections, but Miss Califa does have a bad temper. Iceberg smiled slightly. As for coming to him for shipbuilding, not to mention Yizhua, even the big shots from the Grand Line and the New World often do. As his master Tom would say, as shipwrights. That is their job. Ding. Main chain quest completed. Treasure Ship Plan 2. Invite Califa to set sail. Quest reward. Ancient weapon. Design blueprint of the Pluto. As expected, I knew the main chain quests wouldn't be simple. Main chain quest refreshed. Treasure Ship Plan 3. Publicly unveil the design blueprint to attract CP9's attention and defeat them all. Quest reward. Inu no Mi. Mythical Zoan type, 9-tailed fox form. It seems like a mythical Zoan, but it's actually quite ordinary. Yizhua is not interested in any animal type devil fruits. He can completely replace them with monkey talismans, which have no side effects. Mr. Iceberg, I don't know if my ship can be built according to this blueprint. Yizhua took out the blueprint and deliberately turned in a big circle on the spot, as if afraid others wouldn't see it. What is this? The Ice Mountain's gaze was suddenly shaken. Finally, there was something that could astonish him. The design of the Underworld King. There should only be one passed down from Mr. Tom in this world. Why is there another copy? This blueprint is the Underworld King design that I obtained by chance. Yizhuo deliberately shouted at the top of his lungs. If anyone didn't hear him, he would be unhappy. Is that so? What is it? Iceberg pretended to know nothing. Khalifa, take this and see if you can make it after all. You will be my shipwright in the future. Who wants to be your shipwright? Khalifa was angry but still snatched it over. She only took a glance and couldn't understand it at all. But Iceberg directly took it away. Sorry, take it away, sir. This kind of thing is just a fictitious blueprint. It doesn't follow any scientific principles and cannot be made. Iceberg looked seriously at Yizhuo. Yizhuo smiled and put away the blueprint, a scene that made Khalifa and the other CP9 members feel uneasy. If Iceberg didn't have this attitude, it would be fine. It precisely indicated that it was real. It's okay. I will use this giant log for the wood. There are no material costs. And I'll use that little bit of gold to take a bath. Yizhuo picked up a piece of gold. He really just wanted to take a simple bath. As he left, the Iceberg kept watching his back. This scene was secretly observed by CP9. Regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to take action against Yizhuo tonight. Better to miss 1,000 than to let one slip away. In Water 7, on the other side of the port, the pirate ship from Amazon Lily had already arrived. The Empress stepped onto the street and began to search for Yizhuo's figure after surveying her surroundings. Yizhuo knew he was being followed as he walked down the road. It was nice. If he weren't being followed, he would actually feel unhappy. He threw some gold into one of the most luxurious hotels, had a big meal, and then laid down on the bed. To live well by the sea, gold was indispensable. The night was deep. Yizhuo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When is CP9 coming? I'm already being so arrogant and outrageous. Don't you guys remember that something is off? You should at least come to verify it. Whoosh. Yizhuo intentionally left the window open while sleeping, fearing that CP9 might sneak in. As it turned out, his worries were completely unnecessary. An air door opened, and all CP9 members appeared right in front of Yizhuo's small bed. For this, Yizhuo had specially placed the blueprints beside the bed, going to great lengths to ensure Lucci could confirm further. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, lifting one of the blueprints. Lucci's pupils shook. He hadn't even seen it before. He just flipped through a couple of pages and confirmed that this was an unprecedented design. Even if it wasn't for the Pluto, it wouldn't be a simple blueprint. The few exchanged glances. They had originally planned to use Bruno's air door to leave again. However, Rob Lucci signaled to the others, and in an instant, they made their move against the feigning sleeping Yizhuo. Good. Yizhuo finally waited for this moment. He immediately stood up and appeared beside Bruno in an instant. He used his invisibility and acceleration to move. With armed color Haki and a powerful attack, he punched Bruno in the stomach, causing him to roll his eyes back, spit out blood, and faint. Make your move. Rob Lucci attacked, not expecting to be discovered by Yizhuo. Arhut fist. Yizhuo's fists were powerful and fierce. Combined with his terrifying speed, CP9 fell one by one to his punches, until he stood before Rob Lucci. The Demon King Yizhuo, with a bounty of 1 billion berries, had already killed the celestial dragons on Sabeti Archipelago, and there was no way for you to escape. Now, the waters outside Water 7 were filled with naval warships. The Demon Slaughter Order could be activated at any moment. You're doomed. Before Rob Lucci finished speaking, Yizhuo activated both Flowing Cherry and Domination at the same time. With a swoosh, he threw a punch, and in an instant, the expression on Rob Lucci's face vanished, his entire face caving in. He flew backward and could not get up again. The top of CP9, the strongest Navy Rokushiki genius in hundreds of years, actually couldn't withstand a single punch. Yizhuo picked up all the blueprints. CP9 is wiped out. Rob Lucci turns into a leopard, Bruno turns into a cow. Kaku becomes a giraffe, and Gabra turns into a wolf. Fukaru turns into a lion, and the eagle naturally lives up to its name. The CP9 Zoo is officially established under the influence of the monkey talisman. Oh, there's one left, Yizhuo's shipwright Khalifa. Under the moonlight, when she witnesses this scene, she is completely stunned. Such powerful strength gives her a terrifying feeling that she could be killed with just a glance. Ding! Main story chain mission completed. Treasure Ship Plan 3. Defeat CP9. Mission reward. Inu no Mi, mythical type, 9-tailed fox form, holding a brand new devil fruit. Yizhuo glanced at the stunned Khalifa and directly signaled her to eat the fruit. The main storyline chain task has been refreshed. Treasure Ship Plan 4. After the ship is repaired, it will set sail, with Khalifa as the shipwright and the Empress as the first mate. Task reward, 6 fruit. This reward seems average, but for some reason, it feels quite good. I have a feeling it will come in handy at some point. I should also find a ship's doctor. Yizhuo thought for a moment. Who should he find to be the ship's doctor? It's so hard to eat. Is this the devil fruit? Caliphate said with some disgust. The remaining fruit fell. She gained a completely new power. From now on, you will be the shipwright on my pirate ship. Yizhuo looked at Karifa, who remained silent. Under the moonlight, she wore a black assistant uniform, with black fishnet stockings as the base and a pair of high heels. I can end it myself. Then I will make you wish you were dead. Yizhuo doesn't like to negotiate with others. Even if you threaten me, I will never agree. Caliphate turned her head away, her little face slightly flushed. Yizhuo always feels that this guy seems to have some inexplicable quirks. The demon-slaying order? Which general will be coming this time? Yizhuo left the hotel, with Caliphate always following behind. As they walked near the port, they could indeed see the warship hidden in the darkness at a glance. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed. Yizhuo glanced over, and the Empress in a chi pao was chasing after him. I want to board the ship. Yizhuo, I want to be your first mate. The moonlight was bright, highlighting the Empress's aloof demeanor. But at this moment, amidst her princess-cut dark hair, there was a hint of shy anger. Caliphate memorized Yizhuo's name and couldn't help but feel surprised at their acquaintance. Congratulations, you've been accepted into the Yizhuo pirate crew. As the first mate, you should get to know our new crew member. Shipwright, Ms. Caliphate. Her hobbies include collecting stockings and shoes. Yizhuo remembered that Caliphate's life card did indeed say so. No way, it really does. Caliphate blushed, not expecting Yizhuo to know her so well, and quickly delivered a flying kick. Fortunately, Yizhuo skillfully dodged it. All right. The Empress initially thought that Caliphate was a rival, but it turned out she was just a shipwright. She immediately looked over with disdain. Nanny? Caliphate was shocked. The Empress's gaze was mocking her. The two exchanged glances like dazzling lightning. Yizhuo didn't care at all. He still had to wait for the iceberg company to finish building his pirate ship, and he couldn't let the Demon Slayer order destroy Water 7. Everyone, no matter who you are, step back before I set sail. Taking a step forward, a powerful conqueror's Haki surged from him, sweeping across the entire island towards the sea. Yizhuo truly possessed conqueror's Haki. The Empress couldn't help but look at Yizhuo, her heart filled with joy. The man she had her eyes on should be a rare king among millions. This was quite impolite. In the darkness, a lazy voice emerged. He yawned, and lasers followed. Kizaru. In the past, Yizhuo could only evade or endure. But now, he could take offense as the best defense. His armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki intertwined and covered him, completely ignoring the strike. The earlier explosion of Conqueror's Haki had already stunned most of the Marines. Only Kizaru and a few elite vice admirals from the Marine headquarters remained. If his Conqueror's Haki could further elevate from rapping to the level of observation Haki, he would not only be able to hide his presence from being sensed by observation Haki, but could also directly stun the vice admirals. Right now, he was still a bit short. Kizaru dared to oppose my captain. The Empress was just about to take action. Yizhuo, stop it. Let me do it. The Empress nodded, her eyes filled with dozens of filters of Yizhuo, looking incredibly handsome. Boom! In the darkness, Kizaru executed a laser kick, colliding with Yizhuo in midair. Have you awakened your armament Haki? Not just armament Haki. Yizhuo can handle this with just his main body this time. Oh, that's truly a monster. However, we have already found out that the Empress seems to be looking for your whereabouts. She is about to lose her position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The meaning behind Kizaru's words is simple. In that case, the Amazon Lily Kingdom will not receive protection and will be besieged by the Navy. The reason is the collaboration with Yizhuo. Is that so? From now on, Amazon Lily Island belongs to me. Yizhuo delivered a flying kick that pushed Kizaru back. Just now, CP9 had been completely wiped out. Tell Steel Bone Kong of the world government about this. Are you capable of handling it? Kizaru confirmed that Yizhuo had awakened the 3 types of Haki. It was a very strong kind. Every strike put immense pressure on him. Of course I can. This darkness is my kingdom. As Yizhuo's voice fell, shadows of warriors appeared on each of the warships. Some of them were also attacking the elite vice admirals heading towards the Navy headquarters. Oh my, what a terrifying ability. Kizaru clenched his empty hand. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Wow. A light sword was slashed out. Yizhuo has drawn his supreme great knife, the first generation of Ghost Cut. Moreover, is the Overlord's binding with flowing cherry. Huang Yuan's sword was directly blocked by Yizhuo from a distance. Speed, power, and arrogance. You are weaker than me in every aspect. Huang Yuan, but we still have to fight. If we don't fight against monsters, many innocents will be slaughtered by them on this vast sea. Huang Yuan felt the pressure. He was increasingly at a disadvantage, but he had to fight for the mission. It was already late, and launching the demon-slaying order at night was considered overtime for him. Is that so? Bang! The sword attacks became faster and faster, and Huang Yuan's heavenly sword of clouds could no longer keep up with Yi Zhuo's attack intensity. He was completely at a disadvantage. As a man of light, he was actually at a disadvantage in aerial combat. Undoubtedly, the bounty the Navy placed on Yi Zhuo was still too low. Meteor volcano. Boom! Boom! A firelight shot up into the sky in the darkness. Following that, giant magma fists rose into the air. While illuminating the sky, they also rushed towards Yi Zhuo. Akainu. Sakazuki. Yi Zhuo did not expect the Navy to be so cautious. To deal with him alone, they actually dispatched 2 generals from headquarters. Wow! The molten lava flowed and surged, soaring into the sky. Yi Zhuo smiled and fought fiercely with the 2 at the same time. 8-foot Xiongouyu. Kizaru no longer hesitated, rapidly spinning in midair and throwing pieces of fast-moving light jade at Yi Zhuo. Hellhound. Akainu leaped up and appeared behind Yi Zhuo. As expected, the crime of killing 3 celestial dragons was far from simple. The celestial dragons were furious, sending over a dozen warships and dispatching one of the fastest and one of the most powerful admirals. There is an ironclad rule in the pirate world. No one can withstand the combined force of 2 headquarters admirals. Yi Zhuo was unsure if this rule applied to him. He used the rabbit talisman, and instantly, his body erupted with dragon scales and claws, soaring upwards to transform into a blue dragon. This time, he had transformed into the fish fruit, mythical Zoan-type, blue dragon form. Did he use that copying ability again? Kizaru found it troublesome. He had worked hard to stay up late, after all. What was copied was ultimately just imitation. Akainu continued to attack, not believing that Yi Zhuo in blue dragon form could truly rival Kaido. Boom! Hovering in the sky, Yi Zhuo felt as if his power had received a perverse enhancement. The flames of the holy body, the magic of fire, and the dragon talisman, the dragon breath of the blue dragon form, and the flame clouds further enhanced his power. Dragon breath. Whoosh! A massive pillar of fire burst forth, breaking through the dark heavens and carrying explosive power. Kizaru quickly transformed into light to evade. Akainu, on the other hand, disdainfully chose not to dodge. He didn't believe that mere flames could harm his magma body. The sea was struck by this pillar of fire, thicker than a battleship, instantly turning into white steam that shot up into the sky. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yi Zhuo held the first-generation demon slayer and immediately activated his beast form. Lightning mixed with dominance struck towards Akainu. This move was equivalent to a descent into the abyss for Kaido. Hellhound. Thunder and magma collided, causing Akainu's expression to change. He didn't expect Yi Zhuo's dominance and power to be so terrifying. Laser kick. Kizaru appeared on Yi Zhuo's right side in an instant, delivering a flying kick. This was also the reason why no one could stand against the 2 admirals in a desperate battle. Even a versatile hexagonal warrior would have moments of oversight when fully engaged. If a third party intervened, it would mean a moment of life and death crisis. Attempting to sneak attack me? Yi Zhuo didn't care at all about Huang Yuan's strike. With the dog talisman, he was immortal. The top-tier healing ability of the Zoan type in Azure Dragon form, combined with the horse talisman, whilst could be terrifying. Huang Yuan's laser kick and the heavenly sword of clouds both came at him. Yi Zhuo didn't take it seriously at all. The mighty crack, black lightning erupted, and Akainu felt his fist being blocked by the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. The lightning triggered by this move was also continuously intensifying. Not only that, Yi Zhuo can still use Thunder 8 trigrams while empowering Dragon Breath. Akainu is determined to block this attack at all costs. 8 Shaku KG. Kizaru continues to attack, trying to inflict real damage on Yi Zhuo. It's useless. Your attacks can't break my defense. Even if they do, I can heal instantly. Crack. Lightning and fire collide, creating molten lava. Haki and power are pushed to the limit. Yi Zhuo gritted his teeth, enduring the attacks from Kizaru, his whole body wrapped in Haki, blocking the beams of light. Thunderstorm, Dragon Breath, Explosive Flame. Yi Zhuo should eat a named fruit. When it's at a standstill, Yi Zhuo's eyes ignited, and his mouth simultaneously erupted with power. A laser and explosive flames burst forth, directly blowing Akainu's head into molten magma. In that instant, Akainu had no choice but to elementalize to evade. His strength also slackened as a result. Yi Zhuo swung his sword, using it like a wolf fawn club. Thunderous 8 trigrams. This time, Akainu, who was hit, did not have time to block at the critical moment. He flew backward and fell into the sea. Sakazuki. The yellow monkey rushed to rescue him, forgetting that he was a devil fruit user. Admiral Akainu, Doberman, who was fighting the Shadow Warrior, quickly jumped into the sea. You should jump in too. In that instant, the yellow monkey was thrown into chaos, similar to the Whitebeard pirates during the Marineford War because of Whitebeard's incident. As a result, Marco was locked up with Sea Prism Stone, and Diamond Jaws lost an arm. The Marineford War was still several years away. Yizhua had already ascended to the throne. Huang Yuan turned his head, his body shimmering as he attempted to teleport away at the fastest speed. A sword strike came, forcibly interrupting his elementalization. Huang Yuan paused in midair. Jiang San, Shi Nai Luo. This downward attack caused Huang Yuan to spit blood immediately, plummeting straight down into the sea. Stolo Berry stopped fighting and went to rescue him. Above the dark sky, Yizhua rules the sea like a demon king. Yizhua looked down at the sea, and two beams of laser shot out without hesitation, directly blasting two large holes in the ocean. Found it. Swish. Yizhua landed immediately and saw two naval vice admirals trying their best to save Kizaru and Akainu. Hurry up. We'll hold this guy off. Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel moved to try to block Yizhua's steps. Don't be anxious. Yizhua pointed with one finger, and the monkey talisman took effect. The Ghost Spider transformed into a gigantic black spider. The Flying Squirrel also became the size of a human. Damn it. Doberman turned around, his whole body covered in armed color Haki, trying to block Yizhua's fruit ability. But little did he know, it was never a devil fruit. Akainu and Kizaru were in a weakened state. A flash of light passed by. It truly turned into a blood-red large dog and a lazy golden-haired monkey. What did you do? Doberman didn't expect that Yizhua didn't care about him at all. Can't you see? Or do you want to turn into a small animal too? How about a hunting dog? Yizhua is quicker in action than in speech, and in the blink of an eye, Doberman has also turned into an animal. How amusing, it really is turned into a zoo now. As soon as he moved, the Shadow Warrior quickly followed. They reached the shore, and the remaining elite officers fled back to headquarters in shock overnight. They have now lost two top-tier combatants. I believe there must be a solution at headquarters. It is said that after Zhang Tao turned into a pig, he was sent to Vegapunk's laboratory. The city of Water 7 is particularly quiet at night. Khalifa, who witnessed this scene by the shore, understood that CP9 would forever be just a part of the zoo from now on. She will also truly become the shipwright on Yizhua's ship. The power of the Nine-Tails Fox Fruit will likely be maximized. In the future, if you lack strength while working, you can use your fruit ability to transform into various strong shipwrights to work. Yizhua returned to the shore and patted Khalifa's shoulder with satisfaction. Upon hearing Yizhua's threat, Khalifa not only did not feel pain, but instead felt a hint of pleasure. It seemed she had truly awakened something strange. Yizhua, the Empress quickly stepped forward, wanting to hook her arm around Yizhua's. Please refer to me as Captain. Captain. Upon hearing this, the Empress's face turned slightly red. This is what it feels like to be by Yizhua's side, very warm. Hancock, we will set sail tomorrow. Please make the arrangements. I will do as you say. The Empress spoke in a completely mature voice. After all, she had been a queen for so long, with ample depth. Yizhua nodded in satisfaction. In the early morning, as the sunlight spilled over the port of the Seven Water City, Iceberg and others have been waiting for a long time under a huge treasure ship. Mr. Yi, I've already been briefed by your shipwright, Khalifa. Iceberg shook hands with Yizhua. Last night's demon-slaying order had triggered an aerial battle, ultimately ending with Yizhua's overwhelming victory. For him, it was also the first time he learned about the betrayal at the port. The complete exposure of CP9's identity made Iceberg feel a slight gratitude towards Yizhua. However, when he learned that Khalifa, who had been an undercover agent for many years, had her identity revealed and had actually become the shipwright on Yizhua's ship, he felt quite puzzled. Thank you, this ship looks really good. Yizhua patted the treasure ship, which seemed capable of accommodating the daily lives of at least hundreds of people. Mr. Iceberg, is there a chance you could help me build the ship in the picture? Yi said. Don't joke, Mr. Yi. Iceberg replied with a smile. That's Pluto we're talking about. Think of how much material it would take to construct it. Besides, how could such a large undertaking not attract the attention of the world government? Set sail. The Empress purchased a large amount of supplies, and her two sisters took half of the Snake Princess pirates' crew back to the Lily Kingdom to guard it. The remaining half boarded the ship. What name should it have? Yizhua was troubled over names when a newspaper bird dropped a brand new wanted notice that had been created overnight. It also contained newspaper content. Yizhua threw down the belly and looked at the newspaper. Breaking news, the Demon Slayer order has failed, and the Demon King pirate crew has emerged. 2 admirals have been defeated and are missing. Heavy bounty for anyone who knows the truth. The Empress has joined the Demon King pirate crew, abolishing her warlord of the sea status. CP9's undercover in Water 7 has been exposed, revealing that a woman is an undercover agent for the Demon King. Additionally, there are bounties for 3 individuals. Khalifa has a bounty of 85 million belly. As a CP9 member skilled in the Marine 6 styles, she is indeed worth that amount. Moreover, with the Marine 6 styles as a foundation for Haki, it is easy to awaken Haki. The Empress has a bounty of 1 billion belly. As the Empress Hancock, who can contend with great pirates, her bounty is not considered high. Yizhua's bounty skyrocketed overnight, increasing from over 1 billion berries to a full 20 billion berries. Am I really worth that much? Yizhua picked up the newspaper and felt very pleased. I have to say, that guy Morgan from the news is really good at naming things. Alright, my pirate crew will be called the Demon King Pirate Crew. Demon King Pirate Crew, set sail. Wow, everyone board the ship, and in the eyes of the Empress, there was nothing but Yizhua. Khalifa reflected on the various events of the past years, and couldn't help but feel bittersweet. But when she thought about becoming a shipwright under Yizhua, she inexplicably felt a sense of joy. Departing from Water 7, Yizhua stretched lazily. The sea breeze was really comfortable. He lay back down on the big bed in the captain's cabin, planning to take a nap. However, Khalifa on the deck felt uneasy while holding the bounty notice. 85 million berries? Is that all? Am I really so undervalued in the eyes of the Navy? Khalifa felt that her strength was seriously underestimated. Ding. Main chain quest completed. Treasure ship plan 4. Successfully set sail. Quest reward. Seek fruit. Yizhua didn't pay attention to the sound. He hadn't had a good rest in a long time. Side quest unlocked. Arrive at Sky Island. Go greet Inaru. Quest reward. Thunder Magic Energy Complete Edition. Confirm that there is no countdown. Yizhuan fell asleep comfortably. The magic of thunder sounds good. I hope it can give Inalu a little surprise, so his days as a god won't be boring. With a turn, Yizhua felt that the pillow was quite comfortable. However, he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. Captain, is my lap pillow comfortable? Huh. Yizhua turned over in surprise, almost grasping the taste of the sea. Stop messing around. He struggled to cover himself with a blanket and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The sea has always been a dangerous place. Being able to rest for a while is truly a rare opportunity. The members of the 9 Snake Pirates are quite skilled in combat. After all, they all possess Haki. CP9's life cards show they can use both types of Haki. It won't be long before Khalifa masters it. Her foundation is solid. Naval Headquarters. Unlike the warmth of the Demon King Pirates, the atmosphere here is quite grim. Sengoku looked at the little dog and little monkey in the office, feeling very unhappy. Can you two not nullify this devil fruit ability? Akainu and Kizura nodded. Strange. Logically, as long as the Haki is strong enough, it should be able to nullify the effects of the devil fruit. He looked at the two in confusion and confirmed, can you still use your abilities in Haki? Gurgle. Upon hearing this, Akainu's little dog stood upright, magma flowing from its body. Whoosh! Kizuru transformed into a shining golden monkey, moving like the wind. He even gathered a light sword in his hand. Soon, a pig walked in. He was wearing a helmet. It was Wanza. Damn, I didn't expect even the old man to end up like this, Wanza said, throwing 2 new helmets with his pig feet. Akainu and Kizuru intuitively put them on. These are the animal voice helmets created by Vegapunk. As long as they obtain the corresponding bloodline factors, they can create devices that understand animal sounds. Even pigs can talk. After Wanza spoke, he felt something was off. Sengoku remained silent. Akainu turned around with a fierce gaze. Oh no, I didn't expect to be played like this. That guy's ability is truly terrifying, Kizaru complained, jumping onto a chair and calmly sipping a cup of tea. However, it seems that both Haki and Devil Fruit abilities can still be used, and there doesn't seem to be much impact. Akainu said to himself, trying to convince himself, you two stay out of sight for now. I will continue to think of a way. After Sengoku said this, he fell into worry again. Headache, it's so frustrating. Yizhua first killed a celestial dragon, and then took away the Empress of the 7 warlords of the sea from Water 7, severely injuring 2 admirals and their demon slayer orders. Now, countless rumors on the sea have kept him awake all night. At this moment, a subordinate rushed in to report. No, this is bad. Admiral Sengoku, just now, the Devil King pirates we were monitoring have flown into the sky. What? Sengoku really wanted to curse. He was even considering the possibility of cooperating with Yizhua to nullify the effects of the fruit. However, what price would have to be paid for that? Away from Water 7, Yizhua woke up from his dream, his stomach round from eating. The scenery on the treasure ship was quite nice, with green plants, large and small warehouses, cabins, cannons, and all sorts of brand new devices. Captain Yizhua, the crew members all looked at him. According to the Empress's orders, Ordinary crew members could only address Zhuo as Captain Zhuo on this ship. The affectionate title of captain belonged solely to her. Khalifa was wearing leather gloves and holding a small hammer, looking like she was genuinely learning shipwright skills. Zhuo had long thought that a metal block combined with a pointer gun could definitely drive nails well. Captain, Khalifa looked at Zhuo. They had been drifting at sea for a whole day. On the ocean, you have to follow the captain to go anywhere. To the sky. Zhuo must fly to the sky to complete the side quest. The sky? Khalifa was taken aback. The ship doesn't have wings. How can it fly up? Of course, it can fly. Zhuo exerted force, and the Demon King immediately floated up from the sea. The Empress rested her hands on the railing, constantly gazing at Zhuo. To fly into the sky now means that the captain is seeking the blessings of heaven to marry me, right? How sentimental of you. Zhuo glanced at Hancock and flew with all his strength. The chicken talisman combined with the rabbit talisman had quite a good effect. In an instant, they broke through the sea of clouds and successfully landed in the White Sea. Wow, everything in front of them became marvelous. There was also a huge island in the sky, Pandora, also known as Gaia Island. Zhuo originally did not know where their ship had sailed on the sea. However, it was indeed remarkable to fly directly next to Gaia Island, due to the soil being particularly precious for sky islands. The over this island had already lasted for hundreds of years. The Sky Island, said to exist in the sky, is home to an ancient civilization. The Empress stood next to Zhuo, and Khalifa couldn't help but feel astonished. Let's begin the adventure. Zhuo stepped onto this island, which the Sky Island people regarded as forbidden. The crew quickly disembarked, striding into the woods with their long legs. For those who mastered Haki and excelled in swordsmanship and archery, there was no creature here, aside from Enel and the 4 priests, that could hinder their progress. Zhuo wandered through the woods, feeling a bit stunned as he thought about how to greet Enel. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. Enel's observation Haki combined with the rumble fruit could form a heart network, allowing him to eavesdrop on the entire Sky Island. As long as he spoke eloquently and greeted him politely, he could surely evoke Enel's hospitality. Enel, you are a hammer god. Your grandpa Yi has arrived. A polite greeting. What followed was a thunderous welcome. Boom! He saw the lightning pillar above his head. Zhuo easily dodged it with a light movement. It's just observation Haki. Isn't everyone capable of that? Ding! Side quest completed. Polite greeting. Quest reward. Thunderbolt Magic Energy Complete Edition. A surge of magic energy entered his body. Fortunately, he had the Tiger Talisman to maintain balance, so this immense power wouldn't go out of control. Main quest activated. Defeat Enel. Quest reward. Shadow Brigade Ninja. This new reward seems pretty good too. Zhuo exhaled a puff of black smoke, and his body began to intertwine with lightning and flames. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down. I have to say, Enel's observation Haki and devil fruit abilities are developed quite well. Unfortunately, he encountered Zhuo. This bolt of lightning had no effect on him at all. He even simply grasped it in his hand and swallowed it. Not bad. Boom! More and more bolts of lightning appeared, surrounding Zhuo. He simply floated in the air, extending one hand. And the lightning magic energy instantly took control of the surrounding lightning, seizing all the electric power. No matter how many times Enel attempted to strike from a distance, they all returned to him. This is the complete version of lightning magic energy. Damn it, you are provoking the wrath of a god. A figure floated into view. He had large earlobes and 4 tomo drums behind him. Enel, holding his golden staff, was already furious. He couldn't understand why, as the goddess Skypea, he would encounter someone who dared to challenge him out of nowhere. Shut up. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Boom. The drums reverberated, and at that moment, the lightning was unleashed, striking towards Zhuo. Lightning, I have it too. Zhuo learned this move as well, but he didn't need a big drum to amplify its power. Boom. The 2 Thunder Dragons collided with each other and instantly canceled each other out. It was just a mere imitation of me. Is that so? Enel's voice just rang out. Zhuo punched him in the abdomen. The speed was so fast that even Enel, who possessed lightning speed, was taken aback. However, he quickly sneered, "Yeah, the god is made of lightning. You can't possibly hit me." Puffed. Enel spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was not doing well at all. You said you wouldn't underestimate anyone from the start. Who do you look down on? Zhuo's fist became faster and faster. The armed color Haki flowed like cherry blossoms in attack, while the observation Haki sought out the real body. Wing Chun flowing cherry blossom, ox talisman, thunderfire, dual demon, chi mark. Cough cough. Enel instantly felt a suffocating pain in his throat. It hurt too much. He hadn't eaten anything in the morning. He was currently flaunting his power in the palace. His 4 divine priests and a group of lackeys were still fawning over him as the invincible god of the universe. Unexpectedly, a person with a beauty tour group suddenly appeared. First, he politely greeted him. Then, he launched an attack after showing courtesy. Now, he unleashed a smooth combo that he had never seen before. What kind of move is this? Wing Chun Yizhua. Yizhua paused for a moment, readying himself, thinking he would hear a Master Yi in return. In the end, he realized he was being overly sentimental. Enel had just been beaten up and now felt completely drained, weak and powerless. Let me show you that there is a world beyond this one. Yizhua's final move. 8 extremes, fist, overbearing entanglement, Iron Mountain crash. Crack. Ainalu heard the sound of his entire skeleton shattering, and then he died. He actually had many powerful moves left unused. There was simply no chance to use them now. In life, powerful moves must be used in a timely manner. Don't wait until you return to the resurrection spring to regret it. Not only do powerful moves have cooldowns, but resurrection does too, and it might be even longer. The god fell from the sky. A series of invincible combos followed. Yizhua felt that the grumpiness after waking up was gone. Now he had truly begun his journey. Ding! Main quest completed. Defeat Enel. Quest reward. Shadow Legion Ninja. Yizhua casually made a move. The Shadow Ninja and Shadow Warrior appeared together. This was the first glimpse of the Shadow Army from childhood. The main storyline quest has been activated. Crew Completion Plan 1. Head to Alabasta and invite the fated woman with blue long hair to become the ship's doctor. Quest reward. Shadow Army Stabbing Blade. Yizhua remembered. It was that group of guys whose hands and feet resembled spikes with maxed out attack speed. You could just say it directly. Her name is Vivi, and the fated woman. Could the system's reminder be any more obvious? Go ahead, take care of all Enel's minions. Whoosh! The shadow swiftly concealed itself and began to take them all down in one sweep. As soon as Yizhua saw that there was no countdown, he relaxed quite a bit. He actually wandered around the forest for a while, hunting, enjoying the scenery, and camping. The next day, when he walked out of the forest, countless people from the empty islands had already surrounded the area. Enel descended from the sky and accidentally got killed by Yizhua's Iron Mountain. Immediately, all of the god subordinates were eradicated overnight. They remembered that there had been dark shadows appearing before. Additionally, during the previous battle, Yizhua's Iron Mountain, which was invincible in the sky, had already been imprinted in the hearts of countless people. They were waiting to see whether Yizhua would become the new god to replace Enel, or the true god sent by heaven to save them. In such a situation, only a god would save them. If Yizhua replaced Enel, he would still be a god. It really is a tongue twister. With a whoosh, everyone knelt down. Yizhua glanced at them and knew what they were thinking. But at the moment, the camping was already over. Staying on the empty island was meaningless. He was ready to leave. May I ask, are you going to become the new god? Someone asked tentatively. God? If that thing really exists, it should go to hell. Yizhua and others have boarded the Demon King, ready for descent. Everyone is still kneeling on the transportation vehicle, the Wei Ba, which is equipped with wind shells. It seems they have been CPU'd by Enel. Yizhua's observation Haki rapidly expanded, utilizing the lightning magic energy to quickly spread through the atmosphere. It resembled a large net, until it found a vine. Above it hung a golden bell. Whoosh! The electric light burst forth, directly charging towards the golden bell. The sound of the bell rang out. Everyone looked up in disbelief. They gazed at Yizhua, standing at the bow of the ship. I told you, there are no gods in this world. Even if there were, they should have gone to hell. The people of the Sky Island exchanged glances. They felt as if some shackles within them suddenly shattered at that moment. No gods. But what about Yizhua standing before them? Set sail, return to the sea. With a command from Yizhua, the entire ship quickly sank under the influence of his chicken and rabbit talismans. Whoosh! It broke free from the white sea and reappeared in the sky. A large ship danced like a leaf until it fell back into the sea. Do you have a permanent pointer to Alabasta? Yizhua heard the bell in the sky, still ringing. Could it be that his laser gave the golden bell a concussion? The Empress and the others woke up from the ringing of the golden bell and a surprise that fell from the sky. They quickly provided a permanent pointer to Alabasta. Captain, what are you going there for? Khalifa asked, confused. Alabasta is not the same as it used to be. It hasn't rained for years, and the island, which is mainly a desert, has become even drier. To find a ship's doctor, and of course, maybe also a master. Master? Khalifa didn't understand. A ship's doctor makes sense. But do we need a master while sailing on the sea? Set sail. Yizhua originally wanted to casually choose a direction to sail. With his ability to fly straight to the Sky Island thanks to the precision of his automatic navigation, what more could he need than a permanent pointer? Ultimately, the final island does not require historical coordinates. Moreover, Robin should have already joined Crocodile's Baroque works by now. With the ability of the Hana Nomi, she is indeed very well suited to be a masseuse. Just imagine drifting on the endless sea. No matter how good the ship is, it can't help but drift around. Over time, your bones will fall apart without regular massage therapy. It's only a matter of time before you become useless. Besides, in the pirate world, there is no such thing as retirement. Rayleigh, at his old age, still has to sell himself to pay off gambling debts. Just look at Carp, enjoying little barbecues and snacks. Who knows, maybe Tsuru is secretly knitting sweaters for Sengoku. Yizhuo let Khalifa and the others steer the ship while he sat in the chair at the stern, enjoying his morning tea. After finishing a cup of black tea, he just needed a steamer of salty duck egg and meat buns. Even Enel had been defeated, so it was time to check my character panel. Yizhuo pieced together the afternoon tea. The character panel immediately opened. Character panel. Dimension. Pirate World Time. Marine Calendar 1516 character. Saint Master Player. Yizhuo traits. Photographic memory magic energy. Fire magic. Lightning magic skills. Swordsmanship. Great swordsman. Haki. Armament Haki. Flowing cherry. Observation Haki. Future prediction. Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's binding. Talent. Body of the Saint Master. Full status. Skills. 12 talismans. Concept level. Summon. Shadow Legion. Samurai. Ninja. Unlimited. Treasure. Chronicle of Time. Unlocked. Backpack. Supreme Great Knife. First generation Go Slash. Disease Fruit. Pluto design. Strength is quite ordinary. Yizhuo gave his own evaluation. He is probably a bit of a collector, eager to gather all the Shadow Legion and demonic energy. Thinking of this, he also recalled food and wondered if he should find a better chef. In fact, Yizhuo's collecting tendency is not only reflected in character panels, but also in the collection of powerful crew members. Alabasta, Iruma, a city located downstream of the Sando River. Yizhuo and others arrived here after docking at the port. They took out the map they had just purchased. Yizhuo first focused on the royal stronghold, Alabasta. This place is quite nice. I wonder if Vivi has truly joined Baroque Works now. According to the timeline, Robin should have just collaborated with Crocodile for about a year. After thinking for a while, Yizhuo decisively started calculating. The Straw Hat Cruise adventure will happen in 4 years, and Port Gasti. Ace will set sail in 2 years. Vivi will have been infiltrating Baroque Works for 2 years when she meets the Straw Hat crew. Therefore, she is most likely still in Alabasta now. Let's go Alabasta. Yizhuo patted the camel. This thing really makes people anxious when it walks. The problem is that he also wanted to hire a few fast-running ducks, but unfortunately, they belong to the royal family. Captain, the hot climate of Alabasta has been a long-standing issue, and the art here is not as famous as their spices. Khalifa believes that if one wants to find a doctor, they must go to the Drum Kingdom on Winter Island. That's where real medical advancement exists. You dare to go against the captain's decision. The Empress would love to challenge Khalifa to a duel. Khalifa was at a loss for words. She realized that the Empress was completely a die-hard fan of Yizhuo, yet she didn't dare to refute her. The Empress is not only the first mate, but the battle crew of the Demon King pirates is also carefully selected from the 9 Snake pirates. It's no big deal. Yizhuo took out a water bottle and took a sip. Crocodile also ended up empty-handed. Who would have thought that the records of Alabasta document the method and location of the Underworld King? The 7 water cities have preserved the blueprints and manufacturing techniques. The real Underworld King is actually hidden in Wano, where Kaido of the Beast is entrenched. At the port, the Empress and Khalifa both bought spices they really liked. To protect themselves from the sun, they not only wore trench coats, but also wrapped themselves tightly. Even the Empress specifically changed to black stockings. Yizhuo was speechless as the vice captain helped set up the camels under the pretext of protecting the captain. He didn't mind much, just felt that the journey was a bit bumpy, and the Empress could help block the wind and sand. Along the way, there was a faint fragrance coming from her hair. We've arrived. The line of camels came to a sudden stop. Alabasta. In the desert, there were huge rocks, and a city was built on top of them. In comparison, the map of Alabasta was very large. Traveling needed to be calculated in days. In the Grand Line and the New World, such an area could definitely be considered vast territory. Stepping into the capital city, Yizhuo felt the dry air brought by the city. Swoosh! In the town, there were already many hidden gazes lurking in the streets and alleys. When they finally arrived at the real palace, there was yet another long flight of stairs. As Yizhuo stepped forward, he heard footsteps. Stop! The king's guards had already positioned themselves on both sides of the road. In fact, the moment Yizhuo's pirate ship arrived in Alabasta, the news had reached the capital. The Demon King, Yizhuo, has descended here. On the steps, Cobra and others have been waiting for a long time. Even if you're a great pirate, don't delude yourself into thinking we will hand over the kingdom. This place is experiencing an unprecedented drought, but we believe that the rain will eventually come. How could Cobra possibly fear Zhuo? He is the king of Alabasta. Zhuo. Zhuo stepped forward, unleashing his conqueror's Haki. In just a moment, all the guards, including Bell the Falcon and Jackal the Wolf, were knocked unconscious on the ground. Seeing this scene, Cobra found himself all alone. Father. Vivi emerged from the palace, spinning the wheel in her hand, staring fearlessly at Zhuo. Your Highness. Icolum hurriedly tried to protect her behind him. Get out of here quickly, Vivi. Even if Cobra is alone, he will fight to the end. From now on, Zhuo, I declare this island belongs to me. Vivi, become a doctor on my ship. Huh? Cobra and Icolum were both confused. You want Vivi to be the ship's doctor? Absolutely not. There's no way I'm becoming a pirate. Vivi leaped up. The Empress and Califa easily blocked her attack. Main storyline quest completed. Crew completion plan 1. Find a ship's doctor. Quest rewards. Shadow Legion Stabbing Blade. Zhuo snapped his fingers. Shadow ninjas, shadow warriors, and black-clad assassins appeared inside and outside the palace. The main storyline quest has been activated. Crew completion plan 2. Occupy Alabasta. Expel the Sand Crocodile of Rainland and Baroque Works. Quest reward. Complete water magic chi. Includes water summoning array. Zhuo remembered that the magic of water could be transformed into a body of water, which could be considered a natural type. In the world of pirates, it was quite unique. However, he could use water magic himself. But if he wanted to summon a large amount of water, he needed to draw formation. The more water there was, the more terrifying the combat power of the water magic's owner. I refuse. Vivi could never agree to become a pirate ship doctor. Moreover, Alabasta had been suffering from severe drought for 2 consecutive years. The climate was strange, and it was necessary for the royal family to guard it. Whatever you say, see you later. Zhuo saw that the system task did not require him to take Wei Wei away immediately, so he felt no worry at all. He picked up the tourist map he had bought at the port. The rain is in this direction, right? He said, turning to leave. Huh? The Empress and Carifa undoubtedly obeyed the captain's orders. On the contrary, Kabira and Wei Wei were a bit confused. Just a moment ago, it looked like he wanted to kill them all and force Wei Wei onto the ship. How come now he couldn't even be bothered to look at them? Are you insulting me? Wei Wei glared angrily at Zhuo. No, I have urgent business. I'll see you after it's resolved. Oh, by the way, those shadows are my subordinates. They are very nice. This palace will be my second residence outside of Nine Snake Island. You can stay, but I won't cover the salaries of these guards. Goodbye, my ship's Dr. Wei Wei. Zhuo is nothing but polite. As he left, the shadow troop quickly concealed themselves in the darkness. Not only in Alabasta, but also on Snake Island, there are many shadow troop members remaining. They will act when necessary. I absolutely refuse to be your ship's doctor. Never, Vivi said fiercely, staring at Zhuo's back. She couldn't understand what this man was really after. Your Majesty, is the Demon King Zhuo going to put you under house arrest? Icolum said with concern. I don't know, but from the Empress's expression, it doesn't seem like she's being forced to submit as rumored. Kabira felt puzzled as well. Are they really under house arrest? Damn it. Vivi, in anger, decisively summoned Karu. Vivi, Kabira, and Icolum looked worried. I will never let him have his way. Vivi chased after him, forcing Kabira and Icolum to follow closely behind. What kind of medicine is in Zhuo's gourd? Kobula and the others didn't understand. It wasn't until they caught up with Zhuo's caravan that they realized. The former was steadfastly moving forward towards the rain-soaked ground, showing no sign of wanting to explain anything to them. Wei Wei was protected in the middle by Kobula and Icolum. Her gaze fixed on Zhuo as they caught up to the camels. Are you going to put us under house arrest? Are you not coming out now? How have I put you under house arrest? Zhuo felt that Wei Wei was unreasonable and lacked logical thinking. Wei Wei blushed and asked, then where are you going? Is your scheme to seize our Alabasta? Scheme? Am I not taking it openly and above board? How did it turn into a scheme? You insult my profession. I'm not a strategist. I'm a pirate. Zhuo handed the map to the Empress. March forward with all your strength. UD. The Empress shot a glare at the slowly moving camel. The latter instantly picked up its pace. UD? What are you going there for? What is our relationship? Are you the ship's doctor? Zhuo glanced at Wei Wei. We have no relationship, so you have no right to know what I'm going to do. This one sentence left Wei Wei stunned. She witnessed Zhuo and the others moving quickly and had no choice but to follow. Today, she had to see what kind of conspiracy Zhuo had. The camel moved swiftly, much faster than usual, and within half a day, they arrived at the rainy area. It was quite nice here, just too hot. It would be better if there were a natural lake. Yizhua felt that the magic of water was a good thing. He thought he should open a water park in Alabasta in the future. Rainy days. Alabasta had been in a severe drought for several years. When Yizhua arrived here, he really didn't expect that a water park had already been established. Life here's quite good. Didn't you say that Alabasta had been in drought for many years? Why are there signs of rain here? Yezhua remembered that Alabasta had not seen rain for 3 years, except for the capital. Crocodile had driven away the pirates in a heroic manner. It was said that the reason it only rained in the capital was because King Cobra used dance powder. Most areas had no rain, and the rain-soaked land here was quite special. Vivi said calmly. Yezhua paused for a moment. He sorted out the timeline. There were still 4 years until the year 1520 of the sea circle calendar. This meant that the 3-year drought had not yet begun. Alabasta was inherently prone to drought. Before Crocodile's plan was fully successful, there had not been a complete drought. He arrived too early. The Sand Crocodile was still a nominal hero. Crocodile had returned to the Grand Line a year ago, becoming the hero who saved Alabasta. He had only recently become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After clarifying all the timelines, Yezhua felt helpless. His arrival in this timeline was indeed awkward. Forget it, I was originally the Demon King. Yizhua Hui waved his hand, and all the crew members sprang into action, defeating all of Crocodile's subordinates. Crocodile is a hero of Alabasta. However, his Baroque works had no idea who their boss was. Besides Robin, Crocodile had always concealed his identity. Crocodile, Yi Zhuang shouted. This had disrupted all of Crocodile's plans. From his landing in Alabasta, occupying the capital, to arriving in Rain Base, Crocodile, who had been hiding here, was already furious. His plans had just begun. He had become a hero, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Next, he intended to use the dance powder to seize Alabasta, and then have Robin find the hidden location of the royal family to locate the Pluton. Everything was planned so perfectly. Yet, an unexpected Yi Zhuang appeared, directly occupying Alabasta. How could he continue with his plans now? The sandstorm coalesced into a tangible form. Crocodile, with a face devoid of hope, stared at Yi Zhuang as if he were a dead man. How do you know I'm here? I can use observation Haki. Yizhua is talking nonsense without blushing. Your observation Haki can sense me, who is far away in the rain and hiding in an underground secret room, as soon as you step onto the dock. The Sand Crocodile curses loudly. Sorry, Alabasta is mine for sure. Yizhua also felt sorry for the sand alligator. But pirates have always been about black eating black. You, this reckless guy, don't even use your brain to think. Occupying Alabasta means becoming an enemy of the world government. Crocodile wishes he could kill Yizhua. I'm already their enemy. Yizahongchink answered honestly. As he spoke, he had already used the chicken talisman to control all the water in the rain-soaked ground. Seeing this scene, Crocodile could no longer hold back. I heard your devil fruit can replicate various fruit abilities? No, I haven't eaten a devil fruit. Yizhua spoke frankly. He didn't want to hurt Crocodile's feelings anymore. You're talking nonsense. Crocodile's arm turned into flying sand. He had had enough of Yizhua's blatant lies. Desert Treasure Blade. Desert Water Blade. Yizhua was too lazy to name it. He really wasn't good at that. The water in the rain was under his control, and with a casual flick, it covered the armed color Haki and sliced through. You stole my move. Crocodile was so angry he felt dizzy. Oh, then I have another one. Yizhua imitated Kizuru's movements, standing suspended in the air. All the water around him condensed and spun at high speed. The water blades, covered in armament Haki, were extremely sharp. 8-figure Chiongo water. I'm going to kill you. Crocodile could no longer endure. This was Kizuru's signature move. Yizhua completely copied and pasted it, only changing one word. Bang! Yizhua punched out, striking Crocodile in the abdomen. The 2-color Haki entwined, and the power was terrifying. Cough! Crocodile spat out a mouthful of black blood. Is he really this weak? This punch alone was too much for him to bear. Not only was there Haki, but flames also wrapped around the fist, forming a flaming dog head. Hellhound! The last word was spoken by Yizhua. A pillar of fire suddenly erupted from Crocodile's back. He coughed violently and fell to the ground in a completely powerless position. You really are a copy of someone who ate the copy fruit. Sand Crocodile. You talk too much. Yizhua walked past him. Crocodile instantly transformed into a crocodile rolling its eyes. The monkey curse worked every time. Whoosh! The water, no longer under Yizhua's control, fell from the sky. Cobra couldn't help but feel heartbroken at this scene. Yizhua strode forward through the rain. Initially, he was supposed to grow a hand as white as jade, but his domineering aura was too strong for it to succeed. Immediately, Many hands began to grow from beneath his feet, trying to stop him. The devil child Robin emerged from the dark alley. She could no longer hide. As soon as Yijua dealt with Crocodile, he locked onto her. I can cooperate with you and tell you some secrets that any pirate would want to know. Robin spoke, determined not to die here. I have one request. Yijua looked at her, causing Robin to feel a bit anxious. Feel free to ask. Over the years, she had been running around and had long since gotten used to it. Robin, become my masseuse. Huh? Robin thought that Yijua's rapid invasion of Alabasta must have some hidden agenda. Perhaps it was also related to the secret of the Underworld King. Unexpectedly, he just wanted to invite her to be a masseuse. For the health of the crew, my Demon King pirate group desperately needs a masseuse. Your Hana no Mi is just perfect for it. After Yijua finished speaking, Robin couldn't think of how to respond. It was the first time she encountered such an incredibly powerful being who effortlessly defeated the great pirate Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, uprooted the CP9 undercover agents in Water 7, executed the celestial dragons at Sabeti Archipelago, and faced the demon-slaying order without fear, defeating 2 admirals who now dare not show their faces. Such an existence, and yet he only wanted to recruit her as a masseuse. Can I ask a question? Robin looked at Khalifa. What does she do? Shipwright. As expected, it was just too cute. Robin lowered her head and fell silent for a moment, feeling that joining the Demon King Pirates will be the best decision of her life. The scheming Robin always manages to hit the cute points in inexplicable ways. Cobra, Vivi, and Icolum, who witnessed this scene, stood there in a daze. They felt their worldview collapsing, experiencing a sensation where their breath seemed to stop and their brains couldn't think. Khalifa had been wanted, claimed to be a traitor of CP9. How could someone like her be a shipwright? Robin, the child of the devil, had been wanted since childhood. A survivor of O'Hara, wanting to be a masseuse. They were at a loss for words, even beginning to reflect on what Yijua had said earlier. Could those words have been taken literally? Yijua walked into the rain, throwing out bags of dance powder. He took out the secret documents of Baroque works. Looking at the contact information of each member above, shadowy figures of ninjas followed suit and left. Soon, Baroque works would be completely destroyed, and that would count as completing the mission. This is, Kabura exclaimed as he picked up the dance powder and then took the secret documents of Baroque works. He suddenly realized everything. Crocodile's reason for saving Alabasta and expelling the pirates was for an unimaginable conspiracy. He looked at Yijua's back, feeling an overwhelming shock inside. Could it be that wisdom often appears foolish? I want to build a fountain here. It should be a lake and then build a water park. You royal family will collect the entrance fees for me. And from now on, aside from spices, the entrance fees will be managed by you. Yijua said, and finally heard the system prompt sound in his ears. The main chain task has been completed. Crew completion plan 2. Capture Alabasta. Task reward. Complete water magic energy with water summoning array. Yijua swallowed the water magic energy in one gulp. The magic of Basha also appeared in his mind. The main storyline quest has been activated. Crew completion plan 3. First time use of water magic energy. Invite Robin and Vivi to join the crew. Quest reward. Advanced observation Haki long range. Yijua grew a huge dragon tail behind him, quickly drawing on the ground. He then began to chant, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. Before long, more and more water began to surge from the array. This unscientific scene completely overwhelmed Kobrash, making him lose his sense of self. Could the devil fruit be this outrageous? He couldn't help but recall Yijua's earlier words. Build a water park, and the royal family would collect the entrance fees for him. At this thought, he felt both surprised and delighted. It was fresh water, fresh water. What's wrong with collecting entrance fees? Even if Crocodile's conspiracy was exposed and failed, there were only a few oases in Alabasta, and rainfall was still scarce. But Yijua brought a large amount of fresh water. How? You like seawater? No problem. I can summon that too. By the way, I can also transform your Alabasta into Atlantis, completely submerged underwater. The water devil Basha was once the ruler of the sea and rivers. No, this is great. Let's build a water park here. Master Yijua, my royal family of Alabasta will do everything in our power. We will also pay a certain amount of belly for this fresh water. Kobrash said happily. The Demon King Yijua, since his name spread in the city of Seven Water, has been known to the world. Just a normal price will do. Yijua looked at Vivi and invited her once again. Become my ship's doctor, just like this fresh water, turning into new hope for this world. I also love adventures. But if this kingdom loses me, it will definitely. Vivi decisively refused, as she still had responsibilities. She also wanted to go on adventures, but without her, what would happen to Alabasta's future? Her father was aging, How could she bear to let him tire himself out? First of all, Alabasta is my kingdom. Your father won't need to work so hard in the future. His main job is to collect tickets for the water park. Yajua patted Vivi's shoulder. Besides, if you don't go out to sea, I will immediately summon the sea water and sink Alabasta to the bottom of the ocean. Your old man shouldn't even think about collecting tickets. Are you threatening me? Vivi looked at Yajua, her gaze intense. Do you want to turn into a crocodile or an eagle? Yajua pointed at the unconscious sand crocodile, which had clearly become a real crocodile. I'm willing to board the ship. Wei Wei's gaze dimmed. She knew she didn't have the capital to negotiate with Yajua. If she disagreed, not only would Wei Wei turn into a crocodile, but her father, King Cobra, would also turn into a crocodile. Yajua's infamous reputation is enough to make a child stop crying. Ding! A system prompt sound rang in my ears. Yajua Sheen smiled with satisfaction. All right, you are free now. You can disembark. The chain main quest has been completed. Crew completion plan 3. Invite Robin and Vivi to become crew members. Quest reward. Advanced observation Haki long range. Now Yajua Sheen could truly use observation Haki to see the rain from the port of Alabasta. The chain main quest has been opened. Crew completion plan 4. Go to the EC and find a glasses-wearing female swordsman to invite her to set sail. Quest reward. Rumble Rumble fruit. With Enel dead, the Rumble Rumble fruit has become available. Yajua was very satisfied with this reward. However, he still had to take a trip around the EC. Once his mission was completed, he naturally wouldn't need to take Wei Wei out to sea anymore. If he had to face a long face all day long, what would be the point? Am I off the ship? Wei Wei didn't understand. She hadn't officially gone out to sea yet. She had just left the Demon King pirate group. Yes, you have already disembarked. Yajua turned and said, we need to replenish supplies here and set off in 3 days. Only Wei Wei was left confused. Back at home, Wei Wei felt increasingly lost. She couldn't understand how Yajua's mind worked. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She wanted nothing more than to punch Yajua right now. Ikelim, Bell, and Jaka all came to persuade her. The Demon King Yajua was simply an unpredictable person, but Wei Wei couldn't listen to them. Instead, a thought emerged in her mind. To set sail, she had to go to sea. She needed to reclaim her dignity. In the underground passage after the palace, Cobra was in despair. The secret that their royal family had guarded for generations was about to be revealed. But he had no other choice. Yajua could destroy countless homes at any moment. Robin was observing the historical text here and said to Yajua, what is recorded here is the whereabouts of the king of the underworld. In her view, the king of the underworld would definitely pique Yajua's interest. Oh, no need to search for it. Yajua took out a blueprint. It's just Hades. When we have time, we can go directly to Water 7 and build a ship. Both Cobra, who was originally upset, and Robin, who wanted to use Yajua to further her adventures, were left speechless. I was chased by CP9 and Water 7 because of this. Yajua handed the blueprint to Cobra. Are you interested? How about we build 2 ships? One for you and one for me. Cobra glanced at the drawings, his lips curling up. He laughed. All his worries turned to ashes, utterly meaningless. Ha ha. Is there really someone in this world who isn't interested in the Lord of the Underworld? To be precise, it's Mr. Iceberg from the City of 7 Waters who doesn't dare to build it. Yajua was also helpless. How much do you know about the historical text? For the first time, Robin realized that her calculations were meaningless. The ocean will give us the answer. Yajua laughed heartily. His adventure had just begun. Robin and Cobra looked at Yajua with shock in their eyes. 3 days later, the Demon King pirates set sail. Robin officially became a crew member, while Vivi secretly infiltrated. Cobra laughed heartily under the worried gazes of the ministers. That was the Demon King among pirates. It would definitely be very dangerous for Princess Vivi to be on that guy's ship. Well then, let's hide for a while under the brilliance of the Demon King. On the route to the EC, Yajua looked at Wei Wei in front of him. Didn't you say you didn't want to go to sea? I insist on going to sea. I'll be back in 3 years, and you can't keep me here. Wei Wei turned her head to the other side. Do whatever you want. Here, Wei Wei the ship's doctor, this devil fruit is for you. Make good use of it. Yajua threw the sick fruit to Vivi. So disgusting. Vivi's expression was bitter as she stood up and looked towards Alabasta, tears streaming down her face in an instant. I'm going to set sail. Little crybaby. A single sentence from Yajua abruptly stopped Wei Wei's tears. She took another bite of the sickly fruit, trying to adapt quickly to life at sea. When she looked at Yajua, he had already fallen asleep on the deck. The sea breeze was blowing. This year, Wei Wei was still waiting for an adventure. Soon, news spread across the Grand Line that the Demon King pirates had occupied Alabasta. What shocked the world was that the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, was left with no remains. A week later, the crocodile pirates were formed. The captain was a crocodile, who reportedly consumed the devil fruit of the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Whiskey Peak. After passing through here, Zhuo and his crew did not linger much. They arrived at Twin Cape. Laboon and Kurokas lived here, quietly waiting for Brook. This was also the place to reach the Grand Line, aside from the Calm Belt. To go from here to the East Sea was undoubtedly going against the current. Zhuo was stretched lazily, preparing to either fly over or give the Demon King's ship a full speed boost. Hey, are you new here? It's pretty tough to get to the Four Seas from here. Kurokas saw Zhuo and his group, as well as the pirate ship. He certainly read the newspapers, but as the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. He had been on adventures for 3 years and had seen all kinds of storms. No matter how famous the Demon King Zhuo was, he wasn't intimidated. Hey, is there only one way to the East Sea from here? Of course, kid. Do you want to go to the doldrums to feed the fish? Kurokas walked towards Laboon, no longer responding. Upon seeing Zhuo, Laboon called out and continued to quietly wait for the person they were expecting to arrive. Strange. Zhuo paused. The East Sea's Admiral, Krieg, was chased by Hawkeye and escaped back to the East Sea. Right? He wouldn't possibly go to the Calm Belt. Zhuo quickly brushed aside this question. He purely regarded Crick as extraordinary. After all, his fighter akin could still be anyone. Goodbye, uncle. Not seeing you. Kurokas quipped. Zhuo pressed his hand on the Demon King's ship and accelerated with all his might. Under the enhancement of the rabbit talisman, it was just as fast even when going against the current. Whoosh! The Demon King's ship quickly became like a rabbit and soon disappeared from sight. Seeing this scene, Lab's big eyes widened. Nanny? Kurokas was stunned for a second, unable to help but marvel at the young generation's potential. The devil fruit truly is full of wonders. East Sea. The Demon King's ship, crafted by the excellent skills of Iceberg and others, surprisingly did not fall apart because of this. Zhuo placed his hands on his hips and looked at his crew. The vice captain, Boa, a user of the sweet fruit, possesses 3 types of Haki and leads a group of combatants skilled in Haki. The massage therapist, Robin, a user of the flower fruit, has not yet awakened Haki and is currently studying it, harboring doubts about Zhuo in her heart. The shipwright, Khalifa, is a mythical Zoan type, a 9-tailed fox, skilled in the Navy's 6 powers, and is learning Haki, making rapid progress while secretly studying shipwright techniques. The ship's doctor, Vivi, a user of the sickness fruit, is getting stronger while researching medicine. Her main focus is still on how to develop the sickness fruit to make Zhuo incurable. Looking at this group of strong and reliable crew members, Zhuo understood. Without a crew member skilled in swordsmanship, his adventure would be dull. So he came, East Sea, Lowtown, known as the place of beginnings and endings. The pirate King Roger was born here and also met his end here. Landho, with a command from Zhuo, the vast and tumultuous Demon King pirate crew set foot in Rogue Town, quickly attracting the assault of numerous marines. He did not intend to waste time here. With a single use of his conqueror's Haki, he knocked everyone unconscious until he reached the execution platform. Zhuo looked at this place. As Roger, who opened the era of great pirates, how will he be judged by future generations in this lifetime? As a Navy officer, he would certainly be considered extremely detestable. Zhuo, as a pirate, couldn't help but laugh. If one day, during his travels across the myriad realms, he also felt fatigued, would he also usher in a great era of the heavens? Looking back, the Demon King pirate crew had already occupied the square. Only 2 figures remained, Smoker the Smoke Man and the swordsman Dasby. This lady is Dasby, right? I invite you to set sail and become the swordsman on my ship. How about it? What are you saying, you evil pirate? Dasby pointed her sword at Zhuo. Step back, this guy's strength is quite terrifying, with a bounty of up to 2 billion berries. Smoker shielded Dasby behind him, and smoke began to rise from his body. What did I do wrong? Have I killed any innocents? Zhuo spread his palms. He didn't like baseless accusations. You killed a celestial dragon, Daki retorted. Celestial dragons are not good people. You still. Daki hesitated, as if Zhuo's words were not entirely wrong. Thank you. Zhuo and Dasky expressed their thanks. A system prompt sound also rang in their ears. Ding. Main chain task completed. Crew completion plan 4. Invite Dasky to go out to sea. Task reward, Thunder Fruit. Zhuo briefly touched the Thunder Fruit and then stored away. The new task quickly refreshed. The chain main quest has been activated. Crew completion plan 5. Find an electrician master. She lives in Cocoa Village. Task reward, 1 billion berries as sailing reserve funds. Berries? Not bad. Zhuo is naturally a tough nut to crack. He likes to have a few bites of hard food while being spoiled by the Empress and Vivi. His stomach has been well trained. Set sail. Zhuo received the mission reward and turned to leave. Not so fast. Smoker, holding a large jutty made of sea prism stone, transformed into a puff of smoke and flew over. White fist. Bang. Zhuo turned around and threw a punch. The two-colored Haki wrapped around him, and the observation Haki searched for the opponent's body. The explosive power of the punch transformed into a strong shockwave. Boom! Smoker's fists instantly lost their strength, and he was sent flying, crashing into the wall. He lost consciousness with just one punch. Damn it! I will never allow you to harm the innocent. Talismans slashed with his sword. Zhuo, who possessed the water magic, had no defense. He allowed the sword to cleave him in half. Transformed into a mass of water, Zhuo made Talismans' pupils constrict. Just like Colonel Smoker, he was a Logia-type user. You child, I only invited you. I never said I would really take you out to sea, yet you insisted on sending yourself to your doom. Zhuo picked up Dasiki and threw her over his shoulder. Let me go. Dasiki struggled to attack, but it was of no use. Seeing the scene, Vivi shot a glare at Zhuo. So bad, taking one after another. Why wasn't it me who was taken by the captain? The Empress said with jealousy. The beautiful women shared the same sentiment. Khalifa felt a bit shy. A mere shipwright dares to compare with me. The Empress proudly boarded the ship, infuriating Khalifa, who wished she could fight back. If she could win, she would never hold back. What's wrong with all your little heads? Vivi was very confused by this scene. Only Robin was quietly thinking, pondering Zhuo's purpose in coming to the East Sea. With such strong power, Zhuo must have been cultivating in seclusion for many years. He certainly had ulterior motives. This time, he came to Lowtown specifically to visit the execution site of Roger. Robin's inner thoughts further confirmed her suspicions. Zhuo indeed has great ambitions. Is he heading to the final island to become the Pirate King? Or is he planning to overthrow the world and become the king of the world? In Robin's mind, Zhuo has become a rare, ambitious figure. His strength is unfathomable, and his heart is extremely dark. East Blue, Windmill Village. Carp is chatting with Sengoku through a den mushy. The Demon King Zhuo has arrived in the East Blue. After he appeared in Lowtown, Smoker has been sent to Marine headquarters in Marineford for treatment. After discussion, you're the only one who can go negotiate with him to become a warlord of the sea. Carp replied in a deep voice. Nanny? How could such a vicious guy become a warlord of the sea? Sengoku, are you dreaming? If we don't take him down, we will never be able to have a calm conversation. Bang! Carp walked towards the port. He was going to personally deal with Zhuo. Coco Village has been occupied by the Arlong pirates for many years, and here he can be considered a local emperor with great authority. As the Demon King ship of Zhuo docked, he swept his sniper's super long-range observation Haki across the area, but found no trace of Nami. As she got out to sea, Zhuo yawned and planned to rest for a day. Sir, our village has been occupied by pirates. Staying here will be very dangerous, and you could face the threat of death at any moment. Please leave as soon as possible. The villagers hurriedly came forward to persuade him. In this ordinary little town, many people still did not realize that the Zhuo before them was definitely not someone that Arlong could provoke. The ones who should really be fleeing are the Arlong pirates. Can't you tell? I'm also a pirate. When it comes to black eating black, I'm always the biggest. Zhuo pointed to the Demon King ship behind him, the pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Our Coco West village has always been occupied by the Arlong pirates. Even if we are killed, no one will care. You are not their match, Kenji said with a troubled expression. In his view, Zhuo's crew were all girls and were simply not a match for Arlong. You can go, but first let us replenish some supplies. Zhuo casually mentioned that he had quite a few berry in his hand. Are you just going to leave after replenishing the supplies? Uncle Kenju said happily, as he didn't want these innocent people to die because of this. Of course. Zhuo nodded. Nokigao also brought a large number of oranges from the orchard. It would be even better if they could exchange them for some berries. Today was the day Arlong collected money again. The Empress, Khalifa, had already sensed that something was wrong here. During the trade, Vivi and Robin learned the truth from Nami's sister, Nokigao. Dasky was already seething with anger after hearing this. She didn't expect that such things still existed in the most peaceful East Blue. Arlong. Dasky gripped the knife in her hand and looked at Nokigao with determined eyes. I am a Navy. Tell me where the Arlong pirates are. The villagers also turned their gazes toward her. The Navy? But aren't you a pirate? Kenshu glanced at Dasky and then pointed at Zhuo and their pirate flag. It's a long story, but I am definitely the Navy. Dasky spoke with conviction, determined to take down Arlong and his crew. Khalifa stepped forward as well. Just break their necks. Robin squinted and smiled, saying something extremely sinister. Lord Yizhua, please allow me to turn them all into ashes. The Empress took a step forward, her Cheongsam wrapping around her long, perfect figure. Yizhuo, come with us to deal with that guy. Vivi took Yizhua's hand, which was peeling an orange. Arlong is just trash. No need to go through so much trouble. Yizhuo put a piece of orange in his mouth. The observation and color domineering had already predicted Arlong's arrival. The villagers began to dissuade him. They were very happy to encounter Yizhua before being harvested by Arlong. They exchanged a sum of berries, which would relieve a lot of their burden. Nami is back. At that moment, a figure appeared from the sea, returning on a small boat. There was no time left. Nami seemed to be carrying a bag of gold coins. As she passed by, she glanced at Yizhua. It seemed she had stolen quite a few gold coins from the sea again. She had to hide these coins well before Arlong arrived. Nami? Vivi looked in the direction Nami was running. She felt like she had seen her somewhere before. Shaking her head, she thought, how could that be? This was her first time in the EC. Are you ready? Berries and gold coins are both fine. Don't waste my time, not a single one less. There's a pirate ship? Perfect, let us take it. Arlong and his gang swaggered into the village. They immediately set their sights on the quite impressive treasure ship, the Queen of the Sea. Looking again, aside from Yizhua, everyone else was beautiful, which caught their attention even more. Kid, is this ship yours? Arlong looked at Yizhua, who was squatting on the ground, peeling an orange. What? You garbage have an opinion. You're seeking death. Arlong's words made the villagers' faces turn pale. They didn't want their benefactor to encounter danger like this. Damn guy, daring to appear in our Cocoa village. Leave all the valuables behind. Nami appeared in front of Yizhua, throwing a punch. Only if she drove Yizhua away could she save his life. Nami. Yizhua easily caught Nami's icy and delicate wrist, like jade. Come sail with me and become the electrician on my ship. Huh? Nami's eyes widened. She never expected Yizhua would dare to say such a thing in front of Arlong. You're dead meat. Arlong punched Yizhua, but his fist was burned by flames. Yizhua's whole body swelled up, like an evil dragon, flames wrapping around him. Who was the dragon now? Yizhua smiled and looked at Arlong. An animal-type ability user? Arlong had no idea who Yizhua was. When did such a figure emerge in the East Sea? You should go ask Belmel. Yizhua threw a straight punch. A long nose like a sharp spike was broken. The head exploded like a gourd. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. A tall fisherman corpse fell to the ground in response. Nami instinctively trembled at the sight. Her nightmare was over. Ding. The main storyline quest has been completed. Crew completion plan 5. Find the electrician Master Nami. Quest reward. 1 billion berries in maritime reserve funds. Yizhua heard the pleasant system prompt sound. He had already guessed the next task. The chain main quest has been opened. Crew completion plan 6. Invite Nami to set sail and repel the first enemy encountered next. Task reward. Wind magic energy complete version. Oh, the task of inviting Nami to set sail was within Yizhua's expectations, but repel the enemy? What enemy? Yamato used her observation Haki and didn't sense any enemies. In the face of this scene, the Empress, Robin, Khalifa, and Dazbonez quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The Arlong pirates were annihilated in an instant. That was Arlong. Nami widened her eyes in disbelief. Of course, you have to become stronger yourself. Yizhua ruffled Nami's hair. Let's go, we're going to destroy Arlong Park. The villagers followed behind Yizhua and soon arrived at Arlong Park. Why does this place resemble a slave auction in the Sabaody archipelago? The Empress said in confusion. This is a story about someone who was bullied by the strong and didn't dare to seek revenge, but instead bullied other weaker ones. Yizhua punched out, leveling the entire Long paradise. Nami, come sail with me and be my electrician master. Nami stared at the ruins, finally showing a smile. I have to do something else first. Nami pressed her hand against the tattoo on her shoulder. Understood. Yizhua casually threw out a thunder fruit. Compared to the thunder magic, the thunder fruit seemed rather ordinary. Here, this can help you become a better electrician. Huh? Nami took a bite and immediately frowned. It's so disgusting, and I'm good at navigation. Is that so? Then you could do it part-time. Yizhua yawned. The angry Nami shot him a glare and turned to walk towards the town. That night, everyone feasted and held a grand banquet party. The next day, when the sunlight shone on Cocoa Village, after the people tearfully bid farewell to Yizhua and the others, a newspaper bird flew in. Usually, to save enough berries for Arlong, they wouldn't spare any to buy newspapers. Finally, they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. The mayor specially bought a copy of the newspaper and happily opened the first page. The eye-catching headline read, Demon King Yizhua captures Alabasta. Bounty increased to 2 billion berries. So, Yizhua is such a big figure? It won't be long before Nami also has a bounty truly following an incredible captain. At this moment, a figure wearing a dog-headed hat quietly walked out of a wooden house. Although he was already old, he still moved with agility, looking in the direction where Zhuo and the others had left, heading towards the other side of the town. The speed of gathering his companions in this style of doing things. Could he be another Roger? He would have to test it with his fists. The old man boarded the warship and decisively began to pursue. Vice Admiral Bogart immediately stepped forward to inquire. Vice Admiral Carp, the bounty of Demon King Yizhua has increased by 200 million berries. Should we still pursue such a notorious pirate? Of course, who do you think I am? Carp casually picked his nose, appearing unconcerned. Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Sengoku called through the transponder snail. He hopes you can avoid confrontation and engage in some negotiations with Yizhua. It may even be necessary to invite him to become a new warlord of the sea, which would allow the Empress to regain her status. Bogart's words only earned a hearty laugh from Carp. Sengoku, that guy, should understand that a young and ambitious person like him would never settle for being under someone else's roof. Carp looked out at the sea and decisively ordered, "Pursue." On the sea, at the floating restaurant. After Yizhua and the others arrived, the atmosphere here felt particularly strange. Zhuo and the others often read the newspaper, and upon seeing Yizhua, they appeared to be facing a formidable enemy. Unexpectedly, Yizhua and the others were only here to eat 1 billion berries. Nami was incredibly surprised that the Wong had a navigation reserve of 1 billion berries. Vivi and the others were immersed in the delicious food. Yizhua ate one plate after another, and soon the table was piled high with dishes. "Beautiful ladies, please allow me to personally serve you this meal." Sanji moved among the crowd, and when he learned that all the beauties were Yizhua's crew, his expression nearly twisted in disbelief. "Damn, you guys are really enviable. Nami-san, Robin-chan, Vivi-chan, I feel like we should be acquainted. Your Majesty the Empress, you truly live up to your name." In that moment, Sanji was incredibly happy. Yizhua felt emotional. Sanji, who had not yet experienced the torment of the island of men and women, truly embodied the perfect personality of a gentleman and chivalry. After enjoying a delightful meal, Yizhua decisively stood up. It was time for him to set sail. "Where are you going?" Yizhua saw Dashki and couldn't help but snap his fingers. "I want to stay away from you, you monster." "Well, it seems there's nothing to force." Yizhua Hui waved goodbye to Dashki and gave her a small wooden boat. Angrily, Dashki had to row alone with great effort. The treasure ship, the Demon King, gradually sailed away. After rowing for an hour, she finally heard the sound of warships cutting through the waves. Turning around, 3 warships had just stopped behind her. "Come aboard." "Marine," Bogut greeted. "The warships from the Navy headquarters." Dashki joyfully boarded. "What are you doing here?" "I am chasing a group of pirates." Dashki happily replied. In one corner of the deck, Carp was napping in a lounge chair. "Is that so? We are also chasing a group of pirates. Unfortunately, we can't help you." Bogut thought they were definitely not chasing the same group of pirates. What a pity, they most likely went to the Upside-Down Mountain, heading for the New World. Dashki tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. What a coincidence. The pirates we were chasing are also going in that direction. Bogut quickly ordered all warships to accelerate. They needed to speed up with all their might right now. Soon after, at Twin Cape, successfully passing through, the Demon King reappeared before Lab. "Our family has traveled around the world." Yizhua waved happily. Coloccus glanced at him helplessly and complained, "Crazy." Lab's big eyes stared at Yizhua, but seemed a bit happy. At that moment, 3 warships appeared in front of them. Coloccus sensed a familiar aura and turned to look. On the leading warship, that figure also looked at him and waved. What an annoying guy. Coloccus picked up his harpoon and stood in front of the Twin Peaks lighthouse. Instead, Yizhua was the happiest. "So it turns out my enemy is you." Yizhua was quite pleased to see Carp at that moment. He had been searching for the enemy all day, but didn't expect the enemy to come knocking at his door. So what if it's Carp? He would strike just the same. The Siki. Yizhua saw Dashki standing next to Cap again this time. "You really came to find me. I'm here to hunt you down." Dashki was both angry and annoyed, and she didn't expect that the person Bogut was after was actually Yizhua. More importantly, the owner of this ship was the renowned Cap. "Still thinking of escaping? Or will you fight to the death, young man?" Cap clenched his fists, waiting for Yizhua's answer. "Of course it's a battle. What is so terrifying about Leaf Zhuang?" Hero Carp, the father of the dragon, a naval hero who has been given numerous titles throughout his life. Robin analyzes seriously. "I think I saw him when I followed my father to the World Conference as a child." Vivi thought back to the images in her memory. At that time, there was an old king from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom who brought along a son who looked quite foolish, resembling a hippopotamus. He chased the Roger pirates countless times, forcing Roger into desperate situations. Khalifa also sees Carp as an invincible presence. Are we going to fight against legends? Nami feels a bit scared. She holds a long staff made of gold, which would be well forged with the thunder fruit. Moreover, there are plenty of berries and gold on the ship. No matter how strong he is still an old man, not even 1/10 of the captain in my eyes. The Empress is proud and lofty. There is nothing to fear in her eyes. As one of the few women with Conqueror's Haki, how could she be afraid of power? It seems your crew is very confident in your strength. Carp leaps up, intending to jump directly onto the Demon King's ship. Sorry, my ship cannot become a battlefield. Yijue snapped his fingers. The magic of water was activated, and the sea instantly transformed into a battlefield. I cannot let this affect my crew. He stood in midair, lightning striking down, forming a massive cage interwoven with the seawater, creating an unbreakable prison. The magic of fire erupted, enveloping him in dominance and flames. He looked at Carp, who was in the midst of it all, yet showed no fear. Did you copy Lean's ability? Carp set upon witnessing this scene. According to his intelligence, Yijue was a user of the copy fruit, and this scene with water, lightning, and flames looked very much like Big Mom's soul fruit. Then you might be mistaken. Yijue's fists were fully empowered. The rabbit talisman and the ox talisman were pushed to their limits at this moment. The three great demonic energies of water, fire, and thunder were unleashed. Flowing cherry, foresight of the future, ultra-long range, and domination were all activated. I absolutely hate it when others fly around during battle, just like that annoying golden lion. Carp grinned widely, standing on the sea. Is that so? Carp, everyone has their own era, and now your era is over. Yijue took a stance, stepping into the sea water, slightly suspended. Xingyi Quan, Peng Quan. Swish. The two erupted in an instant, disappearing from everyone's sight. The next moment, they appeared simultaneously. Their fists collided, stirring up heavy waves. No one could step into this cage. Vice Admiral Bogart nervously gripped the railing, holding a long sword in one hand. Carp was indeed powerful, but in his view, he was getting old. The bounty of 2 billion berries on Yijue was a testament to his rising fame. Most importantly, the mission was not to pursue Yijue, but to have Carp invite him to talk with Sengoku. If Yijue was willing to become a Shichibukai, it would be enough to remove the devil fruit abilities from Akainu, Kazuru, and others. How could the hot-tempered Carp tolerate this? This old man still had such strong power? The Empress had to admit that although Carp was aging, the momentum and domineering presence he unleashed were still terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged punches hundreds of times. Refreshing, Carp appeared in one corner of the battlefield, his haki swirling, a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He didn't expect that Yijue's haki, speed, and strength had reached the world's top level, comparable to the legendary pirates at their peak. Over the years, with Roger dead, the Golden Lion disappearing, and Whitebeard drinking all day, fewer and fewer people could match him in battle. He never expected to encounter a young pirate with such powerful strength in his lifetime. On the other side of the battlefield, Yijue also did not expect this. It seems he still underestimated the true, strongest power in the pirate world. Whether it's haki, strength, or speed, they're not at the level of humans. Carp really is aging like fine wine. Moreover, haki surpasses everything in the pirate world, even being immune to and restraining devil fruit powers. If Yijue were truly a devil fruit user, he would instead find himself at a disadvantage. He couldn't afford to test the waters anymore. He had to reveal his trump card. Your martial arts are quite unique. Where did you learn them? Carp was more curious about Yijue's martial arts. The martial art called Xingyi Quan is versatile and simply incredible in combat. I learned in my hometown. Yijue changed his stance once again. Bagua Palm. He engaged the enemy once more. Yijue's whole body expanded significantly. Transformed into the body of the Holy Master, his power, enhanced by the Bull Talisman, also surged rapidly. Boom! He stepped on thunder, using it as a booster for acceleration. Flames surrounded his hands, serving as additional support. In such a situation, combined with the Rabbit Talisman, his speed would reach another level. As expected, when the two clashed, Yijue was a step faster. Carp also threw a punch at the same time. What surprised Yijue the most was that Carp actually used Xingyi Quan this time. He had learned it. Even though he only mastered the basic stances and routines, it was enough to astonish. Your martial arts have changed again. Carp was surprised by the momentum of Bagua. He had thought he had reached the pinnacle in the realm of martial arts. But only upon meeting Yijue did he realize that there were still more refined martial arts to be developed in the world. Every move seemed to have been honed for a long time. Normally, speed and power indeed determine everything. Any technique would become mere flashy moves. However, When the strength of two individuals is nearly equal, the one with superior technique will emerge as the final victor. Your strength, speed, and technique all seem to be slightly inferior to mine. Yizhua turned around and adopted the stance of Tai Chi. His breath also adjusted accordingly. He had long suspected that the armed color of the conqueror's Haki of Luing was likely related to the transformation and hidden strength found in traditional martial arts. Normally, the armed color of the conqueror's Haki should belong to the obvious strength. But in this era of thin spiritual energy, how could anyone cultivate to the realm of transformation? Not to mention the physicality, it was even less likely to compare with the monsters of the pirate world. After days of continuous training, he finally integrated everything. Tai Chi, Ban Lan Shui, the third type of martial arts. Carp was surprised. He could see a faint connection among the three types of martial arts. But at this critical moment, he had to withstand the blow with his chest. There was no time to think more, and his whole body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. What kind of power is this? Carp forcibly steadied himself and asked, Kung Fu. Yizhua's tone was firm and resolute. It's hard to imagine that after so many years, the old man thought he had defeated all the strong ones at sea. He never expected there would be a martial art he had never comprehended before. Carp looked up at Yizhua, one hand covering his chest. His fists exuded a powerful aura, forming an invisible boxing glove. If it were at this level, then Sengoku's plan would definitely be impossible to achieve. The 7 warlords of the sea would only be a disgrace to you. However, you will also have no chance of becoming one of the 4 emperors. I will put an end to it here. As Carp spoke, he threw a punch. His body leaned forward, and his right fist, seemingly unremarkable, was actually infused with all his Haki and strength. Anyone hit by this punch would mean serious injury. I didn't expect this kid to actually have some strength. Kuroka's quietly observed this scene while holding a harpoon. In his eyes, Yizhua definitely had the qualifications to compete with Carp. With the enhancement of the 3 great magical auras of water, fire, and thunder, Yizhuang's power and speed have further transformed, coupled with the 3-color advanced Haki. No matter where he is in the ocean, Yizhuang is worthy of being called a top powerhouse in the world. Is that so? Then let this era turn the page. I'm a pirate, destined to rise above all strong beings. When I reign over the world, everyone will kneel before me. Yizhua looked at Carp, just an old man. He lived to be 99 in his last life. In terms of age, Carp should call him senior. Iron Fist. Carp threw a punch, unleashing all his strength. Hunchwan, Jiaqiao, Chongquan, Tiger Claw. The two fought fiercely, each punch hitting flesh. The sea was stirred up in wild waves. Kolokas felt a tightness in his throat. It was as if he had returned to those great battles. In front of him, former enemies flashed by like a parade. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Carp, Zifa. In the blink of an eye, he had also aged, and new strong figures had begun to dominate the sea, capable of challenging these old-timers. Legends will eventually come to an end, right? The explosive force of the fire magic energy, each burn and heat. The water magic energy stirred up waves hundreds of meters high. Even Labu was astonished. The lightning magic energy descended like a deity, sweeping across the sky for miles. The Holy Lord's body combined with the amplification of the 12 talismans, enhanced by 3 advanced Haki. The traditional martial arts of the previous life, Kung Fu, and modern combat, all blended together. Bagwazang bin Shanquin. Carp was hit once again, incredulously spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Isn't your body injured at all? Carp found it most absurd that Yizhua, despite also taking many punches, was completely unharmed. You're old and get hurt while I'm still young. That's only natural. Yizhua's dog talisman is immortal, and the horse talisman heals all injuries and ailments. All powers are skillfully balanced under the tiger talisman. You little brat, I've only sustained a minor injury. Carp swung his fist again, not believing that Yizhua was truly invulnerable. You can't do it, Carp. Yizhua continuously planned to waste time. He began to don armor forged from lightning magic, with a light blue cloak made of condensed water magic draped over it. With his arms outstretched, he concentrated all his power to the extreme. Full firepower. The lightning magic combined with fire magic, along with the power of the pig and dragon talismans. Energy waves were released simultaneously from his hands, eyes, and wide-open mouth. The domineering aura wrapped around, creating shockwaves forged from lightning and flames. Facing these 5 incoming shockwaves, the already injured Carp threw out a punch. Boom! The sea roiled, and Carp continued to desperately block. This power was simply a fusion of the magma fruit, the shining fruit, and the thunder fruit developed to their limits, coupled with flowing cherry blossoms and domineering aura. It continuously dealt damage. Vice Admiral Karp. At this moment, the officer Bogart became nervous. He drew his sword. If he didn't intervene, Karp might really be in trouble. From a distance, this scene looked like hell. 5 shockwave energy blasts all struck, each second erupting with damage comparable to Wegwo. What do you want to do? The Empress kicked Bogart back, sending him crashing against the battleship's cabin. How can you interfere with our captain's battle? On the deck, Dasky stared blankly at the battle scene before her. The naval hero Karp, a legendary figure, who would seem overwhelmed when facing Zhuo. This sea must never lose justice. No matter how strong you are, you must not succeed. My iron fist is here to defend justice. Karp desperately tried to stop it, but he had to cover his whole body with his domineering aura to block the attacks. Counterattacking was impossible. Then you can only lose. Zhuo let out a dragon roar. He used the monkey talisman spell to transform into the phantom beast form of the Azure Dragon. This time, the powers of fire and lightning were further amplified, and he also gained wind blade damage. A Azure Dragon coiled in the sky, with its hands and feet transformed into 4 dragon claws. The shockwaves turned into 7. Moreover, they were even more powerful, each one the size of a warship. Boom! Vice Admiral Karp. Bogart's sword slashed out once again. Karp blocked with all his might, but spat out a mouthful of blood. Was the sea finally going to eliminate him too? Normally, no matter how strong or how many elements there were, it was just a phantom beast after all. No matter how strong, it couldn't compare to the natural system. But Zhuo's magic energy was already in its complete form, with unmatched power. Not only could it transform into a natural system, but it could also control the surrounding natural elements. Coupled with the Tiger Talisman spell, he could perfectly merge all powers. In other words, these 7 shockwaves were equivalent to 7 Admiral-level powerhouses attacking Karp simultaneously. Karp, it's time for a change in the era. Let's go. Showtime. Zhuo stood high above, a true powerhouse reigning over the sea. No matter how strong Karp was, he couldn't withstand the damage equivalent to 7 admirals. His entire body was tense like a spring. As Zhuo unleashed his power once more, Karp could no longer hold on. He didn't know that after this, he would never encounter an opponent who could hold out against Zhuo for so long again. It was an era when the Demon King swept across the seas, dominating the world alone. Poof! Karp was still enveloped in Haki, but he was forced to be hurled toward the sea by the shockwave. Any hint of negligence could lead him to lose consciousness. The outcome between strong opponents could change in an instant. Ice Age. At the critical moment, the sea was instantly frozen. Cold air swept across the land. Admiral Akiji looked up at Zhuo in the sky. Boom! Karp then fell onto the ice surface, creating a large hole. "Old man, are you okay?" Akiji casually asked. "What do you think?" Karp was too weak to stand up, breathing heavily to calm himself. "Is there no chance at all?" Akiji stared at Zhuo, wanting to try again. Ding! The main storyline quest has been completed. Crew Completion Plan 6. Defeat the first enemy. Quest reward. Wine Magic Energy Complete Edition. Zhuo fell onto the ice surface. He strode towards Qingji Kuzan, and the magic of the wind quickly fused into his body. Side quest activated. Labu and Brook. Take Labu to the Devil's Triangle to find Brook. Countdown 24 hours. Quest reward. Shadow Legion Nightbat. This quest has a countdown. The main quest of finding crew members has finally come to a conclusion. Zhuo let out a long breath of satisfaction, but new tension arose immediately. An ice spear flew past him in that instant. He lost interest in continuing. Zhuo glanced at Akiji. What he needed to do now was to send Labu to the Devil's Triangle. "You keep testing our bottom line. How could this battle be resolved with just one of your words?" Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air with his hands in his pockets. He was not planning to back down just yet. "Is that so? Then go ahead and continue fighting." Zhuo snapped his fingers. "Little ones, go." The Shadow Legion appeared, overwhelming the ice surface. The ninjas were fast, had many weapons, and were somewhat proficient in everything but had not mastered anything to the extreme. The warriors had high attack and thick defense, but unfortunately lacked agility and were nearly useless at range. The blades were fast, highly agile, and had decent attack power, but their defense was thin. Once the new side quest was unlocked, the Nightbat could be obtained. Just by the name, it was clear it would compensate for Zhuo's aerial combat capability. The endless Shadow Legion surrounded Akiji, and no matter how many he froze, more would appear. Those that were frozen would quickly return to the Shadow Empire and come back again. "Let's go, Dasky sister." Zhuo lifted Dasky with one hand, stepped on the railing, and leaped back onto the Demon King's ship. "Let me go, you evil pirate." Dasky struggled desperately. I originally planned to part ways, but you didn't want that. You even specially sent a warship to chase after me. Yizhuo turned to look at Gemini Cape. Kuroka's, I know where the one Labu is waiting for is. I'll take it to find him. Don't you dare lie to this old man. Kuroka shouted as he raised his harpoon. Labu, come with me to find Brook. He's waiting for you with the Rumbar pirates. Hearing Brook's name, Labu's big eyes narrowed, and its body dove into the sea, following the ship Thousand Sunny. Its massive form was many times larger than the treasure ship Thousand Sunny, comparable to a small island. I'll heal your wounds. Yizhuo pressed one hand on Labu's head. The magic talisman quickly healed him, fully recovering from the injuries left by the impact on the Red Earth continent. How many abilities has this kid copied? Kalokas also believed that the newspapers considered Yizhuo to be a replicator who had consumed the copy fruit. Seeing him heal Labu, he mistakenly thought it was a type of devil fruit ability. You're underestimating the name of an admiral too much. Akiji seized the opportunity to strike, appearing on Yizhuo's left side. Oh, then you're also underestimating my strength. Yizhuang turned his head and extended his left hand. Having just obtained the power of wind magic, he wanted to test its strength. Boom! A storm erupted from his palm, instantly ravaging all obstacles in front of him. In just a breath, Qingji could not hold it back during this process. Yizhuo suddenly appeared, floating beside him. A brief contact. Goo goo goo. Before the words were finished, Akiji began to flap his wings. The next moment, as he flew over the heads of the Shadow Army, he really transformed into a large rooster with blue feathers. Whoosh! Countless shadow soldiers were frozen and then disappeared. The monkey talisman really is the most effective. Yizhuo walked towards the cabin with satisfaction. Set sail. Our next destination is the Bermuda Triangle. Aye, Captain. The repeated battles had earned Yizhuo the admiration of the crew. Labu followed closely behind, constantly swimming. It was impossible to reach the Bermuda Triangle within 24 hours without Yizhuo using the rabbit talisman. Labu catch. A huge rope was thrown into Labu's mouth, and it swam ahead. Yizhuo used a rabbit talisman to accelerate the ship. Whoosh! The entire vessel felt as if it were flying over the sea. This journey would only take a break midway to adjust its direction. Empress and Khalifa, along with Vivi, had a large number of permanent pointers. Otherwise, it would take even longer. Dasky sat at the stern of the ship, despairingly holding her sword. Thanks to the same effect of the rabbit talisman, she was able to maintain her normal state on the ship. This was precisely the concept level 12 talismans, even more powerful than the original. The era of the Navy enforcing justice on the seas was completely over. Colonel Smoker, Vice Admiral Garp, and Admiral Akiji had all been defeated by Demon King. What does my past persistence count for? Dasky shed tears unwillingly. In her eyes, Yizhuo acted impulsively, completely unpredictable, and she couldn't understand his motives. Are you very sad? Vivi appeared beside Dasky, her hands pressed against the wall. Dasky, curled up in despair, responded, You were brought here by him, right? Princess Vivi. No, I actually came voluntarily. Vivi wiped away her tears. His actions are always hard to understand. But I think I should seriously talk to you about why my sister Robin and I came aboard. They had mentioned it before, only referring to Yizhuo's use of force. Now, as the truth of the past was revealed, Dasky recalled everything about Cocoa Village. By the way, is Colonel Smoker still alive? I don't know. Even Vice Admiral Garp's fate is uncertain. After hearing Vivi's words, Dasky felt a glimmer of hope. She asked back, Princess Vivi, why did you join the Demon King pirates? The captain resolved the hidden danger of crocodile in my kingdom and provided us with a water source. Besides wanting to prove myself, I also want to repay this kindness. 3 years. After this, I will definitely leave the ship. Vivi clenched her small fists. Really? Nami said she wants to draw a map of the entire world, but that Demon King Yizhuo made her an electrician. Dasky said with a wry smile. What kind of person you want to become is important. Haven't you realized that being around this guy allows you to access more unknown aspects of the world? Vivi's words brightened Dasky's eyes. I will become stronger until one day I can take my revenge. If Smoker and the others are truly dead, then I will make their names resound across the sea, surpassing the Demon King Yizhuo. Surpassing me? Are you still dreaming? Yizhuo's words left Dasky looking ashen. Laughter and joy filled the Demon King's ship. Before the countdown ended, after several course adjustments, the Demon Pirate crew successfully arrived at the dark and sunless Devil's Triangle. Let me perform a Kinbunshiku Haki scan. Yizhuo made his appearance, instantly covering the surroundings from a great distance, beginning to search for Brook like a radar. Yamato's observation Haki spanned the entire area. However, the Devil's Triangle is vast, making it impossible to find anything in a short time. It will be possible to disperse the clouds and mist here using wind magic. Brook has no shadow and would die instantly in the sun. But can Brook, who is already just bones, die again? Yijue thought for a moment and decided to go find Hancock in person. You guys just circle around here. There are still some perverts who can turn invisible in Moria's territory, so be careful. Where the captain goes, I will follow, the Empress said, looking at Yijue with a hint of pride. I'll just go for a quick round to help Labu find his family. Labu was slowly moving forward with the rope in the Devil's Triangle. After hearing this, everyone stopped trying to dissuade him. Yijue paused for a moment. In the next second, he vanished without a trace. The rabbit talisman was fully activated, disappearing at lightning speed like a sudden storm. With the enhancement of the rabbit and chicken talismans, he used his far-reaching observation Haki to locate Brook. Based on his memory of the pirate ship Brook was on and his recollection of Brook's music, it took him an hour to finally hear the familiar melody. Bink sake, yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook was playing music alone. It was hard to imagine such a moving scene was created by a skeleton who liked to look at panties. It had been a long time since he encountered a living person. Most who dare to come here would lose their shadows and live forever in darkness. Shadows? I have plenty. As Yijue's voice fell, the shadow army around him emerged like mushrooms after rain. Oh ho, this is interesting. Could it be that Moria is already dead? Brook glanced around, and his shadow still hadn't returned. It seemed that Moria was still alive. So where did Yijue's shadow army come from? On the sea, they call me the Demon King, and everyone says I am the clone of the clone fruit ability. Is that so? Mr. Demon King, I didn't expect you to be able to replicate the shadow fruit. Brook politely offered a cup of coffee. I don't like it much. Strong liquor suits me better. Yijue smiled and said, I'm here not only to find you, but also to bring a friend for you to see. Is that so? Mr. Demon King, your friend probably doesn't know me. Brook had lived for too long. He couldn't believe that he would still have friend alive in the world. His name is Labu. He's a whale. And I met him at Twin Cape. Lala Labu. Brook was taken aback for a moment and then stood up, grabbing Yijue's arms with both hands. Is Labu still alive? That's wonderful. I'm about to cry. But I've already died. As a skeleton, where would the tears come from? Yo-ho-ho-ho. After a moment of silence, Brook burst into laughter. Come with me. Let's go meet him. Yijue took Brook and they flashed past, returning along the same route. They stopped in front of a large ship. Unexpectedly, the Empress and others were fighting against the invisible fruit user Absalom. Captain, Khalifa immediately reported the situation. After the captain left, this guy sneaked onto our ship. But as soon as he stepped onto the deck, he was detected by the Empress's vice-captain's observation Haki. Vivi, Das Bones, Nami, and Robin were all beating him up. The Empress stared at him coldly. How dare he try to sneak onto the Makanai? Seeking death. Robin said, let me tear him apart and then throw him into the sea to feed the fish. How scary. Damn it, I didn't do anything. I just boarded the ship to take a look. Isn't this too much? Absalom was being beaten mercilessly. There were also crew members with bows drawn, aimed at him. Let me do it. Nami used the rumble fruit, her body transforming into lightning. A bolt of lightning struck Absalom, leaving him charred. You've contracted a disease called turning into a woman. Vivi used the sick fruit to turn the half-dead Absalom into a woman. The next moment, Robin twisted him into a donut with a flower fruit. I'll chop him into pieces. Das Bones drew her sword, determined to learn Haki from the crew of Amazon Lily. This was just the right opportunity to practice. Help! What'd I do wrong? I was just passing by. What Absalom said was of course a lie. He never expected that the Makanai was not something he could provoke. Captain, let me take action. The Empress looked at Yijue earnestly. Yijue thought, I just happened to return at the right time. If I had come back a minute later, you would have already dismembered him without even asking for my approval. Whatever. Yijue waved his hand. His focus was not on this. Mai Luo. The Empress was petrified, and Absalom completely turned into a stone statue. Upon seeing this scene, the originally delighted Brook decisively dismissed his idea of looking at the lady's panties. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and buried this thought deep in his heart. Lab. A single sentence from Yijue made Labu turn around. Brook looked at Labu, and they both froze for a moment. Labu would never have thought that the person he was waiting for had long become a skeleton. Brook didn't expect Labu to have grown so big. Long time no see, Labu. Labu happily shouted back. They were the only two people there. Brook's afro wouldn't dance with joy. But I have no shadow, so I can't leave this place with Labu. Thinking of this, both Brook and Labu began to feel sad. Yijue untied the rope and handed it to Brook. You take Lab to find your pirate ship and wait. I'll bring your shadow back. What do I need to do, Mr. Demon King? I need you to stay with Lab for a while. Upon hearing this, Brooke stood still. How he wished to follow such a captain, but unfortunately, just by looking at his crew, he knew it was impossible. In the vast sea, meeting his fate. Goodbye for now. The Demon King gradually disappeared before Brooke and Lab. It hadn't gone far. It was the invisibility of the snake spell. Ding. Side quest completed. Reunion of Lab and Brooke. Quest reward. Shadow Legion Nightbat. The invisible Demon King sailed through the waves. Yijue stepped on the face of the statue Absalom. The main storyline chain quest has refreshed. Demon King Fleet 1. Defeat Moria. Invite Perona on board. Quest reward. Shadow Army Hunter Claw. Another chain quest. Yijue just took a breath and glanced at the new mission rewards. Shadow Hunter Claw. A pick in one hand and a claw in the other. It looked like a fusion of a lobster and a crab, with good speed and power. Perona? Her abilities are quite impressive. Inviting her to become a psychologist could work. Yijue rubbed his fists, already formulating a plan in his heart. Perona views Moria as a father. If we were to kill Moria, it would be difficult to recruit crew members. He must be incapacitated instead. The terrifying three-masted ship. Inside the massive castle. The invisibility fruit user Absalom has returned here. Moria is sitting with his arms crossed, eating. Get stronger, keep getting stronger. And once enough shadows are collected, we can dominate the world. Moonlight Moria once relied on strength, now relies on power. From believing in his partners to doubting even himself. Absalom, you've returned. Did you find a new pirate crew today? Let me harvest all their shadows. Moria laughed loudly as he looked at Absalom. Whoosh. The tails of a nine-tailed fox appeared. Khalifa suddenly appeared in front of Moria. Who are you? Where is Absalom? Moonlight Moria shouted with his sharp voice. He cherishes his partners extremely and hates it when others harm them. That guy is indeed your subordinate, Khalifa said with disdain. The nine tails behind her retracted, and figures began to materialize. Invisibility fruit? Wrong. Snake talisman? Perfect. Yijue appeared, and the Empress and others lined up in a row. The area and number of people that the conceptual level 12 talismans could conceal had reached a terrifying level. Demon King Yijue, what have you done to Absalom? Empress Hancock, have you really joined the Demon King pirates? Moonlight Moria was furious. He stood up, his aura suddenly rising. He still wanted to attack. Unforgivable. You killed Absalom. Then let your lives accompany him to the grave. Moria roared, and his shadow transformed into a swarm of bats flying out. Scatter bats. Shadow Night bats. Yijue snapped his fingers, and the flying shadow bat appeared immediately. Damn it, damn it. Moria couldn't believe that the legendary copy fruit really existed. Wind. Yijue's cheeks bulged. He suddenly exhaled, transforming into an unstoppable hurricane. Boom. The entire wall collapsed. Moria's massive body was blown away. Shadow Spear. Shadows transformed into a gigantic spear, piercing towards Yijue behind the wall. Shadow Warrior. Bang. The Shadow Warrior, wielding a katana and clad in armor like a wall of bronze and iron, stood in front of Yijue. It forcefully blocked the attack, although it was momentarily breached. It quickly reinforced itself. Yijue is simply more skilled than Gecko Moria in utilizing a modified army. Shadow Mage. Moria's shadow clone appeared behind Yijue. A punch was thrown. Black Shadow Stab. Swish, swish, swish. The Black Shadow Stab appeared, surrounding the Shadow Mage with speed and agility. Why can you use my Devil Fruit ability and even develop this ability that I don't have? Moria couldn't help but wonder who the true user of the Shadow Fruit was. Black Shadow Ninja. Yijue did not respond and snapped her fingers crisply. The classic skin of the Shadow Ninja appeared in unison, attacking Moria. Shadow Warrior. Moria quickly swapped places with his own shadow, escaping the heavy encirclement. The ninjas continued to pursue him relentlessly. At this moment, Moria, who usually relied on shadows to tease his enemies, had to take action himself. He continuously knocked the shadow ninjas away while roaring at Yijue. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Why cheat using the powers of the Devil Fruit? Do you have any shame saying that? Yijue felt helpless. He really had to take matters into his own hands. He appeared in front of Moria, putting away his Haki, as he couldn't use his magic energy either. Otherwise, a single punch would kill Moria. He could only incapacitate Moria to allow Perona to board the ship. He. You actually don't know Haki. Just a Devil Fruit user. Moria laughed loudly, not expecting Yijue to make a move without using Haki. Well, it made sense. He was just a newcomer. No matter how high the bounty or how impressive the record, he was just a rookie with an overly powerful ability. Are you out of your mind? Without Haki, how can we defeat a natural-type Marine Admiral? Yijue felt that Moria's brain was really not smart enough. Maybe after so many years on the thriller bark, he had gotten stupid. Is that so? Then you use it. Moria laughed maniacally, admitting that he had indeed neglected his training over the years. But after all, he was once a great pirate, and now a warlord of the sea. If I use my Haki, I will kill you. Zhuo shook his head. Moria was a physical being, and he intended to fight purely with strength and speed, in order to avoid killing him and failing the mission. The arrogant brat really thought I was a rookie pirate just starting out? Moria didn't believe that, and he decided to use his next move to take down Zhuo. Let me show you this move, the one you'll never be able to learn. Shadow Gathering. All the shadows controlled by Moria rushed towards him and merged into his body. A powerful force surged within him. He. With this, I am invincible. Moria looked down from above, intending to use his next punch to ensure Zhuo would have no place to die. His body continued to swell, becoming a giant. He also looked quite ugly. With a punch, the ground shattered, creating a fissure. One could see how much the shadows contributed to his increase in power. Zhuo arrived here 4 years in advance, which also means that Moria has less time to sink. As a result, he can control the swallowed shadows for a longer period of time. Zhuo thought for a moment and directly used the monkey talisman to transform into the Azure Dragon form. He shifted into a battle-ready orc form, his body becoming comparable to Moria's. The body of the Holy Lord merged with the orc form of the Azure Dragon, gripping the supreme great knife. The first generation of Ghost Slayer, he launched an attack that lacked dominance, but was purely powered by strength. The lightning of the Azure Dragon wrapped around the supreme great knife. Hey, you actually copied Kaido's devil fruit. Damn it. What do you want to do? Go die. You disgusting little brat. Even without using Haki, Zhuo can still shout out the name of the technique. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Bang. A strike crashed through. Moria felt the powerful force invade his body. All the shadows he had swallowed could no longer be controlled, and he opened his mouth wide to spit them all out. I was just saying hello. Zhuo put away the supreme great knife. Moria, however, rolled his eyes, losing all consciousness. Is this how he loses? Strength in the past is just that, past. Without cultivation and will, one will ultimately sink. When Zhuo saw Moria, it was as if he saw the former crocodile and later Doflamingo. As a pirate, one must spend a lifetime filled with ambition and will. Being at sea means being unable to control one's own fate. Wanting to withdraw is harder than ascending to the heavens. Everything has been cleared. The Empress appeared behind Zhuo in high heels, not even glancing at Moria. Behind her, even one of Moria's subordinates, Hogback, had turned into a statue. The other zombies were no exception, all defeated. Well done. Zhuo put away the knife as a figure quickly dashed past, attempting to rescue Moria. He was stopped by a palm strike. Perona fell to the ground, not expecting Zhuo to react so quickly. Damn it, what have you done to Lord Moria? Perona, come sail with me and become my psychologist. A single sentence from Zhuo made Perona take a step back in fear. A ghost flew by. Negative ghost. Perona tried to make Zhuo feel despondent. However, a puff of white smoke emerged, and Zhuo was unharmed. How are you in skate? A sufficiently strong Haki can ignore the effects of the devil fruit. Zhuo smiled and threw a punch. As the fist approached her forehead, Perona rolled her big eyes and immediately fainted. Take her away. Zhuo clapped his hands and, before leaving, used a monkey talisman to give Moria a little reward. He transformed him into a giant bat with 2 small horns, looking particularly cute. The ghost fruit, the childlike fruit, the reversal fruit. The pirate world has many incredible fruit abilities. As long as one possesses overwhelming Haki, it is enough to suppress everything. The terrifying triangle zone, beyond the gray mist. Moria's defeat also caused Brook's shadow to return. On the enormous pirate ship, he was the only one playing the melody. Labu happily held the rope, heading towards Twin Cape. Mr. Demon King, I really appreciate you. Being human and able to live until today is just wonderful. When you need me, I will certainly give my all. Yo-ho-ho, too bad I've long since become a pile of bones. Without any organs. Brook waved goodbye, accompanied by Labu's cheers. Zhuo waved gently at them and turned to leave. The Demon King slowly moved forward until deep into the night. Perona woke up from a nightmare, only to find Vivi taking care of her. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Lord Moria must be fine, right? Before she could finish her thought, Zhuo beside her had already yawned. Finally awake? Zhuo patted Perona. Congratulations, Perona. From now on, you can be my psychologist. While sailing on the sea, the crew must not only have a healthy body, but also a healthy mind. Therefore, Vivi and Perona are equally important. Damn it. What have you done to Lord Moria? Perona would rather die than let Moria be threatened with his life. He didn't die. He turned into a giant bat. Yuzhua leisurely said, ding. Main chain quest completed. Demon King Fleet 1. Defeat Moria and invite Perona on board. Quest reward. Shadow Army Hunter Claw. A new Shadow Army has appeared. Yuzhua only wants better task rewards. The main chain quest has been activated. Demon King's Armada 2. Return to the Sabaody Archipelago. Farewell to Rayleigh. Task reward. Shadow Troopers Troll. This time it seems to be much better. The Shadow Trolls certainly do not possess the true physique of giants. However, they far exceed normal human size, have extremely high defense, and immense strength. They are simply perfect as shields. No way. I will never join your pirate crew. Lord Moria is my savior. Whatever. You certainly have a right to leave. Yuzhua waved his hand and said with a mischievous smile, but if Moria turns into a giant bat, you'll have to come find me to revert that form. You can either stay on the Demon King ship and wait for Moria to come himself, or you can leave. I won't care when he arrives. The Demon King Yuzhua, shrouded in demonic energy, truly lived up to his title as the commander of the Shadow Army. Perona naturally believed what Yuzhua said. The effect of her devil fruit was ineffective against him, but that didn't mean Yuzhua was only skilled in Haki. I will personally wait for Lord Moria to come, and at that time, you must negate the effect of the fruit. Perona felt dizzy with anger, but seeing all the beautiful female crew members around her made her feel afraid. The scheming and charming Robin, the lightning-wielding Nami, the queenly Hancock, the strict and aloof Khalifa, the gentle and generous Vivi, and the cute and silly Dasky. Each officer of the Demon King ship had their own unique traits. What is up with your crew? Why are they all beauties? Just a coincidence. Yuzhua could only say that the system understood him very well. You can't be a pervert, right? Perona asked with concern. Oh, then you got it right. Yuzhua smiled wickedly, and Perona was so frightened that she fainted directly. She accidentally scared Perona into losing her shadow. The next destination is the Sabaody Archipelago. No matter what, the voyage must not stop. It will take some time to gather the 9 shadow soldiers and the 8 dark energies. Yuzhua, this collection enthusiast, truly enjoys the process of collecting. He sits on the lookout tower of the Demon King ship, gazing into the distance. What crew members does his ship still need? Lookout, beast tamer, helmsman, cook maid, guardian knight, songstress, dancer, juice master, and baseball player. Yuzhua felt that adventures always require crew members, and of course, the more, the better. Dawn. The warm sun rises. The Demon King has already arrived at the edge of the Shambaudi Islands. Compared to when he first arrived, Yuzhua is clearly more familiar with the place. After leaving some people to guard the pirate ship, the rest follow closely behind as they disembark. Along the way, they attract countless gazes. Does this guy really enjoy drawing attention to himself? Perona, dressed in a Lolita outfit, floats in the air with an umbrella. It's just a matter of getting used to it. This guy has a notorious reputation. Dashiki swings her sword as she walks. She must master stronger swordsmanship quickly, fantasizing about defeating Yuzhua one day. Where's this? Vivi looks up at a small hill. It looks quite nice. Khalifa adjusts her glasses. Inside the tavern, the owner, Haki, looks at the crowd. The Empress lifts her head coldly without saying a word, preferring to remain silent in front of Haki and Rayleigh. Robin supports her cheek with one hand, calmly sipping coffee. Nami is busy calculating expenses. There are quite a few people on the Demon King, and costs must be saved. It's a rare sight to see so many beautiful young girls. Yet the captain is the most controversial newcomer recently. Rayleigh, are you drinking with little Yuzhua? In the corner, Rayleigh raises his glass, feeling a bit hesitant inside. To be honest, he is wandering in thought. According to the prophecy of the final island, the destined person should not appear for another 4 years. Could this young boy in front of him be the one they are waiting for? Rayleigh, what are you thinking? Yuzhua raised a glass and said, I am about to leave the Grand Line and enter the second half of the New World. Is that so? It will be quite lively. Rayleigh chuckled, raising his glass in return. Swish. Without giving him time to think, Yuzhua stood up. My crew. It seems we need to find another partner before we head to the New World. Ding. Main storyline chain quest completed. Demon King Fleet 2. Return to Sabaody Archipelago. Bid farewell to Rayleigh. Quest reward. Schedule Brigade Troll. Yuzhua accepted the latest reward, his eyes already focused on the new task. The main chain quest has been activated. Demon King's Fleet 3. Check in at the Advanced City. Invite Little Suddy to go to sea. Task reward. Sky Demon Chi Complete Edition. It allows for free flight, rebirth from severed limbs, and control over the weather. This is something even the gravitational pull of the Moon Demon Chi cannot restrain. The sky demon chi enables free flight and dominion over the heavens. Moreover, it can enhance the healing effects of the horse talisman to the level of rebirth from severed limbs. With the undead bonus from the dog talisman, further amplification from the horse talisman means that even if only a part of the body remains, it can heal infinitely. Are you leaving? Raleigh looked at the Empress and was about to say to take care of herself. The Empress shot him a glance, as if a daughter was scolding her father for being overly concerned about his son-in-law. The King of Hell, Raleigh, helplessly watched Zhuo leave. Goodbye, Raleigh. Goodbye. Raleigh knew that Zhuo did not need his guidance. Their acquaintance to farewell was merely an inevitable consequence. Besides, Zhuo had already grown to the pinnacle among pirates, and his path was to compete with the four emperors. Sabaody Archipelago. It had been a while since the last incident involving the execution of the celestial dragons, and no one had been around for some time. The Navy had also strengthened its management here. The bones of the celestial dragons have always been a cause for trouble. Apart from the elite celestial dragons and the holy knights, most celestial dragons are indeed useless. In the pirate world, strength has always been paramount. The elite celestial dragons and the holy knights can easily replace all the useless celestial dragons. At this moment, two big-nosed celestial dragons were wandering around the street. Rows of commoners knelt down. They were surrounded by heavily armed guards, protecting the two of them. Sitting on the back of a tall, giant slave, holding onto a crawling fisherman slave, they walked arrogantly down the street, until they saw a group shopping on the street, completely ignoring the kneeling. Indeed, the members of the Demon King pirate crew were replenishing supplies after bidding farewell to Raleigh. Coincidentally, the troublesome celestial dragons happened to wander over at that moment. How dare they not kneel? The leading pig-headed celestial dragon raised his gun, and at the moment he pulled the trigger, the guards quickly attacked. How dare they stand in front of the celestial dragons? It was too audacious. A sword slash came through. Dasky was pleasantly surprised by her rapid progress as she blocked the attack. When she looked up and saw the celestial dragon, she could not possibly misunderstand what it meant. A bullet swiftly sliced through the air. Iron block. Khalifa was the first to act. Having begun learning armament Haki, she saved Dasky. How dare they bully Dasky? It was truly disrespectful. Perona appeared, twirling her umbrella. The negative spirits immediately entered the bodies of everyone except the celestial dragons. Born as a human, I am really sorry. Damn it, why am I not a cockroach? Even rats are less detestable than I am. Only two stunned celestial dragons remained. Do you know the consequences of defying us? What? Robin's voice rang out, the flower fruit instantly controlling one of them, twisting it into a half-twisted shape. Rude fellow. Nami, who had just spent money and was already unhappy, swung her golden staff. The thunder fruit released electricity, immediately attacking one of the celestial dragons. Usually, they would prefer to avoid trouble, but their captain had long since killed celestial dragons and even executed one in public. There was no need to endure. Malamalo. The Empress naturally hated these guys the most, turning the one who hadn't been electrocuted into a statue. Only the one twisted into a pretzel by Robin remained. His shouting expression quickly changed. He had thought a Navy admiral would come to save him, until a figure holding a bottle of wine appeared nearby. Yuzhua tilted his head to glance at him and smiled while gesturing at his neck. The paralyzed celestial dragon immediately trembled in fear. Demon King Yuzhua. This guy had caused public outrage in the holy land of Mariehua. The Holy Knights were originally going to take action, but after the failure of the demon-slaying orders from the two generals, it was left unresolved. Therefore, the bounty on Yuzhua has been seen by all celestial dragons and remembered deeply. If you encounter him, never think that the Holy Knights or Marine Admirals will come to your rescue. By the time they arrive, the body will be cold. Kill me. Kill me. The big-nosed celestial dragon screamed, as he didn't want to die at Yuzhua's hands. This guy is notoriously cruel. It is said that a pacifistiguard named Bartholomew Kuma has already turned into a pig. Go be Bartholomew Kuma's brother. Yuzhua stepped forward and transformed it into a pig. The supreme great knife was incredibly swift. The blade flashed, and the pig's head fell to the ground. Is anyone interested in buying pork? They trembled, yet there was also a hint of boiling blood. The celestial dragons can die too. Those who claim to be gods not only can die, but they can be killed by the same person twice. No? Then I will leave. Yuzhua looked at Karifa and Nami. Do we have enough supplies? Enough to sail for a while in the New World, Nami replied after glancing around. After witnessing the slave auction house, she understood. The prototype of Arlong Park. Let's go, everyone. Our first target is impelled down. Yuzhua waved his hand, and a series of graceful figures followed closely behind. Vivi's gaze towards him changed, but her heart felt warm. The celestial dragons are dead. 800 years ago, the royal family of Alabasta withdrew from the alliance after the battle. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just 19 celestial dragons today. This guy doesn't seem so bad after all, Perona said happily. Really? You went after the celestial dragons. That means it will cause trouble for Moria when we go back, Robin reminded. Damn it, this is all his scheme, Perona said angrily. Dasky couldn't help but smile, looking gratefully at Khalifa, who saved her. Isnt, it's strange. When you stay away from him, he draws you closer to walk together. But when you try to get close, you feel like he is walking alone. Khalifa smiled meaningfully, making Dasky's face flush. This battle, Vivi's small hands clenched and then relaxed, reflecting her inner changes. She understood the cruelty of the sea, but also recognized the diversity of the world. The Empress was in a good mood, releasing a pent-up breath. By the time the news reaches Amazon Lily, her sisters will surely be very happy. Let's go. To impel down, Yizhua Huang shook the wine bottle, and a melodious song began to play, singing together about Bing Sake. After they left, newspapers began to scatter across the ground. A series of major events from yesterday were made public. The Navy heroes of Twin Cape, Carp and Admiral Akiji, teamed up to intercept, but were broken through by the Demon King Yizhua and sailed away. In the terrifying Triangle area, the warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, was defeated by the Demon King and completely went missing. For the sea, every word is enough to shock the world. However, the people of Sabidi Archipelago understand that soon. This major event will resonate throughout the Grand Line. The Demon King's ship hovered in the air, passing through the giant steel gate. The Empress picked up the newspaper and immediately tore it apart. What does it mean to break through? It was clearly the captain who defeated them. Lord Yizhua, I want to tear that stupid Burr Morgans apart. It seems the world government intervened and forcibly suppressed this matter. How could the Empress allow anyone to doubt Yizhua's strength? We will go to the New World, but the top priority is to reach Impel Down. The Demon King's ship slowly descended. Before them stood the so-called impregnable fortress, Impel Down. Ordinary ships can't even get past the steel gate. Even if they do, they cannot navigate. Yizhua directly took the Demon King's ship for a flight around and landed safely. You all stay here, I'll go personally. Be quick and careful. The sea tower stones are densely packed in the city. Watch out, the Empress said with concern. For pirates, the captain's orders are everything. Yizhua used a snake talisman to become invisible, erasing all traces of the Demon King's ship. Clearly, it was just before advancing to the city. It seemed as if it didn't exist at all. Why did the guards at the advancing city choose to ignore us? Perona floated around in confusion. We were invisible, but our voices could still be detected. Dasky was more experienced. This trick had been used on the terrifying 3 Phantom ship. Oh, it's that guy's invisibility fruit. So strange. How many abilities has Yizhua actually copied? Perona was puzzled. In her view, a person could only possess 1 devil fruit. This is a hard rule. But Yizhua's devil fruit abilities were simply too many. This is also the reason why outsiders say he is a replicator of fruit abilities. The gates of the advancing city were tightly closed. Naturally, others could not enter. Yizhua transformed his entire body into flowing water using the magic of water, effortlessly infiltrating. He walked through the advancing city. The first 3 levels revealed nothing visible. It was not until the 4th level that he saw 4 prison guard beasts. Having consumed animal-type devil fruits, they had their self-awareness devoured after forced awakening, ultimately becoming beings with both life and power equally formidable. As a result, they completely lost their sense of self. Little Suddy, as the person in charge here, continuously wielded her long whip. She had a head of curly blonde hair, with bangs covering both eyes, dressed in pink leather, and her long legs were adorned with pointed high-heeled leather shoes. Holding a trident, her favorite thing to do was attack the prison guard beasts and prisoners with the red magic whip, feeling an immense thrill whenever she heard the cries of her enemies. Finally, she found them. Yizhua quietly appeared, and the effect of the snake talisman was lifted. Little Suddy was wielding a long whip, and upon seeing Yizhua beside her, she was momentarily stunned, but then immediately swung her whip. Demon King Yizhua, how dare you infiltrate the heavily fortified advanced city? It's truly despicable. She swung her whip towards Yizhua's face. At the same time, the sounds of invaders echoed throughout advanced city. Troublesome. I used the snake talisman to come in to reduce trouble. Yizhua didn't expect that as soon as he saw Little Suddy, he would be notified to advance the city immediately. Die, Demon King. Ha ha. Little Suddy is indeed a pervert. You must be quite a good beast tamer. Yuzhuo looked at the four prison beasts that had been quickly taught a lesson and said with approval, "Beast Tamer, I am the ruler of this fourth level." With a whoosh, the sound of a whip cutting through the air echoed. Yuzhuo caught it in one hand and tore it off. "Nanny?" Little Suddy's crimson lips danced like flames. "Do you like this?" Yuzhuo drew out the supreme great blade, the first generation of the ghost cutter. The blade swung down, not as a cutting attack. Despite Yuzhuo's strength, it was still incredibly powerful. Little Suddy was struck by the supreme great blade, the first generation of the ghost cutter. "Don't move." Yuzhuo's hand transformed into a stream of water, surging like chains to capture Little Suddy, hanging her from the ceiling. "Damn it." Little Suddy cursed angrily while savoring the power of the supreme great blade. Yuzhuo held the water whip and swung it to attack Little Suddy. "It hurts, you bastard. You're so despicable." The cries of pain echoed continuously, until several figures appeared here. It seemed they had to split up and fight. The changes in Yuzhuo's aura were like yin and yang, splitting into two. One was dressed in black, wielding a water whip, and had a wicked smile as he attacked Little Suddy. The white-clothed Yuzhuo turned his head to look at the four prison guards and the rapidly approaching Magellan. Magellan's office was on the fourth floor, which was why he could arrive at the scene so quickly. After all, the extreme cold of the fifth floor was unsuitable for anyone to linger, and the 3 floors above were not dangerous enough. The heat of the 4th floor was, in fact, the most suitable place for them to guard. As for the 6th floor, it was a place ordinary people had no right to know about or set foot in. The tiger talisman, how interesting. The white-clothed Yuzhuo had a kind expression, and the flames on him kept burning. No sooner had he spoken than he puffed out a massive gale from his cheeks. It was as if the full version of the wind demon Shi. Yuzhuo could also unleash a storm with both hands. "Demon King Yuzhuo, the news just received was that you killed the celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago. I didn't expect you to invade Impel Down in the blink of an eye." The venom flowing through Magellan's body had him on high alert, and he would never give Yuzhuo a chance to exploit. "Is that so?" The kind-hearted Yuzhuo in white wore an innocent smile, but he was sitting on the backs of the 4 prison guards. Even with the awakening of the fruit, there was no escape from the storm and flames. Even the good-natured Yuzhuo would absolutely protect his own safety. His 3-color Haki was fully activated. Flames bursting and laser eyes simultaneously opened. The storm he exhaled made even Magellan struggle to move. Venom Dragon. The 3 purple Venom Dragons behind Magellan flew out immediately, attacking the white-clothed Yuzhuo. Tai Chi Fist, Wild Horse, Splitting Mane. With Haki entwined, the Venom Dragons were blocked in midair. "I cannot let any of your schemes succeed." Magellan never thought this move would work against Yuzhuo. The venom emanating from his body began to change from purple to blood red. Once contaminated with even a trace, it would continuously erode until it caused death from poisoning. Venomous Giant, Judgment of Hell. The skeletal giant stood up and struck out fiercely. The white-clothed Yuzhuo shouted loudly, and the fiery storm forcefully blocked the skeletal giant. He stepped forward, Haki of Conqueror entwined. Boom! A punch sent Magellan's skeletal giant quickly disintegrating. A strong pain surged, and a blow from a distance made Magellan kneel on one knee. "Damn, this is Impel Down, a place to suppress the most wicked. I cannot let you rescue those guys." Magellan's face turned pale as he continued to shout. "Be good, there's nothing to fear." The kind-hearted Yuzhuo in white used the monkey talisman and immediately transformed Magellan into a 2-winged dragon. The 2-winged dragon fell to the ground in pain, rolling its eyes back. Turning his head, the evil Yuzhuo in black, wielding a water whip and enhanced by lightning magic, struck with each blow carrying a hit. After enduring repeated attacks, Little Suddy finally had no strength left to resist. Her cheeks flushed, and her breathing was almost stilled. "Little Suddy, become my beast tamer. Set sail." The evil Yuzhuo's call made Little Suddy's heart tremble. After exhaling a breath of fragrance, she replied with The black-clothed Yuzhuo and the white-clothed Yuzhuo exchanged glances and merged into one. Soon, the gates of Impel Down shattered. The Demon King appeared. As Impel Down faced a formidable threat, Yuzhuo has taken Little Suddy aboard the pirate ship, floating away with a chicken talisman. Red Earth Continent. Mary Geos. The news quickly reached the world government. The Demon King Yuzhuo appeared in Impel Down after killing the celestial dragons in Sabaody archipelago. Magellan was defeated, and not a single notorious criminal escaped. Instead, Little Suddy went missing. Upon hearing this news, the 5 elders were furious. Has the sword been confirmed? If confirmed, it would be the original Onakiri. What does he intend to do? The bald 5 elder was distressed. His sword was confirmed to have been taken by Zhuo. He wanted to take action, but now they all had to wait for news from the Holy Knights and the intentions of that esteemed person. Ding! Main storyline chain task completed. Demon King's Fleet 3. Check in at Impel Down. Invite Little Suddy to the sea. Task reward. Sky Demon Chi Complete Edition. Zhuo smiled with satisfaction. The Demon King ship was about to sink to the bottom of the sea, and this was in the Sabaody Archipelago, with Rayleigh's coating. The main quest has been activated. Demon King Fleet 4. Check in at Fishman Island. Invite Princess Shirahoshi to set sail. Quest reward. Strength Fruit. The Strength Fruit. This reward is great. It would be perfect to give it to the helmsman. Zhuo looked indifferently at the seabed. Yangshu and Eve brought sunlight to the seabed with bubbles. Zhuo was immersed in it, feeling for the first time that the scenery under the sea was quite nice. Various sea kings swam around, and it seemed to be quite good. Can a Shadow Legion fight in the water? Zhuo thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. The various Shadow Legions under his command then infiltrated the seawater. He even had a bamboo tube in his mouth, looking quite the part. But this is the seabed. Even with a bamboo tube, you can't breathe oxygen. Zhuo was both amused and helpless, but this was just how it was. The Shadow didn't need any oxygen. It was a waste of resources. Wei Wei saw Zhuo casually throw the Shadow into the depths of the sea and thought to herself that if this ability fell into the hands of outsiders, it would unleash terrifying power. However, thinking about how powerful Zhuo already was, she dismissed the thought. Go ahead, find that guy who uses the target fruit. Zhuo walked towards the cabin with a smile. Fishman Island is the first stop on the way to the New World. It is located underwater and hides countless secrets. The reason why Whitebeard Newgate is still alive makes Fishman Island relatively safe. Bubbles flew by one after another. The Moby Dick finally arrived at the underwater Fishman Island. There was also a larger bubble here. Although it was unclear how this bubble withstands the immense sea pressure, if utilized properly, it should be able to unleash even more terrifying power. If Fishman Island is at the bottom of the sea, will there be bodies sinking down? Robin's remark made Perona's face turn pale. I've heard there's a really nice CAF here. Nami blinked and Vivi happily stretched. Their captain walked out of the cabin, attracting everyone's attention. Kids, I need to find a helmsman first. Contact me through the snail if anything comes up. Zhuo jumped down from the cabin. Empress Hancock and Vivi chose to follow him, while the others had their own tasks to attend to, each needing to purchase their own items. Fishman Island was different from Sabaody Archipelago. There were many local specialties here. Only Dasky and a portion of the fighters remained on the Magic King. She kept swinging her sword, recalling the techniques taught by Khalifa and the others. Are we there yet? Zhuo had just walked halfway when he approached the royal palace of Fishman Island. A figure blocked his path. Demon King. Ahead is the most important place of my Fishman Island's Dragon Palace Kingdom. Please stop. It was Jinbei, the current captain of the Sun Pirates and a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. I'm going to invite a helmsman. How could Zhuo possibly stop here? From what I know, the crew members you are looking for are all beautiful women. Whether they are nobles or commoners, the Navy or pirates, you will choose them. Did you come here for the princess of Fishman Island? Jinbei cautiously assumed the stance of Fishman karate. The Empress is known as the world's most beautiful woman. If there is anyone in the world who can compete with her beauty, it can only be Princess Shirahoshi. As the world says, you seem to have misunderstood. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Zhuo waved his hand, and shadows appeared behind him. The shadow ninjas and samurai held a corpse in their hands. It was indeed the ability user of the target fruit. Unexpectedly, thousands of shadows managed to find this guy in the vast ocean. How did you know about this, my lord? Jinbei swallowed and couldn't help but feel respect when he looked at Zhuo. Still not stepping aside. Do you want me to kill you? Jinbei. The Empress was already furious. I also want to meet the princess of Fishman Island. I've heard she has pink hair. Vivi smiled at Jinbei and said, in front of a queen and a princess, Jinbei valued his words greatly. My lord, please allow me to speak with King Neptune. As you wish. Zhuo waved his hand, and the shadow warrior immediately brought a chair. Thank you. Jinbei quickly left for the palace. Inside the main hall, King Neptune and several princes and ministers were anxiously waiting. As soon as he heard about the sighting of the Demon King, he became worried. The infamous reputation of the Demon King Zhuo was known to all. He feared that Princess Shirahoshi would be targeted. It wasn't until Jinbei stepped into the hall that he felt somewhat relieved. How is it, Jinbei? King Neptune asked. The Demon King Zhuo has brought the corpse of the target fruit user, Jinbei replied. Neptune helplessly tossed aside a recent newspaper. Following the battle at Twin Cape and the terrifying triangle, The events in Sabeti Archipelago and impelled down again stirred up fear in the Grand Line. The Demon King, Zhuo, truly lived up to his name. The bounty had soared to 3 billion berries. The bounties of the Empress and others on his ship had also increased. Since the era of great pirates, he was the first monster to reach a bounty of 3 billion without even going to the New World. Everyone seems to not welcome me, Zhuo remarked as he was carried in by 8 shadow warriors. Wine. He waved his hand, and the shadow ninja immediately brought a bottle of strong liquor from the West Sea. Seeing this scene, Neptune and the princes became even more desperate. Your Excellency the Demon King, please allow me and King Neptune to talk a bit more. Jinbei didn't want things to reach an irreconcilable point. No need. I have only one purpose for coming here. I need to find a helmsman for my pirate ship. If you don't mind, I can do it. Jinbei stepped forward, volunteering. I think Princess Shirahoshi is tall and strong. That physique seems more suitable to be a helmsman. Yizhua's words left Neptune pale as death. He gripped his spear, having made up his mind to fight. So, Your Excellency has decided to be enemies with my Fishman Island. As a king, how could Neptune, as a father, not protect his daughter? Then there's nothing to discuss. As Yizhua spoke, he integrated himself into the shadow. As the master of the Shadow Legion, he could naturally infiltrate the Shadow Empire. What kind of devil fruit is this? Neptune stood up nervously. I don't know, but it is said that the Demon King Yizhua has eaten the copy fruit and is a copy himself. Jinbei walked out of the palace with concern, and the group quickly headed towards the tower. Inside a tall tower, Yizhuang quietly appeared, sliding down the slide and waking Bai Xing from her dream. Who is it? Bai Xing's voice was whiny. The light turned on. Yizhua looked up and smiled. Bai Xing, come sail with me and be my helmsman. Ding. Main quest completed. Demon King's Fleet 4. Check in at Fishman Island. Invite the Fishman Princess Bai Xing to set sail. Quest reward. Strength fruit. Yizhua suddenly had a devil fruit in hand and handed it to White Star. The main quest has been activated. Demon King Fleet 5. Deliver Fishman Island to the surface, replacing Thunder God Island. Quest reward. Shadow Legion Shadow Devourer. It starts off exceptionally small at birth, continuously devouring the shadows of others to evolve. Those who lose their shadows will fall into a deep coma. Shadow Devourer may seem weak, but it possesses immense potential. Who are you? White Star asked in surprise as she received the Gomu Gomu Nomi Yizhua. Someone who will take you from Fishman Island to the surface. After Yizhua finished speaking, he activated his observation Haki to search for the promised ship, Noah. To take Fishman Island away from the seabed, it had to be transported by Noah. And of course, it wouldn't be complete without Shirahoshi summoning the Sea Kings. This is what my mother wanted most, to go to the surface and coexist peacefully with humans, Shirahoshi said happily. Lord Yizhua, I also want to go out and see, but there's always someone trying to attack me, Shirahoshi said sadly. That guy is already dead. As long as you become my helmsman and eat this devil fruit, we can go on an adventure. Of course, before that, I will also make sure Fishman Island reaches the surface. Yizhua placed her hands on her hips, and White Star looked at her seriously. Having inherited her mother, Princess Odoheim's powerful observation Haki, she could naturally sense the emotions of others. Lord Yizhua, I can feel that you are not lying. White Star took a bite of the devil fruit, as if she were eating a jelly bean. It's so bad. White Star was almost in tears. It's okay. This will be the beginning of Fishman Island's journey to the land. Now, try to listen to your inner voice and let the Sea Kings bring Noah. I will take you to the land. As Yizhua spoke, White Star had already begun her attempt. The door quietly opened. The first to enter were the Empress and Vivi. Soon after, Neptune, Jinbei, and others quickly arrived. Bang! Jinbei confronted the Empress. He tried to stop Yizhua, but couldn't break through the Empress's obstruction. Vivi looked up at White Star. So beautiful. Are you the legendary Princess White Star? I am Vivi from the Alabasta Kingdom. Vivi was held in White Star's hands, and White Star nodded in confusion. She looked at the flustered King Neptune. Father, Lord Yizhua said he wants to take us from Fishman Island to the land. He is here, Neptune. Even Jinbei was baffled, completely not expecting that Yizhua had come for this. How is that possible? What ability does he have to do this? Neptune was about to lose his sanity. He could not allow Yizhua to harm White Star. I can feel it. Lord Yizhua won't lie to me. White Star opened her arms. At that moment, everyone's observation Haki sensed an incredibly imposing aura. They walked out of the tower. They saw that the enormous Sea King had already surrounded Fishman Island, sealing it off completely. Behind them was the ship Noah, ready to lead Fishman Island to the land. Yizhua looked at Bai Xing and said without hesitation, Okay. Bai Xing nodded. Soon, The Sea Kings were pulling the enormous Noah's Ark, towing Fishman Island towards the sea. The shaking of Fishman Island brought countless people's panic. What are you trying to do? Even if we, Fishman Island, go to land, humans will not treat us well. Neptune also wishes to fulfill Princess Otoheim's last wish. However, their Fishman race has been targeted by humans for the past 200 years. In the future, Fishman Island will be like Alabasta. I will protect it. Yizhuo looked at the Sea Kings, and a row of black shadows walked out. Jinbei and Neptune saw this scene, sweat beading on their foreheads. Even if Yizhuo were to attack Marine headquarters now, with nearly 100,000 troops, he would still be able to move freely. Whoosh! The seawater parted, and the huge bubbles disappeared. The Sea Kings brought Noah and Fishman Island to the surface of the earth. Raijin Island was now in sight. The new world. It has arrived. The climate here is completely unsuitable for living beings. The harsh weather of Raijin Island has persisted for hundreds of years. Jinbei quipped that nature always amazes people. The origin of Raijin Island remains a mystery to this day. It's okay. This place will soon become part of Fishman Island. Yizhuo rose into the air. The lightning magic surged to its peak state. He spat out a breath, and combined with the magic from the sky, a pair of bat wings sprouted from his back. The two powerful magics of sky and lightning unleashed incredible might. The thunderclouds that had existed above Thunder God Island for hundreds of years suddenly condensed at this moment, forming a ball of lightning that appeared before Yizhuo. He swallowed it in one gulp and let out a satisfied burp. Isn't it just lightning and weather? I can do it too. Yizhuo, who mastered lightning magic, wind magic, and sky magic, indeed became the demon king who dominated the climate and the heavens. Is this his power? Neptune felt a different kind of shock and helplessness, and thankfully did not act immediately. The rumors claimed he had defeated Akainu, Sakazuki, and now it seemed that might not be untrue. Jinbei recognized Yizhuo's strength, but still had doubts about the rumors. From now on, Fishman Island belongs to me. Yizhuo also gave the Thunder God Island to Fishman Island. Mr. Demon King. Neptune immediately changed how he addressed Yizhuo. To be honest, our Fishman Island has always been protected by my friend, Whitebeard Newgate, who is also Jinbei's father. If you intend to fight for this place, I'm afraid. Neptune didn't dare to continue, as he didn't want Yizhuo to become enemies with Newgate. Whitebeard, if he has any objections, he can come find me himself. Yizhuo waved his hand, dispersing the dark clouds. The sky was clear and bright. The White Star and the people of Fishman Island basked in the sunlight, unable to help but laugh. What did the captain do? Nami looked up at the sky in confusion. It seemed he had changed the climate and brought Fishman Island to the surface. Khalifa was astonished. Is this something a human can do? Somewhere, Robin, who was watching Joy Boy's apology letter, stood frozen in place. The captain is Joy Boy. Those promises Joy Boy made, but never fulfilled, have now been easily accomplished by Yizhuo. On the ship, Dasky was practicing her swordsmanship, sweating profusely. A delighted Suddy woke up from her dream, where she was beaten by Yizhuo. Perona, looking puzzled, twirled her umbrella, sending a ghost to invade the body of a shadow ninja. Damn, aren't these guys the kind of zombies created by Lord Moria? In the next moment, she was bound tightly by the shadow warrior and brought before Yizhuo. Call me Demon King. Yizhuo gave her a brain freeze. Lord Demon King. Perona knew that as soon as they bullied the shadow, they would immediately go report it. A day later, after resting on Fishman Island, Shirahoshi boarded the Thousand Sunny. Fortunately, there was a large cabin on the ship. Originally, one would think it was inhabited by a giant, but unexpectedly, it became Shirahoshi's cabin. I will definitely become the strongest helmsman. Shirahoshi looked at Yizhuo with admiration. After saying goodbye, everyone came to comfort Shirahoshi, this little crybaby. Yizhuo sat on the deck with a satisfied expression, shaking his wine glass. Ding! Main quest completed. Demon King's Fleet 5. Deliver the Fishman Island to the surface. Replacing Thor Island. Quest reward. Shedu, Legion Shedu, Devur. What will the next quest be? Yizhuo's curious mind thought. Side quest activated. Head to Dressrosa to relax. As a carnival is happening there. Quest reward. Teleportation fruit. Oh, another devil fruit. Yizhuo Xian thought. Are there many devil fruits in the system? Dressrosa, known for its fiery enthusiasm, is now bustling with its annual carnival. After departing from Thunder God Island, the Demon King's ship drifted for a day before arriving here. Yizhuo also wanted to take a stroll. The delicious food in Dressrosa is countless. He could indulge himself. Moreover, this was the first time the Celestial role-playing system issued such a simple and casual task. Ding! Side mission completed. Participate in the Dressrosa Carnival. Mission reward. Teleportation fruit. Yizhua's expression changed instantly. He could only hope that no chain quest would appear at this time. Main quest activated. Arena competition. Successfully win the championship. Invite Rebecca to become a guardian knight. Quest reward. Invisibility fruit. Holding the teleportation fruit, Yizhuo was taken aback. If the system could give him the invisibility fruit as a reward, it meant that the previous wielder must have died? Oh, it was highly likely that they had completely perished after turning into a statue. Better than being killed by Blackbeard. Yizhuo has indeed thought of a user of the teleportation fruit. In any case, it can't be Rebecca. Her swordsmanship is more suited for the invisibility fruit. A swordsman and a knight, both guarding Yizhuo together. One with the teleportation fruit, and one with the invisibility fruit. It's simply perfect. Everyone have fun. The food in Dressrosa is well known. Yizhuo waved his hand and disappeared directly from street. The captain really has a lot of personality. I really like her. The Empress's words left the crew unable to agree. What secrets are hidden on this island? Robin was even more curious about the mysteries of Dressrosa. From her observations, every time Yizhuo arrives at a place, he reveals at least some secrets. Therefore, Dressrosa surely wouldn't be an exception. It is said that this place was saved years ago by Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Vivi muttered to herself, and as soon as she said this, she felt a wave of fear. What if Crocodile's plan had succeeded back then? What would Alabasta be like? In the royal palace, Don Quixote da Flamingo was staring into the distance, feeling a bit impatient inside. Has that guy arrived yet? Young master, that guy is just a madman. Sugar brought a plate of grapes and a glass of wine. Is that so? But the things madmen do are always intriguing. I hope he doesn't cause trouble. Da Flamingo crossed his legs. This is the most critical moment, and he doesn't want to provoke a madman. Since Yizhuo's appearance, every place he goes has triggered a major event. Hearing this now even gives people a sense of dizziness. Da Flamingo has doubted more than once that he was seeing fake newspapers. When did the lives of celestial dragons become so worthless? Yizhuo was said to kill, and he charged into the city without hesitation. Young master, the Demon King, Yizhuo has gone to the arena, Tori Bowl said, wiping his big nose. You and Sugar go to the underground chamber of the arena, just in case. Brother Ming shook his wine glass. He always had some ominous premonitions. The arena. Since Yizhuo signed up, he has won over 40 consecutive matches. No one can become his match. It's incredible. The Demon King Yizhuo is terrifying. This legendary number, one of the Grand Line, has actually appeared in Dressrosa. He is just one step away from the championship, with only one opponent left. Let's welcome the female swordsman clad in golden armor. Rebecca. Amidst the cheers, a girl with pink hair, dressed in golden armor and wielding a long sword, walks out. The moment she sees Yizhuo, she instinctively feels fear. He is too powerful. The legends about Yizhuo, as well as the countless times he has defeated opponents in an instant, instill a primal fear in Rebecca. Rebecca, become my guardian knight. Yizhuo stood up, holding the supreme great knife as he walked towards Rebecca. The madness in his gaze made it hard for anyone to stand. Fight, fight. The spectators and the audience roared. Submit to me and become this king's guardian knight, Rebecca. The conqueror's Haki of Yizhuo erupted. Except for the announcer and Rebecca, everyone present fell into a faint, foaming at the mouth. Become a guardian knight? Rebecca raised her head. Yizhuo's supreme great blade was already pressed against her forehead. By the name of the Demon King, I appoint you as my guardian knight. Protect me just like the guardian swordsman Dasky. Stand up. My knight does not need to kneel. Yizhuo's words seemed to possess a certain magic. Rebecca stared intently without taking her eyes off. Cyrus, who had been watching the battle the whole time, was staring blankly as a one-legged tin man. I, Rebecca, am willing to become the guardian knight under the command of the demon lord. Rebecca focused on Yizhuo, speaking each word slowly. Only after she blurted out this sentence did she realize the terrifying aspect of it. Yizhuo's eyes seem to possess a powerful aura that instills fear and compels instinctive submission. Let's go. Leave this place. We may have other things to do. Yizhuo's conqueror's Haki retracted, and the colors of the sky changed in an instant. The Demon King Yizhuo took away the female swordsman from the arena. Just as rumored, he was a crazy collector. One incredible battle. The commentator was passionate, realizing that Yizhuo had left him conscious for this very moment of commentary. Outside the arena, Rebecca, with her heart racing, was still trying to catch her breath behind Yizhuo. Meanwhile, Cyrus, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly jumped over. Are you okay, Rebecca? I'm fine, Rebecca replied, appearing a bit nervous, standing between Yizhuo and Cyrus. She did not know that the tin soldier Cyrus was her father. However, the The shock Zhuo had just given her lingered on. Demon King, please allow me to say a word. Cyrus jumped in front of Zhuo, and as a tin soldier, he couldn't show any expression. What do you want to say? That Rebecca is your daughter, or that you are the undefeated one in the arena? Zhuo waved his hand. It was meaningless to tell any stories in front of him. How could your excellency know? Cyrus was stunned, feeling it was unbelievable. Even if he said these words himself, no one would believe him. Shoo, Cyrus, I have other things to do. Zhuo's silence made Cyrus fall silent as well. Ding. Main quest completed. Arena battle. Successfully won the championship. Invited Rebecca to become a guardian knight. Quest reward. Invisible fruit. Zhuo's mood improved a lot. He threw the invisibility fruit to Rebecca. The main quest has been activated. Invite Baby 5 and Princess Violet to set sail successfully. Rebecca understood immediately. She took a bite of the invisibility fruit and, due to her nervousness, entered an invisible state right away. It's a bit bitter, Lord Demon King. This is what the devil fruit is like. Zhuo doesn't intend to give a sweet date. You two should not make a sound from now on, just follow me. Zhuo snapped his fingers, using a snake charm to make Cyrus invisible as well. This main quest seemed simple, but it was actually quite troublesome. However, the rewards for the task were excellent. The target fruit could definitely be given to a sniper. The Conqueror's Haki's observation kill could further conceal one's own presence, preventing the enemy's observation Haki from detecting it. Let's go. Newly crowned champion Zhuo swaggered towards the bustling street. His long-range observation Haki swept across, confirming that Violet and Baby 5 were not executing their tasks. Princess Violet, Rebecca's aunt. Zhuo thought it was really good. Rebecca would be his guardian knight, while Violet would serve as the lookout. At that moment, Violet was dancing gracefully on the street. As a user of the stare fruit, she naturally possessed the ability for long-range observation and could see through all lies. We've arrived. Zhuo finished the barbecue in Dressrosa and clapped his hands happily. Not bad. The former Princess Violet is now 25 years old. I think it's better for her to be with me than to stay with the Don Quixote family. I can also provide protection for your father. Zhuo similet. Knowing the relationship between Doflamingo and Violet. But that made it even more interesting. The pain belonged to Doflamingo, while the joy belonged to him, Zhuo. What are you talking about? She is the leader of our Don Quixote family. The subordinates were furious, but as they turned to roar, they were taken down by a single glance from Zhuo. The bystanders were immediately shocked and fled in all directions. They didn't want to die. Cyrus and Rebecca, who were in stealth mode, were on high alert. Come sail with me, Violet, and become my lookout. The invitation from Zhuo made Violet smile slightly. She handed over the rose in her hand. You weren't lying. However, Violet turned around and said sadly, but I am no longer in control of my own fate. Oh really? I just happened to be going to Doflamingo's place to find another maid. Of course, it will be my exclusive maid. Would you like to come along? The Demon King really is straightforward. Violet, dressed in a purple dress, followed Zhuo without refusing. At the mountain palace, Doflamingo was furious. What has this guy done? Violet is mine. Even though he was angry, he didn't dare to take action. Zhuo's record is terrifying. Moreover, he has the Empress, who is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, under his command. The newspaper that flew in early this morning reported that Fishman Island has been sent to Thunder God Island by Zhuo, who has forcibly occupied this island. It is well known that Fishman Island is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and Zhuo is practically declaring war. Instead of going to his own death, Doflamingo might as well wait for the 2 pirate crews to go to war. But right now, Zhuo has directly taken Violet. How much can one endure? Who in Dressrosa does not know, who does not understand? Violet is Doflamingo's woman, the well-known big sister. This is too much. Doflamingo's anger has not yet subsided. Zhuo had already arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. Anyone who dared to obstruct him was dealt with using his conqueror's Haki. Finally, he reached the palace at the summit. When he pushed open the door, Doflamingo was sitting in a recliner with a gloomy expression. He took a deep breath and laughed heartily to boost his morale. Fu. Shall we have a talk? There's nothing to talk about. Zhuo decisively refused. He turned to look at Baby 5 beside him. After Toribol took sugar to the underground arena, Baby 5 was responsible for serving tea and water to Doflamingo and carrying out tasks. Hearing Zhuo refuse Doflamingo, she immediately transformed her hands into cannons. Baby 5, I need you. Lord Demon King, you need me? Baby 5's little face flushed, and she retracted her weapons to look at Doflamingo. Young master, he needs me. Damn it. Doflamingo could no longer tolerate it. He completely suspected that Zhuo was here to dig a hole for him. Baby 5, become my maid and come sailing with me. With just one sentence, Yuzhua almost melted Baby Five's heart. What she needs the most is to be needed by others. Demon King Yuzhua, I hope you understand. Being a king, or one of the 7 warlords of the sea, means dealing with the world government. And you have already provoked the strongest white-beard pirates. Doflamingo has his own implications in his words. In his view, the current white-beard pirates dominate the new world. Red-haired just recently ascended to the position of an emperor. But the true overlord is still Whitebeard. Yuzhua is already in a difficult situation. If he provokes more enemies, he will surely struggle to survive in the new world. Is that right? You don't still have any connections with Kaido of the 100 Beasts or Big Mom, do you? That would be great, as it would allow me to solve everything at once, saving me the trouble of finding them one by one. Yuzhua is afraid of what the 4 emperors. His own strength is everything. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, shadows of all kinds appeared from all directions. Little ones, go eat the shadows. Yuzhua patted Shuriing. They were only the size of a palm and needed to consume more shadows to grow stronger. Before long, the subordinates and executives of the Don Quixote family had their shadows devoured one by one. Without their shadows, they fainted. What have you done? Doflamingo stood up in a rage. He didn't expect that Yuzhua was completely unconcerned about any threats. Are you stupid? I kill celestial dragons whenever I see them. What am I afraid of with the 4 emperors? Oh, I almost forgot. You're also a celestial dragon. Yuzhua's gaze fixed on Doflamingo, who immediately felt a bone-chilling sensation, as if he were being targeted by a titan beast. Threatening me? Do you want to die? Doflamingo erupted in anger. Rather than being angry, he should take care of the green light above his head first. Swish! In the next moment, the shadow ninja and the black-clad warrior appeared, carrying Torpal's corpse. The black-clad pincers and shadow blades brought a face full of fear to Sugar. How terrifying! What on earth is that? Sugar, who had been taken to the Dark Kingdom by the black-clad troops, was now trembling in fear. What did you do to Sugar? Doflamingo kicked out. The shadow giants appeared immediately, their tall bodies blocking the strike. The shadow bat in the sky emerged, hovering in the heavens. At this moment, the originally lively and bustling Dressrosa was plunged into darkness. Be good. Just turn your young master into a toy. Yuzhua grabbed Shadang, who was still in fear. You are the Demon King Yuzhua. Shadang screamed in terror. Trash! Yuzhua threw it out with one hand. Bang! After a burst of smoke, Sugar fainted, and all her abilities were nullified. Cyrus also returned to his normal form. Rebecca was also released from her invisibility state along with him. The entire Dressrosa was thrown into chaos. The old enemies have returned, and the carnival is about to become a festival of revenge. Ding! Main quest completed. Invite Violet and Baby 5 to set sail. Reward obtained. Target fruit. Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Observation Haki. Yuzhua is surrounded by Cyrus, Baby 5, Rebecca, and Violet. He then puts the target fruit into the system backpack. The main quest has begun. Defeat the knight, demon Don Quixote Doflamingo, and send him to read the news. Quest reward, flutter fruit. Who should this be given to? Yuzhua looked at Doflamingo with a wicked smile. You're so green, Doflamingo. White line of the wild waves. Facing Yuzhua, Doflamingo had no thoughts of underestimating him. In his view, in terms of individual strength, Yuzhua was definitely at the top tier below the 4 emperors. Therefore, he unleashed his powers in the awakened fruit state right away. Everything around them, the buildings and objects, transformed into white lines. Tens of thousands of white lines intertwined, converging into the waves before them. What is this? Yuzhua stood up without a second thought, transforming into a dragon-headed form. Monkey Talisman, Phantom Beast Species, Azure Dragon form. This form combined the Holy Master body with the Azure Dragon form. He appeared exceptionally tall, while also exuding a powerful sense of intimidation. Are you trying to stop me? Yuzhua held the Supreme Great Knife, the first generation of ghost chopping. After breaking through with the Conqueror's Haki and the Observation Haki, he became even stronger. How can you replicate Kaido's abilities? Doflamingo looked at Yuzhua. His white line of ruin was completely ineffective, like just scratching an itch. Is that so? His Conqueror's Haki is not as strong as mine. Yuzhua raised his flask and took a sip. He grinned and said, let's greet him, Doflamingo. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Bang! A sword sliced through the sky, severing the white lines one by one. In the face of absolute power, the so-called fruit awakening seemed inadequate. Doflamingo's pupils nearly trembled. He was all too familiar with this scene. If anyone among the 7 warlords of the sea hated Kaido the most, it would definitely be Gecko Moria. All his crew were killed, and he fell into despair for over a decade. Without a doubt, the one most afraid of Kaido was the night demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo. 1,000 arrows pierced the heart, feather strikes, lines. The armed color Haki-covered lines transformed into the shape of a flamingo, charging towards Zhuo, aiming to strangle him. Once hit, it would be like 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Boom! The supreme great knife blocked this attack from afar. You're quite weak. Zhuo looked at him, clearly not using his strength yet. How is that possible? Doflamingo looked at Zhuo's hands, and muscles appeared on his arms. His strength and speed erupted at that moment. Boom! The awakened attack of the fruit was blocked. The original Ghost Che swung like a wolf fawn club, directly striking Doflamingo's abdomen. A mouthful of black blood was spat out. Doflamingo looked at Zhuo in surprise, his glasses shattering at that moment. He gasped for breath, struggling to maintain his balance. At the same time, a large number of lines inside began to stitch together his organs, healing at the fastest speed. Let me see that move of yours. Zhuo held the supreme great knife, looking at Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was kneeling on one knee. Cough, cough. Foo, 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 what a monster. Doflamingo's entire aura had weakened to the extreme, yet he still pretended to be calm. I originally thought you must be a top-tier powerhouse beneath the 4 emperors. Now it seems you should be above this, enough to compete for the position of a 4 emperor. Your subordinates and your shadow minions can be considered as a 4 emperor configuration. But don't forget, without territory, merely having strength and influence cannot be called a 4 emperor. Doflamingo laughed heartily. In his eyes, Zhuo was nothing but brave but foolish. You might be misunderstanding. The reason I didn't kill you just now wasn't that I couldn't, but because I wanted to see you make a big move. Secondly, Dressrosa will also belong to me from now on. And your life is not stitched together by those few threads of yours. It's given by me. Zhuo said. Doflamingo looked surprised at Zhuo's palm. A faint glow emanated, which was the healing power of the Mafu charm. How do you know my strings can be stitched together? Doflamingo thought it was a secret related to his devil fruit awakening. What else could it be? Zhuo used a horse talisman to heal Doflamingo at an incredible speed, causing an unprecedented sense of frustration to arise in Tenyasha's heart. You are humiliating me. Doflamingo glared at Zhuo with hatred. Think whatever you want. Zhuo retracted his original ghost cutter. You seek death. 16 holy bullets, divine execution. Doflamingo felt his peak power restored, and he floated in midair. The giant waves of white lines transformed into 16 paths, enveloping all his armed color Haki. This is the strike said to pierce through any enemy. Swish! At this moment, Zhuo smiled with satisfaction. The era of the 7 warlords of the sea has ended. Just one sentence. On Zhuo's fist, the conqueror's Haki intertwined with the armament Haki of 2 colors. Transforming into his true form, he threw a punch at Don Quixote Doflamingo. Everything was shattered, and when the fist reached in front of him, Doflamingo's face was already twisted in rage. Damn it, they should all die. Doflamingo roared. He couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat Kaido, and yet he was no match for Zhuo. What's damn it, Flamingo, go to impel down and read the newspaper. Zhuo extended a finger. Don Quixote Doflamingo fell backward. He landed on the ground, his wings and claws spread out in a cross shape. The monkey curse transformed him into a real flamingo, sent to impel down to show Magellan that poisonous dragon. With a command from Zhuo, the Shadow Ninja directly took away all members of the Don Quixote family. Ding! Main quest completed. Defeat the heavenly Yiksha Don Quixote Doflamingo and send him to read the news. Quest reward: smooth fruit. Zhuo obtained the slippery fruit and tossed it into the system backpack. If it weren't to send Minggu to read the news, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. Side quest activated. Dominate Dressrosa. Establish the Demon King fleet. Quest reward: Shadow Legion Alien. It can change its form at will, just like the ever-changing black shadow of rubber. Zhuo glanced at the task, which was quite manageable. He was only one away from collecting the entire Shadow Legion. There were still quite a few of the 8 great demon chi left. It's done. Zhuo finished his own drink and picked up the drink that Doflamingo hadn't finished yet. Cyrus, from now on, Dressrosa will be just like Fishman Island and Alabasta. It's all my territory, no longer under the jurisdiction of the world government. The gold in the sky naturally cannot be handed over anymore. So make sure to guard it well for me. Also, I can't be bothered with the matter of the Don Quixote family's conspiracy being exposed. Zhuo walked halfway and patted Rebecca's shoulder. By the way, he is your father, and this is your aunt, so have a good time together. In the future, it will be rare for you, Violet, and Baby 5 to come back once you set sail. We, as pirates, are destined for a life of danger and challenges. Zhuo's words left Rebecca stunned. Cyrus also appeared uneasy. In the evening, the The Demon King's ship had finished replenishing its supplies. Yizhuo shook the wine bottle, resting his hands on the railing. The truth was revealed, and people were once again crying and lamenting the return of the King of Requiem. From today onwards, I recognize the King of Requiem as a minister, and Cyrus as a general. They will guard Dressrosa, while the Tontatta tribe will manage their own affairs and labor. As for the master of this island, it will only be me, Yizhuo. The originally noisy crowd instantly fell silent. You are ultimately just a pirate. We will never let a tragedy like Doflamingo's happen again. Demon King Yizhuo, even if you save us, you won't succeed. Boom! Thunder interrupted everyone's voices. From this day on, the Demon King's fleet is established. I declare that Alabasta, Fishman Island, and Dressrosa will all become my territory, Yizhuo. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will die, and you better behave. In an instant, there was silence. Yizhuo glanced at them. The banquet is starting, and we set sail tomorrow. Ding! Side quest completed. Dominate Dressrosa. Establish the Demon King fleet. Quest reward, Shadow Legion Alien. The banquet is extraordinarily lively. Yizhuo raised his cup and drank heartily. Side quest activated. The Peach Rabbit has appeared in Golden City. Defeat her and bring her out to sea. Quest hint. The next appearance in Golden City will be 6 years later, so please hurry. Quest reward, Shadow Legion Mantis type. Claimed to be the strongest Shadow Legion. More importantly, with this, Yizhuo has truly gathered all the Shadow Legions. At the banquet, Yizhuo's mood is very good. King Liku and Cyrus, the leader of the Tontatta tribe, are all asking what to do in the future. Yizhuo was too lazy to manage them and let them do it themselves. Anyway, they wouldn't listen to the World Conference. They absolutely wouldn't hand over the heavenly gold. After listening, the three of them were very confused. So how long do I need to regularly submit the protection fee? Just give me the tickets to the arena. Yizhuo yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. The three of them decided to leave, realizing that Yizhuo was not a logical person at all. Wait, Cyrus. You should sell more ice cola and popcorn when you're free. Of course, that money also belongs to me. Yizhuo pointed at Cyrus, conveniently healing his injured leg. My leg. Cyrus was overjoyed to see his new leg healing in this way. What is there to be happy about? Yizhuo waved his hand to signal them to step back. In a daze, he hadn't opened the character panel for many days, and now he clicked on it. The multiverse role-playing system was generating the character panel for host Yizhuo. Character panel world, pirate world time, year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar roll, Saint Master player. Yizhuo traits, photographic memory, demonic energy, fire demonic energy, lightning demonic energy, water demonic energy, wind demonic energy, sky demonic energy skills, swordsmanship, great swordsman, Haki, armament Haki, flowing cherry, observation Haki, future prediction, long distance, conqueror's Haki, overbearing entanglement, observation kill, talent, Saint Master body, full status, skills, 12 talismans, concept level, summoning, Shadow Legion, samurai, ninja, assassin, night bat, hunting claw, giant, shadow eater, alien, unlimited, treasures, book of time, unlocked, backpack, supreme great knife, original ghost cut, underworld blueprint, teleportation fruit, target fruit, slip fruit. Is there still no substitute general for Peach Rabbit? What can this guy do on the ship? Ambition began to look for a position for him in his heart. It is said that Peach Rabbit often disguises herself as a geisha to complete various tasks. She must be good at acting. She should be able to become a dancer. The next day, when Yizhuo woke up from his dreams, Rebecca, Violet, and Baby 5 had been waiting for a long time. It's time to set sail. They boarded the Demon King's ship. Yizhuo casually threw out 2 devil fruits. One was the teleportation fruit, given to Dasky, and the other was the slippery fruit, handed to little Suddy. You two are my guard swordsman and my beast tamer, respectively. These 2 devil fruits are quite suitable, so make good use of them. As for the target fruit, Yizhuo plans to recruit a sniper for the ship, but currently, there are no such talents available. The lookout is Violet, who possesses the ability of the Dengeki Nomi, making her practically a lie detector. The head maid is Baby 5, who has the ability of the weapons fruit and is solely responsible for taking care of Yizhuo. Rebecca's invisibility ability and Dashki's teleportation as bodyguards are just perfect. Seeing this tailor-made pirate crew, Yizhuo was quite satisfied. Damn, it's really awful. Were you doing this on purpose? Dasky took a bite of the teleportation fruit. Please call me Captain. Yizhuo glared at her, and Dasky only said 2 words, Captain. Little Suddy thought the slippery fruit tasted better the more difficult it was to eat. Indeed, people are different, some even not human. After the Dressrosa incident, following the Empress Hancock, the Sand Crocodile, the Moonlight Moria, and the Sea Knight Jinbei, another warlord of the sea, fell into misfortune. The nightmarish Don Quixote Doflamingo was also kicked out. More astonishingly, he was directly thrown into impelled down in front of Magellan. Some said this was a collaboration between the Navy and the Demon King. At first, it caused quite a stir. Soon, the rumors ceased, because some said impelled down was not under the Navy's control, but within the realm of the world government. People stopped discussing it, as it was indeed normal for the world government to do such things. The Moby Dick was sailing rapidly in one direction. The Golden City was known as the liveliest place on the sea, often frequented by celestial dragons. Yuzhuo bought a stack of newspapers and received a large pile of bounty notices. He looked at them with great interest. The Demon King Yuzhuo defeated 5 warlords of the sea, breaking the balance of the world. The 5th emperor is born, the Demon King Yuzhuo, occupying the 4 great kingdoms. The Demon King Yuzhuo declared war on the Whitebeard pirates at Fishman Island. Boring. Yuzhuo didn't want to look anymore. Why are all the headlines about him now? It's really boring to dominate the charts for so long. He picked up the bounty notice and saw that his bounty had skyrocketed to 5 billion berries. The bounties for the Empress, Robin, Perona, Nami, and Baby 5 had all increased significantly. But Vivi, Desbones, Sabo, Shirahoshi, Violet, and Rebecca had no bounties at all. How infuriating. My crew set sail completely voluntarily. Yet the Navy thinks I kidnapped them. It's truly slander. Yuzhuo was very angry, but what made him the angriest was being called the 5th emperor. 5th emperor? I am the Demon King. Angrily, Yuzhuo turned to look at the horizon. Finally, the Golden City, standing atop the super battleship, came into view. Here we are. Let's see if Tao 2 is around. If she is not here, then I might just have some fun for a few days. Yuzhuo's ultra-long-range observation Haki, accompanied by lightning magic energy, has developed an effect similar to a heart network. He sensed the entire Golden City, even from an extremely long distance. Found it. A gaze looked over, and it was indeed Peach Rabbit. However, Yuzhuo's Conqueror's Haki could be used as observation kill to hide his presence. Stop the ship, crew. We're going to have some fun for a few days. Yuzhuo stepped onto the Golden City. It truly was bustling, with a completely different vibe compared to Dressrosa. If Dressrosa was lively, decorated by Don Quixote Doflamingo as a fairy tale and romantic place, then the Golden City was a place of extravagant luxury created by the Golden Emperor Tezelo, with gold everywhere. Currently, Peach Rabbit was still carrying out a mission in the Golden City, posing as a geisha. At this moment, Peach Rabbit, who was not yet a candidate for admiral, was planning to encircle an entire pirate crew and capture them all at once. Yuzhuo was convinced of the whereabouts of the Peach Rabbit and no longer wasted time. However, strangely, as he stepped into the Golden City, the streets were empty. Everyone had vanished. Am I that terrifying? Yuzhuo asked himself. He was quite approachable. The captain's reputation didn't seem very good. Vivi pointed her toes and looked into the distance. As soon as the whole Golden City learned of Yuzhuo's appearance, it immediately hid away. The streets were empty. It was eerily quiet, frighteningly so. It's all that stupid Bird Morgan's fault, always slandering me. Those newspapers wrote that I committed every crime imaginable. Now it's great. I finally found a city that never sleeps, and yet everyone has gone home. Yuzhuo's mood was very bad. He could go find Tao 2, but the atmosphere in Golden City dampened his spirits completely. Taizolo. After Yuzhuo shouted these 3 words, the golden floor tiles on the street immediately melted, forming a staircase. A man dressed in a pink suit walked down from it. 9 of his 10 fingers were adorned with golden diamond rings, with only the ring finger of his left hand empty. He looked at Yuzhuo with a smiling face and even performed a bow. Lord Demon King, welcome to Golden City. Upon hearing your news, we cleared all the guests off the streets. Today, Golden City is here to serve only you, Lord Demon King. The appearance of Golden Emperor Taizolo was indeed worlds apart from how he was in his earlier days. It turns out that people ultimately become the ones they hate the most. As for whether the Dragon Slayer would turn into an evil dragon, that was merely a fool's dream. Today, I have booked Golden City for 3 days. Yuzhuo knew that the Golden Emperor was saying this on purpose, but he really did want to play for 3 days. Since the Golden Emperor said it was for him, then let us make it even more thorough. Since we're going to play, let's go all the way. All right, the Demon Lord is right. Tezelo was grinning from ear to ear, but his heart was bleeding. 3 days, that would cost a fortune. He had a lot of golden belly, but he couldn't waste it like this, no matter how painful it was. He had to endure it, or else Yuzhuo might get unhappy, and the entire Golden City could sink right there. Demon Lord, There are ships to escape. The lookout. Violet reported immediately. Dazbone and Rebecca appeared at Yishua's sides as guards. The Empress, Khalifa, looked around to confirm the situation. Baby 5 was even more extreme, wanted to turn into a cannon. The Golden Emperor was already pale as a ghost. Only then did he realize that Violet was using the stare fruit right in front of Yishua. Isn't that the big sister? Don Quixote Doflamingo was too miserable. Even lying and impelled down, he still had a glowing head. Tezolo, what is going on with that warship? Yishua brought the Golden Emperor Tezolo back to reality with a single sentence. Tezolo followed Yishua's gaze and saw 3 warships protecting the front ship's escape on the sea. They seemed to be the Navy. They must be afraid of the Demon Lord's arrival. Just as the Golden Emperor was about to laugh, Zilliwin turned around and confirmed. We found that the person they're escorting is wearing an oxygen mask. It's a celestial dragon. It's over. Tezolo's face turned ashen. Before the Demon Lord's ship arrived at Golden City, he had notified everyone to hide quickly and not to show themselves. Normally, celestial dragons wouldn't care about this at all. They wouldn't even want to respond, since there were usually great generals to take the blame. If necessary, the Holy Knights would also step in. However, as soon as they heard Yizhuo was coming, the celestial dragons turned pale and disappeared on the spot. The Golden Emperor initially thought the celestial dragons were hiding out of fear due to Yizhuo's previous actions. He didn't expect them to flee at the first opportunity. This was purely running away at the sight of Yi. Moreover, with 3 warships providing protection, wasn't that attracting Yizhuo's attention? How many celestial dragons are there? Yizhuo was too lazy to use the ultra-long-range observation Haki. There were 3 of them, 2 men, 1 old and 1 young, and a young woman. Violet quickly reported. What do they look like? Yizhuo's words left the Golden Emperor dumbfounded. He had long been aware of Yizhuo's dark sense of humor. Before the Demon King Yizhuo, men, women, and children would hide whenever they heard that the celestial dragons were coming. After Yizhuo's incident, those beauties were afraid to go out upon hearing his name. Not too bad. Violet didn't understand Yizhuo's meaning. Baby 5 from now on as the head maid. You will have your first maid under your command. Little Suddy, when this thing comes back, make sure to train her well. Robin, give a newcomer a bit of a hard time. The 3 nodded, and little Suddy even flicked her whip. Stop! Yizhuo shouted. With a stretch of his body, the magic of water surged. The sea transformed into a towering giant, directly blocking the path of the battleship. Come here. With a roar, the seawater turned into a massive wave, flowing in the opposite direction toward Golden City. In no time, it appeared near the port. Take care of it. Yizhuo waved his hand. The Empress directly turned an old and a young celestial dragon into stone sculptures. Only the female celestial dragon stood there, dumbfounded. All right, take them away. Yizhuo's casual remark prompted little Suddy to lash out. Near the port, the Golden Emperor Tezolo, who witnessed this scene, had a flicker of memory in his eyes. The celestial dragon who became a maid was trembling in fear. Who would have thought that these high and mighty figures could also tremble with fear? Lord Demon King, your actions will attract the Marine Admiral and the Demon Slaying Order. It's better to be cautious. Let me, Golden City, treat you well. The Golden Emperor dared not act rashly, yet he secretly felt pleased. If only he had Yizhuo's strength back then. Could he have saved his beloved? A Marine Admiral? Let him come. I'm waiting. Yizhuo moved forward. Don't the shops and food on this street operate? It's lively here. Do you really think I accept just anyone? Don't worry. Anyone with looks below a certain standard, equal to that of those celestial dragons, can only become a servant. A single sentence from Yizhuo rendered the Golden Emperor speechless. He clapped his hands, and the shopkeepers emerged from their stores. They forced smiles and began their business. Free. For the next 3 days, all expenses for Lord Demon King's crew will be covered by me, Tizolo. The Golden Emperor greeted them enthusiastically. The pirates, who usually bullied the weak and feared the strong, did not dare to move at all. The moment they saw the celestial dragon maid following Yizhuo, they felt a shiver of fear. Would the Navy Admiral come? Would Golden City sink then? Crew members, let's stay here for a while before we set off again. Yizhuo raised his glass to celebrate this moment. Unable to help but smile, he glanced at the alley in the distance. After bidding farewell to everyone, including Tizolo, he quietly arrived here. A tall and beautiful figure was reporting to her superior. The Demon King Yizhuo had killed 2 celestial dragons and enslaved the remaining one as a maid. I need support now. Please dispatch reinforcements quickly. At least 2 generals are needed to take down such an existence. Before Tao Tu finished speaking, Yizhuo, hiding his presence with Conqueror's Haki observation kill, appeared before her. The phone worm on the other end began to respond. Tao Tu, conceal your identity well. We will not dispatch a general. The current situation is special, and it has already passed the confirmation of the 5 elders. There will be a time to deal with him, but not now. Tao Tu raised her head to look at Zhuo in front of her. I think I can no longer hide. Her gaze flickered, and she drew her long sword. Tao Tu, I will make sure you have no way to escape. Zhuo originally thought he would have to go look for Tao Tuesday. Unexpectedly, she appeared on her own first. The currently on-duty Tao Tu was wearing a graceful long dress of a dancer, adorned with heavy makeup and red lips. This created a striking contrast to her heroic movements when she drew her sword. Come sail with me, Tao Tu. My ship is in urgent need of a dancer. It's quite difficult to maintain both mental and physical health at sea without enjoying a dance. Zhuo easily made a move, blocking the attack with a sword wrapped in armament Haki. This sword is not bad. You can't get on my ship, Tao Tu thought. The rumors are indeed true. The body of the Demon King Zhuo is really that good? Even Kaido of the Beast can't withstand it. You have no choice. Zhuo's entire body was enhanced with power, using the Bull Talisman, Conqueror's Haki, and Armament Haki intertwined. Inch punch. With a crack, a rib of Peach Rabbit broke. Oops. I really don't know how to cherish beauty. Damn it. Peach Rabbit fell to the ground, and just as she tried to get up, she found her breath was weak. I need to rest for a while. Zhuo patted her forehead, and Tao Tu completely lost consciousness. He lifted Tao Tu onto his shoulder. Zhuo swaggered towards the Demon King's ship. Vivi, please help with the healing. Perona, don't let her develop any psychological issues. Zhuo gave a command and threw the Peach Rabbit into the cabin. Seeing this scene, the pirates turned pale as death. How long has it been? Zhuo first captured a celestial dragon as a slave, and then threw a long-legged person into the ship's cabin. Who was that just now? The Golden Emperor Tezelo asked with admiration. They were supposed to be the backbone of the future navy, but now they have become the backbone of my Demon King fleet. Zhuo's words left the Golden Emperor Tezelo confused, as he did not know that there would be a world conscription in the future. Tao Tu would also become a renowned candidate general. Ding. Main quest completed. Invite Tao Tu on board. Quest reward. Shadow Legion Mantis form. The host has gathered the Shadow Legion and obtained the 9 major masks dominant version. The masks can be given to crew members without affecting their personalities, but they will be marked with the host pattern and enhance their dominance, summoning the Shadow Legion. Zhuo immediately had 9 masks in his hands. He gave them to the Empress, Califa, Vivi, Robin, Nami, Perona, Little Suddy, Shirahoshi, and Baby 5. Rebecca and Dasky were his guardian knights and swordsmen, and could not leave his side. Violet was also a lookout who needed to be by his side at all times to identify lies. In this way, after it was reported in the newspaper, it would make Doflamingo feel the pressure when he read the news and impelled down. As for Peach Rabbit, she had just boarded the ship and was still an intern crew member. Captain, what is this? Califa was about to speak when a pirate flag mark from Zhuo appeared on her arm. I have one too. The Empress was overjoyed as she saw this as something unique to her. It was just branded on her ankle. Everyone appeared with the brand in different places. This will enhance your Haki, with no side effects, and summon different shadow troops. What Zhuo didn't say was that anyone's authority over the shadow was less than his. However, I suppose no one would dare to do so. He indeed still has some grievances against me, Dasky said sadly. But I am the right-hand guard of the Demon Lord, just like Aunt Violet, and this position is very important. Rebecca defended cautiously. It is already our honor to be able to protect the Demon Lord well, Violet said happily. What Demon Lord? I would only call him Captain at most. Dasky always felt that this showed a lack of respect for her. What's wrong? Are you jealous because you don't have control over the Shadow Legion? Zhuo looked at Dasky. Seeing her turn her head in anger, he found it amusing. Protecting me is equally important, Dasky. Upon hearing this, Dasky did not refuse and simply looked down at the other side. Bai Xing and Wei Wei are little crybabies. And you're a little jealous. Zhuo joked as he picked up the bottle and walked towards a distance. Golden City is not bad. It's just right to have some fun here for a while. The main chain quest has been activated. Dominate the Seas, Part 1, South China Sea. Go greet the future supernova of the evil era, the gluttonous girl Bonnie. Quest reward, Moon's demonic energy. Zhuo didn't expect that this time the task refresh would take some time. Now, his Demon King fleet has truly been established. Having crew members who can summon the Shadow Legion is equivalent to having 9 captains of a large fleet. In the future, once the 8 major demon energies are collected, will also trigger rewards. Zhuo is very interested in the immense power of the moon's magic energy. However, there are certain limitations. He needs to first control the moon's gravitational pull in order to further influence the blue planet. At that point, it will be extremely terrifying. The South China Sea? Fortunately, this time a mission has no time limit, so he can play for a few days first. Isn't it just because of the doldrums that there are sea kings? King Poseidon is still on his ship, going wherever he wants. If it really doesn't work, he can fly there. If all else fails, he can directly use the water magic energy to command the sea. Cheers! Yi Zhuohuan cheered, and the excitement belonging to the Demon King pirate group would never be lacking. With Nine Snake Island, Alabasta, Fishman Island, and Dressrosa as their territories, along with the subordinates and a complete shadow army under their command. Yi Zhuang is already at the 4 emperors level in terms of personal strength, his subordinates' power, and the territory he occupies. However, as Yi Zhuang said, for emperors, is he stronger than the Demon King? 3 days later, the Golden Emperor Taizolo sent 30 billion berries to Yi Zhuang, along with over 100 boxes of gold. He smiled and welcomed him, but his heart was bleeding. It wasn't until he saw the Demon King's ship sail away that the Golden Emperor Taizolo let out a sigh of relief. He just hoped Yi Zhuang would never come back. His heart couldn't take it. When Peach Rabbit slowly woke up from her sickbed and was basically healed, the Demon King's ship was already sailing towards the South Sea, having to fly over the Red Earth continent. You're awake? Vivi looked at Peach Rabbit with concern. You are the Alabasta princess who was taken by the Demon King, Yi Zhuang? Peach Rabbit had naturally seen this piece of information. In fact, it was voluntary, although the captain wasn't interested. Vivi smiled. The 3-year promise made when they set sail now worried her. Would she be willing to let go when the time comes? How could that be? Don't be afraid. I've already contacted headquarters, Peach Rabbit said as she tried to stand up to get her sword. Be careful. You still need to recover. The captain has a bad temper. If you act up again, he'll feed you to the fish. Before Vivi finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Soon after, a celestial dragon maid in a maid outfit walked in. Do you need food, Captain Vivi? You are that celestial dragon. Peach Rabbit braced herself against the wall and looked at the maid in front of her. It was actually the celestial dragon who had once acted recklessly in Golden City. At that moment, Peach Rabbit had countless question marks in her head. What is going on in this era? Are celestial dragons so worthless now? South Sea. Located outside the doldrums of the Grand Line, this area has always had nice scenery. Among the future worst generation supernovas, Kid, Killer, and Bonnie all come from this region. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant Kuma, was once one of the kings here. According to the life card, Kid and Killer's hometown was actually a kingdom occupied by pirates. This shows the situation here. At this time, Tyrant Kuma had also joined Vegapunk's pacifist and seraphim plans. His daughter Bonnie was still causing small disturbances in the area, not having truly grown strong enough to set out to sea. After crossing the Red Earth continent, they passed through the doldrums. Yi Zhuo had not yet had a chance to make a move. Bai Xing, who was gradually mastering her own power, made the Sea King step aside and pushed the Demon King's ship forward. After leaving the windless zone, Yi Zhuangxin's mood improved significantly. Continue to cultivate the 6 forms of the Navy, marksmanship, and swordsmanship. These are all your required courses. After breaking through, you can awaken Haki. Vice Captain Hancock will teach Haki, and Calipho will teach the 6 forms of the Navy. Also, Rebecca and Dashki will teach swordsmanship. Tontatta could only cough awkwardly upon seeing this scene. She could only sit in a corner of the Demon King's ship all day long, waiting for the latest newspapers and news. Another deep night. Yi Zhuo is fast asleep. A beautiful figure bursts in. Bang! Yi Zhuo punched the sneaky Taodu away. Damn, is she really that strong, even without using Haki? Taodu angrily fell onto the deck of the Demon King's ship, feeling like her bones were about to fall apart. She could only lean on her sword to slowly regain her strength. Eat a bit. Dashki placed a portion of roasted meat in front of her. This scene resembled Marco the Phoenix persuading Fire Fist Ace. The captain is a monster. You can't defeat him. You used to be in the Navy. How can you say such a thing? Taodu took deep breaths to calm herself. I have always been. Many people on the ship have a 3-year agreement. If you want to leave after 3 years, that guy definitely won't stop you. But before that, if you dare to leave, you must die. How can you uphold justice? Dashki leaned against the wall, and her words brought Taodu back to her senses. That guy needs you to become one of his 7 warlords of the sea. Dashki revealed the final piece of information. 7 warlords of the sea? Upon hearing this, Taodu picked up the roasted meat and started eating it eagerly. It seems like she's still the first. Is it luck? This strange fate. For the first time, Taodu, dressed in a dancer's long skirt, found food delicious. 3 years? More than 1,000 days shouldn't be too long, right? What she was more curious about was what had happened to the Navy headquarters. Why didn't they send a Marine admiral after the Celestial Dragons were attacked? Taodu also despised the Celestial Dragons, but even the elders nodded, which seemed even more bizarre. A tall figure in a cloak walked out of the cabin. He stretched out a hand and gazed at Taodu. Taudu, become one of my 7 warlords of the sea. Venture into the ocean with the name of the Demon King. Grow stronger and let your justice resonate throughout the sea. Yizhua's words made Tautu's heart inexplicably race. What justice are you, a pirate, talking about? Tautu continued to gnaw on the roasted meat. When I destroy the celestial dragons and take over the 4 seas, the Grand Line, the New World, and the Red Line, I will be justice. I will be fairness. I will be freedom. Yizhua laughed heartily, making Tautu's heart race even faster. Demon King, with me here, you won't be able to dominate the world. Oh really? My queen, the 7 warlords. You better put in some effort. Also, please remember to address me as captain. Yizhua knocked on Tautu's head again, and this time there was no rebuttal, because Tautu had passed out. Ah, the sea, you are always full of romance. The Salt Kingdom, the kingdom once ruled by the tyrant bear. Yizhua stepped onto the island. The pirate flag of the Demon King's ship brought countless conflicts to a halt at this moment. What a pity. The tyrant bear is in the New World. The pawpaw fruit is so much fun. Yizhua used his observation Haki to sweep across the kingdom, searching for the whereabouts of the gluttonous woman, Bonnie. Bonnie was hard to find. Her devil fruit allowed her to freely switch between different ages. Unless one had portraits of Bonnie at various ages, it would be difficult to locate her. Of course, a sufficiently powerful observation Haki could also remember her presence. Unfortunately, Yizhua was that person. As soon as the Shadow Army took action, they quickly began searching for Bonnie in the streets and alleys. A day later, at the winter domain port of the Salt Kingdom, in a tavern, the gluttonous woman Bonnie was feasting heartily. She appeared to be in her 70s, but she ate exceptionally quickly. While eating, she was also reading a newspaper in her hand. Her identity could be said to be the princess of this kingdom, but due to the slander from the world government, she had to become a pirate. Just like Tyrant Kuma, a gentle person who was labeled as a tyrant. Reflecting on Cobra from Alabasta, who was slandered for using dance powder, and the King Riku of Dressrosa, who was manipulated by Doflamingo to massacre civilians. Bartholomew Kuma was likely similar. The Demon King Yizhua robbed a noble celestial dragon in the Golden City? Nonsense. All celestial dragons deserve to die. However, this guy actually came to the South Blue. Want to find me? He doesn't even think about how he would search in this vast sea of people. After saying this, Bonnie heard the sound of blades behind her. Yizhua's supreme great knife was pressed against her neck. Boss, give me a box of your strongest liquor. The tavern owner immediately began to search upon seeing this scene. How did you find me? Bonnie had changed her age 7 times that day. No one should have discovered her. It's nothing, just a lot of eyes watching. As Yizhua spoke, shadows appeared in and out of the room, forming numerous dark figures. 9 dark figures, enough to cover the sky and the ground. Coupled with the Sea Kings controlled by Baixing, they could be considered the strongest in land, sea, and air. Your abilities are as perverse as rumored. But I won't submit. Don't think you can make me your woman. Bonnie quickly stood up, her movements light as she dodged the blades and swords. In an instant, she transformed into a little girl and hid under the table. As she moved forward, she reappeared behind the wine cabinet. Damn it, why don't you men in black turn into babies? Bonnie realized that her fruit ability had no effect on Yizhua. Is that so? I don't know. Yizhua waved his hand. Bonnie, who was originally planning to escape through the back door of the tavern, was kicked back by the tall Empress. Figures appeared from all directions. What on earth do you want to do? Bonnie found herself with no way out, nowhere to escape. Bonnie, come with me to the sea and become my chef. At that moment, Bonnie, who was originally searching for a way to survive, was momentarily stunned. She thought she would be taken back to be the bandit's wife, but instead, it was to be a chef. Do you think that's possible? No fight, no deal. Let's start with a greeting. Yizhua rubbed his fists and flicked a finger. Ding. Main storyline chain, quest completed. Dominate the 4 seas, South China Sea. The gluttonous female Bonnie. Quest reward. Moon's Demonic Energy Complete Edition. Yizhua reigned in a bit of strength. However, Bonnie rolled her eyes and collapsed. The main storyline chain quest has been activated. Dominate the seas 2. East Sea, the leader of the GM Army's Eastern troops, Betty. The Adventure of the Sea also requires adventure. Quest reward. Mountain Demon Chi Complete Edition. He picked up Bonnie in one fell swoop. Yizhua integrated the lunar magic energy into his body. Although the lunar magic energy requires traveling to the moon and first controlling the moon's gravity, it serves as the complete form of power. Yizhua could feel that his control over the surrounding matters had further improved. It's time to go. The next target is the East Sea. The GM Army has its own influence across the 4 seas. Among them, the leader of the East Sea is Betty, a user of the Inspire fruit ability. She can give others courage and reveal the strength hidden deep within their hearts. Bonnie is already the daughter of Bear. If another Betty were to be taken away, it is likely the dragon would be jumping with anxiety. Thinking of this, Yijua's mood has improved quite a bit. The Demon King's ship has sailed through the doldrums, crossing the Grand Line, heading towards the East Sea. In fact, if it weren't for the Red Line and the doldrums blocking the way, the four seas would have long been united into one, becoming ALLBLUE. East Sea. Damn it. Dreaming of making me your chef. Bonnie stood at the bow of the ship. After waking up, she tried every possible way to escape, but she was found by the Shadow Corps at the first opportunity. We've arrived. Yi Zhuang looked at an island, which was the base of Betty. What are you doing here? Bonnie asked with a puzzled expression. Her father was in the GM army, and she naturally couldn't explain her relationship with it. Of course, I'm looking for someone who can inspire my fleet. As a pirate, one must have courage for adventures on the sea. Yijua's words made Bonnie feel a sense of unease. First, use the Conqueror's Haki to take them all down, so she wouldn't escape in the chaos. Yi Zhuang showed no mercy as he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki on the island's guards, rendering them all unconscious. Only Betty remained awake. To be precise, it was the Conqueror's Haki that broke through the observation kill. One could say that even the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters would faint from it. Being able to withstand Yi Zhuang's Conqueror's Haki itself signified that one's strength had reached a certain level. There are still surprises. Yizhua looked towards the port. Besides the fearless Betty, there was a figure that Bonnie was very familiar with. It's Bartholomew Kuma. For years later, Kuma will enter the final stage of transformation. But now the transformation has just begun, so he still looks no different from a normal person. Why is this guy fixated on me? Betty blew a smoke ring, surprised that a pirate would target the GM army. Fortunately, this guy likes to make a show of things. Kuma thinks that if Yizhua were a bit more low-key, he wouldn't have been able to arrive here so quickly today. Watch out. I'm going to beat your dad. Yizhua rubbed his fists. In his eyes, Bonnie's small frame was really not durable, and the ability user of the pawpaw fruit, Kuma, was clearly a peak combat power below the four emperors. He could definitely hold his own in a fight. Let's greet him, Kuma. Huh. Yizhua was enveloped in white mist, with dual-colored domineering aura swirling around him. He transformed into a streak of light and appeared at the port in an instant. Xiong had anticipated this. He could not predict Yizhua's aura, but he understood Yizhua's style of doing things. The ability of the meatball fruit was activated, merging with the domineering aura. It turned out that the entire island had already been compressed by a massive aura from Xiong's paw, ultimately gathering in his palm. Waiting for a long time, the Demon King Yizhua, Xiong struck out with his paw. Interesting. It seems you have prepared a big move for me. Yizhua's punch met head-on. This can be said to be his full power strike with Haki and the Bull Talisman. Crack. The meatball fruit was shattered. Indeed, Haki transcends everything. Such powerful Haki and strength. Kuma couldn't help but praise. After he confirmed Bonnie's situation at first glance, he chose to take action. Kuma. Bonnie stood at the port, staring at her father. She couldn't understand why she didn't call him Dad. You people are really rude. Yizhua really doesn't understand the rules of the South China Sea. Why doesn't Bonnie call the tyrant bear Dad? Always going on about bears. How can I let you succeed? Betty gripped the flagpole and lunged forward with a strike. Yizhua seized the opportunity and directly pulled him over with overwhelming strength. Betty, you're no match for him. After Yizhua easily countered Xiong's full-force attack just now, he understood the gap in strength. Today, I will take Betty and Bonnie away. If you want to stop me, at least let Long come and give it a try. Of course, if he comes too late, it will likely be even more difficult. Yizhua held Betty in one hand and carried Bonnie on his shoulder. The two kept patting his back, trying to escape. Throughout the entire time, the bear did not make a move. He sat on the ground, blood slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth. Your power is too strong. Even a dragon cannot defeat you. The bear was actually injured. Are you dying soon? Yizhua had not yet called upon the power of magic. It's not that serious, just needs a little rest. The bear looked at the Demon King Yizhua, and on his large hand was a small phone bug. A middle-aged man's voice came from it. It was none other than the world's most notorious criminal, Dragon. Of course, this title had long been replaced by the Demon King Yizhua. After defeating Akainu and Kizuru by himself, he was already called the strongest creature. Mr. Demon King, shall we talk? Talk about what? I'm not someone who likes to just talk without taking action. Betty and Bonnie continued their attacks, but they couldn't even break through Yizhua's defenses. Do you want to join us? Dragon asked frankly. I refuse. I was born to be a pirate. A fortune teller once said I would be a pirate whose bones would pile up by the thousands. My destiny is to become a Demon King. Yizhua now speaks without blushing or missing a heartbeat. Interesting, Mr. Demon King. According to the intelligence we have, you seem to be doing quite well on the 4 islands you occupy. However, if you don't let them pay the heavenly gold, the 5 elders may be dissatisfied. Join us. You are not a brutal pirate. On the contrary, you are a warrior who hates pirates. Long's words made Yizhua not want to hear another word. Why don't you say I'm a knight? Yizhua threw Bonnie and Betty onto the boat. He snatched the book from the bear's hand and flipped through 2 pages. So this is what you were looking at. I thought it was something else. Yizhua returned the book to Xiong. I will not join either side, whether it's the celestial dragons or the 5 elders. Anyone who stands in my way will only have one outcome, death. Also, if you want to talk next time, come directly to me. Don't use the phone bug. Your phone operator might accidentally get killed by me. Hang up the phone bug. Yizhua took a sip of the strong liquor bought from the South China Sea. He tossed a bottle to Xiong. The liquor from your hometown, your daughter Bonnie, your colleague Betty, I've taken them all. Yizhua Hui waved his hand and stepped onto the plank. At the port, Xiong watched this scene, picked up the South Sea wine after bidding farewell to Bonnie, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. It's rare to see his daughter and drink the wine of his hometown. Mr. Demon King, you're truly a romantic person. Ding. Main storyline chain task completed. Dominate the 4 seas 2, East Sea. Inspire the fruit user Betty. Task reward. Mountain Demon Chi Complete Edition. Mountain Demon Chi significantly increases defense and digestion capabilities. The more you eat, the larger your size, and the more terrifying your defense. Main storyline chain task unlocked. Dominate the 4 seas 3, North Sea, Vinsmoke family, Pink Poison, Reiju. Task reward. Exoskeleton Perfect. A powerful exoskeleton developed by Judge through research on bloodline factors? Or is it of perfect level? Yizhua's body is already enhanced with 12 talismans and the body of the Holy Lord. Additionally, it is reinforced with advanced 3-color domineering energy, and coupled with a perfect exoskeleton. Isn't it true that standing still makes it impossible to break through the defense? Not to mention that now there is also the demonic energy of the mountain. The more one consumes, the stronger one becomes. I'm a bit hungry now. Yizhua walked back to the cabin and snapped his fingers. The moon's magic energy, combined with the chicken talisman spell, lifted the Demon King's ship into the air. The buoyancy of the chicken talisman alone was not enough to match the float fruit. Now, with the moon's magic energy further enhancing it, even the float fruit and the gravity fruit could act without fear. He planned to go to the moon one day to fully activate the moon's magic energy. Although the magic energy was in its complete form, all 8 great demons had ways to further enhance their own power. The true strength of the moon's magic energy was when it eroded the entire moon. I'm half full. Yizhua is very strange. He finished all the food on the ship in one go. How could he still only be half full? However, his height has increased to 5 meters, and his physique has also become much stronger. It seems that it's because I was already strong, so the increase in height is relatively small. Yizhua was still thinking that he first needed to reach the height of a general, then break through to Whitebeard's 6 meters, and afterwards challenge 9 meters, as well as the minimum height of giants at 12 meters. He needed to eat well. Our food is gone. Califa was shocked and looked desperate after finishing her count. You asked me to be the chef, but you ate everything? Bonnie huffed with her hands on her hips. Now, this is great. She would also have to go hungry. So what exactly did Dragon say to you? Betty was more concerned about that. He asked me to join you, but I refused. Yizhua yawned and said while walking, but I also forgot to mention that you can all join my big ship group. Yizhua leaned against the railing, looking calm as he said, if the food is gone, we can buy more. Leaving the GM army can make me your inspiration. But this is the Red Earth continent, located at the center of the world. We must celebrate with a fire. The Demon King's ship flies over the Red Earth continent. If you look to the sides, you will see vast lands. But in the center, you can see the Holy Land, Mariehua, at a glance. Yizhua's cheeks puffed up, gathering a large amount of wind magic. Whoosh! A storm swept across the land. Let's have some of this. With one hand wielding lightning and the other hand conjuring a fireball, lightning and flames descended from the sky simultaneously. Yizhua snapped his fingers after finishing. Using the magic of the sky, he shrouded Mariehua in dark clouds. Whoosh! The Demon King's ship sailed through the sky, heading toward the North Sea. Unlike other kingdoms, the Vinsmoke family, which once dominated the North Sea, is a fortress kingdom floating on the ocean. Although they also joined the World Conference, they are fond of war. Trying to go there to replenish supplies is akin to starving. This is also the birthplace of Drake, Law, Hawkins, Bellamy, and the Don Quixote family. Akainu, Kizaru, and Fujitora are also powerful figures who emerged from the North Sea. They docked at a small island harbor. Khalifa and the others quickly stocked up on a large amount of supplies. Bonnie was surrounded by a huge pile of ingredients, sitting in the tavern and eating heartily. This time, Yizhua is also indulging in food. His body is still undergoing transformation due to the demonic energy of the mountains, growing to a height of 3 meters. For now, he is full, but he doesn't know when he'll be hungry again. Yizhua picked up a bottle of strong liquor from Beihai, treating it like dessert. It's time to go, Bonnie. Damn it, you can eat more than I can. Bonnie trailed behind Yizhua with a huge pile of food. Not far away, Betty was on the phone with the headquarters. Huh, let me sail with the Demon King. What about the East Sea? I believe in their strength. But Betty couldn't believe it. The dragon's order was for her to sail with Yizhua and build a good relationship. So, has the dragon made plans? Or should we join the Demon King's fleet? Yizhua was not worried at all that Betty would leave. Did you give Long some kind of potion? Betty puffed out a smoke ring, looking puzzled. Call me Lord Demon King. Bang. After lightly tapping her head, Betty fainted. Take her away. Robin used the Hana no me to weave an arm stretcher. Vivi and Perona immediately started the rescue. Rebecca and Dasky, standing beside Yizhua, both looked worried. Oh no, I've gotten stronger again and didn't control my strength well. Yizhua showed no sign of remorse. Violet stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. The Empress commanded others with an air of arrogance. White Star listened seriously to the teachings. This left Carifa confused, as the Empress was not reprimanding White Star. Nami was calculating rapidly, figuring out the ship's expenses. Little Suddy and Baby 5 were discussing how to find a few more maids for Yizhua. The Celestial Dragon's maids dared not respond a word, trembling in a corner. The adventures of the sea never ceased. Giant snails were pieced together to form a movable fortress. They could also use this method to leap across the Red Earth continent. The Vinsmoke family would forever drift aimlessly on the sea. They once dominated the North Sea by force, trampling over the kings of various nations. The Demon King Yizhua's ship arrived in the North Sea. Inside the fortress, rows of genetically modified beings stood lined up like walls. The eldest son, Vinsmoke Ichiji, opened the conversation with a single sentence. Intelligence reported that the leader of the GM Army's East Sea Fleet, Betty, had been taken away by the Demon King. There was also a young female pirate from the South Sea, named something like Bonnie. The second son, Vinsmoke Niji, clearly did not care. Their family was like a moving fortress, able to strike wherever they wanted. Likewise, they could escape to wherever they wished. They did not believe the Demon King Yizhua could find them. This guy had a bounty of over 3 billion berries and was even a 5th emperor? Ridiculous. He had never fought against any of the 4 emperors. Even his achievements against admirals sounded extremely untrustworthy. The fourth son, Vinsmoke Yanji, threw the newspaper aside. The outside world rumored that he was indeed a pervert who liked to collect crew members. The king of Germa Kingdom, known as the Monster Bird Judge. He glanced at his daughter Reiju and casually said, "Be careful, this guy's a lot of fluff." But the Empress on his ship was once a warlord of the underworld. Understood, father. Reiju nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a large hole opened up in the wall behind them. Damn it, they finally found it. Yizhua spotted Jiaji at a glance and casually grabbed his collar. Are you really calling yourself a strange bird? Demon King Yizhua. Jiaji boasted for less than 10 seconds. Yizhua appeared here and grabbed his collar. Who else could it be but me? Bang! A punch sent Jiaji flying. As Lei Jio's wings fluttered, trying to take the opportunity to leave, Khalifa had already blocked her path. Damn it! What I Vinsmoke? Like the least is people. Even if you are the Demon King, you cannot contend with countless troops. The eldest son, Vinsmoke Ichiji, said angrily. Look, is your father still awake? Yizhua grabbed his fiery red hair. Are you comparing military strength with me? Does your Vinsmoke family have that capability? 9 dark shadows appeared at the same time. Along with them, a shadow army surrounded the entire Vinsmoke family, leaving no room for escape. Yizhua patted Lei Jio and smiled kindly, saying, drifting on the sea, it's inevitable that we encounter some enemies skilled in using poison. Like the Plague Quinn from the Beast Pirates, or Caesar, a former colleague of Vegapunk and a Wano fruit user. If you were here, it would definitely reduce a lot of trouble. Become my detoxification doctor, Legio. Yizhua's tall figure exudes an invisible pressure. The armor gathers the magic of thunder and lightning. The physique is infused with the magic of the mountains. The robe is crafted from the magic of water and the moon. Plus, there's the supreme great knife, the first-generation ghost cut, at his waist. Yizhua has a number of reliable cadres behind him. From the pirate world, there is the Empress Hancock. From the Navy, there is Peach Rabbit. And from the GM Army, there is Betty, who are known as the 3 Great Witches. High-ranking cadres include Khalifa, Robin, Vivi, Nami, Perona, Little Suddy, Shirahoshi, and Bonnie. Additionally, there are Rebecca, Dasky, and Violet as the captain's guards. Coming from Amazon Lily, they are seasoned fighters who can use Haki, along with countless shadows from the 9 Great Shadows. As soon as Yi Zhuang appeared, it was as if he brought an entire 4 Emperors crew with him. The invisible sense of oppression made Zhuo dare not have the slightest thought of defiance. The defeated brothers around her and her father, who lay unconscious not far away, compelled Zhuo to submit. She lowered her head, and the thought that the Vinsmoke family's dream of dominating the North Sea could never be realized again made her heart ache. No need to be sad. From now on, the Vinsmoke family will be my exclusive assassin group. Yizhuo looked at Jiaji, who was suspended in midair, and Zhuo. The magic talisman healed him in an instant. Cough, cough. Jiaji couldn't believe he was still alive. Lord Demon King. He was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. As the former overlord of the North Sea, he wouldn't even use Haki in the life card. After seeing Sanji use Haki, he even thought that this child had already surpassed him. Such a being, faced with Big Mom's betrayal, actually chose to cry. What a brutal yet cowardly guy. Shut up. From now on, your daughter Zhuo will follow me to become an antidote physician. Your Vinsmoke family will also become my exclusive assassin group. Do not defy. Yizhua's words made Jiaji nod repeatedly. What does the mere North Sea count for? With this time, it would be better to attack the New World. Yizhua flicked Jiaji away. I have one more stop before heading to the New World. You better come to meet me then. Ding. Main storyline chain, task completed. Dominate the seas 3, North Sea Zhuo. Task reward, exoskeleton perfect. Yizhua felt a new power added within him. The exoskeleton also meant that defense and healing would improve simultaneously. The main storyline chain quest has been activated. Dominate the 4 seas, West Sea, where there is a powerful naval major general, a user of the Cancan fruit ability, Tina. Quest reward, complete Earth Demon Chi. The system has finally decided to release the last strand of Demon Chi. Yizhua glanced at the task rewards and was quite satisfied. Tina's fruit ability is really perfect for guarding. Yizhua just happened to need a bodyguard, which would allow him to cooperate with Violet. Let's go, Zhuo. It's time to see the world on the sea. As you command, Lord Demon King. Zhuo followed behind Yizhua. She knew that this trip meant the Vinsmoke family would become a thing of the past. From now on, they would only become a force under the Demon King. Isn't it just the North Sea? Once we overturn this world and eliminate the celestial dragons, what can't we have? In Yizhua's eyes, the Vinsmoke family was truly childish. Even if they were invincible in the North Sea, so what? If the celestial dragons wanted to destroy them, they would still vanish without a trace. Departing for the West Sea, whoosh, the Demon King ship rose high into the air, heading towards the West Sea. A newspaper bird flew by and was accidentally knocked out. Yizhua grabbed the newspaper. It reported a series of events involving the Demon King pirate crew crossing the Red Land. The Demon King, Yizhua, traversed the Red Land, angering the celestial dragons. The clone Yizhua summoned the power of nature, causing dark clouds to gather over Mariehua. The fearsome Demon King has headed to the North Sea, but his intentions remain unknown. What a pity. The news on this newspaper seems a bit outdated. Yizhua has already left Beihai. Most importantly, the recent incident of crossing the Red Earth continent has caused his bounty to skyrocket again, now reaching 3.95 billion berries. The wanted poster of Yizhua shows him looking arrogant and extremely detestable. It appears to be a photo of him defeating Doflamingo in Dressrosa. The Demon King, Yizhua, has been making headlines almost every day, gradually leading people to doubt the news if they don't see him in the headlines daily. What's even stranger is that despite Yizhua's bounty of 3.95 billion berries, the Navy has not taken action against him. There must be some hidden secrets that remain unknown. In the West Sea, the Demon King's ship drifts aimlessly. This will be Yizhua's last stop before he dominates the 4 seas. After this, he will return to the New World. Today, once again, Yizhua is the headline news. The incident of the Vinsmoke family's Reiju being taken by the Demon King has not caused much of a stir. It's not news when the Demon King takes crew members. It's noteworthy only when he cannot. The truly eye-catching parts are 2 other statements. A mysterious person reveals that the Demon King Yizhua has declared war on Whitebeard at Fishman Island. A mysterious person reveals that Doflamingo is secretly working for Kaido, and the Beast Pirates have declared war on the Demon King. Yizhua was puzzled. Who is this mysterious person? Morgan spies really are everywhere in the world. He put away the newspaper. The paper bird flew in front of Yizhua, and a note fell down. It read, "Hello, Lord Demon King, this is Morgan. Last time, One of your ships accidentally killed a paper bird of mine. I suffered quite a loss and hope for some compensation. Your paper bird almost damaged my ship, and you still have a nerve to ask me for money? Yizhuo wrote another note and threw it to the newspaper bird. Once I find your hot air balloon, I'll kill you within 3 days, and your ashes will be scattered. He also drew a Demon King pirate flag. After finishing, Yizhuo satisfactorily threw it back. We've arrived. Shihai Naval Base. Guarding here are Zephyr's disciples, including Tina, who is from the same class as Smoker. As a user of the barrier fruit, she seems useless, but like Crane's fruit, it can always prove to be effective. The Demon King ship itself is a large vessel, even bigger than a naval warship. However, powerful figures at sea generally travel in several ships together. The appearance of the Demon King ship at the Naval Branch Base seems rather solitary. Demon King Yizhuo, we have spotted your ship. If you dare to advance even a step further, we will sink your pirate ship. Demon King Yizhuo, you are declaring war on the entire world's navy. The voice from the loudspeaker echoed on the island. Yizhuo stretched lazily, feeling too lazy to take action himself. The Empress stepped forward and directly unleashed her Conqueror's Haki. What is this guy trying to do? As the captain, shouldn't he be leading the charge? Betty exhaled a puff of smoke. Being knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki was already the best outcome. Tama looked at Betty. The two were quite at odds. Who would have thought that a pirate ship could gather strong warriors from 3 major factions? Swish! After the Empress's Conqueror's Haki attack, there were hardly any survivors left at the base. The Demon King's ship slowly approached, but there was still a figure that appeared steadfastly. Jiayu Jian. Flames erupted from Yizhuo's body, and the temperature suddenly rose, melting everything around. It hurts. Tina put away the iron bars and, wearing an exquisite suit, immediately spotted Peach Rabbit standing at the bow of the ship. Why aren't you fighting? Is this your choice, Peach Rabbit? Huh, a flying kick. Tina was determined to fight Yizhuo to the end. Why bother? Yizhuo's entire face transformed, resembling a gurgling toad, with his belly swelling up. Wind magic. Whoosh. The wind magic erupted completely, instantly forming a massive storm. The sea was stirred up with towering waves, and the clouds were blown apart. Just the wind magic alone could create storms and tsunamis. Tina was powerless to resist and instantly fell out, collapsing onto the battleship's deck. Do you really think every plundering will succeed? Tina's sunglasses fell to the ground. She took out a device with one hand and pressed it instantly. Die, Demon King. Boom. A naval battleship exploded in an instant. Tina had been prepared since Yizhuo invaded the West Sea. She was filled with trepidation, knowing that the target was her. The name and notorious preferences of the Demon King Yizhuo were known to all. Tina considered herself to have some charm. Moreover, with Dasky and Taodu as precedents, she had long anticipated this move to take down Yizhuo together, if necessary. Yizhuo stood on the deck. In an instant, his body transformed into seawater, rushing towards Tina. Splash! The sound of water echoed in Tina's ears. The warship filled with gunpowder turned into a sea of fire. Tina felt weak and powerless. Am I dead? She wondered to herself. The port, in the sea of fire. Yizhuo transformed the magical energy of water into a water person, and in an instant reassembled into a human form. He threw Tina onto the deck of the Demon King's ship. With a snap of his fingers, the seawater engulfed the battleship. Cough, cough. Tina spat out a mouthful of water. Realizing she was still alive, her mind was in turmoil. Turning her head, she saw Dasky and Peach Rabbit. Did I fail? Peach Rabbit smiled awkwardly. After all this time, she still couldn't tell how many devil fruit abilities Yizhuo had replicated. Moreover, was there really a water fruit among the devil fruits? Wouldn't that make a nemesis to all ability users? Damn it, this would diminish the Navy's prestige. Tina clenched her fists in self-reproach. Dasky helped her up, looking like she needed a few days of rest. Yizhuo downed a bottle of strong liquor from the West Sea in one go. The West Sea's alcohol truly lived up to its reputation. Tina was about to speak when Dasky made a shushing gesture. Good. You will also become my guard like Dasky in the future. After all, it won't do without you to stand watch. Tina, survive and let you see how this decaying world crumbles. Yizhuo walked out of the cabin. The system prompt sound had already echoed in his ears. Ding. Main storyline chain, task completed. Dominate the 4 seas, West Sea Tina. Task reward, Earth Demon Chi Complete Edition. The 8 Demon Chis have finally been gathered. Yizhuo felt the power within him surging. Side quest, pirate crews often have a pet. Please go to the Zhou Kingdom and find a pet. preferably a rabbit. Quest reward. The Great Array of the Moon is activated. Oh, Yizhua has now obtained all the magical energy and is powerful. However, the only thing that has not been fully activated is the grand formation of the moon's magical energy. He can control flames, storms, the vast sea, the sky, lightning, the earth, and mountains and rivers. Yet, the gravitational force of the moon's magical energy still lacks a bit of refinement. He must activate the grand formation of the moon. Yizhua was originally planning to wait until he had time to go to the moon like Inaru, but now it seems that he can skip it altogether. Inaru, you really are a pitiful person. But who told you to encounter me? In front of the Demon King, how can there be a divine presence? Yizhua recalled Enel, who had a semi-permanent engine. Fortunately, Nami had now eaten the rumble fruit. On the pirate ship, everyone was performing their duties. Some were training, some were working, and others were relaxing. In the kitchen, Bonnie cooked as much as she could eat. In the infirmary, Vivi, Perona, and Reiju were discussing difficult medical cases. Back in the cabin, Empress Hancock was sitting at the table observing. Captain, do you need my lap pillow? Why are you in my cabin again? Yizhua was about to speak when he noticed that Nami and Robin were also here. A huge nautical chart appeared on the table. What is this? Yizhua took a glance and had a rough guess. From the route map, from the 4 seas to the Grand Line. We are now only missing the nautical charts of the New World and the Red Soil continent. As Nami spoke, her fingertips gathered a little light. She pointed to the New World. Where are we going next? Zhuo Kingdom, the fur tribe said to exist on the back of a giant elephant. Yamato pointed at the sea. Robin immediately used the Hana no Mi to create a pair of hands, striking a pose resembling a giant. A colossal creature even taller than the Sea Kings, carrying a kingdom on its back, was part of the legend. After Robin spoke, her little face turned red. The captain aims to conquer the legendary giant elephant. Huh. Yizhua was originally wondering what was going on in Robin's mind. Sure enough, it wasn't anything good. Bang! Little Suddy and Baby burst through the door. Accompanied by a Time Longren maid with a face like death, she said, Master, are there more Time Longren? Their innate arrogance is truly annoying. They're just perfect for us to train as maids. Yizhua was left speechless. Depart, set off immediately. Return to the New World. Search for the Kingdom of Zhuo. Such a daily routine is simply against the heavens. He didn't want to stay for even a second. The Fur Tribe, residing in the Kingdom of Zhuo, regarded by the world as a legendary race. Because the Elephant Lord walks on the sea all day, those who wish to reach the Kingdom of Zhuo must pursue tirelessly. Naturally capable of mastering lightning attacks and the abilities of the Moon Lion, it is said that even children can fight. They can be considered the warrior race of the New World. Due to the incessant disputes between the 2 kings of the Fur Tribe, during the day, Duke Dogstorm serves as the King of Day, overseeing the Gunner Squad. At night, Viper is the King of Night, commanding the row group. The sea churns, raising waves after waves. A giant elephant walks in a vast ocean. The Demon King's ship is docked here. Looking up in awe, one can't help but feel astonished. There truly exists a creature taller than the Sea King. What kind of monster is this? Khalifa was left dumbfounded. Take off. Yizhua pressed one hand on the deck of the Demon King's ship. The magic of the moon activated, and the entire ship hovered in the air at an astonishing speed. Stop. With an emergency halt. The Demon King's ship landed outside the furry Zhuo Kingdom. The people here, due to the high-priced auctions of the Fur Tribe on the sea, utterly despised humans. Halt! This is the Furry Kingdom. Humans are prohibited from advancing. As soon as the guards of the Fur Tribe spoke, the Kingbird of the Musketeer team, Dog Wanda, and Rabbit Gallet appeared on the city wall. They quickly acted to report this matter to Duke Inland and the 3 Musketeers of the Musketeer team. Wow, quite fast. Yizhua ignored everyone's obstruction and stepped into the fluffy kingdom alone. Be quiet, take a rest. The conqueror's Haki swept out. Among the Fur Tribe, only a few remained awake. Duke Inulan and Rabbit Gallet. 1. Inulan barely held on. After all, he possessed the strength of the 3 disasters. The other, Gallet, was actively given by Yizhua. Wanda. Gallet looked at Wanda, who was suddenly fainting while on the road, observing the surroundings with confusion. No need to look further, Gallet. Inulan stepped forward with his sword. Even the 3 musketeers in the room had all fainted. He glanced at the newspaper in his hand, then looked at the only awake Gallet. He had already guessed who the visitor was and what the purpose was. The unmatched conqueror's Haki kept the beautiful woman from fainting. Moreover, he could fly to the Zhuo Kingdom with a ship. On the sea, this person's reputation was known to all. He was known as the Demon King Yizhua, who even celestial dragons had to face 2 great battles against. Demon King? Duke Inulan stepped out of the hall, with a worried Galet always following behind him, until he saw Zhuo and his group. Indeed, it was the Demon King Zhuo. Inulan placed Galet behind him. Armament Haki covered the blade, and electricity began to gather. No one will take any member of the fur tribe from me. Swish! This sword was struck with all his might. He had the fortune to see Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Newgate when he was young. He had also gone to sea and experienced hardships. He knew that the man before him was definitely a legendary powerhouse not to be underestimated. But to protect the fur tribe, he would fight to the death. Tina, protect the carriage. Zhuo threw Tina away with a flick. He tried to use the power of the kankank fruit to block. Damn it, what are you doing? Tina almost dropped the cigarette from her mouth. She never expected Zhuo would do this. Bang! As the two clashed, Tina instantly felt the overwhelming pressure from Inuzuka. With her current strength, she could only be defeated. Interesting. Zhuo stepped forward and lightly pointed with his finger. A meteor fell from the sky, striking directly at Quanlan. The power of the moon's demonic energy and gravity. What kind of ability is this? Quanlan knocked Tina away and swung his sword at the meteor in the sky. Although the moon's demonic energy had not fully awakened, this was still enough to accomplish the feat. Zhuo calmly clapped his hands. Just as he was about to catch Galet, he heard the voice of Inland. The meteorite was split in half and fell into the sea. His clothes were burned, and he looked at Zhuo with a face full of soot. Stop right there, you outsider. Don't even think about harming my fur tribe. Oh, then let more come. Zhuo Shuang pointed with her fingers. 3 meteors fell from the sky. This time, what will you use to block them? Zhuo looked at Duke Quanlan with great interest. Damn it. Duke Quanlan leaped up, and after slashing with his sword, he could only destroy one at most. By then, the kingdom of Zhuo would be in chaos under the attack of 2 meteors. How dare you act recklessly in my fluffy kingdom? A figure emerged from the forest. He flipped over a few times, leaped into the air with a double-bladed fork, and shattered the second meteor. Then, he exchanged a glance with Duke Quanlan, and together they smashed the third one. You're still as annoying as ever, Viper said, glancing at Duke Quanlan. Is that so? You're the same, Duke Quanlan replied, looking at Viper, who was still yawning wearily. Blocked again? Zhuo was too lazy to play anymore. He simply clasped his hands together. Viper and Hound looked up. The sky was rendered blood red. One meteor after another broke through the sky, totaling at least 10. What exactly do you want to do? Viper and Hound felt an extreme sense of despair. Zhuo snapped his fingers, freezing all the meteors in the sky. Galet, we need a pet on our ship, and you're just right for it. Come sail with me, and I'll take you to see the world. Zhuo reached out his hand, as if inviting others to be his son like Whitebeard. For a moment, even Viper and Inuzuka were somewhat dazed. If I refuse, will you make these meteors fall? Galet looked at Zhuo, his big eyes sparkling, as if tears were swirling in his eye sockets. Definitely. Zhuo did not deny it. He was a pirate, the demon king of the sea. Galote, no. Inuyasha and Viper said in unison. Why couldn't they always protect those they wanted to protect? Demon King, I am willing to join your pirate crew. Galat wiped away a tear and quietly approached Zhuo. Zhuo smiled upon hearing this. Really? Then you are free. Ding. Side quest completed. Find the pet rabbit Galet. Quest reward. The moon's great formation is activated. Zhuo glanced at the sky. It was still daytime, otherwise, he would have seen the moon turn pitch black in an instant. Then, in another moment, it returned to normal. The 8 great demon energies had all been collected, granting the host the Demon King body. The Demon King body doubled all attributes such as strength, speed, and defense. A hidden chain quest has been activated. Conquer the Zhuo kingdom and bring the fur tribe under your command. Quest reward. Advanced observation Haki voice of all things. Zhuo, who had just activated the Demon King body, had not fully adapted yet when he received a brand new quest. Aiden quest. This is the first time Zhuo has encountered a task type outside of the main and side quests. Moreover, it's a chain-level task, right from the start. Can I really not join the pirate crew? Galet was both surprised and delighted. Of course. Zhuang smiled at Inazuma and Viper. Because what I want to destroy now is the entire Zhuo kingdom. Destroy it, I'm tired. No crew is needed anymore. As Zhuo was about to move, the Viper and the Dog Storm drew their swords. However, they were easily stopped by the Empress and Tao Tuesday. You won't stop the captain from taking action, the Empress said coldly. The fur tribe? I don't care. Although she didn't know what the captain intended to do. This was a rare opportunity to glimpse the secrets of the fur tribe. Tao Tu, dressed in a dancer's outfit, blocked the Dog Storm with her sword. Demon King, when have we, the fur tribe, ever offended you? Dog Storm was puzzled. Even if you want to kill me, you should at least make it clear why. Because I'm bored, I just want to destroy something. Yizhuo flicked his fingers, adding dozens more meteors. This scene completely extinguished the hope in the hearts of the Viper and the Hound Gale. They had no idea what was happening. The lunar demonic energy of Yizhuo has just fully awakened. Compared to the other 7 types of demonic energy, it is equally formidable. It can even influence the tides. This is not the limit of the meteorite he can unleash in one go. Speaking of which, the historical text guarded by your fur tribe should also see the light of day again. Yizhuo snapped his fingers, increasing the number of meteors by 100. How could you know the historical text? Duke Quanlon looked at Yizhuo, feeling it was unbelievable. His ambition was not Galot, but the historical text. The Viper felt as if facing a great enemy, but unfortunately, he was no match for such an opponent. Either submit, you, the fur tribe, swear loyalty to me, and in the future, we will attack the myriad nations together, including the kingdom of He, or face annihilation. From now on, you will be reduced to ashes. The historical text is mine, and Galot will be taken away as well. Yizhuo did not explain much and directly walked towards the forest. The historical text is hidden within. Robin, Betty, and others followed closely behind. He was even unwilling to discuss it further. The Viper was helpless, beads of sweat covering his forehead. My lord, you said you want to attack the land of harmony? However, Inuzuka found a blind spot. His way of addressing Yizhuo had also quietly changed. Most likely, the attack will be on the 10,000 nations first. I lack a juice-making beverage master. Oh, the memory master of the Three-Eyed Clan is also good. Yizhuang turned his head and walked towards the forest without looking back. The Viper and the Dog Storm exchanged glances. After confirming without a doubt, they looked up at the densely packed meteorites in the sky. We are willing to devote ourselves to the Demon King, to conquer the nations, and to the kingdom of Ji. They seek revenge. In this world, only the 4 emperors can defeat the 4 emperors. Big Mom took away decades of Pedro's life. Kaido took away everything from him. It's up to you. I have to go check the historical text first. Yizhuo's lips curled up. He knew that powerful strength was the foundation. With the Dog Gale and Viper seeking revenge in vain and on the brink of life and death, they naturally had to seek hope. Ding! Hidden Chain quest completed. Conquer the kingdom of Zhuo and bring the Fur tribe under your command. Quest reward. Advanced observation Haki voice of all things. Yizhuo felt as if he heard some unusual sounds. His heartbeat slowed down. The Hidden Chain mission had been activated. Conquer the Elephant Lord and become its new master. Mission reward. Advanced armament Haki Iron Fist. Oh, Iron Fist. It should correspond to Carp's title of Iron Fist. This also means the strongest armament Haki. Yizhuo was very satisfied with this task reward. He was now purely a jack of all trades. No matter how strong Carp was, he still lost to him when he unleashed his full power. 8 Great Demon Chi, the body of the Holy Master, the body of the Demon King, 12 Talismans. Even without using Haki, he could still sweep through the new world. Deep in the forest, a huge historical text appeared before him. Viper, Dog Gale, and Gallet followed behind the Demon King pirates. Robin slowly explained the content. Yizhuo didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he was continuously listening to the voice from the Elephant Master. Is there an intruder? Did he summon the meteorite? You can hear me speak. I can feel your presence. The Elephant Master can indeed resonate with those who possess the voice of all things and kin Bunchika Haki. I am the intruder you mentioned. The meteorite was also summoned by me. I can hear you speak, Elephant Master. Yizhuo stood before the historical text, causing both the Viper and the Hound to exchange glances. They did not expect Yizhuo to be conversing with the Elephant Lord. There was no such possibility. It must be that Yizhuo was muttering to himself. Why? You, who possess the qualities of a king, should not be this way. In the eyes of the Elephant Lord, only those who awaken the voice of all things can be considered true kings. This is akin to those overlords among the sea kings who support Noah. For them, the true king among humans must be one who awakens the voice of all things. Elephant Lord, do you wish to submit to me and step onto the Red Earth continent? Yizhuo asked the Elephant Lord. A brutal king. It is impossible to gain my approval. You are not the true master. The Elephant Lord refused. In his eyes, Yizhuo was unmatched in strength and had awakened the qualities of a king. Yet, he still was not the person he was waiting for. All right. Yizhuo clenched his fist, and hundreds of meteors struck the head and limbs of the Elephant Master. Boom! A tremendous explosion échoué. Viper and Dog Gale looked at Yizhuo with concern. At this moment, Robin also stopped interpreting the historical text. Clearly, the battle between Yizhuo and the Elephant Master was even more thrilling. Truly a brutal person, the Elephant Master replied. But he had once been commanded by his master to walk the seas for a lifetime, unable to attack. Now, faced with the attack, he could not evade and was immediately injured, nearly kneeling into the sea. His wound was covered in blood. The Elephant Master had never been so severely injured before. However, for him, it was not fatal. Then you'll have no chance to fight back. The sea is very cruel. Yijue drives the magic of water. The body of the Elephant Lord was already towering. Suddenly, an unprecedented giant wave rose from the sea. It was far more ferocious and taller than the waves stirred up by the tremor fruit. Controlling the sea, the Elephant Lord couldn't believe that someone could summon meteors and also command the ocean. This power was beyond what even his former master could achieve. Boom! The seawater was as towering as the Elephant Lord himself. With this strike, he, already wounded, was likely to sink to the bottom of the sea. At this critical moment, to protect the kingdom of Zhuo and the historical texts hidden there, the Elephant Lord roared in anger. He defied the experiment, swinging his trunk. In an instant, he shattered the waves. Elephant Lord, you have broken your oath, which means you are a masterless existence. And I command you, Elephant Lord, submit to me. Yijue's words shocked the Elephant Lord. He broke his oath. But how did Yijue know? Who are you really? The brutal demon king. The ancient secrets are long forgotten. What do you want my power for? The Elephant Lord felt that Yijue knew a lot, and it was even very possible that he was an ancient being. Step onto the Red Earth continent, conquer the sea, create a world belonging to the Demon King. Splash. In the sea kings follow the White Star. Elephant Lord, long time no see. How have you all been? The Elephant Lord was incredulous. Why would this group of old sea kings gather around a brutal king? Our king has followed the new king. Elephant Lord, why are you so stubborn? New king? The Elephant Lord was astonished. In his understanding, Yijue was just a violent maniac. A definite demon king. Do you still want to wait another 1,000 years? The sea kings criticized the Elephant Lord, one after another. So this is what the new king is like. After hearing about Yijue's deeds, the Elephant Lord was taken aback. Could it be that he was the one who was wrong? They were talking. White Star's head ached. She heard the sea kings chatting with the Elephant Lord, as if reminiscing. Don't worry, I'm here. Yijue touched her large head, and then unleashed his conqueror's Haki. Boom! The powerful Haki was released, accompanied by tsunami, thunder, dark clouds, and a storm. The Elephant Lord, witnessing these world-destroying natural disasters, finally sighed and said, New king, please allow me to express my apologies. It shook its body slightly. Yijue just launched 100 meteors, and the raging sea and giant waves were effective against them. But I can no longer stand firm. If I fall into the ocean, the beings on my back will be destroyed. New king, please protect them. The Elephant Lord is about to fall into the sea, and the sea kings who intended to rescue him are like small fish compared to him. The sea pirate overlords are about 5,000 meters long, while the Elephant Lord, along with his legs in the sea, measures 35,000 meters. Even on the surface of the sea, his size leaves the sea kings far behind. Death? It's not that easy. The power of the leaf ignition horse talisman erupted, continuously pouring into the back of the Elephant Master. The 12 talismans do not consume the power of the owner. Yijue uses it without any harm to himself. The powerful vitality allows the elephant's limbs, head, and trunk injuries to heal rapidly. Its staggering figure suddenly stabilizes, standing astonishingly on the sea. Such strong healing abilities, new king. You are truly merciful. Please refer to me as Lord Demon King. Yijue was very ungrateful about this. Ding. Hidden chain quest completed. Conquer the Elephant Lord and become its new master. Quest reward. Advanced Armament Haki Iron Fist. Armament Haki has merged with Lu Ying. The new Iron Fist has also integrated into the body. Yijue clenched his fist in satisfaction. He really wanted to find someone to test his strength. Side quest unlocked. Head to Hive Island. Defeat the great pirate King Ji and gain a stronghold. Quest reward. Life Holy Grail Perfect Edition. Isn't this an artifact from the world of the 12 talismans? As long as you drink the water from the life, Holy Grail, you can maintain eternal youth. However, if you don't drink it for a while, you'll revert back. The quest reward emphasizes Perfect Edition, which means this has become a true artifact for maintaining eternal youth. It's a rather mediocre reward. Yijue is more interested in occupying Honeycomb Island. The effect of the Holy Grail of life is less significant than the Dog Talisman, which is irrelevant to him. My Lord Demon King, when the final battle begins, I will swear to follow you to the death. The Elephant Master acknowledges submission in his heart before admitting it verbally. When the time comes to summon people, I will call you. Yizhua felt that there should be no phone bug that the Elephant Master could use in the world. He no longer chatted with the Elephant Master. Looking around, everyone was dumbfounded. Had the Elephant Master surrendered? This colossal being, capable of destroying the world, actually said it surrendered just like that. The power Yizhua had unleashed moments ago was terrifying. Viper and Dogstorm were secretly astonished. It turned out that those meteors were nothing more than a drizzle to Yizhua. Tout 2, Tina, and Dasky swallowed hard. They could only hope in their hearts that the Navy headquarters would not send anyone to rescue them. Betty was even more sincerely convinced by Yizhua, understanding the dragon's good intentions. What are you looking at? Call me by my title. With a command from Yizhua, everyone spoke in unison. Lord Demon King, let's eat something. We'll rest well before attacking the camp and taking the stronghold. Viper and Doggale immediately got to their feet. Gallet, who had been paying close attention the whole time, felt her heart racing. This was the adventure she had been longing for. The sea was truly thrilling. Demon King Yizhua had made the entire fur tribe, the kingdom of Zhuo, and even the Elephant Lord submit. This was the strong figure she had imagined. Late at night, the bonfire celebration began. The people of the fur tribe woke from their stupor when they learned they had a new king. Viper and Doggale stopped their argument and were overjoyed. The grand banquet commenced. Yizhua didn't expect that the fur tribe also had their unique fine wine. He drank it all in one go, greatly enjoying himself. His body grew once again, the demonic energy of the mountain increasing until he reached a height of 5 meters and 5 centimeters. What kind of monster is our demon lord? The fire gun squad and the heroic group were guessing Yizhua's strength. They were terrified after hearing Gallet's vivid description. Over 100 meteors? Even the Elephant Lord was afraid. The more they listened, the more confused they became. Could it be that Gallet was just making things up? Moreover, only Yizhua could understand what the Elephant Lord was saying. Outsiders could only glimpse its emotions through the roars of anger and fear. You don't believe me, but I will definitely go to sea. Gallet clenched her little rabbit paws, unable to contain her happiness. The next day, the Demon King's ship flew out from the back of the Elephant Lord, sailing into the sea. It was only after they had gone far that a cautious figure stepped out. Gallet circled around everyone, still rubbing her face against Yizhua when she reached him. She was worried that Yizhua would refuse to take her to sea. Congratulations, Gallet. Yizhua had no aversion at all. He had long thought of a way out for Gallet. A target fruit appeared in his hand. From now on, you'll be our ship's pet rabbit and sniper. It's disgusting. Gallet thought this was some delicious fruit. Unexpectedly, it tasted terrible, simply awful. How can I become a sniper? Caruccio. To Gallet, Yizhua was the captain she admired the most. Just find your target enemy and throw something at them. That's all. Yizhua gave her a target fruit. Isn't it the best fruit for becoming a sniper? However, to hit the enemy with 100 accuracy, you need to touch the enemy first. Each paramecia type has its own characteristics, and the target fruit is no exception. On our ship, we have the stare fruit Violet, the invisible fruit Rebecca, the teleport fruit Dasky, and the barrier fruit Tina. They're my personal guards. You can have them cooperate for a perfect sniping. Yizhua Huang shook the wine bottle and fell into a deep sleep upon returning to the cabin. This time, he had obtained 3 types of high-level awakening powers. The 8 major demonic energies were all gathered, and the body of the Demon King was quite powerful. On the way to Hive Island, he had just the right opportunity to adapt. I will definitely work hard. Gallet squeezed the rabbit's paw. She thought for a moment and only brought a large bag of carrots, unsure if it would be enough to eat. In the future kingdom, the 70-year-old Black Arm Zephyr had just replaced his arm with a Sea Prism stone mechanical arm crusher. In 5 years, he would betray the Navy. Right now, he was still a member, but he already felt increasingly powerless. Teacher, our warship is ready, and the pirate pursuit team has been formed. Blue-haired Ein, dressed in black stockings, and Benz, carrying twin swords, stood at the door. The pirate pursuit team was the predecessor of the Inyo Navy. Zephyr stepped out of the laboratory and bid farewell to Vegapunk and the other researchers. The newspaper in his hand unfolded, and a bounty notice fell to the ground. Demon King Yizhua, with an initial bounty of 39,990,000,000 berries. He was stubbornly holding on to the last bit. Once he stepped in, he would become the true emperor of the seas. Find his whereabouts. In Zephyr's eyes, Yizhua was the source of all chaos in the New World. Hive Island, the base of the Rocks pirates, erased from history by the world government. The famous pirate paradise, the origin of pirate games. Today, 3 of the 4 emperors originated from the Rocks pirates. Even now, the legendary pirate king, Zhi, occupies Hive Island. Years ago, the Rocks pirates scattered in chaos on God's Island. Captain Rox died. Captain John took away the immeasurable treasures of the Rox pirates, only to meet an untimely end. Zhi remained, ruling Hive Island both openly and secretly. The Demon King's ship docked swaggeringly here. As a pirate paradise, having one more pirate ship was not surprising. It was the addition of a warship that would attract attention. A massive skull loomed over the sea, as if mocking and sneering. The beautiful women behind Yizhua are like clouds. Walking in this pirate paradise, they immediately attract countless gazes. Wang Ji, get out here. Yizhuo shouted. The conqueror's Haki erupted in an instant. The onlookers? Do they deserve it? The 9 dark shadows appeared, dragging all the pirates away. Those who were to be slaughtered were slaughtered. In less than 10 minutes, they once again infiltrated the Shadow Empire, along with the 3 great witches. More than a dozen squad leaders truly formed a configuration of the 4 emperors. No matter how strong Wang Ji was, he could not compete with the real 4 emperors. After all, he was just a gatekeeper. You're looking for death. A big bearded man walked up to him, his icy cold eyes fixed firmly on Yizhua. The Demon King? Do you even deserve such a title? Wang Ji said fiercely. There are only 2 beings worthy of being called a king. One is Rox. The other is Roger. The king of the world, Rox. The pirate king, Roger. It seems that Wang Ji had no fear of either the 4 emperors or Yizhua. The emperor of the sea? Are there really that few kings in the new world? Ultimately, it's just about dominating a territory. Only a king can rule an era. I don't have much time to waste with you. I have my eyes set on this place. Yizhua's aura is overwhelming. He has long wanted to test how strong he could be with all 3 types of Haki fully awakened. Iron Fist covers Flowing Cherry, the fusion of Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and the ability to foresee the future at long distances. Plus, the amplification of the voice of all things. Roar. A loud roar. As Yizhua activated the body of the Holy Master, he transformed into the orc form of the Azure Dragon using the Monkey Talisman, combined with the double attribute enhancement of the Demon King's body. It was powerful, a kind of unprecedented strength. Yizhua, already a monster among humans with a height of over 5 meters due to the magical energy of the mountain, was even more formidable in this fully unleashed state. Shadows emerged from all directions around Hive Island. Ninjas, warriors, trolls, and shadow eaters occupied every path. Blades, hunting claws, and bizarre forms changed unpredictably, hiding in the streets and alleys. Night bats hovered in the air, circling to envelop the entire Hive Island. Wang Ji took a glance. Yizhua's dominance was fully unleashed, stunning all of his subordinates. Wang Ji, it's my era now. The rumors are true. Wang Ji only said this one sentence. His advantages were all gone, and now there was only a fight to the death. Boom! The 2 fists collided for the first time. Wang Ji couldn't withstand even a moment. He was sent flying like a cannonball. Embedded in the wall, a pile of ruins was covered in dust. One punch, just one punch, and he couldn't bear it. How is this possible? Wang Ji spat out blood. His punching arm was already incapacitated. Indeed, he was a bit stronger. Yizhua remembered that he needed magical energy to fight against Carp back then. Now, he only needed domineering power and strength to win. Bang! With one step down, Wang Ji's head exploded like a rubber ball. This island now belongs to us. Let's clean up and take care of all the outsiders. Yizhua waved his hand casually, and the Shadow Army hid in the darkness again. Captain, if we stay here, it means we need a large amount of resources. We must contact the Dark Emperors of the New World and exchange resources with them on time. Califa stepped forward, and her words made Yizhua frown. Do we still need to contact them? Yizhua was very unhappy. Ding. Side quest completed. Dominate Hive Island. Quest reward. Holy Grail of Life Perfect Edition. He held the Holy Grail of Life, poured a glass of strong liquor, and handed it to the Empress. She paused for a moment, but immediately drank it all. Triggered side quest. Dominate the Dark World. Make all Dark Emperors submit within 3 days. Quest reward. Shiva's Bracelet Perfect Edition. Another artifact from the 12 Talisman world. After wearing it, his 2 hands could become 4 hands. Yizhua doesn't care about this. He possesses the magic energy of the moon. And the demon ship of the moon, Lan, has 4 hands. He can grow them out at any time. When the time comes, it will turn into 6 hands. Just another useless thing. Yizhua couldn't understand what use all those hands had. Were they for releasing magical energy? Whoosh! With a thought, bat wings from the sky demon Shimu grew out from behind him, coupled with the 2 additional small hands from the spell blue. And dressed in the robes of the 8 great demons, Yizhua, now restored to his normal human form, even grew the twin horns of the earth demon D, Kuei, on his head. He sat on a tall throne, with two small hands supporting his cheeks and the other two large hands waving. Khalifa, bring those ants in the darkness to see me. If they don't come in a day, they'll all be killed. If they don't come in 3 days, their ashes will be scattered. In the new world, the king stands above all emperors. As you command. Khalifa was intimidated by Zhuo's powerful aura and quickly picked up the phone bug to make contact. At this moment, everyone was astonished by the Empress. After drinking the strong liquor from the holy grail of life, her entire posture and appearance were frozen in a peak state. Even the towering giant peaks were elevated as well. Is there such an effect? Zhuo also didn't expect that the perfect version of the holy grail of life meant this. Even the rabbit Gallet took a sip and activated the moon lion state. Moreover, it was completely rational without any loss. Khalifa. Vivi handed a cup to Khalifa, who was contacting the kings of the dark world, after taking a drink herself. The latter downed it in one go and immediately felt her aura significantly enhanced. As her height increased, all her attributes were amplified and maintained at their peak. Shut up. I'm talking to you as the shipwright of the Demon King pirate crew. Khalifa hung up the phone bug. She looked at Zhuo and then at the cup he was drinking from. The effects of the holy grail of life were astonishing. Zhuo, however, uses it for drinking. Captain, the kings of the dark world have all agreed. However, there are some who chose to refuse, including the Queen of Joy Street and the King of Shipping Yumit. Khalifa knelt on one knee, feeling that her enhanced body was a bit difficult to balance. Really? What about that foolish Burr Morgans and the little golden Tizzolo? Are they willing to come? Khalifa thought for a moment and said, it seems the dark world is more willing to follow Big MOM. Oh, Zhuo was displeased when she heard the old woman. After dealing with these two who were asking for death, she would be dead too. You all tidy up Hive Island. I'll be right back. Zhuo drank the fine wine from the holy grail of life in one gulp. He picked up 2 pointers and stepped out of the palace. He leaped into the air. With the wings of the western wood, he gathered thunder and lightning magic while intertwining it with wind magic. Wind and thunder wings. The chicken talisman and rabbit talisman accelerated. The magic of the moon broke through all constraints. Whoosh! Zhuo exerted his full strength and burst out with incredible speed. It was another countdown mission. It's all your fault, you two troublemakers. You forced a kind person like me to take action. Whoosh! On an island that seemed unremarkable. Zhuo stepped on the ground, using his observation Haki to confirm the whereabouts from a long distance. The Sea Trade King was hiding underground. On the surface, he transported goods using trade ships, but in reality, he used submarines. After receiving a call from Khalifa, he decisively refused. The Demon King Zhuo? Did he not know that all along, the dark world has been controlled by Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Big MOM? Previously, there was also the intermediary Don Quixote da Flamingo. Now, they were backed by the 4 emperors. What was a mere Demon King? Did he really think that Morgan's newspaper could just blow some smoke and make him the 5th emperor? Boom! The entire island trembled as he just exhaled a smoke ring in the underground port. A tall figure appeared before him. You dare to call yourself a king? Zhuo grabbed the Sea Transport King. Are you the Demon King? The Sea Transport King remembered that the bounty notice showed Zhuo wasn't like this. If he had known the real-life pressure was so strong, he would have surrendered long ago. Bang! A punch struck down. The laser eyes completely obliterated his body. Zhuo then said, from now on, the territory and all businesses of the Shipping King will belong to me. Additionally, we will launch Global Gourmet Delivery and New World Ocean Express. Not only do we need to revitalize the original business, but we also need to add new ones. There's one more thing. Zhuo ignored the astonished gazes of the crowd. His eyes erupted with laser beams, blasting the surface of the island apart. This rage, New World, Pleasure Street. As the Queen of Pleasure Street, the Emperor of the Dark World, and one of the decision-makers, Stussy also had a special identity, a member of CP0, holding a wealth of secret information. At this moment, she was leisurely sipping afternoon tea. What Demon King? Does he really think of himself as something special? Doesn't he consider that every overlord in the New World is deeply entangled? Stussy chuckled and said to the snail phone, Lingling, this guy's been making a big show everywhere, but hasn't taken action against any of the 4 emperors. It shows he is just seeking fame. On the other end of the snail phone was Charlotte Lingling, known as the old-school 4 Emperor Big MOM. What Demon King? Trying to touch everything that belongs to me. Does he want to die? Big MOM laughed heartily, saying that the Demon King Zhuo provoked Kaido of the 100 Beasts and declared war on Whitebeard. But in reality, he doesn't dare to provoke her at all. Now he wants the Dark World to submit to him. It's truly laughable. Just because you are the Queen of Pleasure Street, A cold voice suddenly rang out. Yijua quietly stood behind Stussy. Big Mom? He picked up the transponder snail and shouted, I'll snap your pig-like neck in half once I'm done with my business. Nanny. Big Mom was having afternoon tea and chatting with her friends on Cake Island. She exploded with rage upon hearing those words. You brat. Just as she was about to retort, she realized Yijua had already hung up the transponder snail. Ah! Big Mom roared in fury. She was declaring war on the demon king Yijua. She would twist his head off. In the happy street, Stussy swallowed hard and slowly turned around. Normally, she just talked big, but when she actually saw Yijua, beads of sweat started to pour down her forehead one after another. This was someone even the celestial dragons were afraid of. Demon King, how did you end up here? Logically, it should take at least a day to reach me from anywhere in the new world. Is Yijua human? It can't be that there really are beings like Demon Kings in this world, right? At this speed, she could definitely have known earlier and escaped in the shortest time possible. Who would have known she would be found so quickly, without even a chance to run away? Do you know how long it took me to fly here? Yijua looked displeased and grabbed Stussy's blonde hair. Yijua shows no mercy towards enemies. Not to mention, Stussy's strength is not weak. At the tea party, she can even take down one of the Dark Kings, Feld, from a distance of a kilometer with her flying finger gun. Lord Demon King, this is Joy Street. As the name suggests, it is a place known as paradise. You can get everything you desire. Stussy glanced at Yijua, desperately throwing flirtatious looks. You old onion, don't think I don't know you're the same age as Big Mom. Yizul grabit Stussy. Her only value was being a CP0 member, possessing a wealth of intelligence. Those so-called secrets were of no value to Yijua. Don't be a human in your next life, you pumpkin. No. Upon hearing this, Stussy felt a chill in her heart, just as she was about to plead for mercy. Yijua's eyes burst forth with brilliant golden light. Flying finger gun. Stussy still tried to counterattack before dying. As a peer who grew up alongside Big Mom, she still looked like a beautiful girl at nearly 70. Her strength and condition were naturally quite good. However, this strike left no marks even on Yijua's skin. Steel balloon? As Stussy felt regret in her heart, her face had already been reduced to ashes by the laser eyes. Yijua stood still, finally calming his anger. He had been a bit too violent lately. These demonic energies and shadows might affect his state of mind. He needed to meditate when he got back. Yijua quietly eliminated the turmoil in his heart with the Tiger Talisman spell. Ding! Side quest completed. Dominate the Dark World. Quest reward. Shiva's Bracelet Perfect Edition. A pair of golden bracelets. Yijua really grew another pair of hands. However, with a thought, the wind and thunder wings, 6 hands, and double horns all disappeared. This is the benefit of mastering power naturally. It can be used and retracted at any time. The main storyline chain task has been activated. Defeat one of the 4 emperors. Wait for Big Mom's declaration of war and attack Tato Land. Task reward. Divine Armor Perfect version. Yijua remembered this. It seems that even ordinary people can rival the Demon King when wearing it. Alright, I guess the next one is the Eye of Aurora, which allows for teleportation to anywhere in the world. Does Big Mom still dare to play the victim? Then he insists on fighting. 3 days later, the Golden Emperor Tetsolo and various kings of the Dark World, including News King Morgans, gather on Hive Island. Yijua sits high on the throne, watching the figures come into worship. The pirate ships of Hive Island are all guarded by shadows. The sky and the land are heavily fortified. In the Sea Kings also reside. A windless zone has been artificially created. Seeing this scene, the Golden Emperor Tezolo swallowed hard. It's so exciting. It said that Big Mom is about to declare war on the Demon King. Morgans and the various Dark Emperors were still excitedly discussing as they left Hive Island. The more brutal the battlefield, the more gold they can collect. The next dawn, Yijua yawned and woke up from the lap pillow of the Empress, Robin. Next door, Baby 5 and little Suddy were teaching a lesson to the Celestial Dragon Maid. Dashki, Rebecca, Tina, and Violet were on high alert. Peach Rabbit and Betty entered the chamber. Captain, we received a challenge letter from the world government this morning. Caliphus stepped forward with a letter in hand. Big Mom? That's right. Peach Rabbit was quite excited. She also wanted to see how strong Yijua was against one of the 4 emperors. Do those shadows need my encouragement? Betty exhaled a puff of smoke and even helped Tina light a cigarette. No need. They will never be afraid. Yijua stretched lazily. How are the other defenses and reserves? Nami, who was wrapped in lightning, responded by transforming the yellow gold into the shape of Honeycomb Island. Vivi, Perona, and Reiju are in charge of medical care. They are also responsible for poison attacks and mental attacks. Shirahoshi and Charlotte handle the defenses. They are also tasked with sea area siege and sniping. Bonnie is in charge of the cooking and is also going out to battle. After hearing Nami's words, Yizhua took a sip of the liquor brewed early in the morning. Not bad. All capable subordinates. I trust you to get things done. What else did Big Mom say? The Empress took the challenge letter, slowly unfolding it. After reading it in an arrogant and haughty tone, she then looked at Yizhua with a delicate and pitiful expression. I'm the Empress of the Sea. If you have the ability, wait for me at Honeycomb Island. Wait at Honeycomb Island? Isn't that just waiting to be defeated? Wait, if she attacks next year, do I have to sit idly for a whole year? Yizhua clenched his fist and his bones cracked. It was clear that his bones were worn out and needed to be treated with a horse talisman. Ding. Main storyline chain quest completed. Defeat one of the 4 emperors. Big MOM declares war. Quest reward. Divine armor perfect version. Yizhua quickly put on a layer of armor. For him, it was merely an enhancement of his basic attributes with added flying abilities. It was equivalent to having double the body of a demon king. The main storyline chain quest has been activated. Defeat 2 of the 4 emperors. Never sit idly by and attack Cake Island. Quest reward. Eye of Aurora perfect version. Yizhua knew it, and indeed it was this task reward. The Eye of Aurora is a decorative item, similar to a necklace. Its function is quite simple. It merely allows for random teleportation to various locations around the world. As long as there are geographical coordinates or Yizhua remembers the location, he can fly there anytime. What I'm more curious about is what the task reward for defeating Big Mom will be. Yizhua has now gathered all 8 types of demonic energy, 12 talismans, and 9 major shadows. Now, the 3 great domineering forces have all been elevated to their peak, and all divine artifacts have also been collected. What else is missing? Pack your things. We're going to mobilize the entire army to attack the 10,000 nations. Captain, aren't we leaving anyone behind to guard? Khalifa said cautiously. The Sea Kings have formed a windless zone, and there are tens of thousands of shadows guarding it. Who would dare to come? Yizhua is not afraid. He has plenty of troops to defend his home. Before long, the Demon King's ship sails through the waves, heading towards the direction of the nations. Big Mom déclares va. On what basis? Yizhua wants to attack. Attack as a defense. Demon King restaurant. Yizhua completed the meat, eggs, dairy, vegetables, fruits, and carbohydrates. He took a bottle of red wine from his wine cellar, which is filled with fine wines from around the world. The reason it was a bit lighter today was to check his character panel. It had been a while since the last time he looked at it. Yizhua felt a surge of emotions. It had been a long time since he encountered an opponent that could push him to use all his skills. He hoped Big Mom wouldn't be too disappointing. System. Open the character panel. The multiverse role-playing system is generating the character panel for host Yizhua. Character panel dimension. Pirate world time. Year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar character. Saint Lord player. Yizhua traits. Photographic memory demonic energy. Fire demonic energy. Lightning demonic energy. Water demonic energy. Wind demonic energy. Sky demonic energy. Moon demonic energy. Mountain demonic energy. Earth demonic energy. Complete version. Skills. Swordsmanship. Great swordsman. Haki. Armament Haki. Flowing cherry. Iron fist. Observation Haki. Future sight. Long range. Voice of all things. Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's binding. Observation kill. Talent. Saint Lord body. Full status. Demon King physique. Double amplification. Skills. 12 talismans. Concept level. Summon. Shadow Legion. Samurai. Ninja. Assassins. Night bats. Hunter claws. Trolls. Shadow eaters. Aliens. Mantis. Unlimited. Treasure. Book of Years. Unlocked. Backpack. Hades ship blueprint. Historical texts. Sky Island. Alabasta. Fishman Island. Zhuo. 10 boxes of gold. 2 billion berries. Holy Grail of life equipment. Supreme Great Blade. First generation Ghost Cutter. Shiva's bracelet. Divine armor. Perfect version. Yizhua has only one comment on this pile of abilities. Not bad. Click to close. The character panel of the system interface also retracts. The Demon King's fleet is still too weak. With so few crew members, how can they dominate the seas? I hope the myriad nations will have something interesting. Yizhua has always been looking for a fated beverage master to ensure that the drinking water on the Demon King ship is sufficient. He doesn't have a great memory, so finding a memory master would also be nice. However, if there are beverages, they need to be chilled at all times. It is said that under Whitebeard's command, there is a pirate captain known as the Ice Witch. Captain, not far ahead is the world. 10 pirate ships have been spotted approaching us. They should be the advanced ships of the Big Mom pirates. Khalifa reported, while Violet and Galat observed the distance as lookouts. What are we waiting for? Fire. Yizhua woke up from the thought of the crew list. He walked out of the dining room and gazed into the distance from the bow of the ship. The Big Mom pirate ship was quite formidable, but in terms of scale and size, the Demon King ship was at least twice the height of their main pirate ship. It was not just a treasure ship, but a giant vessel. Yizhua's demon king's skull swayed in the pirate flag with the wind. Using the monkey talisman, he transformed into the mythical beast form of the great-mouthed true god. He exhaled a breath of cold air, instantly freezing the course of the big MOM pirate crew's advance. Kill! He leaped into the air. Yizhua clenched the fire magic energy in his hand and unleashed a punch towards the 10 immobile pirate ships. Whoosh! The flames scorched the earth, melting the previously frozen sea in an instant. Water vapor rose, and a tall figure soared into the sky. The azure dragon hung in the heavens. With the amplification of the 3 great magic energies, lightning magic energy, water magic energy, and sky magic energy, he was the true dragon capable of dominating the weather. Yizhua opened his blood-red mouth wide. A dragon's breath wrapped in the magic of fire erupted. 10 pirate ships, not even knowing who was on top from the Big Mom pirates, were all sent soaring into the sky with a smooth series of moves. Continue forward. Yizhua restored his human form. He swirled the wine glass, considering it a morning exercise. The Grand Line, Marine Headquarters in Mariewa. The office of the Fleet Admiral was filled with contemporary naval powerhouses: Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazu. The skin of the 3 admirals was radiating a glow similar to that of armor. It seemed that there were still 6 years until the Seraphim would be freshly produced, and the technology used on them was not yet mature. The Demon King Yizhua was at war with Big Mom. However, this was a great opportunity for us to enter the new world. The 2 sides fighting would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. Sengoku looked at everyone. Garp, however, was munching on snacks, seemingly lost in thought. He only heard about the Demon King's invasion of the new world when he was discharged from the hospital. Set sail. Sakazuki spoke up, and suddenly a hatch opened on his half-mechanical, half-modified stomach. Inside was a large dog barking loudly. Fortunately, there was a translator invented by Vegapunk. Creak. A small hatch also opened on Akiji's stomach. The blue-skinned Zoan said, "To restore your body, you must kill the ability user." Meanwhile, Kizaru was rarely serious. His stomach opened, revealing a monkey's head. He was drinking coffee inside. Logically speaking, our Haki is strong enough to negate the effects of the devil fruit. Seeing this scene, he helplessly covered his eyes with his hand. Zephyr had already gone to the new world. No, if you go, you'll be turned into a real crane. Sengoku thought he was going to take action himself. After a pause, he finally understood. Hadn't Zephyr just replaced his arm and formed a pirate pursuit team? Wasn't that just creating more chaos? Perhaps he was pursuing the Demon King Yizhua. Garp's words brought the atmosphere in the Marine headquarters to a freezing point. Zephyr had become increasingly haggard after losing his arm. He had just replaced it with a mechanical arm and was no longer training for rebirth. He had gone to the new world to form a pirate pursuit team. It was indeed a tumultuous time, very intriguing. For years later, the Marineford War ended. Whitebeard too became a warlord of the sea, which was when he rebelled. Whole Cake Island. Big Mom was eating greedily, with grease all over her mouth. She had sent 10 pirate ships ahead to take the lead. It wouldn't be long before they surrounded Hive Island. At that time, she would personally lead her army there. She would level to the ground the place where the Rocks pirates were stationed back then. The Demon King pirates were merely a fledgling kid. Not only had they made the Dark World submit, but they also killed her best friend. It was simply outrageous. "Katakuri, why is it so chaotic outside?" Big Mom said unhappily. "Mom, it should be someone reporting about the advanced fleet." Katakuri replied as he picked up his trident and walked towards the door. Suddenly, a potato homie stumbled in. "Mom, it's bad. Our pirate ships have been wiped out. The Demon King has invaded." "Nanny?" Charlotte Linlin sat up in shock, her sickness momentarily forgotten. She was immediately filled with rage. "Yes, here?" Prometheus transformed into a fiery mane, with Napoleon the Hat sword in hand, standing atop Zeus the Thundercloud, soaring through the sky. "Follow me to battle." Big Mom roared. She led the first mate, Snack, the 4 commanders, dozens of ministers, and powerful cadres, along with countless homie troops. The Emperor, Charlotte Linlin, known decades ago as the Iron Balloon, a mutant with awakened 3-color Haki and devil fruit powers. In a rampaging state, she had killed 2 captains of the old generation's giant soldier pirate crew. After forming her pirate crew with Snack, she joined the Rocks Pirates due to the pirate games, where she met a young Kaido and gifted him a mythical Zoan devil fruit. She was said to have never been injured, with innate monstrous strength. Above Whole Cake Island, Big Mom's aura surged, dark clouds gathered overhead, and lightning flashed. The aging first mate, Snack, stood in the crowd, waiting expectantly. Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snack unleashed their observation Haki, their blood-red auras resembling those returning from hell. Dozens of her children served as ministers guarding their territories. At this moment, as the foundation of an emperor's crew was revealed before everyone, the overwhelming sense of pressure swept across the seas, making it feel like breathing was a scorching pain. Until a massive pirate ship appeared. The Demon King's ship plowed through camps and made its way deep into the territory of Whole Cake Island. What the hell? Yizhuo stood at the bow of the ship, and when he saw this scene, he was completely stunned. Are they treating me like a fool? No wonder those people on the road were weak and defenseless. So it was all hidden here? Ding! Main storyline chain quest completed. Defeat 2 of the 4 emperors. Invade Cake Island. Quest reward. Eye of Aurora Perfect Edition. A golden necklace appeared around Yizhuo's neck. This big gold chain is the one that can teleport worldwide to the Eye of Aurora. I just need to shake it now. Yizhuo was about to complain when he saw the brand new task. The main chain quest has been activated. Defeat 3 of the 4 emperors. Take down the Big Mom pirates. Task rewards. Iron Balloon, Flame of Lunaria, Snow Fruit. 3 rewards at once. The Iron Balloon refers to Big Mom's super strong mutated physique. The Flame of Lunaria is the characteristic of the top disaster, the Flame Disaster. Snow Fruit? Yizhuo thought for a moment and recalled that it seemed to be a cadre from the Don Quixote family. He has already passed away. So pathetic. If I get such a poor reward next time, I'll retire and become the Pirate King. Yizhuo rubbed his fists. Complaining is one thing, but the task rewards are still necessary. Even without a countdown, it's better to complete it early. Otherwise, his opponents might die of old age. He won't have any task rewards left in the future. Such a big fuss is really asking for a beating. Yizhuo used the Eye of Aurora to directly bring everyone on the ship to Cake Island. The 9 Shadow Corps also appeared. Little brat, you have stepped into the territory of the Sea Emperor. Big Mom glanced disdainfully at Yizhuo. Oh really? Yizhuo lifted his head and twisted his neck in annoyance. I don't like when others talk to me from a position of superiority. The monkey talisman emitted a glow, transforming into the Zoan type of the pirate world. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form. Clouds of mist surrounded him, and his hair turned snow white. Along with it, the robes of the 8 great demons and the divine armor also turned pure white. Only the Eye of Aurora and the Shiva's bracelet, along with the original Ghost Slash, retained their respective colors. The white light of Nika, the golden accessories, and the pitch-black Supreme Great Knife became embellishments for Yizhuo. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling that everything around him could be used for his own purposes. What kind of fruit ability is this? Big Mom looked at Yizhuo on the ground in surprise. The next second, Yizhuo treats Cake Island as a pop-up window, laughing and jumping up. Big Mom, kneel before me. Little brat, do you really think the new world is an amusement park if I don't take action? Heaven's great freedom, heavenly God, indiscriminate heavenly thunder rolls. It will destroy the entire land completely. At this moment, Yizhuo activated the Nika state, so how could he possibly fear mere lightning? At the same time, his heartbeat resonated like a drum, empowering each of his comrades. Coupled with Betty's Inspire Fruit, the two were unlocking the potential and courage of all members of the Demon King pirate crew. The previous 9 Dark Shadows had bestowed their marks, granting a Haki enhancement to the 9 crew members. As Yizhuo unleashed a punch, his powerful 8 demon auras also empowered the remaining partners. Boom! 8 demon auras. 9 Dark Shadows. The 8 demon auras had gathered, granting his subordinates complete protection from any harm. The complete version of the demon aura would bring an increase in dominance without any side effects. In this way, all of Leaf's subordinates have each received the enhancements of Nika's drum sound, the Inspire Fruit, demonic energy, and shadows. As the Sea Kings surrounded Cake Island, the Shadow Army struck, instantly killing Big Mom's homies. The skies, the earth, and the oceans were all densely packed. Bonnie received an amplification of mountain demonic energy. Galette received an amplification of thunder demonic energy. Shirahoshi received an amplification of water demonic energy. These demonic energies not only empowered them, but also strengthened their Haki. Want to harm our captain? Dream on. Peach Rabbit sent Cracker flying with a single sword strike. The Earth's demonic energy erupted with power, overpowering the Biscuit soldiers. Boom! Nami and Galette, representing the Rumble Fruit and Thunder demonic energy, respectively, crushed Snack and Parasparrow. Smoothie intended to squeeze Shirahoshi into juice using her Devil Fruit. But didn't he expect the inexhaustible water demonic energy? Bonnie's size didn't affect her as she devoured all the food on Cake Island, unleashing terrifying power akin to a Diamond Barbie. The Empress delivered a flying kick blocking Katakuri's trident. Dazbones had just conjured the light god, attempting to ambush the battle. Not far away, Betty erupted in flames, driving him back. The inspire fruit and fire demonic energy. You're not qualified to strike. Tina's wings behind her signified she was the embodiment of sky demonic energy. With a single move, she trapped hundreds of pirates. Dashiki instantly appeared behind Owen and slashed out. Rebecca, in her invisibility state, struck, leaving enemies unable to respond. Boom! Violet unleashed a blast of wind demonic energy, sweeping thousands of homies into the sky. In a state of immobility, it was the best time for poison to be effective. Reiju, enhanced by moon demonic energy, levitated enemies one by one, releasing toxins instantly. Khalifa delivered a flying kick, and the samurai shadow protected her. The enhancement of shadows and Haki significantly increased the power of the Navy's 6 styles. Perona and Vivi defended with Haki while sweeping the battlefield with their devil fruits. Many fell ill, realizing that continuing to fight would lead to their demise, sinking into self-doubt. The shape-shifting shadow beside Robin, like rubber, blocked all attacks. Buying time for her Hana no Mi fruit usage. Furthermore, the shadow accelerated her Haki awakening. Hands attacked, naturally covering with armament Haki. Little Suddy and Baby 5 struck fiercely. One, with the slip fruit, remained untouched. The other, with the weapon fruit, transformed into various attacks. The hunting claw shadow and stabbing blade shadow were enough to handle the entire scene. How could we be at a disadvantage? Smoothie couldn't believe this scene. Can Mom withstand the Demon King? Bruley panicked, riding a flying carpet to evade. Damn it, Smoothie, Bruley, be careful. Katakuri saw the future. There would be 2 leaves appearing. Swish! The black-clothed leaf transformed into the fully unleashed form of the Demon King's body, battling Shirahoshi, leaving Smoothie unable to evade. Yijua struck him into the big pit with a single palm. Aren't you fighting your mom? Smuggy couldn't believe that she couldn't even take Yijua's palm strike. That's right. The one in the sky is the Nika form of the white-clothed Yijua. I am the Demon King. Yijua split from the Tiger Talisman. The Demon King, Yijua, was dressed in black. Even in normal form, he stood nearly 6 meters tall. He held the supreme great knife, the first generation of Gue Che, and placed the blade against Smuggy's neck. Smuggy was already heavily injured from a punch. With a powerful burst of Conqueror's Haki, Yijua knocked Smuggy unconscious on the spot. With her eyes rolled back, Smuggy was already completely unaware. Bai Xing, throw this guy onto the ship. She will be our beverage master from now on. Lord Demon King. Bai Xing lifted the unconscious Smuggy, who had been scared senseless by Yijua, with one hand and placed her on the deck. There's one more. The Demon King, Yijua, smiled wickedly. In front of Buling on the flying carpet, Yijua appeared with wings spread wide. What? Can you fly faster than my Shadow Knight bat? Yijua flicked his fingertips, lifting the bangs on Buling's forehead. He could see the third eye blinking. Not bad. Or devil fruit is even hidden from Big M.O.M., right? How do you know? Buling thought this was her deepest secret. 3-eyed tribe, Paramecia, memory fruit user. Able to freely delete and alter others' memories. Very good. Your memory fruit combined with Violet's lie detection is simply a perfect match. With a snap of his fingers, the observation kill level Conqueror's Haki caused Buling to lose consciousness. Armed with a flintlock, he could cooperate with Garrot. He threw her onto the Demon King's ship. The Demon King, Yijua, quietly looked up at the sky. He would hold the battlefield at Cake Island and would not allow a single crew member to die. As for Big M.O.M., that S left to the white-clad Nika Yijua. Above the sky, the hair of the white-clad Yijua radiated light, and he had 2 pairs of arms at his abdomen and underarms. His hair burned like flames, paired with steam ribbons, adding to the mystery. A monster with 6 arms? It can actually ignore lightning attacks. As Big M.O.M. spoke, Prometheus rapidly expanded. Supreme Flame. Boom! The scorching flames instantly engulfed Yijua. Is this considered fire? Yijua opened his mouth. All the flames were devoured by him, who controlled the magic of fire. What? You are immune to lightning attacks, and that's fine. But why can you even eat flames? Big Mom couldn't understand. The outside world said Yijua was a user of the copy fruit ability. But this was the first time she had seen such a power in her life. What's this playing with fire and electricity? Dressed in white, Yijua felt playful. The Nika form truly deserved to be called the most outrageous ability. Once activated, it made one feel the urge to fight fiercely while also toying with the enemy. Let's start with a move. Flame Explosion, Invincible Lightning Eye. Boom! First came Yijua's flame attack. He had long wanted to eat a fruit named after it. He directly strung the moves together and shouted them out. Next up, Nine Heavens Thunderstorm. Flames weren't enough. He needed some lightning as well. Big Mom used thunder and fire as appetizers. Yizhuo could also do so. The entire sky was filled with dark clouds that transformed into thunder and rain. Falling from the heavens, Yizhuo transformed into a small sun that could explode at any moment, unleashing energy towards Big Mom. The sense of oppression from the two far surpassed that of Charlotte Linlin. Are you trying to replicate my techniques? Before Big Mom could finish her sentence, she was struck by a pillar of flames, thunder crashing down upon her. The battle had just begun. As the black smoke dissipated, Big Mom angrily looked at Yizhuo, only to see a giant whose fist was even larger than her own physique standing in midair. Yizhuo smiled wickedly at Big Mom. Old lady, take this. Elbaf gun, Wagwa. Big Mom values two things the most: delicious desserts and her dignity. Yizhuo's formation was overwhelmingly crushed by her subordinates, coupled with the giant-like Nika form. It made Big Mom's heart seethe with anger. A purple light burst forth, and the Haki coiled into an ultra-wide range sword energy. Whoosh! Accompanied by a shockwave, it expanded, capable of destroying half an island with a swordsman's slash. Oni Cry Zone September Demon Chi Heavenly Song. The white-clad Yizhuo took the first-generation Onitachi throne by the Demon King Yizhuo. He used all his lifelong learning, with dual-colored Haki entwined. The power of the Demon King, and the enhancement of the Bull Talisman. Lightning, flames, and storms were wrapped in demonic energy. The howling wind and thunder tore at the flames, producing a piercing sound, just like a ghostly wail. A horizontal slash. Under the influence of a Nika state, the first-generation Onitachi also terrifyingly enlarged. Nanny. Big Mom initially thought her Haki and strength were the peak. Little did she know, Yizhuo had advanced from Ryu Sakura to Carp's Iron Fist. The simple Haki entanglement had further reached the level of observation kill. Bull Talisman, Holy Body, Mountain Demon Chi, Earth Demon Chi, and the Demon King's body enhanced her strength. Just one strike made her hat, sword, Napoleon tremble. What nanny, it's Nika. Yizhuo looked down from above. In his eyes, Big Mom fell to the ground with a look of shock. He stepped onto the ground, delivering a heavy blow to the fallen Big Mom. What is this? Katakuri wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to continue attacking when he saw a giant foot stepping toward Big Mom. It suddenly dawned on him. Is that Mom? All the ministers and officers of the Big Mom pirates looked up. The influence of the Nika form made their eyes nearly pop out. Everyone's expressions were exaggerated. Like Tom, as they exclaimed in unison, Mom has been defeated. Boom! The giant of white light disappeared. Yizhuo couldn't help but laugh, holding his abdomen. Ha ha! It's so funny. The Buddha form makes one feel dignified. The Azure Dragon form makes me want to soar through the sky. The Great Mouth, True God form instinctively urges me to protect the Demon King fleet. The Nine-Tailed Fox form always evokes thoughts of deceiving others. The Phoenix form makes one want to spread their wings and soar, becoming carefree. The Nika form changes the surrounding environment, influences others, and also seeks to tease the enemies. Yizhuo felt the so-called demonic will of the phantom beast species. It was just a personality, after all. He laughed heartily and looked at everyone on the ground. I'm so hungry, so many homies. If Big MOM were to eat all the homies collected from countless souls, she would definitely die of anger, right? Yizhuo extended one hand. The ground bounced up like rubber. With a big grab, he threw over 100 homies into his mouth. The magic of the mountain quickly devoured them, transforming Yizhuo's body. What about the Sun Pirates and the Vinsmoke family? Yizhuo complained while eating. Aren't these two forces going to make an appearance? After all, this is the battle of the four emperors. As a subordinate force of the Demon King pirates, shouldn't they at least show some presence? See Flow shoulder throw. The voice of the Sea Knight, Jean Bei, appeared in his ear. The next moment, he burst out of the water and repelled over 100 pirates. Lord Demon King, the Sun Pirates have arrived late. Please forgive us. We went to the island where Old Man is located and explained the Fishman Island incident clearly. The war will not break out. What? Yizhuo was eating with his mouth full of homies, swallowing down Big Mom's favorite cake in one bite. Not fighting anymore. Can Whitebeard swallow this anger? It makes me so mad. Let him come. If he doesn't come, I'll go by myself. Yizhuo still didn't believe that Whitebeard could have such a good temper. Electromagnetic thrust. The high-tech spear erupted with golden points of light. Kaji led the Vinsmoke family, arriving late. Lord Demon King in the destruction of the nations. We must do our part. His three sons also fought hard, as countless modified replicants and shadows rushed towards Homais. So slow. Are you going to wait until all the celestial dragons are dead before coming? After Yizhua finished scolding, he heard a voice around the corner. Mama, mama, mama. Big Mom was drenched in blood, completely losing her sanity. She screamed and unleashed her conqueror's Haki indiscriminately. Boom. One by one, the homies and her children fell. It was clear that this attack was about to reach the Demon King pirates. Yizhua took a step forward. The conqueror's Haki was unleashed with full force. Boom. The seemingly unstoppable Big Mom was directly pushed back by Yizhua's conqueror's Haki. Immediately after, she kept retreating, her rolling white eyes gradually returning to normal. Boom! This fierce conqueror's Haki ultimately brought Big Mom back to her senses. However, upon regaining consciousness, all she could see was food, with her binge-eating disorder flaring up. She went completely berserk. What the hell? So weak against attacks. Yizhua didn't expect that with just one sword and one kick, he would turn a emperor into a madman. What exactly happened just now? Perona, sticking out his tongue, still hadn't figured out the truth of the matter. From his Zhuo kingdom, Pedro, who had his lifespan reduced by 50 years by Big Mom and lost one eye. The head of the Fur Kingdom's Hero Association, and the captain of the Nox Pirates. He came wielding a long sword. Lord Demon King, please allow me to join the battle. We don't have any ties. You go fight on your own. Yizhua waved his hand casually. Pedro then swung his sword at the eldest son, Perona. Meanwhile, the white-clothed Yizhua was crazily consuming the food-turned homies. Soon, Big Mom was devouring everything, and Yizhua was also speeding up. Mama's binge-eating disorder has struck. We need to escape. Damn it, there are undead shadows of the Big Mom pirates everywhere. Where can we run? Jinbi and the Vinsmoke family have also arrived, and the war is becoming increasingly unfavorable. Damn it, that guy Pedro actually dares to come here to seek death. I will drag him down with me. The Cake Island is a complete mess. Yizhua finally had a little fill and stood in front of Big Mom. All the food on this island has been eaten by me. He grinned, and his body began to swell, growing to 6 meters and 66 centimeters. The influence of the mountain's demonic energy finally stopped. I feel like I've become significantly stronger. Dressed in white, Yizhua clenched his 5 fingers and tossed the supreme great blade to Demon King Yizhua. I'm going to continue fighting. The mountain's demonic energy only needs to keep devouring to become stronger. This is the true super evolution. As Yizhua spoke, Big Mom quickly became thinner. Her bulimia was rapidly consuming her energy, and her combat power was continuously rising. This meant she had completely lost her sanity. So hungry, Mama needs a strawberry cake. Big Mom roared, and the moment she looked at Yizhua, her sword struck out like thunder. Dare to go berserk? I'll hit you until you wake up. Defeating you after you regain consciousness will be even more interesting. Yizhua's gaze was sharp, like a dragon spotting its prey. That was a mad mother. We had no chance of winning if we kept fighting like this. Some people turned and ran. What is the point of fighting? Our own leader had gone mad, while the enemy was still at full strength. Bruley hoisted over 10 mirrors and shouted, "Hurry up, little brother, sister, and little sister." The 4 nouns almost covered all members of the Big Mom pirates. Their fighting spirit was completely gone. Having already suffered heavy losses, they were now about to be backstabbed by Big Mom. If they didn't escape now, they would face total annihilation. Are we going to escape? Yizhua extended a large hand. The mountain's demonic energy and flowing cherry blossoms disregarded Big Mom's slash. He seized her, shattered the mirror. Katakuri had just given the command. Only 1/3 of the survivors managed to escape into the mirror. But as long as the mirror was shattered, they could escape. Whoosh! A massive figure was thrown in. Big Mom was drooling all over the place. Her mind was filled with food. Whenever she saw someone, she wanted to attack and seize their soul. What's the rush? Are you leaving without taking your captain? Yizhua laughed loudly as he appeared before everyone. He shattered the last mirror with a punch, leaving no escape for the Big Mom pirates. Mom, wake up. This is not the time for strawberry cake. Before Perona could finish his sentence, Big Mom was already furious and swung her sword. Bang! Katakuri blocked it with a trident, and he and Perona were sent flying, crashing into the wall of the mirror world. Bree! Yizhuang lifted Beely Eye with one hand. His conqueror's Haki erupted, causing everyone in the venue to faint. Only Big Mom and Katakuri remained conscious. Kill you? You are nothing but a strawberry cake. Big Mom had slimmed down to looking only 50 years old. It seemed that the more she lost weight, the younger she appeared. Kill me? Foolish thing. Who gave you the courage? Beely Eye fell to the ground. Obediently, she opened up a mirror space, pointing to the largest pirate ship in the whole Cake Island. Yizhua's palm was larger than Big Mom's entire body. A powerful slap was unleashed. Presumptuous. Big Mom confidently believed she could block the attack. As a palm came crashing down, her entire face twisted, and she flew towards the mirror. Swish! The blood-spitting Big Mom appeared on the Queen Mama's hem. She was momentarily stunned, and when she stood up, she saw Zhuo leisurely walking out of the mirror. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon began to tremble. That guy is back. So terrifying. Thundercloud Zeus screamed. If Big Mom was referred to as the evil god by the giants and the natural destroyer in the eyes of the world, then Zhuo was the absolute lord of hell, the king of demons. Don't come over here. Napoleon, the hat sword, felt pain all over his body. He felt that a few slaps from Zhuo could take his life. Mom, please wake up. The fireball Prometheus shivered. As a fireball, he felt unusually cold. Strawberry cake. Big Mom screamed again, slashing with her sword. She had become so thin that she looked only 40 years old. Her skin had tightened, and her gaze was sharp, revealing a fierce demeanor. It's time to wake up. Yamato kicked one foot up into the sky, transforming into a battle axe that turned into a giant's foot in midair. It fell from the sky. Bang! The massive Queen Mama Sang was split in half with a loud crack because of that kick. Originally, Big Mom, who was about to draw her sword, was struck by a typical pirate ship while riding on the thundercloud. At the moment she was about to sink to the bottom of the sea, Prometheus accelerated madly, transforming into a dark cloud that flew out from the corner. Manga, wake up. Damn it, this guy's combat power is too strong. His Haki is even more terrifying than Mama's, and his strength is overwhelming. Prometheus, hurry and take Mama away. The three Charlotte Linlin, the strongest homies made from souls, had long since awakened. If they continued to fight, they would all die. Whoosh! The thundercloud Zeus soared into the sky, using its own lightning to accelerate along with Prometheus's flames. They tried to escape with all their might. Sitting in the dark cloud, the saddened Big slowly stood up, turning around once more. Once she wakes up, any homie must obey her commands. Too slow. This battle is getting boring. Zhuo looked at Big Mom. At this moment, Big Mom had slimmed down to her best state, returning to her appearance in her 20s, which was when she joined the Rocks Pirates. Both her looks and figure were at an absolute peak. Even more terrifying was that the Big Mom, who had gone mad due to her binge-eating disorder, was completely awake at this moment. She glared at Zhuo with anger. In her crazed state, she was slapped awake. Big Mom was furious, and the Prometheus above her head transformed into fiery hair. I want you to die. Mingguang's sword. Big Mom fused lightning, flame, sword, and Haki together. In her maddened, strongest state, she slashed out with a sword. Try this. Zhuo's two fists fell from the dark clouds, grasping lightning and flames. That's it. On the deck of a sinking pirate ship, Katakuri sat helplessly in the corner. Bree looked up at the sky along with him. They saw two fists, larger than whole Cake Island, each wrapped in thunder and fire. Boom! Everyone in the world was captivated by this scene. They looked up in unison. Big Mom was screaming frantically, yet beneath these fists, she was as small as a grain of sand. Sink into the depths of the sea, Big Mom. Let the new world have no pirates daring to declare war on me again. What follows will be my era as the Demon King. The world King Rocks is dead, and even his legend has been erased. Pirate King Roger sacrificed his life to usher in the great pirate era, generously meeting his death. The new generation pushes the old. This is already the new era of the Demon King Zhuo. Boom! Thunder roared, shattering the darkness at this moment. Whoosh! Flames burned, igniting all impossibilities with fervor. Big Mom was defeated by the double fists in her peak state. She lasted less than a breath. Her face was flattened, and she spat out blood as she fell from the sky into the sea. Fire and lightning blasted open the ocean. A massive thunderstorm fireball exploded on the sea surface. The intense heat evaporated a large amount of seawater in an instant. Water vapor rose, transforming into a sky full of white mist. Dressed in white, Zhuo gradually returned to his normal human form. The Demon King, Zhuo, flapped his wings, and with a smash of his fists, declared, "Even if you're the other half transformed by the Tiger Talisman, you are still a Demon King. Regardless of good or evil, we are all Demon Kings." In that moment of fusion, the white light slightly faded. Zhuo danced with his wings, his robe fluttering and rustling. The sea breeze lifted his hair. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly in a smile. For emperors, it's already outdated. The war is over. Come back home with me. Zhuo Fei returned to Cake Island. The crew of the Big Mom Pirates all stared at him, their eyes filled with fervent admiration and loyalty. What about that invincible Big Mom, known as the Iron Balloon? Is she dead? Katakuri swallowed hard. He now understood how right it was for Reiju to follow Yizhuo back then. No legend can stand forever. Jinbe was also shocked, but more than that, he felt joy. This meant that Fishman Island would enjoy peace for a longer time under Yizhuo's peak state. My soul has returned. Pedro stretched out his hands. Of course, his lost I could not return. But the 50 years of life he lost had all come back. He was filled with tears and vowed to follow Yizhuo for the rest of his life. Ding. Main storyline chain, quest completed. Defeat the 4 emperors. Defeat the Big Mom pirates. Quest rewards. Iron balloon. Flame of lunaria. Snow fruit. Yizhuo felt a slight tremor in his bones and skin. Flames ignited on the wings of wind and thunder. In comparison, the snow fruit turned out to be the most ordinary one. Side quest unlocked. Capture Black Arm Zifa. Quest reward. Swordsmanship World's strongest #1 Great Swordmaster. Yizhuo was happy that the main quest had come to a close. However, the newly released side quest left him a bit puzzled. Black Arm Zephyr? At this time, his arm had just been replaced, and logically, he should have established a precursor to the Inyo Navy, the pirate pursuit team. Could it be that while he was away, they set up an ambush on Hive Island? At this leisurely pace, it would take a day to return. By then, Zephyr might already be feeding the fish. However, from an outsider's perspective, the battle among the 4 emperors would surely end in mutual destruction. But the bounty on the Navy does seem a bit excessive. The subsequent actions of the clown buggy were directly replaced by the system. Everyone, it's time to go home. Yizhuo stood at the bow of the Demon King's ship, moving all the treasures of the world. The Vinsmoke family, the Sun Pirates, and Pedro from a mink tribe watched as the Demon King's ship sailed away before turning to leave. The true king had already appeared, and he would undoubtedly be the next pirate king. Gaji felt ashamed. In front of Yizhuo, even technological weapons seemed useless. Especially the moment he witnessed Big Mom's defeat. It left a deep impression on him. As the Demon King, there was no need to aspire to be the Pirate King. Jinbei believed that Yizhuo didn't even need the title of Pirate King. The Demon King would undoubtedly become a name comparable to Pirate King Roger, or even more dazzling. It was time to return to Zhuo and share this good news with Boss Snake. Pedro gazed at the rabbit Kalo at the stern of the ship. He understood that this was what Roger referred to as tomorrow. The Demon King's ship. Yizhuo raised his celebratory wine glass. Everyone toasted and drank, except for Smuggy and Bryn in the corner, who were at a loss. Mom lost. That's impossible. Smuggy snapped back to reality upon hearing that Yizhuo and the others were celebrating defeating the Big Mom pirates. Instantly, he was in a frenzy, wanting to confirm the truth of the news. That was the Sea Emperor, Charlotte Lin, known as the Iron Balloon. If Mom lost, what about Brother Katakuri and the others? Bryn curled up in the corner, unable to believe this fact. How could a fledgling pirate crew defeat an emperor? It should be noted that Yizhuo's rise was very brief. Although there were various major events and news about him every day, as a newcomer, Yizhuo was considered only qualified to become one of the warlords of the sea at most. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to become one of the 4 emperors. However, those who had such thoughts were truly overconfident. The warlords of the sea were simply at odds with each other. Otherwise, if they teamed up, they could form an unmatched, powerful pirate crew. Currently, among the warlords of the sea, the Empress Hancock joined the Demon King pirates. Sand Crocodile Daz was defeated and formed a real crocodile pirates. Moonlight Moria turned into a bat and returned to the sea. The Fishman Jinbei followed the Big Mom pirates and left Whitebeard's command. The Night Demon Don Quixote Doflamingo was sent to impel down by the Shadow Soldiers to read the newspaper. And the Tyrant Kuma tried to stop Yizhuo in the East Blue, but ended up losing Betty and Bonnie. Only Hawkeye Mihawk remained. It can be said that Yizhuo and the system are both crazy collectors, even gathering the warlords of the sea. Whether you believe it or not is not important. Khalifa will inform them about their future work. Yajua tapped the wine bottle on Smuggy's head, making her furious and turn red in the face. According to the captain's arrangement, you will become the drink master and memory master on the ship. From now on, everyone must fulfill their duties. Khalifa, as the shipwright, spends all day being an assistant. Dream on. I'm a star of the big MOM pirate crew. Smuggy's purple lips cursed loudly. Knock her out. Yizhuo was too lazy to bother, snapping his fingers. Hundreds of shadowy trolls raised their fists. Buling sat trembling in fear, clearly realizing that Yizhuo was not a soft-hearted person. Those female pirates, who seemed arrogant in the eyes of the world, appeared kind-hearted in front of Yizhuo. Of course, this was only when facing Yizhuo. By the way, send a letter to the newsbird. The shadowy night bat took the envelope and soared into the sky. In the dark world, the news of Big Mom's defeat quickly reached their ears. Newsbird Morgans flapped his wings excitedly. Great, this is big news. Hurry up. A new emperor has been born. And that is the Demon King Zhuo. This time, there will be no controversy. Just as he was overjoyed, thinking he could make a fortune, the night bat appeared on a giant hot air balloon floating in the sky. Is he the messenger of the Demon King? Morgans initially thought Zhuo didn't want him to publicize this matter. He didn't expect the letter inside to say, "Silly bird, if you dare to write about me, I want half of the newspaper's profits." Morgans wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is too much. Even more than Big Mom. He wanted to refuse, but from the shadows around him emerged 9 dark figures. Trembling, Morgans closed the envelope. In the end, he had no choice but to nod. In the new world, on a lonely island, 5 pirate ships were docked. A crocodile was lounging with its legs crossed, sitting next to MR1 and dozens of hippo people. The crocodile slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and picked up a newspaper. His eyes nearly bulged out. Across from him sat a giant bat, also wide-eyed. "Nanny, this guy defeated Big Mom. Crocodile, do we still want revenge?" Moria shouted. "Depends on the situation." The sand crocodile said blandly. "Who would dare to touch this bad luck now?" On the Moby Dick, at the whale-like bow, for massive pirate ships sailed in parallel. Whitebeard picked up a newspaper and calmly looked around. The captains had already started discussing. The lurking Blackbeard Teach was still just an ordinary member of the second crew. He was shocked and had not spoken for a long time. If he remained silent any longer, would there still be a chance? Golalala. This guy followed by Jinbei defeated Linlin. It seems Fishman Island can remain safe for a long time. Whitebeard was not angry that Jinbei followed Zhuo. He knew that the safety of the entire Fishman Island was absolutely within moral bounds compared to the Sun Pirates' allegiance. "Old man, that was Big Mom." The 4th captain, Sachi, exclaimed, shocked as he picked up the newspaper. The paper said Jinbei also participated in this battle. Flower Sword Vista stroked his small beard. He was thinking of Fishman Island. "But old man, that's our territory. Shouldn't we declare war?" Red-haired Shanks has just become the 4 emperors, and Big Mom has been replaced by the Demon King Zhuo. If we don't take action, we might be targeted by those supernovas. The immortal bird Marco still valued the overall interests of the Whitebeard pirates more. That would bring significant losses. The lurking Zong was maintaining his flintlock. He couldn't help but recall the land of Wano. Whitebeard's health was deteriorating. He didn't attack the beast pirates back then. How could he easily declare war on a rising new 4 emperor now? Old man had already promised Jinbei that there would be no declaration of war because of this. Diamond Jozu believed that everything should follow Whitebeard's lead. Gulalala. Such an ambitious guy will never stop. Let's wait for the opportunity. He will definitely meet us. Just didn't expect Lean's strength wouldn't last until the next day. Whitebeard raised a large jug of wine and drank it all in one go. In a corner, Blackbeard Teach crossed his arms and felt increasingly uncomfortable. The current 4 emperors reshuffle. Red-haired Shanks had just broken the original pattern to become the new 4 emperors, while the Demon King Zhuo was taking territory and defeating Big Mom to become the new 4 emperor. Whitebeard health was getting worse, while Kaido of the 100 Beasts was in his prime. Who will be the next to be replaced? Can Teach wait for his dark fruit? His gaze turned cold, and a sense of determination began to rise in his heart. In the land of Wano, on Onigashima, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, dressed in purple, down a wine gourd in one go. Just after getting drunk, he started to wail. Linlin, have you left so soon? Damn Demon King Zhuo, I will tear you to pieces." Sitting in his chair, he couldn't help but recall when he first entered Hive Island as a trainee crew member of the Rocks Pirates and received the devil fruit from Big Mom, gaining the mythical beast form of the Azure Dragon. This favor should be repaid. Jack, go to Whole Cake Island to find Katakuri and also retrieve Charlotte Linlin. Alive or dead, I want to see her. Kaido forcefully threw his Kanabo aside. "Governor, I will bring back Big Mom's corpse." The Drought Jack with his tall frame dazedly walked out of Onigashima. "Jean, gather all the survivors of the Big Mom pirates. We can have 5 disasters, 6 disasters. Understood, Big Brother Kaido." In the Giant Kingdom, Elbaf, the red-haired pirates were holding a grand banquet. Ben Beckman handed a newspaper to Shanks. Even Linlin has been replaced, but this has maintained the balance of the sea. Shanks picked up a large bowl of wine from the West Sea and toasted with the giants. The New World has always been a struggle of blood and swords. Even the red-haired pirates have their own large fleet and territorial influence. Without the resolve to emerge from the mountains of blades and seas of fire, one has no right to step on the peak. The victors take all, while the losers eat dust. In the East Sea, Lobetown, The cannibal Bartolomeo had just left the port when he called his grandma with a snail. "Grandma, what should I do to get to the Grand Line?" "Just sail following your own heart." Bartolomeo put down the newspaper, standing at the bow of the ship. "Full speed ahead. Target the Grand Line. We need to hurry to follow Senior Yizhua. He is already one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World. Ever since Yizhua defeated Smoker with a single blow in Lowtown and used Conqueror's Haki to intimidate the crowd, Bartolomeo, who witnessed this scene, has been in awe of his kingly qualities. Now he is finally setting sail to find his idol. In the East Sea, Orange Town, Cocoa Village, Noki Gao picked up a newspaper and a bounty notice. Has the adventure of the Demon King and Nami already shocked the world? She smiled happily and looked at the other dozen bounty notices. The current Demon King pirates were different from before. Even Tontatta and the princesses had bounty notices now. Everyone had a bounty over 100 million. The Empress and Tontatta both surpassed 1 billion berries. Betty and Sumoji also broke through to 990 million berries. All crew members who had fought with demonic energy had their bounties raised to over 500 million berries. Those in charge of the Shadow Army also exceeded 1 billion. Only the pet rabbit, Galette, barely reached over 1 million berries. Compared to the later Chopper and Beepo, it was thousands of times higher. Yet this made Galette so sad that she couldn't eat carrots. In the Grand Line, Alabasta, King Cobra looked at the news on the newspaper, holding Vivi's bounty. He couldn't say a word for a long time. It detailed everything about the Demon King Yezhua. Demon King Yezhua's influence. Grand Line, Alabasta, Amazon Lily. New World, Fishman Island. Dressrosa, Hive Island. Demon King Fleet. North Sea Vinsmoke Family, Germa 66. Sun Pirates, Jinbei the Knight of the Sea. From the Fluffy Kingdom, Pedro Pirates. Demon King Pirates, 4 Great Witches. Empress, Tontatta, Betty, Sumoji. Demon Princesses, Vivi, Shirahoshi, Rebecca, Violet, Reiju. Shadow Witches, Califa, Robin, Nami, Dashiki, Bruli, Baby 5, Little Suddy, Bonnie, Tina, Perona. Pet Rabbit, Galette. The foundation battle has ended. The competition among the 4 emperors of the nations echoed throughout the New World overnight. While people were crazily discussing it, they also began to recall past rumors that the 3 admirals had already been defeated by Yezhua, although they had not shown themselves. Yezhua's powerful strength was undoubtedly undeniable at present. The rumors must be the certain truth. At this moment, the morning light was particularly glaring. Yezhua rinsed his mouth with a bottle of fine wine after a hangover. He rubbed his eyes before looking towards the sea horizon. Hive Island was getting closer. Around the island, there was a windless zone created by the White Star using Sea Kings. In the sky were night bats, and on the ground were trolls, warriors, and ninjas. A comprehensive defense covering land, sea, and air. There was no need to station anyone. It was hard to understand what Zephyr hoped to achieve by launching a surprise attack at this time. Lord Demon King. Naval warships have appeared in the windless zone of Hive Island. Violet appeared first, followed closely by Rebecca. Galette also happily gazed into the distance, a telescope hanging around his neck. Naval warships? Tina looked towards the sea horizon. Her expression changed involuntarily. Zephyr's son's son. Hearing this title, Dasky was also taken aback. The black-armed Zephyr, who cultivated half of the Navy and created a naval era. Why was he appearing on Hive Island? At this moment, Dasky and Tina had only one thought: get Zephyr to escape quickly. Yizhua will not suffer any losses just because he has fought against the 4 emperors. Yizhua is not human. Shut up, you are pirates now. Yizhua spat out a mouthful of wine, as if rinsing his mouth. He turned to Robin beside him. So, has the analysis of the history text been completed? It's all organized. Captain, do you have any further instructions? Robin looked at Yizhua with great joy. Now that the historical texts had gradually come together, she had a certain understanding of the truth in her heart. This was all gained from following Yizhua. That's good. Get ready. Who's going to fight Zephyr? Yizhua glanced at the people around him, not expecting Tao Tu and Tina to be the first to step forward. We must make our move. Tao Tu drew her sword, knowing that if she let Yizhua take action, he could probably kill Zay Fa with a single punch. Want to hold back? Yizhua smiled, and the wings of wind and thunder spread out. As the Demon King sailed into the doldrums, he had already appeared on the deck of the naval warship. Whoosh! Shadows of ninjas filled the ship, and the Marines stationed there looked around in terror, soon meeting their demise. Have they already landed? Yizhua suddenly appeared at the port of Honeycomb Island like a bat landing on the deck. It would still take some time for the Zifas and the Demon King pirates to return. An looked around nervously. As a user of the retrospective fruit, she could make people 12 years younger. With repeated use of her fruit's ability, She could even revert someone to their infant stage. That guy's already shown up. Zifa sharply turned around. Demon King Yizhua. Binz turned around nervously. As a user of the flourishing fruit, he immediately made the surrounding plants grow, attempting to entangle Yizhua. He had overslept, and didn't he use his conqueror's Haki to conceal his presence, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. It seemed that keeping observation Haki active at all times was necessary. Zhuo sitirichet lezidi. Shadows had already appeared behind him. Tautu, Dina, and Dasky were the first to arrive. Unlike the others on the Demon King's ship, although they couldn't save Zephyr, they still wanted to minimize his suffering. Having witnessed Big Mom's defeat with their own eyes, they understood how strong Yizhua was. The old man couldn't wait to deal with this scoundrel right now. Zephyr's purple hair and sunglasses looked particularly desolate under the sunlight. He had only spoken half of his sentence. The Shadow Army had already taken down all the Marines. Yizhua's speed is incredibly fast. Under the enhancement of the sky's magical energy and lightning magic, Yizhua, who has concealed his presence with the observation kill conqueror's Haki, moves silently. With one foot on Binz and one hand catching Ein, he says, "The reversal fruit is quite good. If I bring you over, I can use the reversal fruit to keep my crew eternally youthful. You're quite a good therapist." Bang! Yizhua said this, but did not hold back his strength. He threw the black-haired Ein with blue hair into the house. The house collapsed, leaving only a breath. Vivi quickly stepped forward to heal him. Dasky and Tina dared not delay and rushed to check Ein's condition. The outside world believed that Yizhua had a morbid interest. Only they, as crew members, understood that as long as one had not definitively joined the Demon King pirates, they remained enemies. Your presence could not even be detected by observation Haki. Zifa looked concernedly in the direction where Ein and Binz had been defeated. He suppressed the sadness within him. He had to gather his spirits to fight. He did not expect that just one day after battling Big Mom, you would be able to recover. It seems that Carp was right. You are as strong as Rox was back in the day. Zifa walked forward, trying to put on a cheerful smile. Rox, if he were stronger than me, he wouldn't have died. Yizhua clenched his fist with 5 fingers and glanced at Zafa. Do you know? Your presence here today will bring disaster to the Navy. I will defeat you and detain you here. Think about it. Will the Navy headquarters come to rescue you? Yizhua walked towards Zifa, and the distance between them grew closer. Ahem, a mere little thief dares to say such grand words. Do you really think justice is what? A joke for you to toy with, Atwell? No evil can endure. Embrace your defeat. Let your remaining life be spent at the bottom of the advancing city, living in dampness and decay. Black Arm Zifa does not kill the general. He has had too many legends in his life. Yizhua had no pity in her heart. Even if a strong person was heading towards decline, they should not be pitted. Only by defeating them head-on can one truly show respect. When I obtain the Annals of Time, I will definitely write a peak showdown for you. Yizhua's smile was wicked. Zafa didn't understand what the Annals of Time were. He only saw the pity in Tautu's eyes. Hey, Tautu, are you pitying this old man? How ridiculous. To be a Navy and yet serve under him. What about the justice in your hearts? True, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, they are the same. The justice of the Grand Line has long been a mere name, and justice has never descended upon a new world. Zafa roared, his armament Haki covering his arms. The mechanical arm struck first. You have betrayed the justice behind you. Boom! Yizhua's punch struck the mechanical arm. C4 stone, an explosion occurred simultaneously. To Yizhua, none of this mattered. He wasn't even A. Moreover, with the help of Steel Balloon and Mountain Demon Chi, this kind of attack couldn't even break through his defense. Crack! The newly replaced mechanical arm shattered with a sound. Zephyr had long anticipated this. After all, external objects are ultimately just external objects. His fist, unwilling to back down, collided with Yizhua's fist. The shock wave erupted, destroying all the surrounding buildings. The once chaotic port finally opened up significantly. Zephyr staggered back a few steps before he managed to steady himself. He covered his chest with one hand, gasping heavily. At a glance, the entire Hive Island was filled with shadow troops. The Demon King ship had arrived at the port. He was about to face the complete 4 Emperor's crew. But the reality was, Zephyr would no longer have this opportunity. His arm was bleeding, and even though he struggled to breathe and regain consciousness, his awareness was still fading. One punch, just one punch was enough to be unresisted. How powerful was this young man in front of him? As Zephyr's consciousness was about to shatter, he desperately picked up the Den Mushi and screamed, "Sengoku, no, save me." As soon as he finished speaking, his body fell to the ground with a thud, lying on the floor in a big character shape. Lock him up. What Black Arm Zephyr? After a while, We will choose a day for execution. Of course, we need to pick a good day. With one command from Zhuo, the battle crew stepped forward and apprehended Zfa. That Ein is still alive. Just make her a healer and let her join the medical room. She can help people maintain their peak for a long time. The phone bug on the ground was still shouting. Zfa, Zfa, it's Sengoku. Don't go to Hive Island. He's already here. Zhuo picked up the phone and casually replied, "Are you challenging the entire Navy headquarters?" Sengoku said on the other end, "You can give it a try." Zhuo threw the phone bug away and did not respond anymore. The Navy headquarters? Since there was a Marine Forward War that could bring down Whitebeard, why couldn't he execute Zephyr and challenge the entire headquarters? Ding. Side quest completed. Capture Black Arm Zephyr. Quest reward. Swordsmanship World's strongest #1 swordmaster. As for rewards related to swordsmanship and martial arts, Zhuo has no interest at all. He learned too much in his previous life. Hidden mission triggered. Reward all forces under the world government, including the 5 Elders, Dressrosa, the Navy, CP0, Judicial Island, the Celestial Dragons, the World Army, and the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Mission reward. Advanced observation. Haki listened to voices. Zhuo thought for a moment and vaguely recalled this ability. It can perceive the inner voices of others. The little girl from Sky Island has this innate ability. Princess Odoheim from Fishman Island, who has passed away, could not only sense emotions but also influence the emotions of others. The solitary red can hear the inner words of others, and, if touched, can also gain memories. Listening to the inner voice is this ability. It can be said to be quite magical. With ultra-long distance, foresight of the future, the voice of all things, and added to listening to the inner voice that can no longer be considered human, is completely a god on another level. A bounty, huh? Zhuo returned to the main hall, carefully considering how much bounty each person should receive. After thinking for a moment, he called over the crew and shared the matter. Everyone was left speechless. It had always been us who were bounty hunted. When has a pirate ever placed a bounty on the Navy? Bonnie was somewhat confused but deeply shocked. After all, that was all belly and gold. Nami felt heartbroken over the belly. Let me do the math. Khalifa had already started tapping on the abacus. This was definitely a complicated calculation. I absolutely hate being bounty hunted, but it's good to let them experience what it's like to be targeted. The Empress Hancock sat on one side of Yizhua's chair, crossing her legs. Truly a formidable queen. Betty felt helpless. She had never thought there could be such a move. However, the GM army didn't have that much belly to lavishly place bounties. Time to give a news bird call. Zhuo felt that this matter should be left to Morgans to handle. 10 minutes later, on a hot air balloon in the New World, Morgans was drenched in cold sweat. Over the years, he had seen all sorts of storms, but he had never seen operations like Zhuo's. He had just become the new Sea Emperor and immediately launched such a fierce operation. Was he trying to trigger a major event? 2 minutes later, he received updated intelligence. Former Admiral Zephyr had been defeated by Zhuo on Hive Island, and his life or death was unknown. It became clear. The Demon King thought being chased as a pirate was too troublesome, so he simply put a bounty on all his enemies. He thought for a moment and called back the snail. I will set up a branch to issue the bounty notices. Morgan's bounty notices need to be published worldwide. The cost is simply too high. Morgans was planning to play both sides. Oh, aren't you going to earn income from my reports? Just take a 20% cut from that. By the way, when will this week's share arrive? Zhuo not only plans to spend no berries, but also intends to squeeze out another sum. It will be sent over soon. So please rest assured, Lord Demon King. Morgan is at a loss for words. If he had known, he wouldn't have mentioned this matter at all. The next day, while the whole world was shocked by the Demon King, Zhuo's promotion to the new 4 emperors, another major event stunned the world early in the morning. Bounty notices? Why are there so many today? In the Sabati archipelago, Rayleigh bought a newspaper early in the morning, along with a stack of bounty notices. The first one was for the Demon King Zhuo. Latest bounty, 235 billion berries. The second was for Sengoku the Buddha. Bounty, 5 billion berries. Not a low bounty, huh, old Sengoku? Huh. Rayleigh's pupils trembled in disbelief, his hands shaking. He picked up the third one, Iron Fist Carp. Bounty, 5 billion berries, 500 million berries more than the fleet admiral. The fourth one was Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. 7 billion berries. This kid actually surpassed Sengoku by 200 million. Rayleigh was left stunned by his own words. What is going on? Has the world changed? Did all the Navy suddenly stand against the world government overnight? He returned to the tavern and handed a stack of bounty notices to Shaki. He poured himself a drink to calm his nerves and picked up the newspaper. Breaking news. The Demon King Zhuo has a bounty covering the entire world. One bounty notice after another affected countless people. The 5 elders each had a bounty of 4 billion berries. And the Shichibukai were left with only Tyrant Kuma and Hawkeye Mihawk. Mihawk had a bounty of 5 billion berries, while Tyrant Kuma received 2 billion berries. CP0 was also entirely exposed by Yizhua, along with their bounties. The Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong, hiding under the sea, and Magellan from Impel Down also received bounty notices. Crazy. Completely crazy. Most importantly, every celestial dragon had a bounty of 100 million berries. For the first time in history, someone dared to lay hands on the celestial dragons. This is even more shocking than the defeat of the 4 Emperor Big MOM. As strong as the 4 Emperors are, ruling the New World, they only occupy a corner. The Grand Line, the 4 Seas, the Red Line, and the White Sea are all vast. Because the Navy has the backing of the world government, they can issue bounties on pirates. This has also given rise to the profession of bounty hunters. Yi Zhuang has issued a bounty on so many Marines in one go. Even the 5 elders are on the list. Most importantly, he has placed a bounty on the celestial dragons. This is a major taboo on the Red Continent, in the holy land of Mariehua. The 5 elders hold their bounty notices, their hands trembling. A madman. He is a complete lunatic. Where did he get so many berries? Did that Tazolo guy give them to him? The key issue is not the berries or gold, but that he has touched a forbidden topic. Each celestial dragon is worth 100 million berries, and if they are elite celestial dragons, they can fetch over 500 million. But my supreme great blade, the first generation of Onigiri, is still in his hands. The 5 elders start arguing, breaking their usual calm demeanor. This incident is simply too troublesome. Should they erase him? The entire Hive Island must not be left intact. Activate the Demon Hunt Order. He has gone mad like Rocks did back in the day. How much force should they mobilize? Who will lead, Steelbone Kong or Sengoku? The 5 elders are determined to act, to erase Hive Island from the map. They must quickly recruit new warlords of the sea. Just having Mihawk and Kuma is not enough. What about Whitebeard too? They should take advantage of Newgate's distraction. If they wait a few more years, the pacifists might even be able to be produced. They're getting more and more troubled. The existence of Yizhua itself is a danger. It will make more and more people stand up against the celestial dragons. Hive Island. Yizhua woke up feeling good and stretched lazily. Captain, our minimum bounty is for the celestial dragons, 100 million berries. If someone really dares to come, we can at most pay the bounty for 100 celestial dragons. Should we lower the bounty? Khalifa asked Yizhua with a pen and paper. Huh? Besides the celestial dragons, our minimum bounty starts at 500 million berries for elite marine generals. They don't dare to kill the celestial dragons, and they can't defeat the elite marine generals. If bounty hunters had that kind of strength, they would have already made a name for themselves. The Empress rubbed Yizhua's ear. It seemed she thought of something and said, there was once a very famous marine hunter, Dracul Mihawk. Ayn wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and stood up from the corner. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Bounty all forces under the world government, including the 5 elders impelled down, the Navy, CP0, Judicial Island CP9, the Celestial Dragons Holy Knights, the Future Kingdom Scientific Force, the World Army, and the Shichibukai. Mission reward. Advanced observation Haki, hear the voices of others. Yizhuo Yonit. He beckoned the crying Ayn to stand up. Background hint. The host has obtained a large share from News King Morgan and Golden Emperor Tezelo, seizing the power of Joy Street and the Shipping King. Becoming a true dark overlord. Main quest has been activated. The strongest of the 7 warlords. Navy Hunter, the world's #1 swordsman. Defeat the 2 titles of Hawkeye Mihawk and take the titles. Quest hint. Let this world understand who the true Navy Hunter is. Quest reward. Panka Treasure Box Perfect Version Permanent Item. Yizhua glanced at the pile of data on the task panel. Fortunately, he didn't see the words chain anywhere. His mood instantly improved. What I need the Panka Treasure Box for, to seal myself. Yizhua felt that this task reward was definitely the most useless one. Did he really need to seal anything? The task reward had an introduction section. Driven by curiosity, Yizhua still clicked on it. Panka Treasure Box Perfect Edition. The sealed target will not be restricted, and demons are just one of the options, with a quota of 0.8. The Perfect Edition was indeed different. There were no restrictions on usage, allowing him to seal 8 people at will. Who to seal? Yizhua had not yet obtained the Pankabeo box, but was already thinking about how to use it. The 5 elders, or Kaido. The most important thing is that it was specifically noted inside that it could be taken out of the pirate world. All the skills and knowledge that Yizhua learned in his previous life were remembered due to completing the main quest and obtaining the characteristic of photographic memory. Therefore, everything is etched in his mind. Does the Panka treasure box being a permanent item mean it has the same characteristics? What will be the ultimate reward in the pirate world? Yijue couldn't help but think about the demonic energy, the domineering aura, or the shadow army. He found it meaningless to ponder. The road played by the heavens was still very long, and in the end, it would all lead to irreversible permanent rewards. The Panka treasure box was just one of them. Lord Demon King, can you release Binz and Zephysin? Anne stood up and took a few steps. Her high heels made a crisp sound. She had sat in the corner of the room all night like this. She hadn't changed her black stockings, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. Outside, everyone called me the Demon King, but in reality, I am very kind. As long as you submit to me, I can let Binz go first. As for Zephysin, it will depend on your performance as a crew member. Yijue sat on his throne, with his legs crossed and a confident expression on his face. How are Zephysin and the others? Upon hearing this, Ayn felt like he had found a glimmer of hope. Let her see. Yijue supported his chin with one hand. The snail phone in Caliph's hand projected an image. Inside was Zephyr and Binz. After the medical treatment, both of them were no longer in serious condition. My lord, please let Binz go first. I am willing to stay, but what needs to be done to save Zephyr? The hopeful gaze of Ayn did not evoke much tenderness in Yijue. He was the Demon King, and whether it was his demonic energy, Conqueror's Haki, or the Shadow Army, they all subtly strengthened his evil aura. Additionally, the foundation he accumulated throughout his life enhanced his own charisma. Tao, Tu, Tina, and Dasky stepped forward to help Ayn, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's simple. If you can persuade him to surrender and create a force to join the Great Ship Corps, that will be enough. What Yijue truly wants is to use ZFA to launch a war that sweeps across the New World, bringing down the Masters of the Sea, the Navy. Is he evil? Yijue's title is the Demon King. He can never become a pirate. That would be equivalent to sending him to his death. Ayn shook her head. She knew Zephyr's bottom line. Then let's keep him locked up and throw that guy Binz to the Navy headquarters. Yijue waved his hand, and two shadowy ninjas appeared in the projection, covering Binz's face and directly taking him away. Ordinary people would go mad in the Shadow Empire. It's better to have their faces covered. The subordinate understood. Ayn's blue, slightly curly hair fell in her vacant gaze. The blue cloak wrapped around her body, also covering her black, pointed high heels. In front of her stood the Demon King, Yijue. No matter how the sea evaluated his hobbies, only when truly faced with him would one realize the terror he embodied. Last night, she had ambushed him 49 times, only to be killed by Yijue 49 times in return, all saved by the horse talisman. The once pirate-hating her was now in a state where she could neither seek survival nor death. Did you also choose to yield for this reason? Ayn looked at a few of her former colleagues. No, he defeated Big Mom with just one punch, Tao-Tu helplessly said. Kapu-Tu, Dasky added. Joining his Grand Fleet seems to allow you to access more truths. Tina handed a piece of information from the Demon King's Grand Fleet to Ayn. It contained historical texts from various places. If it weren't for the system not giving the task to reveal the historical truth, Yijue had long made Morgan stand out in the newspaper. He just didn't like doing things without task rewards. With time, it will be better to taste the fine wines and delicious food of the pirate world. Along the way, there are plenty of beautiful scenery and beautiful people. As long as I am alive, Zifa's son will not die. I nodded thoughtfully. Not necessarily. It still depends on my mood. Yijue casually whispered something in her ear, instantly making Ayn fall silent. That's right. The one in charge of the Demon King pirate crew is not the shipwright's assistant, Califa, nor the vice captain, the first crewmate, the Empress. It is the captain, the Demon King Yijue. The malevolent aura he exuded silently was already overwhelming. If the 8 great demons that once dominated the world, the Masters of the Shadow Legion, were considered evil, Yijue is pure evil. He did not intentionally play a role. He simply approached the essence of the character silently and effortlessly. That is the Demon King who will dominate the world. Little ones, it's time to set off. Bring me the map. Let me see where Eagle Eyes Island is. Yijue picked up the map, searching for the island of Kralikana. It was the ruins of a kingdom that had been destroyed, still inhabited by a large number of highly skilled sword-fighting baboons. Found it. Everyone get ready. We are about to teleport. Teleport? Nami, who was drawing the sea chart, tensed up upon hearing this. She knew that Yijue could travel anywhere through the shadows, but he didn't allow them to use this ability, because, apart from Yijue himself, others could easily undergo mutations. What was different about this teleportation? The Eye of Ouroboros. Activate full group teleportation. Destination, Kralikana Island. New target, Dracul Mihawk. The perfect version of the tool is so useful with no limitations in its use. The golden necklace on Yizhua's neck flashed. All the crew members on Hive Island were teleported away. The Grand Line, Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku was worried when two shadowy ninjas brought Bins here, quickly disappearing after removing their masks. Bins, how is Zifa? Sengoku and Garp appeared in front of him immediately. No one was more concerned about this old comrade than they were. Zifa is in a state similar to mine, but Anna's been missing for a day and a night. It's very likely she has fallen into the hands of the Demon King. Bins lowered his head sadly. It was all because he was too weak, which led to being instantly killed by the Demon King. This is not your fault. When we went to Hive Island, Big MOM had already been defeated by him. This operation was too reckless. Not stopping you was my negligence. Sengoku picked up the newspaper with self-reproach. There was a thick stack of bounties on the table. Early this morning, the Gorosei had contacted them via Den Den Mushi, demanding the strongest demon extermination order in history. Similar in scale to the annihilation of the Rocks Pirates back in the day, they aimed to erase Hive Island from the map, just like they did with God Island. He was currently gathering forces and deploying plans. The only miscalculation at this moment was Zifa falling into enemy hands. Damn it, if I had known earlier. I should have eradicated him at Sabeti Archipelago. Sweat was pouring down Sengoku's forehead. If that were the case, their decades of effort would be in vain. Is the Demon King pirates still on Hive Island? Sengoku looked up at Bins, wanting to confirm the situation. Of course. Where else would they go at a time like this? Bins was confused. Otherwise, in the early morning, could the Demon King pirates teleport? That's good. Deploy forces to surround the waters around Hive Island. Before the forces are gathered, we must not let the Demon King pirates cause any more trouble. This Yizhuo was too eye-catching. If he continued to stir up trouble, it would only make the world fear him even more. On Klaikana Island, just as Bins couldn't have imagined, the Demon King pirates arrived as promised, teleporting the entire crew here. Ein, who was originally being supported by Peach Rabbit and Tina, appeared here in a breath. She accidentally snagged her sock on a tree branch. Where's this? Many people were still puzzled. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi was studying how to become a better helmsman. Having eaten the Riki Nomi, she could casually throw a mountain like a strong Barbie. Protect the carriage. Yizhuo didn't wait for everyone to wake up. With a loud shout, the four great guardians, Rebecca, Dasky, Tina, and Violet, appeared in front of him. The Empress, Dasky, Gallet, and Baby Five stood behind him. Robin and Nami protected him on either side. The entire ship quickly shielded the strongest among them. Yizhuo took a sip of the wine he got from Honeycomb Island. Looking around, there were baboons making a racket everywhere. The baboons were armed with swords and knives, each one a skilled fighter. They even imitated Black Blade Zoro, crafting many knives that looked quite authentic. I am here to find Hawkeye, my hawk. You can deal with these guys. Smuggy Bryn, I are new here, so don't spoil them. Yizhuo said, and headed towards the palace in the core of the island. Many kingdoms on the sea have been reduced to rubble. There are absolutely no shortage of such desolate, uncivilized places where civilization has perished. As you command. The crew behind Yizhuo can easily work together to deal with these baboons. After all, they are a standard Yonko crew. At home? My hawk, I'm coming to cut you down. Yizhuo walked through the palace, the silence allowing the sound of footsteps to be heard. His observation Haki covered all aspects, scanning swiftly like a radar. Found you. At the moment his observation Haki located Hawkeye, who was calmly drinking coffee by the fireplace, turned his gaze. An unexpected guest. Huh. Tap. The next second, Yizhuo was directly teleported here, and the wings of wind and thunder wrapped around his body as it unfolded. The flames were also absorbed into his body. Today, he was originally waiting for a guest, but unexpectedly, the first one to arrive was an enemy. Eagle-Eye calmly looked at Yizhuo. On his table, there were still many prepared delicacies, as well as a large jar of wine. There was also a character West written on it. Yizhuo watched everything closely. Your guest is red-haired Shanks. To be precise, it's the red-haired pirates. My hawk stood up, naturally put on his coat, and adjusted his hat. He drew the supreme great blade, the black sword Yuru. Is that so? I also want to have a duel with him. Yizhuo held the original Go Slash and was about to make a move when a notification sound rang in his ears. Main quest has been upgraded. 1 against 2. Defeat the combined forces of red-haired Shanks and Hawkeye Myhawk. Quest Roar, Dungeon Perfect Version Permanent Roar. Yizhuo was stunned. What kind of reward is this? The cursed gem. Whoever takes it will be unlucky. He was taken aback for a moment and quickly clicked on the description. Cursed Gem Perfect Edition, newly upgraded. It can absorb the good luck of enemies, bringing fortune to the owner. After becoming the Perfect Edition, the Cursed Gem actually has such a miraculous effect. Yijua's original worries were swept away. What skill is it to take on a hawk on my hawk? He sheathed his sword and sat down on a nearby chair. As a pirate, he still had some patience. Since it was agreed to fight 1 against 2, then it should be 1 against 2. You? My hawk looked at Yijua in confusion, wondering how the murderous aura that had just erupted had vanished in an instant. No fighting for now. They would wait until everyone was gathered. Did you want to face an entire red-haired pirate crew? My hawk calmly sat back down. Yijua wasn't in a hurry, and neither was he. Yijua took a sip of wine and ate some snacks. Red-haired. He must be coming back without a doubt. By the way, your cooking skills are quite good. Do you often cook? It's similar to my family's chef. My hawk originally wanted to say something harsh, but he was stifled by Yijua's words. It's just average. I cook occasionally. That's true. Bonnie's roasted meat does taste better than yours. But your bread is really not bad. There's still a few bottles of fine red wine on the table. This is the type of red wine the Hawkeye's My Hawk loves the most. By the way, when is Red-haired coming? Soon. My hawk awkwardly turned his head away. Oh, you too. Oh no. Do you often meet privately with their pirate crew? Yijua opened a bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. Occasionally. Hawkeye couldn't believe it. Was Yijua waiting for red-haired Shanks or just mooching off the wine? Is this the legendary new emperor, the Demon King Yijua? He still dares to issue bounties across the world? It seems he even sent him a bounty of 3.5 billion. Your ship has no power source. Do you usually row with a nightblade? Hawkeye My Hawk felt suffocated. He was even looking forward to red-haired Shanks arriving soon. Crack. The room was burst into by Bonnie and the others. They quickly stood behind Yijua, vigilantly watching the palace gates. Thud. A group entered the main hall, led by a one-armed figure in a black cloak with red hair. Holding the longsword Griffin, a powerful conqueror's Haki erupted. Are you here to take over the scene? It wasn't the case before, but now it is. Yijua downed the red wine in his cup in one gulp, his lips unable to hide his wild smile. When I heard that you defeated Big Mom, I was quite surprised. I thought you would take some time to recuperate. I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. Shanks raised his head, his expression dark, and the conqueror's Haki was unleashed without reservation. The crew members behind him all stood ready. Oh, how terrifying. Is this what the 4 emperors are like? Yijua's conqueror's Haki erupted forcefully. 4 emperors, aren't you one as well? Ben Beckman's gun was also aimed at Yijua, ready to strike once Shanks allowed it. What's Sea Emperor? It's just a title used by the Navy to bring trouble to others. I am the Demon King. I can take on the Navy, pirates, the GM Army, the Dark World, and the Celestial Dragons. Boom! The blood-red conqueror's Haki surged like a sea of blood. The powerful shockwave shattered all the glass in the fortress. Cracks began to appear on the walls, as if a powerful force field was about to collapse. Boss, this guy's conqueror's Haki is actually quite interesting. Lucky Lu took a bite of roasted meat. Despite the continuous clash of conqueror's Haki between Yijua and Shanks, their respective crew members remained unfazed. Even the food and drinks between the two, and My Hawk sitting back with his legs crossed watching the scene, were unaffected. It was clear that both of them valued their fine wine. Ambition is great, then one must have enough strength to match it. Shanks looked at Yijua. Their gazes locked. Boom! The two, standing still, had pushed their conqueror's Haki to the extreme. The baboons outside the fortress all fainted, frothing at the mouth. Even the waters beyond the island were rippling. In terms of the overall strength of pirate crews, the red-haired pirates and My Hawk together were not qualified. But as for individual strength, I can still beat all of you here. However, in terms of swordsmanship, everyone on the sea is puzzled about who is stronger, Shanks or My Hawk. From now on, this question will disappear because none of them is stronger than me. Boom! Purple, blue, and black lightning erupted. My Hawk's palace was destroyed by the shockwave from their conqueror's Haki. At the same time, the shockwave swept across, breaking all the trees on the island in half. Boom! The wave soared dozens of meters high. The dark clouds split in two. Sea kings were stunned and floated to the surface. Your Haki is very strong. Shanks didn't understand why Yijua's conqueror's Haki was so powerful. He not only developed the observation kill, but also continuously enhanced his spirit to possess a uniquely powerful strength. You also passed. Yijua's conqueror's Haki is also observation kill. His evil aura and the spirit of a demon king have grown stronger, allowing him to reach this level. However, he still needs to try again. Yijua clenched his fist, his whole body tensed, channeling his strength into his throat. I had learned a technique that could allow a human to produce a sound as powerful as a great bell. It requires the chi to sink into the dantian and then be released. I spent my entire life and only reached the level of transformation. The legendary true chi and inner strength still seemed out of reach. It wasn't until I mastered the domineering aura that I understood that as long as one grasps the technique, it turns out they are all the same. Yijue sank his Haki into his dantian. The armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki fused into his throat at this moment. He cleared his throat and looked at the fully armed, red-haired pirates in front of him. Just how far can Haki go? I have yet to reach my limit. If possible, I would like to witness the power of the Demon King. Red-haired gripped his sword and stood firm. He was already ready with his Haki activated. Is there really someone in this world who can surpass his Conqueror's Haki? Yijue stood firm, merging his Conqueror's Haki with his armament Haki. Lion's roar. He shouted from his throat. The force, transformed into a shockwave, was released from him as the core. This move was similar to Big Mom's Conqueror's scream when she went mad and lost her reason. The difference was, Yijue has truly practiced and actively condensed his power into one point to release it. Boom! His domineering aura seems to condense into a lion's head at this moment. However, this invisible aura sweeps across the entire scene as soon as it is released. The castle collapses in an instant. The domineering aura is magnified several times. Red-haired Shanks originally thought that his Conqueror's Haki was already at its peak, but he didn't expect it could go even further. This Conqueror's Haki is released in the form of a roar. Big Mom could probably be awakened by Yijue's presence. The red-haired pirates are known as the Iron Wall Pirates, with each officer being exceptionally powerful. How could ordinary Conqueror's Haki make them tremble? Even someone as strong as red-haired Shanks, after releasing his Conqueror's Haki, could only faint the Vice Admiral at best. Bang! The cloak shatters, and their domineering aura cannot withstand it. Boss, how could his Conqueror's Haki suddenly become so much stronger? Loki showed a difficult expression. There is no method to cultivate Conqueror's Haki in this world, only a continuously enhanced spirit. However, the Demon King's Conqueror's Haki has found a way to enhance its power through sound waves, different from the usual usage of Haki and observation Haki. Red-haired Shanks saw through the reason behind it. The most terrifying part is that in Yijue's lion's roar, he can only protect himself. Once he releases his Conqueror's Haki to clash, his defense will be broken. The same applies to the others. Except for first mate Ben Beckman, fighter Loki, and sniper Jesus Burgess. The other high-ranking members cannot withstand the powerful attack of the lion's roar and its Conqueror's Haki. Can the Conqueror's Haki be further enhanced? Hawkeye Mihawk finally understands what kind of terrifying monsters stand before him. Some people should exit the stage. As soon as Yijue's voice fell, only 4 members of the red-haired pirates were still standing. One by one, the crew members collapsed. The remaining Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Jesus Burgess were all filled with lingering fear. They had consumed a significant amount of Haki to block the earlier lion's roar. It wasn't intimidation, nor was it wrapped around their fists, and it certainly didn't cover their own presence. It was a highly targeted Conqueror's Haki attack. This move is called Lion's Roar. Red-haired looked at Yijue and asked seriously. He was certain that Yijue's mastery of Conqueror's Haki was even more terrifying than his own. That's right, Lion's Roar. It not only makes the enemy dizzy, but also leaves oneself slightly dizzy. Yijue patted his own head, and his entire figure rapidly expanded. The body of the Holy Lord, the physique of the Demon King, the iron balloon, the demonic energy of the mountain. All his physical powers were fully unleashed. Gripping the supreme Great Blade, the original Demon Slayer, the red-haired gaze shifted once again. That blade came from the 5 Elder Stars. Now it belongs to me. Yijue wrapped the armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki around the sword body. His tall figure created an invisible sense of oppression. You have too many secrets. Red-haired drew Griffin and faced the enemy with all his strength. You alone are not enough. Yijue looked at Eagle Eye, signaling him to take action as well. Hey, this guy can't be thinking. Locky Liu painfully clutched his chest. Just as rumored, he is powerful and insane. What Beckman said is exactly the evaluation of Yijue by all the strong ones on the sea. Sea Emperor, the world's #1 swordsman? I've decided to take on 2. Yijue's smile prompted the red-haired man and the eagle-eyed man to draw their swords simultaneously and exclaim in unison. Your lion's roar can be heard along with the sound of my sword. Your lion's roar can be heard along with the sound of my sword. Let us make a decision with our swordsmanship. Yijue drew his sword, and so did red-haired Shanks and Hawkeye Mihawk. However, they all had absolute confidence in their own swordsmanship and did not believe that Yijue could take on 2 opponents. That's exactly what I mean. Hawkeye, having seen that red-haired had already tested Yijue's strength with his Conqueror's Haki, took the initiative to strike first and test Yijue's swordsmanship. The black blade of Yoru was pitch black, exuding a sense of overwhelming dominance and swordsmanship. With one swing, he struck out. Yizhuo appeared beside him, wielding a sword in one hand. The first generation of the Demon Slayer clashed with the black blade of the knight. The two swords crossed in the air, their dominance equal. Both were the strongest sword masters in the world. Therefore, to determine a winner, it would either depend on personal insight or purely compare strength and speed. Under the condition that all active and passive skills are the same, the one with stronger base attributes will inevitably have stronger skill power. Boom! The slashing attack shattered the sky, dispersing the dark clouds. The waves were cut in half by this shockwave. The earlier missed strike from Hawk I had already flattened a mountain. From the very beginning, Hawkeye did not hold back in his probing. True strong warriors know how much strength to exert when battling an opponent. Boss, is his swordsmanship really that strong? The gun in Jesus Burgess's hand never dropped, always aimed at Yizhuo. However, he was only aiming at Yizhuo's form. His aura was constantly hidden using observation Haki. At least not weaker than me and my Hawk. Red-haired's comment had already proven everything. If his swordsmanship is not inferior to the two of them, it means he is at the pinnacle of the world. Can one person really max out all kinds of powers? It is said that his strongest ability is still the copy fruit. Ben Beckman said cautiously, "It's the first time I've seen someone more terrifying than the boss with Conqueror's Haki." Lucky Lu said unhappily, "You should know, Yizhuo's Demon King pirate group is still on high alert without any injuries. Now that the entire crew is ready for battle, even the strong red-haired pirates will be defeated. His lion's roar can enhance the Conqueror's Haki even further, and it can even incorporate armament Haki. However, the more this happens, the more excited I become." Red-haired Shanks shows no fear and instead wraps his dual-color Haki around Griffin, quickly approaching Yizhuo. He leaps into the air and cuts horizontally with his sword. "My Hawk, you've already had your turn. It's my time now." The moment Red-hair draws his sword, my Hawk is displeased. He was in the midst of a duel, and although Yizhuo only used Haki and swordsmanship, his physical attributes and foundational advantages put certain pressure on him. However, on the sea, there will always be someone stronger than you in various aspects. Big Mom's defense, Kaido's stamina and recovery, Whitebeard's power, Red-haired's Conqueror's Haki. It is precisely because the enemies are strong that one must continuously grow stronger. Whoosh! The sword energy collides, and the earth is split with an X. Red-haired is astonished by Yizhuo's speed and strength. He actually suppressed him. No wonder he could hold Big MOM down. The intel was accurate. Shanks, surprised, strikes again. To his surprise, Yizhuo still easily blocks it. On the contrary, after Yizhuo strikes, he seems to struggle a bit in blocking. With one arm, you still have some flaws and are at a disadvantage in swordsmanship. Hawkeye my Hawk says this while standing in front of Red-haired, battling Yizhuo. He is not there to save Red-haired. He simply feels Yizhuo's rare swordsmanship strength and wants to grow stronger. One arm is enough. Red-haired Shanks understands my Hawk's intentions. He won't let this great opportunity slip. You two should team up. In a one-on-one, no one is my match. After the battle with Yizhuo, he perfectly adapted to his swordsmanship. He successfully blocked and countered every attack from the red-haired and eagle-eyed opponents. Unknowingly, the two had already joined forces to confront Yizhuo. Indeed, under the same skill set, Yizhuo is showcasing stronger base attributes, fighting two opponents at once. The boss is being suppressed. Locky Road supports the crew against the wall, looking at this scene in disbelief. Even the powerful Mihawk and Shanks can only defend themselves, and it's becoming increasingly difficult. That guy is using swordsmanship to suppress the two strongest swordsmen on the sea. Ben Beckman took a puff of his cigarette, feeling that this scene was like something out of a dream. It's almost impossible to even trace his form. Jesus Burgess was already unable to sense Yizhuo's aura. Now even his figure is nearly invisible. The three are left with only afterimages, two of which are continuously retreating. Only the aftermath of the battle continues to erupt, stirring up waves of turmoil. Boring. Yizhuo no longer wasted time. He exerted all his strength in a single sword strike, directly pushing back the red-haired man, and then countered with another sword strike to repel Hawkeye. The two of them were on the verge of defeat. They were panting heavily, having consumed a significant amount of and physical strength just to block Yizhuo's sword. How many years had it been since they had such a thrilling battle? Yet the result was that they were being unilaterally suppressed. Can your arms be stronger? Yizhuo looked at Shanks with boredom. Are you insulting me? If that's all it is, it's far from enough. The red-haired man smiled at Yizhuo. He wouldn't be provoked by such words. I admit your swordsmanship is strong, but as a swordsman, why attack others' weaknesses? Mihawk looked at Yizhuo with dissatisfaction. This is not my weakness. Mihawk. Shanks shouted carelessly at Mihawk. Shut up, Shanks. Mihawk retorted. his black sword Yoru becoming even steadier in his hand. You go all out, and the three of you can come at me together. Yizhua had not had an exhilarating battle for a long time. Even within the realm of swordsmanship, he didn't want to end it in such a dull way. Stepping forward, he extended one hand. With the incantation of the talisman, a glow emanated from the severed arm of the red-haired man. Immediately, Shanks looked at his left arm in disbelief. A hand was visibly regenerating, healing within a breath. He gazed incredulously at the arm he had lost and regained. The dual-wielding swordsman who once faced Whitebeard Newgate was once again gripping his swords with both hands. Even a lost arm could be restored. Mihawk was taken aback. Shanks looked on in surprise. Is this the ability of the fruit you copied? It didn't matter. You five can attack together. I don't want to waste time. Yizhua mentioned the first-generation Guiche and took the Sumoji Peidao, holding the sword with both hands. He spread his arms and said, I will use Lu Xuanda's double sword Guiying sword technique and Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi sword technique. If your sword sounds cannot last even 60 seconds, then everyone must chop off their own arms. 60 seconds. Yizhua looked at the red-haired Shanks, Mihawk, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Liu. Prior to this, he had already taken down the other crew members of the red-haired pirates with his lion's roar. What is Tai Chi swordsmanship? Mihawk heard the key term, Guiying swordsmanship. This was the first time Shanks had heard of this sword technique. Heads up, I'm going to shoot. As Jesus Burgess spoke, Lucky Liu and Ben Beckman had already walked in front of Yizhua. Let's begin. The next 60 seconds will be a battle with the world's strongest. Shanks was completely certain. If Yizhua used swordsmanship along with powers beyond Haki, he would definitely be the strongest in the world. Swish! Yizhua's figure vanished. Everyone was shocked. Was this his true speed? With a single sword strike, Jesus Bu's spear shattered with a loud crack, and he was sent flying. Boom! Riki Liu quickly launched an attack, throwing a punch where Yizhuang had just struck. However, he only hit a residual shadow. The sword turned, surveying left and right. Riki Liu was shattered by the overwhelming force. His stomach caved in from the impact, and as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his armed color Haki was forcefully broken. His balloon-like body turned into a cannonball, shooting out at high speed and with great power. Beckman appeared in another corner first. Yizhua Hue swung his sword, aiming to cut through the weapon that was being used like a spear. The red-haired figure took the opportunity to appear and struck with a sword. Yizhua counterattacked, and behind him, the sword of Hawk-Eye's Mihawk quickly appeared. With a whoosh, the armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki intertwined around his hand. Yizhua used his hand as a sword, blocking Hawkeye's black knife from a distance. With his hand as a sword, Tai Chi Shaoyang. Crack! Van Beekman looked up in surprise. His gun was directly broken into two halves. Yizhua can not only use his hands as swords, but his whole body can transform into a sword. Transforming his body into a sword, Tai Chi-san. The visual of this scene is truly exquisite. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Borrowing strength to counter strength. Yizhua's fist and sword transformed. His overwhelming power reversing from afar. The originally blocking Hawkeye and Shanks actually slashed their swords at each other. Boom! The evenly matched sword strike directly triggered waves of shockwaves. But it had nothing to do with Yizhua. When he turned back, only the injured crowd remained. Hancock, how long did they hold on? Exactly 60 seconds. The Empress said obsessively, her eyes turning into hearts. Barely passing. Yizhua raised the wine on the table and drank it all in one go. He also heard the system notification sound in his ears. Ding! Main quest completed. The strongest of the 7 warlords, the Navy Hunter, World S #1 swordsman, obtained the 2 titles of Hawkeye, Mihawk, defeated him, and seized the titles. Quest reward, Panka Treasure Box Perfect Version, permanent item. Yizhua suddenly found a Lu Bancraft treasure box in his hand. It had divination patterns on it, but it was not complicated to use. It could be opened with just a thought. Main storyline upgrade, task completed. Defeat red-haired Shanks and Hawkeye Mihawk in a 1-against-2 battle. Task reward, Doom Gem Perfect Edition permanent reward. This green gem seems useless, but after upgrading to Perfect Edition, it will only bring misfortune to others and enhance his own luck by taking it away. Yizhua completed 2 tasks in one breath, marking his first permanent reward in the pirate world. Side quest unlocked. Require Hawkeye to withdraw from the Shichibukai. Task hint. If he disagrees, just kill him. Task reward. Pirate gloves, perfect version. Yizhua didn't understand what this thing was useful for. Isn't it just like an automatic navigator that can search for treasures? Pirate gloves, perfect edition. Endowed with consciousness by the master, gaining combat skills. Finding treasures is just one of its functions. It has indeed been upgraded. The original consciousness of the gloves has been erased, allowing one to impart their own consciousness. Moreover, it can fight. Yizhuo thought for a moment and didn't feel like he was lacking anything. He had everything he wanted now. Well, he might as well treat it as a toy. After all, with the Shiva bracelet on, along with the 6 hands generated by the magic of the moon, having 2 with bracelets and 2 with gloves didn't he feel empty. That said, in front of Yizhuo, there was the defeated, red-haired pirate crew and the world's #1 swordsman. Red-haired Shanks struggled to stand up, his hair disheveled and soaked with sweat. Hawkeye's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but he was no longer able to exert any strength. Defeated, this battle could be said to be a complete rout. In the new world, a king has truly been born. His individual combat power surpasses that of the 4 emperors, even able to match the emperor's crew single-handedly. Care for a drink? Yizhuo glanced at the dishes on the table. There were no fried peanuts, which made it hard to pair with the wine. His words caused a change in Hawkeye's gaze. Filled with caution, he blurted out, "Do we need to add salt when frying? A little should be sprinkled during soaking, and a bit more after taking out of the pan." Yizhuo replied sternly, "Captain, do we need to add fried peanuts to the Thursday luxury lunch of the Demon King pirate crew?" Chef Bonnie asked seriously while taking notes. "No, we don't." Yizhuo dropped a piece of beef in his mouth and took a moment to recover. "I'm executing the loser. What are you talking about salt for?" He slammed the table in frustration. He then picked up his sword. "Hawkeye, my hawk, you have lost. Step down from the warlords of the sea." "Sure." Hawkeye replied without any hesitation. "I was planning to cut once more." Yizhuo sat back in his chair, surprised that Hawkeye would agree so decisively. Becoming a warlord of the sea was originally to find a way to become stronger. At that time, there were no opponents on the sea worthy of honing my sword skills, and you are undoubtedly the most powerful swordsman in these waters. Even if you don't mention it, I will set sail again. I will defeat you and learn the Guing sword technique and the Tai Chi sword technique. Hawkeye, my hawk, did not feel defeated, only a thirst to become stronger. Beside him, Shanks, the red-haired, held his griffin with both hands, looking at Yizhuo in disbelief. Then his gaze filled with admiration. "I will not join the Pirate King's crew, but I will strive to become stronger until one day I can rival you. Then I will establish a pirate alliance to repay today's kindness." Huh? Yizhuo felt that the 2 in front of him were completely 2 old schemers. Are you both trying to take advantage of the situation? One wants to leave the 7 warlords of the sea, indirectly seeking to learn from others. The other talks big, but wants to gain the qualification to establish an alliance. Just withdraw from the 7 warlords of the sea. After that, don't wander aimlessly on the sea. Buy a good ship. Stop rowing it yourself. That sword has rusted from being in the water pitch black. Don't you know if it's a black sword forged with Haki? Swish. Yizhuo stood up. He didn't plan to stay here for the night because the alcohol was finished. Prepared to return to the camp. Yizhuo found that the Eye of Aurora was more useful than both the teleportation fruit and the Dordor fruit combined. Wait. Red-haired stopped himself, feeling completely convinced by his defeat. However, he still felt that he owed Yizhuo too much. Does your swordsmanship have a system? Traditional martial arts swordsmanship has a long history. Traditional martial arts? Red-haired Hawkeye had never heard of this school's swordsmanship before. Where is the traditional martial arts swordsmanship? Could it be an ancient civilization erased by the celestial dragons? It exists alongside heaven and earth. Yizhuo pressed his hand on the hilt of the original ghost slash sword. He turned back for a moment and left behind a profound remark. Where there are people, there is the Jianghu. How is this vast sea not also Jianghu? It's a pity that I became a monk sweeping the floors so early. Invincibility is truly lonely. Who can break my ribs? He lamented his life of compassion for the world. Then he transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the isolated island along with the Demon King pirate crew. When he reappeared, it was on the large hive island. After the fierce battle, the crew quickly calmed their emotions and began to fulfill their respective duties. Such a great battle was a legend to outsiders. For them, it was completely normal. The Empress, already used to it, made a call to Snake Island, requesting that they send local specialties as soon as possible. White Star and Vivi followed suit, also asking their families to send some good stuff to supplement the captain. Bling was diligently working, wanting to record everything next to Yizhuo at the first opportunity. In Yizhuo's words, this was called recording history for future generations to see. Beside them was a drink shop where the former star of war, Smuggy, was making juice. Not far away, in a nursing home, I was giving Yizhuo a massage. The 3 quickly adapted to their new jobs. What big am red-haired or Hawkeye? Have they survived the great battle against the Demon King? A celestial dragon maid brought over watermelon juice, and Yizhuo nodded in satisfaction. Are there many beautiful celestial dragons on your red Earth continent? Quite a few. I'm just one of them. The celestial dragon maid lowered her head in fear. All right, bring over more next time. With so many crew members in the pirate crew, the employee benefits can't be lacking. At least one person should have a maid to take care of daily living. On clayey Kafna Island, in a dilapidated palace, Red-haired and Hawkeye were drinking coffee. There was no choice. Yizhuo had finished all the alcohol by himself. Jianghu? In his eyes, the vast sea was nothing more than a Jianghu. Hawkeye felt it was incredible and admired Yizhuo's courage. The martial arts, swordsmanship truly was terrifying. It seemed the rumors about his unique physical skills in the outside world were indeed true. Ben Beckman knew it was time for him to change his gun. If I were 15 years younger, I might have become his disciple. Red-haired raised a cup of coffee with a smile, substituting it for wine. He knew it was time for him to step down from the position of the 4 emperors. Ding! Side quest completed. Hawkeye exits the 7 warlords of the sea. Quest reward: pirate gloves, perfect edition. Yizhuo rubbed his eyes. He was sleeping and didn't expect to be woken up by the system notification sound. Main quest has been activated. Please rest for a week, then go to the future kingdom to invite Lilith, the 2nd of the Vegapunk series, and York, the 6th, to become new crew members and arrange their positions. Task reward: replication powder, Xiaoyu version. One represents evil, Lilith, and the other represents the basic needs of life, York. However, the 6 clones of Vegapunk share one brain, and their experiences and knowledge are synchronized. What is the point of bringing them along? Is it to monitor Vegapunk? Yizhuo thought that if he didn't find a solution after bringing them back, he would send these 2 to guard the door. Feeling exhausted, Yizhuo finally looked at the mission rewards. The replication powder could multiply oneself, and strength would also increase accordingly. This thing was essentially an infinite combat power. Moreover, it was the incorrect version configured by Xiaoyu. However, it was ultimately a medicinal powder that could be used up. Nami came over with a stack of newspapers and said, "Hey, don't you greet anyone when you come in?" Yizhuo was helpless. What was wrong with his crew? Should he just take down the door to his bedroom? A row of long-fingered hands grew directly out of the blanket. They really grew out. The newspaper in Nami's hand was also passed over. Robin? Yizhuo looked around and activated his observation Haki. It turned out that Violet was using her Dingeki fruit in coordination with Robin. "Captain, the new world has changed now. Is there something important?" Yizhuo picked up the bounty notice and took a look. Wow. The bounty for all members of the Demon King pirate crew has increased by 200 million berries. His own bounty has surpassed 7 billion berries. Moreover, Hawkeye Mihawk, who is already wanted by Yizhuo, has once again received the title of Pirate Hunter. Hawkeye is also wanted by the Navy, with a bounty of 59 billion berries. Set sail? Yizhuo dropped the bounty notice and flipped through the newspaper. Hawkeye Mihawk has set sail again, withdrawing from the 7 warlords of the sea. A major event. The 7 warlords of the sea are now mere names. And insiders reveal that there may be a re-recruitment. Red-haired Shanks announced he is no longer the Emperor of the Sea. All of Red-haired's territory has been replaced with the pirate flag of the Demon King's fleet, and secrets behind this are still being uncovered. Yizhuo had anticipated this earlier. After all, the task rewards had already been sent to the system's backpack. What he didn't expect was that Red-haired would no longer compete for dominance over the seas. Yizhuo picked up the 2nd newspaper. The new world is dominated by 3 forces: Kaido the Beast, Whitebeard Newgate, and the Demon King Yizhuo. Who is truly the strongest in the world? Insiders have revealed that the Demon King is suspected to have landed on a deserted island to confront the red-haired pirates and Hawkeye Mihawk. Breaking news. The information is false, as there was no evidence on that day indicating that the Demon King's fleet left Hive Island. Additional reports suggest that a mysterious insider has provided accurate information, claiming he is the one being attacked. Yizhuo picked up the 3rd newspaper. The Navy announced a world conscription, expanding the 3 admirals to 5, and once again summoning the 7 warlords of the sea. Law declared that he has been beaten, and it is all true, hoping that this newspaper will know its place. Thanks for the invitation. The head of our newspaper, Morgan's, has already paid Law's manuscript fee, which is reasonable and legal. Shanks personally signed to confirm. I will no longer be one of the 4 emperors. Speechless, Yizhuo glanced at the newspaper. All of this was actually printed overnight. That Morgan guy printed 3 versions in one night just to make some money. Truly dedicated. Galugulu. The phone bug rang. Yizhuo stood up and walked to the dining room to have breakfast. Today's breakfast was very healthy, not greasy at all. It turned out to be extremely spicy hot pot. Yijua picked up the phone bug and dipped a piece of tripe into it. Master Demon King, this is Morgan's. We made a huge profit last night, and soon there will be Bailey sent to you. Master Demon King, are these news true? Is it that red-haired Shanks and Hawkeye are just riding the wave? If that's the case, I will immediately publish new content to refute it. Morgan's really understands the trends. Don't call me on the phone bug when there's nothing important. I need to rest in the morning. Yijua hung up the phone bug and then realized that the beef tripe had already been cooked. Captain, at least 7 islands have made contact this morning. They used to be under the protection of the red-haired pirates and are now asking how many berries we need to pay. Khalifa asked seriously, showing little interest in food. In fact, Khalifa is also a collector, but she prefers socks and high heels. Send more local specialties, and it would be even better if there's alcohol. Sending berries? Do I look like someone who lacks berries? Who do you think you're looking down on? Yijua glanced at the plate of tripe in front of Gallet. This rabbit only knows how to gnaw on carrots, and its nutrition is completely unbalanced. Yijua took the opportunity to grab a plate of tripe and brush it all down. Dasky wiped the huajo in her hand, along with the little night rain. By now, she had become a dual-wielding swordsman, only to become stronger. When she saw the Navy calling for world conscription and establishing the 4th and 5th admirals, she was not surprised. There was even a sense of astonishment. She had grown accustomed to life as a member of the Demon King pirates. It had only been a short time here, yet the 4 seas had each been pacified by their respective powers. The Vinsmoke family, who once roamed freely under the protection of the World Conference, had settled down quite a bit. Fishman Island was no longer in turmoil, basking in the sunlight once again. Those who had their souls taken in the reverie of the world had regained their lifespans. The big MOM pirates, one of the 4 emperors, had suffered losses and some had fled. In contrast, the Navy had not truly stepped into the new world in all these years. The forces under Yijua only needed to provide wine and local specialties. Of course, Yijua had his own business and substantial income. But compared to the heavenly gold given to the celestial dragons, this was a sense of security that felt like a dream. Dasky did not understand why her previous self had been blinded. There were others who shared her thoughts, like Peach Rabbit, Tina, and Ein, but they were also worried about Zephyr's safety. The new world had always been rife with undercurrents. They were merely a solitary boat amidst the rolling waves. If it weren't for meeting Yijua, they might never reach the shore in their lives. What were they thinking? Yijua casually took a plate of beef from Dasky's front and tossed it into the hot pot. It's nothing. Dasky's little face flushed. Oh, you must be thinking how nice it is to have me around, or maybe you want to secretly learn my sword technique. Yijua was eating tripe and beef, taking a sip of the freshly warmed liquor. The previous task had a countdown, which was acceptable, but this time it was actually a delay in the task, and it wouldn't be possible to go until a week later. Boring. I can't just wander around aimlessly every day, can I? Yijua rinsed his mouth with red wine. After a snap of his fingers, he appeared in the cage. Zifa, who had just finished breakfast and was reading the newspaper, saw Yijua and angrily said, "How can your pirate breakfast be so spicy? It's really hateful, deliberately damaging my throat. Old man, it's already good enough for me to give you food." Yijua glanced at Zfa and took out a bottle of wine that he was hiding behind his back. "You." Zfa was so angry at this scene that it made his liver ache. "What do you mean by you? This wine is good, it's mine now." Yijua teleported away in an instant, leaving behind a furious Zephyr with a throbbing headache. Smoothie is an excellent beverage maker, but I still need a brewer. Yijua's gazed at the sea, already beginning to look for a winemaker. 3 days later, Yijua was almost living his life by the clock. During this time, he wandered around Golden City. The Golden Emperor Taizolo had driven everyone away overnight. Feeling bored, Yijua went to the Shambadi archipelago, only to find it even more desolate. Upon hearing Yijua's name, people fled faster than they did from Golden City. The water park in Alabasta was doing quite well, but those tourists would wet their pants in fear of the sight of Yijua. There was no way around it. Yijua went to the coffee shop on Fishman Island to chat with Madame Charlie for a while. Madame Charlie, who never served male customers, specially prepared an afternoon tea for Yijua. When she heard Yijua mention looking for a winemaker, she wanted to recommend someone. Madame Charlie said there was a quite impressive female winemaker in the New World, named the Ice which died. Yijua thought she was quite suitable, but being a cold drink maker would also be nice. After returning to Hive Island, Yijua was preparing to investigate the whereabouts of the Ice, which when he recalled Kaido from Wano country. This guy was always drunk. Surely he had some good brewers under his command. 3 more days. When he saw the countdown for the task, Yijua felt a deep sense of melancholy. Damn system. It really had a way of getting to his thoughts. Previously, the special main quest had a countdown, and Yijua only felt a sense of urgency to complete the task. Now that it was a task that couldn't be executed until the time was up, he found himself missing the previous tasks even more. Bored out of his mind, Yijue took a sword from Rebecca to barbecue some meat. Let me see what big news today's newspaper has. The world conscription has ended rapidly, and 2 new generals have been summoned. Yijue poured wine over the beef, adding a hint of aroma. He took a bite of the roasted meat and chuckled at the content of the newspaper. To deal with the increasingly powerful pirate king, the naval headquarters specifically launched a world recruitment. Fujitora, who was supposed to gain fame at least 5 years later, and Green Bull, surprisingly advanced to the position of Admiral First. Instead, the 4 emperors became the 3 emperors. The 7 warlords of the sea were left with only Bartholomew Kuma, who was collaborating with Vegapunk's research. Therefore, while Whitebeard Newgate could not attend to matters, they recruited the hidden Whitebeard too from the New World. Even so, the so-called 7 warlords of the sea had already become a mere formality, privately mocked as the 2nd warlords of the sea. The 2nd warlords of the sea, the 3 emperors of the New World, and the 5 admirals of the Grand Line. Yijue snapped his fingers. He entered the cage and handed the newspaper announcing Whitebeard II as the new king of the 7 warlords to Zephyr. Are you here to humiliate me? Zephyr already had the same newspaper in hand. Of course not. Otherwise, would I be here to sympathize with you? Yijue took a bite of meat and remembered the red wine from Eagle Eye and the West Sea wine from the red-haired. He thought he should hit them up another day for a few boxes. Cough, cough, cough. Zephyr was so angry he started coughing uncontrollably. Yijue is indeed not a proper person. As a former warlord of the sea under the king, he cannot help but let his guard down. If this is the reason you think you can persuade me to surrender, you are simply dreaming. Even if I leave the navy, I will only continue to hunt down pirates. Zifa struggled to calm his emotions, or he would be driven to anger by Yijue. You are overthinking it. I just think this is undermining the foundation. Yijue pointed to the newspaper. This made Zfa's mouth curl up. Do you think this is all the navy has? No, the essence or lack thereof is secondary. I will soon ignite a war that will sweep through the new world. The of this world will no longer be the navy. Yijue stared at Zfa, making him shiver. Hey, what are you going to do? You damn bastard. You better not try to use me. Zfa's expression changed drastically as he had already thought of a certain possibility. Yijue wants to use him to provoke a world-class war and become the undisputed ruler of the new world. He's simply a madman. Well, isn't it good to be the catalyst for a new era? Yijue snapped his fingers and light enveloped him. The warring states would never fall for the trap. Zfa finally understood the reason he had managed to survive until today. Yijue wants to publicly execute him, attracting an attack from the Navy headquarters. Is that true? I don't believe it. Whoosh, the light vanished. Robin was reading a book when Yijue came over and picked up a book. It was about 100 ways to hire someone to brew wine. Captain, the transponder snail rang. Yijue and Robin's gazes met at the same time. Khalifa's voice rang out. Captain, a group of pirates from the South Sea has captured 3 celestial dragons in the Grand Line and is demanding 300 million berries for their release. Oh, Yijue did not expect that besides him, there were others so brave. Their captain called himself Kid and was only 17 years old. It seemed that after sailing the seas, he chose to set out to sea. This kid is a magnetic man who has eaten the magnet fruit. Gulu gulu. The den mushy rang again. Robin held the den mushy with both hands and lovingly brought it to Yijue's ear. Lord Demon King, a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World has betrayed us. This person's name is Blackbeard Teach. He not only captured 5 celestial dragons, but also gathered a group to form a pirate crew. He wants to use this as a token of allegiance to become a member under the banner of the Demon King's fleet. This time it was Vivi's voice. What is going on? There should still be more than 3 years until Kid and the others set sail for the era of the worst. Could it be that Yijue's reckless adventures have caused Captain Kid, Blackbeard, and others to choose to take a gamble? Where are Kid and Blackbeard now? Yijue felt it was his turn to make an appearance. Kid was on a deserted island in the Grand Line, where there were many dinosaurs and the climate was hot. Just after Khalifa finished speaking, Vivi leisurely said, Blackbeard didn't come personally. His crew sent 5 celestial dragons instead, just outside our Hive Island waters. It turned out so. The 2 had completely different styles. Kid directly reported his location. Only wanted to exchange it for some of berries. Blackbeard claimed to send a letter of challenge, but in reality, he didn't dare to come himself. Got it. I'll be right back. Yijue's eye of Aurora flashed. He had arrived at a summer island in the Grand Line from the New World as Hive Island. Here, many dinosaurs lived, and a pirate ship was hidden deep in the forest. Captain, will the Demon King pirate crew send us berries and gold? The crew members appeared a bit tense. They had chosen to go to sea after Yizhua's journey in the South Sea. Just as they entered the Grand Line, they learned that the celestial dragons could exchange for berries. They never expected to encounter quite arrogant celestial dragons on such a rich island. It was said that after Yizhua swept through the New World, the celestial dragons, for their own safety, chose the Grand Line, where the Navy headquarters is stationed, as their travel destination. The dangerous Sabeti archipelago was also excluded from their plans. But unexpectedly, just after changing locations, they were taken away by Kid and others, who were short of berries. If they don't come, we'll soon be found by the Navy Admiral. Killer, holding twin swords and wrapped in bandages, said, Navy Admiral? What kind of monster is that? Kid, who had even more bandages and whose arms were intact, looked on with longing. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky. Kizaru was floating, hands in pockets, quietly watching the forest. Oh dear, this is really frightening. If the precedent of kidnapping celestial dragons is set, everyone will catch celestial dragons to exchange for berries with the Demon King, and this sea will become even more chaotic. Kizaru's body seemed to be half organic and half mechanical. His true self was hidden in this modified body. Just now, he had merely transformed it into a glowing form like elemental clothing. Found you, uncivilized pirate newbies. Kizaru pointed, and a laser beam shot out in an instant. Kid, who was resting and healing in a thatched hut, suddenly had a hole of light appear in his chest. His body bent like a bow, and his mouth, which had opened in pain, bit down hard. However, blood could not be stopped from spilling out. His teeth were stained red with blood as he quickly covered his chest. What kind of attack is this? Killer looked up immediately and saw a hole in the roof. He leaped, intending to counterattack. Bang! Mid-jump, he was kicked away. Laser kick. In the blink of an eye, the two major combatants of the Kid pirate crew were taken out. How terrifying. What kind of monsters are you summoned by the Demon King? But all adventures should end here. If it weren't for my inability to show myself for the time being, you would have died the moment you targeted the celestial dragons. Now it's good. The higher-ups have already decided to wipe out Hive Island. I should take action, without worrying about the negative effects of a mechanical body. Kizaru's lazy voice sounded. He appeared in the thatched hut, adjusted his glasses, causing everyone to fall silent. Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru. The young Kid swallowed hard. Magnetic repulsion. Kid stretched out his hand, tried to exert his power. Unexpectedly, Kizaru's body began to tremble slightly. Your body actually has a part that is metal? He never expected that the legendary highest combat power of the Navy was actually a cyborg. You know too much. Kizaru wielded the Yada no Kagami sword and struck in an instant. This blow could not be blocked even by the combined efforts of Kid and Killer. Whoosh! Also a golden light. A figure as tall as 7 meters appeared. Since the battle with the red-haired pirates, with the magic of mountains, Yizhua had grown a bit taller. He was over twice Kizaru's height, blocking the sunlight that shone on Kid's face as soon as he appeared. The light and shadow refracted, outlining Yizhua's silhouette. It's this figure. Kid's heart raced. He'd seen it in the newspaper while in the South Sea. When he heard that Yizhua had taken away a pirate named Bonnie, he felt a bit displeased, thinking how great it would be if he were the one taken away. His decision to go to sea was also spurred by Yizhua's deeds after the death of someone he loved. Hey! Yizhua turned his head away, his voice sounding particularly deep. It gave Kid, Kira, and others an incredibly strong sense of security. Young pirate, what you have bravely fought for in these few seconds will be the resistance of countless people against the celestial dragons. It's him. This has been fully confirmed. Ruling the world, with power spread across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Rumored to have defeated the world's greatest swordsman with his swordsmanship, earning the respect of red-haired Shanks, who willingly handed over his forces. Defeating the big MOM pirates, he has completely ascended to the peak of the pirate world as the Emperor of the Sea. The strongest in a group fight should be the Demon King Yizhua, or so the world says. Have you copied some devil fruit that allows for quick movement? Kizaru swallowed hard. He has always been someone who enjoys taking things easy. Now, under the pressure from Yizhua, the Navy, despite gathering Whitebeard II and Tyrant Kuma to form the Cross Guild, which has drawn criticism, has also gained 2 more Marine admirals through world conscription. The Navy, which should have been under less pressure, sent Kizaru to carry out this mission. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out, he encountered this existence that should not be provoked. Long time no see, Kizaru. Yizhua was about to say hello when his 2 hands, wearing pirate gloves, raised a knife to block the Tianzong Cloud Sword. His other 4 hands had yet to move. Are you going to fight me? Yizhua grinned. The wings of wind and thunder spread out, flames swirling. His tail and dragon claws grew out, and a pair of horns emerged. The overwhelming sense of pressure could not be concealed by his robe. He resembled a demon king from hell, with the original in his hand burning with a layer of flames. Demon King Zhuo, your good days are over. Huang Yuan glanced at Zhuo and decisively retreated. What is the point of fighting at a time like this? Is he looking for death by going up alone? Huang Yuan stood in midair with his arms crossed in front of him, quickly condensing the light jade. 8-foot Xiong hook jade. Whoosh! The light jade flew out, condensed to only 5. Any one of them could destroy half of this small island. Is that enough for you, Mr. Demon King? The answer is no. Zhuo was too lazy to take off. He stood on the island and let out a lion's roar directly at the sky. Boom! This time, he fused it with armament Haki. The ultrasonic Haki cannon shot out. As the light beads were completely shattered, the modified body of Kizaru trembled, resonating wildly. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, and in less than a round, it all turned to fragments. Kid looked up at the sky, amidst the blood mist. A glowing monkey was frantically escaping. Yada mirror. Zing! Light continuously refracted in the sky, fleeing at the fastest speed. Kizaru really is a monkey. I thought it was just his nickname. Kid's worldview shattered along with it. Is that not right? Zhuo turned around and only heard Kira say, "You really are the Demon King. Why not pursue and kill?" Seeing Huang Yuan escape, Kid felt that he should eliminate the threat completely, because there was no reward. Zhuo patted Kid on the shoulder. Kid immediately broke his bones and looked at the pirate he admired the most in pain. What is a reward? It's something that makes your body deteriorate. Kid, we're the Celestial Dragons. I need to take them to find a good job. Zhuo didn't waste any time. By the time he arrived at the place where the Celestial Dragons were being held, the 3 bound Celestial Dragons were cursing loudly. But when they looked up and saw Zhuo's face, their expressions instantly turned pale. Here are 300 million berries. May you survive the Navy's pursuit. Zhuo threw out a suitcase and casually burned 2 Celestial Dragons to ashes, leaving only 1. It was a beautiful Celestial Dragon woman. Just try to bring back to Baby 5 and Little Suddy. Demon King. Kid felt an overwhelming excitement facing Zhuo, who had set sail 3 years earlier than him. What's the matter? Do you want an autograph? Zhuo raised the Celestial Dragon with one hand and asked back, "No, I want to know just how powerful are you?" Kid's eyes were filled with fervor. Before Zhuo appeared, everyone in the pirate world wanted to become the Pirate King. After Zhuo's rise, the pirate world gained a second option. Come ask me again when your 3-color Haki has reached advanced awakening. The devil fruit has awakened, and your martial arts have reached their peak. A flash of light passed by. Zhuo returned to the New World. New World. Hive Island. Outside the artificial windless zone composed of sea kings, on a small pirate ship, Lafitte was quietly waiting for the arrival of the Demon King pirates. Behind him were 5 tied-up Celestial Dragons. He claimed to have come to surrender, but in fact, he was there to test the waters. In the original timeline, Blackbeard was supposed to use Fire Fist Ace as a token to become one of the Shichibukai. Unexpectedly, after Zhuo's appearance, he pretended this was his token. At present, Blackbeard had betrayed the Whitebeard pirates and began frantically hunting for devil fruits on the sea. He had gathered a group of companions, but did not first become one of the Shichibukai as in the original timeline. It was unclear what his true intentions were. Still not here? Lafitte turned around with a smile, planning to leave. It wasn't safe to appear with the Celestial Dragons here. If an admiral from the Navy showed up, he would be buried in the sea. For most people on the sea, Celestial Dragons were a taboo that could not be touched. Buzz. Suddenly, the pirate ship trembled as if it had been struck hard, tilting towards the bow. Bang! The cabin was smashed open with a punch, and Zhuo's tall figure created an invisible sense of oppression for Lafitte. Devil, Lafitte was about to politely greet him before speaking, but Zhuo directly tore off the roof of the cabin. This cabin is too cramped. It's too stuffy for me here. You wouldn't mind if I tore it down, would you? Zhuo's words made Lafitte swallow a gulp. Whether it's the inexperienced kid or the seasoned Lafitte, Zhuo exudes a different kind of intimidation. This is the oppression that comes with being the emperor of the sea in the eyes of pirates. Of course, I don't mind. Please go ahead. Lafitte took out a den mushi. The 5 Celestial Dragons behind him also caught sight of Zhuo in the sunlight. They had been frantically roaring and cursing that Lafitte would die without a burial place. However, upon seeing Zhuo, 3 of the 5 pig-headed ones immediately wet their pants. The other 2 fainted on the spot. The bane of the Celestial Dragons, encountering the Demon King Zhuo, who even an admiral wouldn't dare to rescue if he didn't escape. How can you still urinate anywhere? It's unsanitary. You must know that replenishing fresh water, vitamins, and sugars at sea, as well as maintaining hygiene and sleep, is of utmost importance. Yizhua's words left Lafitte hesitant. He realized that all his original words were interrupted after Yizhua's appearance. Lord Demon King, please allow our Captain Blackbeard Teach to have a few words with you. The transponder snail rang. It was clear that Blackbeard on the other end was also taken aback. Blackbeard? How long is your beard? Actually, I'm still growing mine. Teach's voice came through, sounding a bit shy. Even through the transponder snail, Blackbeard felt somewhat embarrassed in front of Yizhua. Then don't call me Blackbeard anymore. Change to a different nickname. It's too extravagant. All right, I will contact Morgans. Teach cleared his throat. Mr. Demon King, the 5 celestial dragons I sent were intercepted on their way to the Golden City. It was not for the sake of money or gold, but to vent my anger for you, Lord Demon King. I just hope to join your great pirate fleet and become one of your pirate crews. Teach's words made Yizhua tilt his head. So he was frustrated about this? Anyone with keen eyes could see it. The Navy's rampant expansion was precisely to wage war against Yizhua. Joining under his banner at this time was just a fish in troubled waters. Are you a beauty? I'm not, but... Teach hesitated. Then what the hell are you joining for? But the Straw Hat Pirates, the Vinsmoke family, and the Fur Tribe's pirate crew are not beauties either. Teach even wanted to argue a bit. They have connections with the pirate crew. I have relatives and friends among their crew. Do you have friends in my pirate crew? Yizhua felt that Teach's little scheme was just asking for death. I don't. Teach was sweating. My lord, we are willing to follow you for life. We would risk our lives and face any danger. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, we would not hesitate to die. Teach was not afraid at all. It was just about face. As long as he could join the Lord's fleet when the Great War broke out, he could expand his power and take Hive Island. Then you can attack Marineford now, or push the city. Blackbeard was completely silenced by Yizhua's words. He then threw out a suitcase containing 500 million berries. He lifted 2 beautiful celestial dragons to try to take back for training as diligent maids. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by. Lafitte was completely stunned. He looked at the remaining 3 terrified celestial dragons and picked up the Den Den Mushi to say to Blackbeard, Captain, what should we do about the 3 celestial dragons left by the Demon King? He deliberately left them for us to deal with. Blackbeard was furious. Take them back. Lafitte cautiously suggested. We can't kill them. We can't take them back. Just give them a small boat and let them drift. Blackbeard had no choice but to swallow his anger. The B plan was activated. If they don't stay here, there will be a place for them elsewhere. At Hive Island, upon learning that 3 new celestial dragons were to be trained as maids, Baby 5 and Little Suddy came to observe seriously. After changing into clean, maid outfits, they began the training. Yizhua glanced at the countdown. There were just over 2 days left until he could go find Vegapunk. He rubbed his shoulders and specifically went to the warehouse and treasury to take a look, confirming that there was enough, especially with the shares from Tetsolo and Morgans. Otherwise, if a few hundred more of those guys sent by the Celestial Dragons showed up, it would be a headache. The next day, the kidnapping of the Celestial Dragons quickly made headlines, shocking the world. Breaking news, Celestial Dragons kidnapped. Who could be behind this? A mysterious figure revealed that Captain Kidd has a bounty exceeding 100 million, and he is one of the pirates involved in the kidnapping of the Celestial Dragons. The Whitebeard pirates are gradually collapsing, with crew members defecting. Breaking news, Blackbeard's involvement in the kidnapping of the Celestial Dragons has been exposed, having just received a bounty, and he has vanished. In the New World, 3 remains of Celestial Dragons were discovered, already half-eaten by fish. An attempt to save them were unsuccessful. A mysterious figure revealed that there are several Celestial Dragon maids on Egghead Island. Seeing these newspapers, Yizhua found them boring. Was there really nothing worth reporting? Morgans just loved to ride the wave of attention all day long. In fact, the truly terrifying aspect of the Celestial Dragon kidnapping incident was its chain reaction. The Celestial Dragons, once viewed as untouchable and absolutely beyond reproach, suddenly became just like ordinary people. After Yizhua executed multiple Celestial Dragons, as the bounties were placed on them, and after the kidnappings, the so-called world aristocrats, the gods who created the world, had already fallen from their pedestals. The world understood that even gods were being closely watched by the Demon King, who dominates death. 3 days later, the Demon King pirates gathered early in the morning at the port. According to Yizhua, they were going to take a tour of the future kingdom today. That was the world's #1 brain, protected by the world government. It was said to possess technology that surpassed the times by 500 years. Not only did CP0 frequently visit, but there was also a scientific guard force led by Frankie that was stationed there year-round. Nearby was the Navy's G-14 branch base. Surrounding Egghead Island were also giant sea beasts for defense, albeit mechanical sea beasts. The main quest has reached the activation time, Go to the future kingdom. Invite Vegapunk No. 2 Lilith and number 6 York to join as crew members. Quest reward. Replication powder, small jade version. Yizhuo yawned, just as the newspaper bird happily flew over. He swatted it away with a slap. Get lost. I'm not in a mood to read what that silly bird Morgan wrote today. Special hidden mission triggered. Clear the old era. Defeat the 7 warlords of the sea. The tyrant Kuma has not yet officially fallen. Defeat him in the future kingdom. Mission reward. Giant powder, little jade version. Giant powder. Little jade version of powder that creates giants due to a manufacturing error, which will only make the current form giant. Not directly enter adult form, with no side effects. If I had this thing earlier, that crazy woman Big Mom wouldn't have wasted her time. Just thinking about Charlotte Linlin makes Yizhuo feel regretful. If I had met Linlin a few years earlier, she could have been spared from going astray. In this world, only Yizhuo can cure Big Mom. 1 punch 1 do, then 2 punches. What a pity. That person is already gone with the sea. I'm afraid they have sunk to the bottom and fed the fish. This time, S journey to the future kingdom can not only find 2 new crew members, but also gather the 7 warlords of the sea. Master Demon King, are we going by ship or using your fruit ability? Nami looked at Yizhuo with anticipation. Their expressions spoke of their longing for the sea. I'm really fed up with your adoring looks. Set sail. Let's go to the future kingdom. The captain wants to have morning tea. Bring the drinks. Yizhuo has his own unique health-preserving methods. It's important to understand that people's constitutions cannot be generalized. Ein and Robin walked out of Calipha's clothing store, changing into brand new high heels. It seems that Calipha is quite the collector of stockings and high heels. She also runs a pretty good shop, which mainly sells these few items. Wow, so eye-catching? At a glance, Yizhuo could tell that the crew had spent a considerable amount of berries at Calipha. Calipha, my Lord Demon King. Calipha felt much happier when Yizhuo called out to her. The truth is, not only are humans physically different, but their mindsets are also different. Little Suddy gritted her teeth and slammed the whip in her hand down. She wished it was herself standing in front of Yizhuo being scolded. The 4 celestial dragon maids were in tears, knowing they were the ones getting punished. How much did you earn? My Lord Demon King. The sisters all love buying clothes from my shop, and Nami has a part-time job as an accountant. I don't care how much you earn. Make sure Nami gives me half of the pure profit. Yizhuo is just like this, enjoying making money with everyone. It's better to have fun together with him, the captain, than for the crew to get rich alone. My Lord Demon King, we have spotted a Navy warship ahead. Rabbit Gallet reported quickly while wearing binoculars. After the previous enhancement of demonic energy, Gallet has been able to maintain her moonlion state during normal times. The entire rabbit looks much more majestic. With her silver-white long hair and aloof gaze, combined with her cute personality, the contrast is striking. My Lord Demon King, it should be a ship sent by the Navy to monitor us. However, it has already slipped away. Should we pursue? Violet's gesture using the staring fruit is truly extraordinary. A normal person would likely break a bone doing that. Pursue what? It's a waste of time. Instead of wasting time, we might as well enjoy some morning tea. Yizhuo took a sip of the nourishing medicinal wine, but noticed Ai's somewhat dazed gaze beside her. It seemed that ever since the Whitebeard II was chosen as the king of the Second Sea of martial arts a few days ago, she had been wearing this expression. Zifa laughed maniacally after Yizhuo left the prison, saying something about justice, justice. Demon King, Ai's fluffy blue hair, almost touching her shoulders, was blown by the sea breeze. On her blue cloak, there was a skull emblem of the Demon King pirate crew. The high heels she wore made her figure even taller, giving her a somewhat cold demeanor, accentuated by her slightly pointed chin. Perhaps the sunlight was a bit dazzling. Her eyes sparkled, reflecting the shimmering waves of the sea. With a trembling voice, she asked Demon King, "Do you think there will really be a day when justice reigns over the new world? Will justice rule the new world? I don't know. Anyway, this king has already ruled the new world." Yizhuo had a wicked smile on his face, infuriating Ein to the point of stomping his feet. How could someone so weak still dream? Ridiculous. Without powerful strength, everything is just an illusion. Upon hearing Yizhuo's words, Ein's expression slightly changed. Zfa San was a former admiral of the Navy. The current pillars of the Navy are all his disciples, who are protecting the seas now. Ein argued a few points. Yizhuo no longer paid attention to her. He downed the medicinal liquor in one gulp and said to himself, "On the vast sea before you, countless legends have existed. Over 30 years ago, there was a pirate crew called Rocks that existed on Hakanosu Island. The later Big Emon, Kaido of the Beasts, Whitebeard Newgate, and Shiki the Golden Lion, along with a group of monsters like Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe, were all his crew. He claimed to be the king of the world, but was ultimately defeated by Roger and Garp working together. 20 years ago, Roger reached the final island and was hailed as the Pirate King, becoming the center of attention. Yet he died in Lowtown, igniting the Great Pirate Era. For 20 years, who has been the uncrowned king? The world's strongest man, Whitebeard? The strongest creature, Kaido? No, it is I. What world king, pirate king, uncrowned king? The dead are dead. The old are old. Only I have survived to this day. It doesn't matter what justice you want to uphold, as long as you can step over my corpse. Even the celestial dragons must listen to your punishment. If you can't do that, it's the dragon coiling around me. It's the tiger crawling on me. Zhuo rinsed his mouth and spat a mouthful of medicinal wine into the sea. It's important to wash up in the morning to feel energetic. I am too weak. Mine fell between Tina and Dasky. She was mentally broken because Zhuo didn't lie. Everything he said was true. She was so angry that she fell silent. In terms of strength and reasoning, I was overwhelmed by Zhuo. Next time, don't come to provoke me right after I wake up. I have morning grumpiness, and I might kill in my dreams. If you're unhappy, keep it to yourself and don't complain in front of me. The plan for the day is made in the morning. Don't affect my good mood. Zhuo walked to the bow of the ship. The enormous treasure ship, the Demon King, ignored the waves on the sea. The helmsman, White Star, a user of the strength fruit, was steering with both hands. Her biceps were well developed, all to ensure that Zhuo could sail smoothly every time. Boom! A sea beast was hit, and White Star panicked, saying, Demon King, it seems I accidentally killed a little animal. It's fine. It's obvious that this is not a little animal. Zhuo stood at the bow of the ship. At a glance, there was a mechanical sea beast with horns like a cow. The future kingdom had arrived. I'll go ahead, you all follow quickly. The mechanical sea beast was nothing to Zhuo. He leaped onto the island in one bound. Any attempts to stop him could only barely touch his afterimage. Prepare for battle. The vice captain, the Empress, delivered a flying kick that petrified the mechanical giant's head. The Demon King pirate group easily landed on Egghead Island. Even the red line could be blown up at will. I'm sorry. White Star threw a punch, and the power of the strength fruit immediately shattered the mechanical beast's head. What was the Demon King doing here? Was his father here? Pudding possessed the magic of the mountain, but had not expanded due to the perfect version lacking a body. However, her physical strength was already extremely terrifying. Any mechanical sea beast that bit her for a long time remained unaffected. They were all fighting with all their might to storm Egghead Island. Egghead Island, the future kingdom. A huge eggshell floated in midair, which was actually the brain of Dr. Vegapunk, a user of the brain fruit. Zhuo took a look around after arriving here. Air conditioning, holographic projections, food replicators, everything that should be there is present. According to the current timeline, the pacifists and seraphim should only be half finished. The mechanical sea beasts also seem to lack combat power. Where are Lilith and York? Zhuo's observation Haki instantly covered the entire island. The long-range observation Haki was very effective for targeted long-distance attacks. He used lightning magic to comprehensively drive it, quickly covering the whole island with Enel's techniques. This created a telepathic effect, allowing him to quickly scan everyone's strength and hear their conversations. Found it right above. The island of the future kingdom is divided into two parts. One is the ground, composed of Bartolomeo and the scientific troops, along with a large number of robots. The other is the sky, which is Vegapunk's large head, divided by an energy net. It can block a large number of attackers. Even animal-type devil fruit users would be instantly burn outside and tender inside. Activate defense. Everyone prepare for battle. A large number of tall mechanical armors and small robots appeared, forming a defensive layer. The surrounding buildings quickly transformed into attack ports. The ground layer had clearly entered the strongest defense mode. A familiar voice emerged. At a glance, Zhuo realized it was War Peach Maru. Just like Kizaru, he was also dressed in the same attire. He must be hiding inside a partially modified human, controlling it. Demon King Zhuo, you do not take the path to heaven, yet you crash into the gates of hell. This is the future kingdom with the most stringent defenses. A place that can make the 4 emperors return empty-handed. This time, as one of the 4 emperors, you will undoubtedly die. War Peach Maru had received the message from the Navy headquarters early on. The Demon King pirate crew from Hive Island has garnered much attention. As soon as the Demon King ship left the port, people began to speculate about its route. The 4 emperors will no longer return empty-handed. Zhuo made a gesture. He has been studying advanced uses of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki recently. Combining the magic of wind and the magic of the moon, he deduced the legendary martial arts secrets. You are truly confident. The future kingdom stands tall in the new world, not knowing how many forces are eyeing it. The reason it can be fearless is that it possesses incredibly terrifying defensive power. War Peach Maru felt deep resentment. Inside the cockpit of this modified person, his original form, turned into a little pig, was waving its little pig hooves, continuously expressing strong dissatisfaction with reprimands and roars. Oof, you misunderstood. What I meant is that there are only 3 emperors left now. After I replaced that old woman Big Mom, the red-haired pirates went to train with my hawk. Yijua felt very sympathetic towards Jean Tamaru, who was numerically challenged. It's true, your pig's hoof should only have 4 toes. It's quite normal for the 3 emperors to become the 4 emperors. Oh, Jean Tamaru was furious, wanting to kill Yijua immediately. Open fire and blow this guy away. What 4 emperors? In the face of powerful technological weapons, you're just a piece of scrap paper. Witness the transformation of the era, Demon King. Jean Tamaru raised his brand new alloy battle axe. As attacks rained down on Yijua, cannons, lasers, and long-range slashes all had no effect. It's worth noting that this series of damage was enough to defeat thousands of pirates in a short time. You just won't listen to what I say. It seems you not only lost a finger, but also a string in your head. With this body of Yijua, there is nothing to fear in terms of harm. Just the Iron Balloon and Mountain Demon Chi are enough to remain unharmed. Moreover, there is the body of the Holy Lord as the base attribute, and the body of the Demon King provides a double boost, bringing out all 12 talismans, 8 major demon chis, and the 3 colors it would be a bit of bullying. Yijua stood in front of Jean Tamaru, and even his imposing aura was useless. He didn't use any techniques. With one punch, he smashed the modified person's head into pieces. He then pulled out the piglet hidden inside. Oof. The translator on his neck quickly converted the sound. Damn Demon King, don't get too arrogant. The Navy has grasped your route and has dispatched the nearby G14 branch. Along with CP0, the piglet's gaze was quite intelligent. Moreover, there was a powerful figure on this island who could strike at any moment. Is it Bartholomew Kuma? He's not a fat tiger. What's there to be afraid of? Yijua's words immediately turned Jean Taowan's face ashen. He didn't expect that the whereabouts of the tyrant bear would also be known to Yijua. The look in your eyes shows ignorance. It's the perception of domineering aura. Silly pig. Eating your pig brain will definitely not replenish, but will instead decrease. Yijua threw Jean Tawan directly towards the defense layer in midair above the island. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and thunder. Jean Tawan, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, spat out a puff of black smoke and rolled his eyes back. You really are both inexperienced and love to play. Is there anyone else? If not, I'm going to chop you up. Yijua looked up at the high level he was about to step onto. A plume of smoke appeared in front of him, quickly spreading around. A figure materialized, holding a Hailu stone in each hand. It was a powerful Navy warrior from the nearby G14 branch. Demon King Yijua. Do you remember me? Ever since you left Rogue Town, I was sent to the Grand Line for emergency treatment. After recovering, I applied to become the head of G14. I trained hard to become stronger, all to defeat you one day. I swear, I will never let you defeat me with just one punch again. The smoke user smoker, after a long recovery, still had bandages wrapped around him. He exhaled smoke, his gaze dark as he stared at Yijua. Just from one punch. He had gone from Chapter 17 to Chapter 65 in recovery, and the bandages had not even been removed. This is my favorite episode, the defeat of subordinates in a grand feast. Yijua glanced at Smoker with a teasing expression. Right now, you're definitely not someone I can defeat with just one punch. At most, I could give you a little bump on the head. But why do I need to lift a finger to defeat you? Smoker quickly charged forward, his legs turning into smoke to accelerate. Protect me. In an instant, 4 figures appeared. Violet was always attentive to Yijua's call. Dasky used the Shun no Mi to bring a few people here. The moment Rebecca deactivated her invisibility, Tina used the Kumo no Mi to create a large net. Smoker, who dodged the obstruction with his smoke body, felt his mind in chaos. The next moment, Dasky swung her sword. Naturally, Smoker was not harmed by Dasky's sword. Even though he learned Haki after following Yijua, Smoker was an experienced fighter and wouldn't easily fall for a trick. What truly surprised Smoker was that the one obstructing him was his old classmate Tina, both having studied under Zephyr in the same class. Over the years, Smoker had often been in trouble due to his bad temper, while Tina had risen through the ranks, far surpassing him. Once the most disdainful of pirates, how had Tina become Yijua's bodyguard, and Dasky, whom he personally trained? This sword left no wounds, but it left a mark in his heart. Let me introduce you. This beautiful girl is my bodyguard. Yijua did not linger at all. He still had business to attend to upstairs. You can't leave. Smoker grabbed Yizhuo's arm with one hand. The smoke extended several dozen meters, connecting to his fist. What exactly did you do to them? Dasky and Tina, who uphold justice and are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. What have they been through? In Smoker's view, those legends at sea are undoubtedly true. It is said that Yizhuo has copied the abilities of dozens of devil fruits and can completely hypnotize crew members into slaves. Smoke Man, you are really too naive. Yizhuo's footsteps poseth. You and them and I. Why are we drifting apart? Have you upheld justice? Zephyr is locked away on Hive Island. Do you want to meet him? Bang. Rebecca, Dasky, Violet, and Tina took action immediately. Sorry, Colonel Smoker, we have justice to uphold. Dasky slashed out with her sword, teleporting in front of Smoker. Rebecca appeared beside Smoker, her sword slightly infused with Haki. One practiced Eastern swordsmanship, the other Western. Kamakura. Tina bound Smoker with her Haki-covered Kankankum. Tears of hot iron, I wail. Violet used the power of the Dingeki fruit to attack, turning her tears into a high-temperature steel whale. Phew. Smoker finally understood Yizhuo's intention. He was definitely no match for Yizhuo's punch now. Even his former friends and subordinates had grown so rapidly under their combined attack. He had no strength to resist and quickly fell. The abilities of the teleportation fruit, invisibility fruit, Dingeki fruit, and Kankankum fruit meant speed, stealth, locking, and binding. It couldn't be better for a guard. Yizhuo is not purely looking for fun. He is seriously considering the significance of the crew. What should be done? All the crew members disembarked, and Smuggy and the others dispersed the smoke. Should they use Smuggy's fruit ability to extract it into juice? Yizhuo site put on Sumoji, preventing him from elemental transformation. Should he let Bryn change his memory instead? After thinking it over, Yizhuo ultimately chose to capture him directly. Do we have Hailu stone? Yizhuo Huan looked around and saw Smoker's sea prism stone jutty. He simply took it and broke in half. With a whoosh, the magic of fire and lightning was infused into the electric eye of the pig talisman. He forcibly forged the sea prism stone jutty into a chain. The bound Smoker then transformed back into his original form. He looked at Yizhuo Huan with a puzzled expression. The sea prism stone is the hardest material in this world. So what now? Yizhuo didn't know what Smoker was going to say. Should he read his mind? His observation Haki now allowed him to hear thoughts. You can actually create sea stone chains with your hands. Smoker felt that there was no justice in this world. Manually creating sea stone was already against the rules of the pirate world. What else? The Smoke Man's mind must be messed up. Knock him out and take him away. Yizhuo clapped his hands. When you Navy 6 didn't question Newtonian mechanics while stepping on air and soaring to the heavens. Now you blame me for scientifically rubbing the Hailu stone chains. Even the Superman-type devil fruit has changed molecular structures. How unreasonable. The mission objective is almost in sight. We just need to step onto the second layer of the future kingdom. Damn it, Dasky Tina. You have betrayed more than just justice. You've also abandoned the beliefs you once held dear. What is it that has caused us, who once walked side by side, to drift apart? Smoker will never yield, even if he loses consciousness. Being imprisoned on Hakanosu Island is nothing. At least I can confirm Zephyr's safety. Smoker, you're only seeing the tip of the iceberg in this world. Once you reach the cage on Hakanosu Island, have a good talk with Zephyr. When you learn parts of the historical truth and understand our actions, you will realize that what we do is justice, and where the Demon King goes, evil has no place to hide. Tina, without hesitation, joined the Demon King's pirate crew. She too experienced inner turmoil. But upon learning one secret after another and witnessing Yizhuo's actions, she finally understood. Don't just listen to what someone says. Look at what they do. Colonel Smoker, following the Demon King has become a belief etched in my heart. If one day I'm driven off the ship by the Demon King, I will set sail alone to uphold my own justice. Dasky and Tina both threw punches. The Smoke Man's Smoker fell to the ground, defeated by his former colleagues and subordinates. What were you doing just now? Yizhuo was puzzled. Is it the same morning grumpiness as mine? I only tend to ramble when I'm not fully awake or feeling drowsy. By the way, next time I confess, I should be more straightforward. Dasky and Tina's cheeks were flushed, repeatedly denying their confessions. Not all. Tina was just speaking the truth. I just don't want Colonel Smog to be oblivious. Yizhuo had long since put this matter out of his mind. He stretched a bit, and the wings of wind and thunder unfolded. Just as he was about to leap up, he heard a cold snort. Well done. It seems the Navy and the scientific troops have been fighting you for quite a while. That should be enough to exhaust a lot of stamina. Laughter followed, and a group of mysterious individuals dressed in white suits and wearing masks appear before him. They all had physiques far beyond that of ordinary humans, clearly in beastman form. After you defeated us, we each consumed Zoan-type devil fruits. Now we not only ignore your fruit abilities, but have become even stronger. Demon King Yizhua, you never expected that we would turn misfortune into fortune, did you? The group stood firm. They didn't need to introduce themselves at this moment. Everyone's nickname perfectly matched their fruit abilities. The former CP9 members had surprisingly been promoted to CP0 in a short time. Leopard, lion, bull, giraffe, wolf, eagle. Yes, it's the CP Zoo. Yi Zhuojing was shocked. He didn't expect today to be the big inventory of the fallen side characters. But why are you all in your beastman battle forms? Why not just transform into humans? Is it because you don't want to? Bruno is still a bull. Lucci was enraged and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Bruno is a user of the Mumin fruit ability. He can't eat another Zoan-type devil fruit. But we have all become Zoan-type users. Although we can't revert back to human bodies, we can maintain a half-beastman form. Lucci smirked slyly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He would make Yi Zhuo pay in blood for his debts. You losers should have been dust long ago. Calipha, Yi Zhuo really didn't want to continue fighting, so he simply called for the righteous and brave Calipha. It's understandable that Sabeti Archipelago is guarded by Peach Maru. It's also somewhat acceptable that Smoker is nearby in G14 recovering from injuries. Does your CP Zoo really need to run this fast after receiving orders? It's only half a day's journey from Honeycomb Island to here. Rob Lucci might even miss both breakfast and lunch. Captain, I will vow to protect you with my life. Calipha makes her entrance in her mythical Zoan Ninetails form. Empowered by the power of shadows, she has learned Haki on top of the Navy's 6 powers. The ability to transform anything in her Ninetails form is a natural enemy to the CP Zoo. Calipha, seeing their former teammate standing before them, the hearts of Lucci and the others trembled. Just as Zhuo was about to brush past them, a tall figure rushed in like the wind. The pawpaw fruit user. Bartholomew Kuma. Oh, looks like I need to take action. Yizhua's collector instincts couldn't help but kick in. The last time they met in the East China Sea, no task was triggered, but now it seemed that he could finally get his wish. Mr. Demon King, it has been quite some time since our last parting. The tyrant bear glanced over. His current transformation was only partial. His tall figure exuded an inner gentleness hidden beneath a fierce exterior. I was quite surprised to learn that you left Hive Island. Everyone in the world is guessing where you were headed. Magnificent Mr. Demon King. Who will you target this time? The 6'9" tyrant bear and the over 7-meter tall Yizhua appeared to be evenly matched in size. However, it was merely an appearance. Yes, I still remember the last time I saw you was indeed the last time. So has that guy long come this time? Yizhua clenched his fist, wanting to try merging his dominance with the magic of the moon. Would it achieve the effect he desired? It did not, Mr. Demon King. If you insist on fighting, I can accompany you. This is the hope of future humanity, and it must not suffer any destruction. Tyrant Bear was about to make a move when Bonnie and Betty appeared in front of him. Betty, Bonnie, are you both okay? He said gently. See, I knew it. At my level, my subordinates can easily deal with the enemy. What Smoker the Smoke Man, CP Zoo, and the 7 warlords of the sea, they're all just insignificant beings. Yizhua was just about to walk past the Tyrant Bear. The bear, who had been reminiscing, immediately blocked his way. Even if it meant dying here, I must stop you. With a determination to embrace death, this was the realization of life when facing Yizhua. Who do you think this guy is? He is a lazy, wine-loving tyrant with a bad temper, known as the most evil pirate of the contemporary era. Capable of ushering in a new age, the demon King Yizhua, a true villain, admired by countless pirates and causing nobles to tremble in fear. Oh, unknowingly, I have been perceived as a villain by the world. Why am I, such a gentle person, misunderstood by everyone? Yizhua shook his head helplessly. His fists, wrapped in iron fist, fused the flowing cherry and Overlord's power. Combined with the immense gravitational force of the moon's magic energy, he unleashed the pressure cannon. Bartholomew Kuma struck out with several palm strikes in an instant. The air and Overlord's power were condensed into the pressure cannon. While continuously attacking, it transformed into the shape of a bear's paw. The destructive power was enough to annihilate everything before him. However, Yizhua allowed these attacks to hit him. He didn't even take half a step back. Instead, as he kept moving forward, he pushed Bartholomew Kuma, who was attacking, further away with his own attacks. Your physique is truly terrifying. Bartholomew Kuma felt it was unbelievable. He had originally thought that Yizhua's strength was that of the 4 emperors, which was why he had been defeated in the East China Sea. But now it seemed that Yizhua's true strength was even beyond that. The terrifying ability of the pawpaw fruit could push his strength to the limit. Even Kaido of the Beast Pirates would still get hurt if he stood there and faced Bartholomew Kuma's attacks without using his own defenses, purely relying on his physique. Whereas Yizhua, he walks with such dominance. All his power is concentrated in his hands. He withstands all attacks with his physical strength. In a group fight, the strongest must be the Demon King Yizhua, as the world says. This group fight refers to the Demon King beating everyone. Bartholomew Kuma has already retreated dozens of steps under the continuous attacks. The floor beneath him has shattered into cracks. The earth is splitting as if telling of its defeat. It's time for me to give it a try. Boom. Buddha's palm. Yizhua infused his Haki into the powerful gravitational pull of the moon's magic. With a forceful palm, he unleashed a strike. He planted his feet on the ground, channeling energy with one hand while thrusting the other forward. Boom. Bartholomew Kuma intended to try to block this blow. But as the attack roared past his ear, a deafening shockwave surged through. The tall fortress behind him instantly crumbled. A massive handprint was imprinted on the steel skyscraper behind him. Kuma's usually calm gaze slowly withdrew. He was not surprised that this palm could destroy a steel building. He could achieve the same destructive power with his pawpaw fruit. What was truly terrifying was that Yizhua had further developed the usage of Haki. The attack would continue to grow larger after leaving his palm. Neither the attack range nor the damage would decrease with distance. Instead, it would keep increasing until it reached its peak and suddenly erupted. The principle of the pawpaw fruit. Bartholomew Kuma couldn't believe that Yizhua had replicated his fruit's ability, or whether he could truly develop such a technique relying on Haki. Countless buildings on the ground of the future kingdom were destroyed by this palm strike. At a glance, with each building passed, the attack area would further expand, until the shockwave of the giant handprint reached the sea. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. The ocean seemed to be activated by some force, creating a pit comparable to Egghead Island. The seawater would once again overturn. Yet the rising white vapor told of the damage it had suffered. Stronger when faced with strength, not resembling me. The Buddha's palm, unmatched in the world. Yizhua originally thought that the martial arts he learned in his previous life were already the pinnacle. Now it seems that all techniques with theories to learn from can be replicated. It is rumored that you defeated Carp with physical techniques and then defeated Mihawk with swordsmanship. When I first heard it, I found it somewhat absurd. Now it seems that this is the ultimate. Perhaps the Dragon Claw Fist, Fishman Karate, and the Navy 6 forms are not as good as your physical technique system. Bartholomew Kuma understands that even if he dies here, he cannot stop Yizhua. In the face of absolute power, his passionate resolve seems so small. I also know Jeet Kune Do. Do you want to learn? The inch power can continue to exert force after hitting the human body. Combined with Flowing Cherry and Conqueror's Haki, it can cause secondary damage. I have lost. Mr. Demon King, please do not harm Vegapunk. His technology is humanity's hope. Tyrant Kuma suddenly collapsed. His back clothes were torn, revealing a huge fingerprint. It turns out that only the tip of Yizhua's palm touched him a little. The continuously increasing damage completely drained his strength. Captain, you kill my dad. Bonnie looked puzzled. She had already pledged allegiance to the Demon King pirates as their cook. How could her dad still be killed? Kuma, hold on. Our ship's Dr. Vivi will be here soon. Princess Vivi? The last time he saw her was many years ago. Kuma's internal organs and bones have been destroyed, not to mention the modified parts. He won't die. Just use your pawpaw fruit to bounce him out. Yizhua was helpless. This bear was purely trying to provoke trouble. Overloaded, Mr. Demon King. The bear was helped to turn around. I really want to turn you into a bear, but you weren't human to begin with. Yizhua glanced at Bartholomew the bear's bare ears and bare paws. He pointed a finger, and the horse charm immediately healed him. Healing and repairing are the dual abilities of the horse charm. It can even repair broken sculptures and reassemble the parts inside the bear's body. I'm not interested in that big head of Vegapunk. If you say it like that, people will misunderstand and think my entire aesthetic has collapsed. Yizhua immediately kicked Bear. Just as his injuries had healed, his leg was broken again. Bear did not complain. He accepted his fate. His daughter was in someone else's hands, and there was nothing he could do about it. No argument could change the situation, and he couldn't fight back. Ding! Special hidden mission completed. Clear the old era's 7 warlords of the sea. Tyrant Bear has not officially been defeated. Defeat him in the future kingdom. Mission reward. Giant medicine powder, Xiaoyu version. The old 7 warlords of the sea have been collected. Hidden reward unlocked. Obtain 12 talismans animal. Reward tip. The The 12 talismans animal is an additional reward, does not conflict with the host's 12 talismans, only obeys the host commands, and can be transformed into 12 talismans for carrying. This 12 talismans is the Saint Lord version, not the concept version. Zhuo was surrounded by 12 talismans. He was a bit surprised. Can it also turn into animals? Has the Holy Master also become Pangu? I alone have 2 sets of 12 talismans. Inside Yizhua's body is the concept version of the 12 talismans, and now it's the Lord version of the 12 talismans. To him, it's just an extra toy. Swish! The wings of wind and thunder wrapped in a fiery cloak. But Yizhua didn't even have time to spread his wings before he saw an indomitable figure. Demon King Yizhua, if you want to break into the high ranks of Egghead Island, you'll have to step over my corpse. Kaku appeared in front of Yizhua, ready to do his utmost to use his animal-type physique to block all damage from Yizhua. Oh, Yizhua didn't waste any words. With a flick of his hand, the 12 talismans transformed into animals. 1 second later, Yizhua stepped directly over Kaku. After being ravaged by the cursed animals, smoke was still rising from Kaku's mouth. Do you think that mere Caliphate can stop us? Bruno opened the air door with a face covered in blood. Rob Lucci and the others stepped out, wearing sly smiles. Upon seeing the 12 animals in front of Yizhua, their hair stood on end. Their first guess was that these were all powerful beings who had fallen victim to Yizhua's poison. Make your move, Caliphate. As soon as Yizhua finished speaking, the head eagle appeared with 9 tails. Caliphate raised her glasses with one hand and smiled as she struck Gabra from behind. Gabra, in his dog fruit wolf form, was immediately taken aback and turned around. You, how? Did you really think my current strength couldn't handle a CP0? Caliphate did a one-handed somersault and landed beside Yizhua. Captain, I have taken care of the 2 traitors. Well done, keep it up. I have high expectations for you. The potential of the mythical beast type is already great. Bang! Yizhua stepped forward and Rob Lucci intended to move his feet. However, he found himself unable to move at all. Don't move or you'll die. The 12 talismans behind, Yizhua transformed into animals, all glaring fiercely at Rob Lucci and the others. Bite! Yizhua snapped his fingers. The void only stood on the back of the electric eye pig. An invisible snake coiled on the back of the ox, while a rabbit stood atop its head. Horses and sheep galloped out, and the mouse had long since disappeared. The tiger split in 2, and the monkey had already transformed into a large elephant. Only the Holy Master behind, Yizhua, stood motionless, his eyes hollow and lifeless. In the Holy Master's world, the dragon talisman was the Holy Master's power. The dragon it represented was also himself. However, what he didn't expect was that the dragon talisman, transformed into an animal, would take on the form of the Holy Master. Standing still, unmoving. Attack! This Holy Master had no autonomy and, like the other animals, could only obey Yizhua's commands. Boom! The dragon talisman Holy Master opened its mouth wide and exhaled a burst of explosive flames. Damn it! Rob Lucci never expected that with his own strength. He would be intimidated by Yizhua's Conqueror's Haki. With his power, even the Conqueror's Haki of the 4 emperors should not have been able to subdue him. Just as Lucci regained his composure and was about to take action, he was struck head-on by the invisible, accelerated ox. Next, the floating pig's eyes emitted electric light. Just as it steadied itself, 2 tigers lunged from his sides. The monkey, transformed into an elephant, charged from behind. Lucci braced himself against the elephant's impact and punched the tiger away. The horse instantly healed the tiger's injuries. The sheep leaped from the horse's back. As soon as it touched Lucci, he collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant. Lucci, Bruno was completely stunned. These 12 animals had actually forcefully suppressed the leader of CP0. Rob Lucci. He wiped away the blood from his nose and quickly picked up Lucci, unaware that at that moment, Lucci's soul had already left his body after being touched by the sheep. Damn it! Lucci's soul floated in midair, watching his corpse being taken away by Bruno. Feeling utterly helpless. What was this guy doing? The lion, Wei Qi, shouted, not understanding what he had encountered. The little sheep's actions were not enough. Let me help you guys. Yizhua snapped his fingers. His conceptual level sheep talisman was even more powerful. He effortlessly manipulated the souls of Rob Lucci and the lion to switch places. I'm no longer myself. How many types of fruit abilities does this guy have? Rob Lucci, turning into a real leopard, was nothing. He could use the devil fruit to remain in a half-beast form for a long time. Lucci, how did you become me? Then who am I? The lion roared in a frenzy. Although he had been transformed into a lion by Yizhua and had consumed the cat fruit in lion form, becoming a real lion, what he liked most was the hair that could restore life. Now it was being occupied by Rob Lucci. What on earth is going on? On the warship at the port, Bruno had a mix of nosebleed and mucus. He was going crazy. Use Haki. I've heard that strong enough Haki can dispel the effects of devil fruits. Lucci wanted to say this, but he realized that his body was already the soul of the lion. Bang! Lucci fell despairingly onto the deck. He fainted from anger. On Egghead Island, Bartholomew Kuma just finished bandaging his leg, helplessly watched Yizhua. If I had known, I shouldn't have intervened. Seeing the future kingdom in ruins, Yizhua's goal was not some technology, research results, or even Vegapunk himself. He only felt a twinge of regret. Come back. As soon as Yizhua finished speaking, the 12 animals transformed back into talismans, hovering and swirling behind him. If I had known this would be the case, why did I act in the first place? You people are truly wicked to the core. If it weren't for my intervention, you would probably never come to your senses in this lifetime. Yizhua's demonic king demeanor quickly retracted his 4 arms and tail. The dragon horns and wings, along with the 12 talismans on his back, still exuded a strange sense of oppression. Whoosh! He spread his wings and soared, instantly transforming into a shooting star. Am I the one who is wrong? Mr. Demon King, I thought the wrong one was this world. Do you have an answer? Xiong asked in confusion. He looked up at the sky. If there truly exists such a powerful being as Yizhua in this world, then can the GM army really create a beautiful future? If it is your strength, then the one who is wrong is you. If it is my strength, then it is the world that is wrong. Yizhua's speed was extremely fast, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Bartholomew the bear watched him intently. It was only when he saw a light spot vanish that he realized the boy, known as the Demon King, had already transformed into a beam of light before soaring into the sky. Zzzz. The defense array leading to the second layer activated. Energy electroshocks gathered at this point on Yizhua. How could the lightning magic energy possibly fear such intensity? Yizhua immediately opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. Not only did he replenish a bit of energy, but under the urging of the mountain's demonic energy, his size also increased slightly. Oh, is this truly Egghead Island? Ignoring the defenses in front of him, Yizhua walked straight ahead. Along the way, there were half-finished, unlit pacifists blocking his path. None could withstand a single strike. In front of the last door, even half-finished seraphim surrounded Yizhua. Boring. The genuine goods were no match for Yizhua, let alone these unsuccessful half-finished products. He snapped his fingers and used Aurora's eye to teleport to the core of the base. Vegapunk himself was protected in the center by 5 clones. Don't advance any further. Demon King, I still want to invent. Edison of Unit 3 said nervously. What nonsense. I'm going to make him pay. The adorable, big-headed Atlas of Unit 5 threw the first punch immediately. Yezhuo seemingly dodged effortlessly. Number 4, Pythagoras advised. What you're doing will ruin countless people's hard work. The clones of Vegapunk were all trying to obstruct him. Only number 6, York, was sound asleep, completely unconcerned by the commotion. Demon King, your actions against the future kingdom will mean being hunted down by the world government to the ends of the earth. Number 1, Shurgia urged, appearing the most righteous. Want to fight? Then let us blow up the entire Egghead Island. Number 2, Lilith, with her short hair, looked particularly heroic. Only the Vegapunk behind them remained silent, intently watching Yizhua. Old man, do you have nothing to say? Yizhua allowed the 5 clones to attack, effortlessly dodging their strikes as if he were in a world of his own. Even standing in front of Vegapunk, the clones realized that their attacks were completely ineffective. Finally, he got what he wanted. He had heard Long mention you before. Mr. Demon King, you are as powerful as the rumors say. I've heard that you've saved numerous kingdoms, including the Tontatta tribe, the Fur tribe, the Fishman tribe, and many maritime forces. You defeated the 4 Emperor Bigmum, causing Red Hair to withdraw from the era of competition. You even put a stop to the German 66 assassination family. Truly the greatest good person in the new world. Vegapunk extended his hand, grinning widely. Those who know me know that Vegapunk is not dead yet. Yizhua had 2 small hands grow under his armpits, symbolically shaking hands. If he could obtain your bloodline factor, how powerful would that be? It would likely be enough to create the most powerful seraph in the ocean. Vegapunk's eyes were filled with anticipation. That's unnecessary. My strength is only partially related to the bloodline factor. The rest is something you cannot replicate. Seeing that Yizhua had no intention of making a move, the clones finally felt at ease and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. I came here just to take 2 people. You know my family business is large and always needs a few maintenance workers to keep Hive Island running. Guess what? Number 2 Lilith and number 6 York have been fortunate enough to be selected. The startled clones instantly felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Lilith took several steps back in astonishment. With Yizhua's physique, the sense of pressure was many times greater than in the photos and wanted posters. She was neither a giant nor white star. If she were to join Yizhua, it would be unimaginable. Representing Vegapunk's evil, Lilith now appeared small and endearing. York, on the other hand, was completely unaware and sleeping soundly. This girl was somewhat like Yuta, the daughter of Red-Haired. Mentioning Yuta made Yizhua think of looking for another songstress. After all, with the dancer Peach Rabbit by his side, it was just right for a harmonious performance. Mr. Demon King, I'm a brain fruit user. The floating shell above this island is actually my brain. Both of them are also clones sharing my wisdom, equivalent to my daughters. If you take them away, without knowledge sharing, their strength will significantly decrease. Vegapunk smiled and handed a lightsaber to Yizhua. If you need such a weapon or anything else, it will definitely not be a problem. Hearing his words, Yizhua's brow furrowed slightly. If one day you die, would those 6 turn into idiots in an instant? That wouldn't happen, even if I were to die one day. This knowledge and the cloud brain would still exist. As soon as Vegapunk finished speaking, he realized there was something wrong with what he said. This representative of violence. Number 5 Atlas will also take away. I want to take away half of your cloud brain and half of your avatar, which is your daughter. This way, it can continue to operate and maintain high efficiency. Yizhua had long thought it out. Hive Island also needs an island air conditioner, and things like food manufacturing machines cannot be lacking either. This Vegapunk really didn't expect it to be like this. It's settled then. I will cut your brain in half myself. Yizhua drew out the supreme great knife, already sharpening it. No need to trouble you. I'll handle it myself. I just want to know, what does the Demon King plan to do with this technology? Destroy the world, or create a pirate crew that rules the world? Vegapunk absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Sell to Amazon Lily, Alabasta, Fishman Island, Dressrosa, Zo Kingdom, and my Hive Island. All these good things need to be mass-produced. Of course, that York can be lazy, but she won't solve your problems for you. By the way, help me check the warehouse. I need to find a winemaker in the future. She will help me manage the wine cellar. Upon hearing Yizhua's words, number 1 Shurjia felt a bit confused. Vegapunk was even more excited. Mass production? Not just him, but also number 3 Edison and number 4 Pythagoras were thrilled to hear about the possibility of mass production. Unfortunately, the world government wouldn't provide them with extra funds. Only weapons were given to them in exchange for berries and support. Of course, otherwise, what would they be for? The berries and gold needed for mass production would be countless. Vegapunk exclaimed. He wished for the world to have access to this life-changing technology. I'm not short on berries. I spend over 100 million berries every day. Otherwise, my family business is huge. Shipping, Golden City, water parks. The newspapers earn so much that I can't spend it all. And if I'm not careful, I might have to bury tons of gold with me when I die. Yizhua was very annoyed. There was nothing he could do. His golden belly was simply too abundant to count. All right, very well from now on. It will be split in 2. I kindly ask Lord Demon King to help me promote it to the whole world. Externally, we will say that we have suffered your oppression, and it was inhuman brutality. We will not let Lord Demon King's reputation suffer even a little. Vegapunk's way of addressing Yizhua had quietly changed. That's good. I'm not someone who enjoys flattery. Yizhua nodded, talking to number 1 Shurjia, number 3 Edison, and number 4 Pythagoras was like dealing with a moving company. Just take anything, don't be stingy. Oh, don't cry, Atlas. You big-headed doll, 1T suffer when you get to your brother. We often fight, and your bad temper can definitely be cured. Lilith, go carry York on your back. We'll be moving soon. Yizhua spoke while emptying half of the future kingdom. Return to the capital. The Demon King's ship was activated. Vegapunk and the remaining 3 clones supported the injured bear. They even waved goodbye, looking forward to Yizhua's next visit. My lord, will Vegapunk be angry with us for doing this? Bai Xing, strong and powerful, held the helm of the ship. How could that be? Look, he still has to thank me. Yizhua stood at the stern of the ship and waved his hand. In the sky was the half-egghead island suspended by his chicken talisman spell and the magic of the moon. Ding! Main quest completed. Go to the future kingdom. Invite Lilith of the Vegapunk number 2 and York number 6 to join as crew members. Quest reward. Copying powder, Xiaoyu version. Yizhua got another jar of powder. He calmly stretched his back. The sea breeze today was quite noisy. Yet, there was not a single fool coming to block his way. The main storyline chain task has been activated. Demon King Conference Part 1. Issue the Demon King post, inviting the Sea Emperor, the large fleet under his command. The kings under his command, the Dark Emperor, and the 5 admirals of the Navy. Special invitation list: red-haired pirates, Hawkeye Mihawk, Sand Crocodile, Moria, and Clown Buggy. Task reward: fragment of the Book of Time, 18. It has appeared. The Book of Time. But why is it a fragment version? What could destroy the Book of Time? Could it be the system? Yizhuo was taken aback for a moment, and a glimmer of light finally flashed in his otherwise indifferent gaze. The chain quest became interesting. The treasure ship, the Demon King, encountered no obstacles on its way back to Hive Island, where he saw the vast amount of gold and berries in the treasury. Atlas from Team 5 couldn't contain his joy. From now on, you will be responsible for ensuring the basic safety of the Hive Island treasury. Yizhuo said a word and tapped the still sleeping York 6 awake with a finger. You will guard these warehouses from now on. Okay, York rubbed his eyes, turned over, and continued to sleep. Lilith, you will promote these technological products in my kingdom and also be responsible for the maintenance of Hive Island. Understood. Let my mechanical sea beasts and sea kings protect this area. Lilith was already eager. Half of the cloud brain was assembled on the giant skull of Hive Island. A large number of scientific instruments and defense equipment were being installed. After giving the last assignment, Yizhuo Xin returned to the main hall with satisfaction. He called for Khalifa, Nami, and others to begin discussing the guest list for the upcoming invitation. What? Invite those monsters to the banquet? Khalifa couldn't believe the chaos that would ensue. They were all emperors of the sea. It would probably cost over 100 million berries. Nami quickly calculated the expenses. All the costs were irrelevant, as long as the captain was willing. The Empress picked a crystal-clear grape. Yizhuo took a bite of the grape and nodded in satisfaction. Doesn't matter whether they come or not. Anyway, the task is to send out the Demon King invitation, and it doesn't say that people must attend. Will be lively? Isn't this gathering all the big shots from the sea? Robin closed the book and said, maybe at that time, we might even give them a display of Zephyr and Smoker in the cage. Yizhuo yawned. Thinking about how Smoker had reunited with Zifa made him happy. Doing good deeds had always been Yizhuo's principle in life. Soon, Khalifa contacted Morgans. Nami and Robin were responsible for contacting the Straw Hat Fleet. Shirahoshi, Vivi, Perona, Bonnie, Rebecca, and others incredulously began to invite the kings under the Demon King Yizhuo's command. When Morgans heard the request for his newspaper bird to deliver messages to the other big shots, he almost fainted. Truly deserving of the title Demon King. You don't do any of the work yourself. Lord Demon King, regarding these invitation letters, if they are unwilling to come, should I beg them? The newsbird Morgans wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was a bit nervous. These big shots wouldn't even pay attention to him, even if he went to invite them personally. Initially, Big Mom's tea party was said to be one where those who didn't attend would die. In fact, she only invited her subordinate forces and Dark Emperors. The other 4 emperors, and even the Navy, Warlords of the Sea, and GM Army. As long as Big Mom was still alive, she probably wouldn't take such a risk. This was essentially inviting a group of crazies to come and smash the place up. Overthinking it, they could come or not. All you need to do is deliver the message. Yizhuo felt a bit tired. This trip had wasted a lot of his energy, and it was time for a good rest. Lying on the pillow, he could smell a faint fragrance in the air. The red Earth continent, the holy land of Mariehua. The 5 elders were sweating profusely on their backs. Was Vegapunk himself taken away? No, only 3 of his subordinates were captured. Got it. He hung up the phone bug. The 5 elders exchanged glances, feeling a mix of sadness and joy. The good news was that Vegapunk was safe and could be used until he was no longer needed. The bad news was the heavy losses. Many technological achievements were lost. CP0's Rob Lucci, after just redeeming himself and getting promoted, had gone completely mad. He claimed his soul had been swapped. Ridiculous. Losing to the Demon King is not shameful, but making baseless claims is your fault. Should we report to the Lord? The bald elder spoke, clearly pained. Just thinking about how his sword was inexplicably in Yizhuo's hands made him heartbroken. His ambition was already apparent. He had to be eliminated. The curly-haired elder tapped his cane. This was probably the limit. He had no choice but to go to war now. The long-bearded elder calmly stated, "That's right. The final battle was approaching. He could no longer afford to play tricks. It was time to prepare for war." Exactly. The 5 elders exchanged glances. To them, Yizhuo was indeed at the end of his rope, with only a final battle left. Back in the day, Rox tried to do the same, but ended up in ashes. However, the ruthless deeds of the Demon King Yizhuo had never ceased. He would not easily bite the bullet. The next day, in the East Sea, on a small island, the tyrannical buggy was developing a buggy bomb that could destroy an island. A dragon-headed pirate ship had approached the shore. The crew was staggering as they walked. Captain, it's bad. That legendary figure, red-haired Shanks, has arrived." "What? The first mate? Beast Tamer Machi, and the chief of staff were stunned. Why would Red-Haired be here? The two were just slacking off were so startled that they dropped their bottles. Nanny? Buggy instantly stood up, showing no signs of panic. Only anger. What was that guy Shanks doing here? Was he going to stop his research? Buggy, long time no see. Shanks's voice came, and all the crew members swallowed hard in fear. Only Buggy grabbed his collar. Shanks, how come your arm is back? I still want to beat up that guy who took your straw hat. Don't let me know who he is. Otherwise, he won't have a good ending. Buggy spoke confidently, but when he caught a glimpse of the person beside Shanks, as well as Mihawk, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. Buggy's inner thought screamed. Did those two team up after leaving the New World? You're all right. I'm here to invite you to set sail, Shanks said with a smile. Dream on. Why would this captain want to be your little brother? Buggy was about to continue shouting. After all, in this world, Red-Haired was the one person he could act recklessly around. An invitation. A newspaper bird delivered a newspaper, a stack of bounty notices, and a letter. Everyone froze at that moment. The air was exceptionally quiet. An invitation card? The newspaper bird circled again and handed Mihawk a letter. The Demon King Zhuo caused chaos in the future kingdom, stealing a large number of Vegapunk's technological achievements. Buggy rubbed his chin. This guy really draws attention. His recent popularity is too high. Even my crew is discussing him. Buggy, feeling overshadowed by Zhuo, was quite upset. His crew, however, was scared half to death. Who would have thought that Buggy could be so arrogant in front of the former Yonko, red-haired Shanks? And Shanks had personally come to invite him aboard. Demon King invitation? Mihawk was still reminiscing about the Tai Chi swordsmanship, thinking about Zhuo and his unmatched swordsmanship. Are we going to attend a banquet? Shanks smiled and turned to Buggy. Let's go to the New World, Buggy. Let's go together to the banquet. Nanny? Stop making decisions for me, Shanks. Buggy was about to refuse when his crew looked at him with admiration. He had never known that the captain they bullied could be so impressive. Ahem. Seeing the scene, Buggy's face turned red. He cleared his throat and said, I don't have an invitation. Do you think the Demon King would just give me one? After saying that, Buggy's heart raced like a drum. He thought, don't let that killing machine hear this. Buggy whoosh. The newspaper bird flew around again and returned with a third letter. Inside was actually Buggy's Demon King invitation. This scene made Machi and Kabeji's eyes widen. They originally thought Buggy had gone mad, but this letter made them doubt themselves. Was the previous Buggy just pretending? Playing the fool to eat the tiger? Otherwise, how could he have a copy of the Demon King invitation? Damn it, did that guy actually remember the captain's name? Buggy arrogantly said. His heart was bleeding, but he forced out a dark smile. Inside, he was screaming, why does he know about me? Am I going to die? Will I be killed by the Demon King? Oh, Mihawk's pupils changed at this scene. When he heard that red-haired Shanks was coming to the East Sea to find a partner, he was still skeptical. He couldn't believe that such a small place as the East Sea could have any big shots. Unexpectedly, this unknown red-nosed guy was actually recognized by the Demon King Zhuo and issued a Demon King invitation. His opinion of Buggy rose a notch. Captain, the Demon King Zhuo is the #1 killer in the New World. Right, Captain, we should disband. The first mate and chief of staff offered their best solution. Bastard. Buggy put his hands on his hips, floating in the air, exuding dominance. What Demon King? What's so scary about him? I'm definitely going to the New World for the appointment and let him see what Buggy is all about. Crew, let's set sail for the New World. Buggy's heart was even dizzy at this moment. He had no idea how he had gone mad. Very courageous. Van Beckman gave his evaluation of Buggy. In the Grand Line, on a small island, Law encountered Captain Kidd as he stepped out of the submarine. The Navy headquarters was busy preparing to eliminate Zhuo and had no time to deal with them. Besides, the strange monk Urki, Becky from the Fire Tank Pirates, Hawkins, and Apu also arrived at the same time. They were all motivated by the series of legends left by Zhuo as he went to the Four Seas to find partners. Feeling the surge in their hearts and setting sail early. Not only were they the supernovas of the worst generation, but even the pirate Prince Cavendish, who should have set sail 2 years earlier, and the cannibal Bartolomeo, who set sail a year later, also stepped into the Sabeti archipelago. It's truly incredible. This island must now be filled with monsters with bounties over 100 million. The New World is left with only 3 emperors. It's the best time for a power struggle. Law picked up a newspaper and, seeing that Zhuo had seized half of the future kingdom, said with great anticipation, Elder Demon King, that's amazing. Bartolomeo set sail after seeing Zhuo's towering figure in Lobetown. As he was expressing his admiration, Kidd and Killer walked past and glanced at him. Hey, without absolute strength, you have no right to mention the Demon King's name. I'm the man who will become the new Demon King. The battle between the magnet and barrier fruits ensued. In a corner, Becky calmly blew out a smoke ring. No wonder he made the Vinsmoke family submit. The chaos in the New World will only increase from here. An unprecedented war will soon break out. In a restaurant, girls were swooning over today's guests. Cavendish, surrounded, was extremely angry. Damn it, why does he always attract attention? What's so great about the Sea Emperor? Cavendish was so furious, he almost activated his second personality. Little did they know, many people in the Grand Line were rejoicing. In Alabasta, Cobra was already preparing. Your Majesty, do you really want to see Princess Vivi? Should we accompany you? The ministers and guards said anxiously. Of course, it's been a long time since I saw Vivi. Her bounty is almost 300 million berries. Cobra shed tears of joy, so happy to receive the Demon King's invitation. Moreover, he learned something this morning. The technology obtained from the future kingdom on Honeycomb Island will also be produced in Alabasta. According to Vivi, it's technology that can change ecosystems and living environments. This made Cobra even happier. Alabasta was now more prosperous and safer than ever. Under the protection of the Demon King Yezhua, with a water park and plenty of fresh water. The Shadow Army was also present in all the kingdoms under Yezhua. On Amazon Lily, the sisters Boa Hancock and Boa Marigold embraced and cried. They could finally go see the Empress. Will sister miss us? Of course. We should bring more gifts. As soon as they stepped out, Shadow Ninjas presented them with tea. Amazon Lily was already powerful, and with the training from Shadow Ninjas, their strength increased significantly. Just the thought of being able to visit the Empress openly made the citizens happy. How is the Empress doing? The newspaper says the Demon King is fighting again. I hope nothing dangerous happens. To them, Empress Hancock protected everyone and was naturally the gentlest queen. To outsiders, the powerful and terrifying Empress was also the greatest Empress in their hearts. In the New World, Fishman Island, King Neptune and Jinbi each received a letter from the Demon King. Jinbi, we're going to see Shirahoshi. It had indeed been a long time since they last met after the events of the world meeting. Jinbi recalled Shirahoshi's immense strength, capable of taking down a foe with a single punch. Will my sister get tanned? The princes danced with joy. Ever since Fishman Island was brought to land by Yezhua, it had also integrated with Noah's Ark and Thor Island. They all enjoyed sunbathing, and by night, only their bright white teeth showed when they smiled. In Dressrosa, King Riku was studying how to embrace the new technology with Gyrus. The letter from the Demon King had arrived. Is Rebecca and Violet doing well? They often call back with a snail, but it's still not as good as seeing them in person. King Riku felt much younger now. The king of the Tontatta tribe and Leo were also shaken. If it weren't for Yezhua, they wouldn't be living so peacefully. I really want to see what the Demon King looks like, said Princess Mancheri of the Tontatta tribe with a sweet voice. In the New World, at a port outside Whitebeard's homeland, huge ships were docked. Old man, is this a declaration of war? Does the Demon King want to completely dominate the New World? Diamond Jozu said nervously. After that, Guy Blackbeard left. I heard he allied with the Demon King, Flamenco said with a smile. To this day, they still didn't understand why Blackbeard left. Old man, we'll go for you. You can't be on the move with your injuries, Marco the Phoenix said, worried about his condition. On the deck, Whitebeard picked up a drink and gulped it down. Gulalalala, is that guy going to make a big move again? A new era we've never seen before. Whitebeard Newgate laughed as he looked at the sky. It seemed like he was about to spit out a grand tale. Why not go? Let this old man's ship from the old era go see the strong of the new era. What? All the captains stood up. They didn't expect Whitebeard to agree to go. This would be lowering his status for the Sea Emperor, and it could easily spark a war. Now, no one knows the true purpose of Yezhua sending out the Demon King letter. Some are happy, while others are worried. In Wano country, Onigashima, Kaido was laughing. Orahoho, I didn't expect you, old hag, to have this day. Not only did you lose your territory, but your pirate crew has also become mine. Kaido helplessly patted Big Mom's head, who was drooling. Abba, Abba, Abba. After Yezhua punched Charlotte Linlin into the sea, she was caught by Katakuri and others and surprisingly didn't die. Big Mom seemed to have an unusually hard life every time she fell into the sea. However, since then, she had become completely foolish, not returning to her youthful thinking. Her appearance and figure also returned to the peak of her 20s after being beaten by Yezhua. The price was turning her into a complete idiot. Besides eating and sleeping, only Kaido would say a few words to her. Mom. Katakuri helplessly turned his head away. Who would have thought that the once mighty big MOM could be struck down like this? Kaido of the Beasts sat on a massive chair. At a glance, the power he commanded was incredibly strong. The 3 calamities had increased to 6 calamities with the addition of 3 all-stars. The Flying Six had officially become the Flying Six, along with some ministers from Wano. The newly added Flying Six were certainly not the years behind Drake, but rather Blackbeard Teach, who was sitting in the corner, enjoying a feast. He and the entire Blackbeard pirates had fully submitted to Kaido of the Beasts. Today, his wish was finally fulfilled. Here, that's the devil fruit you wanted, Teach. Thank you, Governor Kaido. Blackbeard Teach smiled as he took the devil fruit he had longed for. After joining the Beast Pirates, he still hid his strength, aiming to reach the moderately high position of Flying Six, and using Kaido to help him find the dark fruit. After swallowing the dark fruit, Teach's expression gradually darkened. With the Whitebeard pirates completely declining, he had turned to Yezhua. Yezhua didn't want him, so he sought refuge with the powerful Kaido. He also obtained the dark fruit through his own scheming and lurking. Big brother Kaido. Jean walked in from outside the hall and handed a letter to Kaido. Confused, Kaido took the envelope and immediately tore it open. You want me to attend his banquet? How outrageous! Who does he think he is? I'm the Beast, Kaido. Kaido believed that his current strength was enough to destroy the world. He even thought this lineup was enough to take down Whitebeard. He initially planned to send troops to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates first, then go after the Demon King Yezhua on Hive Island. He had intended to smash his head. Now, if he went, people would think he was afraid of him. Don't go, Jean. Tell that guy the Beast pirates declined the invitation. Declare war on the Demon King pirates, and one day I'll blow his head off. Kaido unleashed a blast of dragon fire, destroying the Demon King's poster, transforming into a blue dragon, spiraling into the sky. It seemed Kaido had a poor tolerance for alcohol. After getting drunk, he started causing a ruckus. Big MOM, drooling, grabbed Kaido's dragon horn with both hands. Abba Abba. Hearing her voice and feeling the drool hitting his head, Kaido couldn't help but feel sorrow. Linlin, my Linlin, how could you end up like this? Oh, this terrible world, let it be destroyed. More than a dozen pirate ships were anchored on an island in the New World rich in minerals. Here, Moonlight Moria was discussing business with Sand Crocodile and his subordinates. They were relieved to have just received a shipment of customized cyborg armor from the Dark World. If the shipment had been delayed, it might have been snatched by Yezhua. This was produced by the Future Kingdom through CP0, manipulated behind the scenes, just like the world government did business with the Black Hole Snake in Wano for Sea Stone. The seemingly respectable duo received an invitation at the same time, and their feelings were mixed. This guy dares to invite me? I really want to take his head. Sand Crocodile's cigar fell to the ground. Is Perona doing well? I want to see her, no matter how dangerous it is. Moria, however, was very tempted. He didn't expect that after Perona joined the Demon King pirates, Yezhua also allowed Perona to contact him using his snail phone. After all, Moria could be considered a sort of father to Perona. At this moment, on several floating giant stone islands in the Grand Line, the disheveled Golden Lion Shiki was surprised to pick up a newspaper. How did this guy know that I was hiding here? The Golden Lion blew out a smoke ring. He often read the newspaper. The Yonko were always rising and falling. So what if he was a Demon King? Back then, he too was enraged for Roger. He faced the world alone, and Karp destroyed half of Marineford. Captain, could it be because we often buy newspapers? The ship's doctor, Indigo, made a strange balloon sound when he moved. Haha, you make a good point. The Golden Lion smacked his head and noticed the gorilla, Scary-Doo, beside him. Mom, what are you doing here? Captain, he is the rare beast Scary-Doo. Wow, he looks exactly like Mom. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku was already overwhelmed after seeing a pile of invitation letters. A pirate invited all the strongest of the Navy to a banquet? Have you lost your mind? Or lost $1 billion, thinking we have no grievances? At the Marine headquarters, in the Marshal's office, the Navy was unusually affluent nowadays. To eliminate Yezhua, they specifically held a world conscription. The 5 admirals gathered, and Karp and Sengoku were extremely cautious and ready at any moment. They originally thought Yezhua had restrained himself a lot. After all, even the Yonko only dominated a territory after occupying a few islands in the New World. They always wanted to have their own place, but didn't have the mad ambition to truly destroy the world. After all, the last one to do so, Rox, having gone for over 30 years. However, just yesterday, Yezhua stormed into the Future Kingdom, stealing countless technological achievements that the world government spent a fortune to have Vegapunk develop. Today, he sent them a Demon King invitation. Tsuru, what do you think of this matter? Sengoku was so angry his head hurt. The Navy and pirates had always been irreconcilable. How dare Yezhua send so many invitation letters to their headquarters? Open the letter and take a look, Tsuru said calmly, accustomed to Yezhua's various outrageous actions. It was simply normal beyond belief. If one day, Yizhuo suddenly had an epiphany and became indifferent to worldly affairs. That would truly be terrifying. Carp. Sengoku looked at Carp, who was pondering martial arts. Martial arts. Kung Fu. Carp completely ignored Sengoku and continued to practice his punches. Nowadays, information had already been circulating among the powerful in the sea. That is, Yizhuo had his own unique body techniques and swordsmanship. Possessing them could allow one to roam the world freely. It was said that the most terrifying part was that even the conqueror's Haki, which could not be cultivated, was also within his grasp. Yizhuang has methods to enhance his power. Sigh. The tearless Sengoku turned to the general in front of him. I want to personally slaughter him. Akainu clenched his small fists, wishing he could gut Yizhuang. Let him be. Contact me when the war starts. Kizaru was really exhausted. The last time he went to hunt down Kid, he unexpectedly encountered Yizhuang and got beaten. He personally experienced the legendary conqueror's Haki's supreme mystery. Now he was much more indifferent. Originally, Kizaru went to work diligently every day, but after meeting Yizhuang, he was careful for a while. But with repeated setbacks, he completely understood that the two were not on the same level at all. Why bother? If you can't beat them, then join them. Is a war about to start? Akiji was still in a Tai Chi stance. After the battle at Twin Cape, he had a complete epiphany. If you want to defeat someone, you naturally have to learn their skills. Seeing this scene, the newcomer Green Bull and Fujitora still didn't have a clear concept. A mere demon king. Can he compete with the two of us generals after joining forces? Green Bull confidently pointed, and a tree immediately grew on the ground. My Mori Mori fruit can thrive endlessly. Can he wipe out an entire island? Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground, I can still leave seeds. Fujitora held his long sword. Everyone knew Yizhuang's infamous reputation. This matter needs no further discussion. The Demon King's ambition is already evident. We might as well declare war openly, Sengoku said helplessly. War? With what to fight? Intelligence reports that the Demon King has invited Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks. We still don't know who else will attend this banquet. If the pirates unite again, it will form a world-shaking rocks pirates like in the past. The days of these madmen returning are not far off. Just thinking about the rocks era, the pirate suppression of the seas sends chills down one's spine. In that era where Steelbone Kong was the Marine Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr were still in a period of strong individuals not succeeding each other. If it weren't for that miraculous battle, what kind of scene would it be today if rocks were still alive? Red Earth Continent. Mariewa. The 5 elders looked at each other. They truly didn't expect this. To seek virtue is to gain virtue. Yizhuo really did something big. Is he crazy? Longbeard felt that Yizhuo's thinking was completely abnormal. The situation in the ocean is intricate and complex. Aside from rocks gathering a group of monsters with a pirate game, no one has ever managed to unite this group of monsters who possess Conqueror's Haki. His invitation is definitely going unanswered. The bald man with a mustache disdainfully said, everything is uncertain. He even dared to send an invitation to the recently defeated red-haired and Mihawk. This is enough to prove that while he has gained powerful strength, his mind has gone awry. The bald samurai in white was indignant. His sword. Just hearing Yizhuo's name makes his heart ache. The adult is about to make a move. However, it's also very important how many people this banquet can attract. That adult wants to annihilate them all at once. The curly-haired Elder Star happily said, he can't wait for scum like Yizhuo to disappear into thin air. Do not rashly speculate on that adult's thoughts. The short-bearded Elder Star scanned the entire room and said, Yizhuo has become a presence that countless people hate to the bone. On a small island, Whitebeard too is wildly chopping away. Mom, what does this mean? Why aren't you speaking? Weibel, that reckless kid, gave you an invitation to the banquet. The old woman on his shoulder shouted in a sharp voice. A banquet, Mom. I like banquets. Whitebeard too grinned foolishly. In the future kingdom. At the high-level base under the Cloud Brain, Bear is in contact with Dragon via phone bug. Dragon, it seems that some uncontrollable things have happened. The Demon King Yizhuo has invited me to his banquet. What do you think about this? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone bug. Bear, actually, it was invited too. Dragon's voice sounded quite helpless. He didn't even expect that the Demon King Yizhuo would dare to hold a banquet openly. Whether the 4 emperors are in contact with Dragon privately is not important. If the invitation becomes public, that's a different story. What is he thinking? What would be the consequences of refusing? The Demon King Yizhuo is unpredictable. When he is in a good mood, he is indeed nice to people, and his kingdoms and forces are quite wealthy and powerful. Just the name of this Demon King Conference indicates that it is meant to confront the Celestial Dragons World Conference. Once you go, it means igniting an all-out war. Yizhuo is essentially tearing off the last facade and going to war with the Celestial Dragons. All along, Dragon has been doing this. He doesn't care about going to war with the celestial dragons. However, the GM army is still developing and hasn't reached the point where they can truly turn everything around. Should they really take the gamble? Can Yizhua stand against the world? After some contemplation, Dragon firmly stated, Kuma, I will go personally and tell the whole world. Yizhua deserves to be an ally. Although he calls himself a pirate, he is an incredibly pure companion. Dragon only believes in what a person does. Understood. I will superficially follow Sengoku's arrangements. Kuma's identity is special, so he chose to observe for the time being. Hive Island. A series of Demon King posts are being circulated. Yizhua had just woken up at home. He had taken a health bath in medicinal wine. While all the invitees were concerned about whether to attend the appointment or not, Yizhua, however, was not worried at all. After all, the task only required him to send invitations, and it didn't specify that they had to come. Whether they came or not, the task could still be completed. Ding! Main chain task completed. Demon King Conference Part 1. Sent out the Demon King invitation, inviting the Sea Emperor, his fleet, his kings, the Dark Emperor, and the 5 admirals of the Navy. Special invitation list. Red-haired pirates, Dracula Mihawk, Crocodile, Moria, and Buggy the Clown. Task reward. Fragment of the Chronicle of Time, 18. Yizhua was quite puzzled to get a few pieces of scrap paper without a pen, let alone a book cover. He remembered that as long as he had a piece of broken horn to write a few words, it could be used. He didn't expect this fragment to be unusable. Is this really completed? Will they come the end? Main chain task activated. Demon King Conference Part 2, public announcement. Entry to the banquet requires a contribution fee and gifts. Task reward. Fragment of the Chronicle of Time, 28. This. Yizhua originally thought he would be asked to hit someone. He didn't expect it to be so simple. It didn't matter who the other person was. It was just a task that could be completed with a single word. After taking a bite of the red wine braised steak, the phone bug had already connected to Morgan's. Lord Demon King, is there anything else you need? I'm currently preparing to attend your banquet. 5 minutes later, Morgan's felt his heart rise to his throat. Crazy. Truly deserving of being the great Demon King of the New World. Whether those monsters would come or not was uncertain. Yizhua actually demanded that he announce in the newspaper that everyone must pay their share. The little one understood. Lord Demon King, does that mean the matter of the Demon King Conference will also be made public? Morgan cautiously asked. It doesn't matter if others dare to coerce him into writing all sorts of miscellaneous things. Once the hot air balloon takes off, that's all it takes. If it really comes to that, it doesn't matter either. Being able to survive as a Dark Emperor in the New World requires some skills. But Yizhua is different. His shadow army is inseparable. Otherwise, tell the whole world. The Demon King Conference requires both a share payment and gifts. A single sentence from Yizhuang made Morgans overjoyed. After all, he didn't need to meddle too much. Once the Demon King Conference was exposed, it would certainly bring a lot of attention. I understand. The call ended. Just as Morgans was about to say something, his subordinates were already standing in front of him. President, the dragon has called, saying he wants to participate in a high-profile manner. The Navy wants us to expose the Demon King Conference and publicly refuse. Not good. Kaido said to tell you that he wants to declare war. Upon hearing these words, Morgans from the news network couldn't help but laugh out loud. Publish everything. What's there to fear? Do you think I'm afraid of offending the 4 emperors? I'm a king of news. Besides the great Demon King, they're all just infamous pirates. As soon as Morgans finished his boastful declaration, he began to look around, confirming that there were no shadow ninjas eavesdropping before his heart returned to normal. Afraid? How could he not be afraid? Only the crew under Yizhuang's command and their forces would consider the Demon King their savior. For Dark Emperors like Morgans and Tezzalo, the Demon King was the true ruler who dominated the world after Big Mom fell. He was a sword hanging over their heads. A complete madman. Just like at this moment on the Sabaody archipelago where the supernovas gathered, some saw the Demon King as a new target, while others regarded him as their greatest enemy. The Demon King, Yizhuang, was the big boss ruling the seas. The next day, the sea, which had already calmed down a lot after the kingdom incident blew up, realized things were far from simple when they saw the latest newspaper. The Demon King Conference. Yizhua summoned all the prominent strong figures from the 3 major factions, the Navy, the Pirates, and the GM Army, just to hold a Demon King Conference. Upon seeing the list above, everyone gasped. If they all really attended, wouldn't Demon King Yizhua dominate the world? What a madman. Such blatant ambition is what truly terrifies people. Until they saw the most eye-catching headline on the newspaper. Demon King Yizhua. Participants must bring a participation fee and gifts. Demon King's reminder. Don't be stingy and not show up. Audience. This made all the strong figures who had already refused to go spit blood. They wished they could go and take down Zhuo, as if not going was due to reluctance to part with a participation fee and gifts. In Wano country, on Agashima, Kaido tore the newspaper into pieces upon seeing it. A participation fee? Who does he think I am? I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Kaido was going mad. He felt that the now completely foolish big MOM was much more normal than Zhuo. Brother Kaido, we are already preparing our troops. Should we prepare to go to war with the Demon King? Jin also felt furious. Whoever dared to slap Kaido in the face, he would wipe out their necks. Not only should they go to war, but they should also let the whole world know. Kaido angrily picked up the transponder snail. Contact that news bird. Black Maria presented the transponder snail. Kaido sat in his chair, so angry that he was shaking. Tell Zhuo. 3 days later, I want his head on the ground. My 100 Beast pirates will have a death battle with the Demon King pirates. Gurgle gurgle. The transponder snail hung up. Morgans was momentarily stunned. The previous declaration of war was still normal. For pirates, it's either you die or I live. However, directly setting a 3-day appointment meant there would be a real showdown. Which of the 2 Sea Emperor's pirate crews would come out on top? He thought for a moment and quickly contacted Zhuo. On the other end of the transponder snail, Zhuo was calmly partying at Disco Hall No. One on Hive Island. Really? So arrogant? Let us fight in 3 days. Tell the whole world I will definitely wipe out his 100 Beast zoo. A bunch of animals not in the zoo, but wanted to scare people outside. If I catch him, he wants to have a good ending. Understood. The new newspaper quickly began printing. Morgans felt great now. Since Zhuo made the headlines, the newspaper has been like a soap opera every day. It said that some newspaper readers even read it like a novel, completely treating Zhuo as a serialized story. If it weren't for the Demon King's bounty increasing day by day, they wouldn't dare to believe that he truly existed. He has such good health. Always declaring war or fighting competitions all day long. Ding. A familiar system prompt sound. Zhuo walked out of the number 1 disco. He leisurely made his way from the alley to the cage on Hive Island. It was naturally not as spacious as Impel Down, but it still held a few guys, Black Wrist Zephyr and Smoker the Drunk. Thud. As the bottle dropped, the system panel had already fully displayed. The main chain task was completed. The second Demon King conference, publicly informing that attending the banquet requires paying a fee and bringing gifts. Task reward. Fragment of the Chronicle of Years, 28. You two are doing well. Are you going to attend the Demon King's conference? Demon King, you have gone mad. This is equivalent to declaring war on the whole world. Zephyr sneered. In his view, Zhuo was already in deep trouble. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Do you know how many people are sharpening their knives now in your drunken stupor? Zephyr was about to mock him a few more times. Zhuo threw a bottle of wine to him. The bright moonlight was flawless like jade, and the wine reflected on the ground, casting a faint glow. This wine was quite good, smooth, and gentle to drink. It was exactly the one Zfa loved the most. What has to be afraid of? Which powerful person on the sea doesn't want me dead? Zhuo clinked his bottle with self-awareness. Smoker beside him was fuming silently, only blowing out one smoke ring after another. Aren't you going to drink? Not interested. Smoking before drinking makes it bitter. Just as Smoker was about to say something, Zhuo stood up. If they dare to cause trouble, then just kill them all. He swayed slightly, leaning against the cage. No matter how strong you are alone, can you defeat countless villains? Zephyr had seen countless self-proclaimed invincible strong men perish. Every strong person, before being defeated, never believes that anyone is stronger than themselves. The notions of strongest and number 1 are all false. One day, there will be successors who surpass the predecessors. This is the fusion of the sea's cruelty and romance. Ha ha ha. Just watch. Just laugh. See when I will rest, and when I will go wild. Zhuo raised his cup and invited the moon to sing. He couldn't help but recall a poem he learned in his youth, written by Li He. Filled with emotion, he sang, I do not know the height of the blue sky or the depth of the yellow earth. I only see the cold moon and warm sun, which come to torment human life. Main quest line activated. Third Demon King Conference. A king must not be humiliated. Defeat the Beast Pirate Group in 3 days. Quest reward. Chronicle of Time, 38. Ha ha ha. Suffering in my past life, now wild in this life. Let me taste the smoke and drink. Zhuo's figure swayed. Yet the aura of a conqueror made Zifa and Smoker's gazes lock in place. They could hardly believe that this seemingly youthful boy had such a weathered heart. He was lonely, needing companionship to drink with. He was sorrowful, with no true confidant in the world. It seemed he had everything, yet in reality, he had nothing. In the alley, It was only after Yizhuo had left that a series of beautiful figures emerged. The Empress and others held glasses with mountain and river patterns. The light wine inside swayed gently. The captain often liked to lie like this. Didn't he understand he should tell us? Khalifa felt a bit sad. What a stubborn guy. Nami was displeased, unable to bear seeing Yizhuo like this. The world pities beautiful people, yet only Yizhuo makes beautiful people feel pain. After this war, where will we be? Dasky smiled at everyone, unintentionally lowering her head. The bangs covered her eyes as she gazed in the direction of Yizhuo. The Demon King seemed to carry a deep-seated loneliness that had been hidden for 100 years, making one want to cut it open and take a look. Robin's words were, as usual, darkly humorous. Didn't they also want to step into Yizhuo's heart? Today, all kinds of worries and joys seemed strange. Level 6 of Impelled Down. This place was unknown to the world, but hid a group of individuals with special identities. A poison dragon, wrapped in bandages, passed by the corner. He threw a newspaper to the night demon. Doflamingo looked at him without mocking. Not long ago, the CP0 sent by the 5 elders almost succeeded. If it weren't for Magellan, he would have already died on the spot. The tactic of killing the donkey after the millstone is ground was simply standard for the world government. Hey, is the sea this ridiculous now? Is this newspaper fake? Doflamingo looked at the newspaper, bewildered. He was sent to Impel Down by Yizhuo's shadow army. Reflecting on those years, he really seemed Navi. How many of Yizhuo's later opponents lived worse than death, their corpses scattered? He already received VIP treatment. But strangely, the current newspapers were increasingly abnormal. Doflamingo even suspected that the 5 elders had not killed him, specifically sending someone to write fake newspapers. Their malice was truly wicked. News King, what news do we have today? Is that damn Demon King's story serialized again? Level 6 of Impel Down was particularly cheerful. They had long seen that the newspapers Doflamingo read daily were fabricated. The events in those newspapers were more absurd than the last. If Whitebeard went to attend this Demon King meeting, I would eat Oreos upside down. That old man is quite unruly. The chains rattled, and someone laughed maniacally. Would Garp die of anger? I owe my dark days to him. If there really is a Demon King, come kill me, come kill me. The cage rattled, and these former great pirates, surprisingly, had not died yet. A figure in the corner slowly stood up. There will always be monsters dominating the sea. Whether it's Whitebeard or Garp, they're all from a bygone era. His muscles were developed, and as he stood, the chains rattled wildly. It seemed these sea stone chains did not affect him much. Hey, didn't you get beaten badly by Garp? Are your ears better now? I remember you didn't wear earmuffs back then. Soon, the laughter filled level 6. Figures began to rise. St. Juan Wolf and others silently stared at him. The tall man did not speak, but merely smiled. Magellan's figure gradually receded, finally disappearing from level 6. Didn't he want to meddle in the affairs of these prisoners? He would rather lock Yizhuo here. If the people of level 6 died, it would be too cheap for them. Only in this dark and torturous place could they suffer unbearably. Boom! The man raised his head, blood-red skin erupted with powerful conqueror-esque Haki. Soon, figures began to fall to the ground. They foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes, and lost consciousness one by one. How infuriating! Why is it that we are both devil fruit users, yet you're like a monster, a pirate who barely managed to stay standing cursed in anger? What is the use of shouting here? Impel Down, can you escape? Barrett. Someone struggled to hold their head. In the face of these doubts, the man called Barrett in the corner remained silent. The Demon King asked descendant Barrett. I've heard a lot about you. Why don't we join forces to escape? Doflamingo laughed when he saw him. Not interested, I don't need partners. Barrett exerted all his strength. He was indeed a devil fruit user, but he was also a terrifying powerhouse of Haki and martial arts. Then why do you still want to escape? Because there is something worth challenging. Barrett grinned widely, and as he spoke, he threw a punch. Just like the flying pirate Golden Lion escaped back then, he could too. 3 days later, the whole world was watching. One-on-one against the strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Group battle against the strongest new world boss. The Demon King Yizhuo, who will dominate the new world and reign supreme. Captain, the pirate crew is ready, except for Lilith, the other two are responsible for guarding. The Empress stood beside Yizhuo, as she was the vice captain. Lord Demon King, Peach Rabbit, Betty, and Smoker, strong figures from the 3 major factions of the Navy. GM Army and Pirates. In addition, Dark Princesses, pirate ship officers, and combat crew members gather together. Once they leave, the Shadow Army, Sea Kings, mechanical sea beasts, and small robots will be responsible for guarding the island. This day also marks the time when major pirates come to Hive Island to attend the Demon King meeting. Once Zhuo and the others leave, strong individuals are sure to come one after another. Indeed, we will go to Wano country to invite 3 crew members. Are you ready? At the same time, we will incorporate them under our command as a new force. Boom! The powerful crew members all knelt on one knee. The Shadow Mark and the 8 Great Demon Chi all brought enhancements. Yijue stood at the bow of the treasure ship Devil King. He snapped his fingers crisply. Set sail. Whoosh! The pirate ship disappeared from the waters of Honeycomb Island in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was transported to the waters of Wano country. A school of large fish leaped up, trying to jump over the waterfall. Yijue didn't expect his Eye of Aurora to be transported here. It's understandable, as the terrain of Wano country is somewhat unique. Being misunderstood is the same. After all, it's Yijue's first time here. Come again. Yijue snapped his fingers crisply. The Demon King transformed into a beam of light again and appeared in the sea above the waterfall. Here we are. Based on the terrain, this should be Jili, right? Yijue stepped off the ship, followed by a large group of crew members landing as well. Do a scan. With a moment's notice, the observation Haki swept across the entire area of 9 miles. It's just 9 miles. Do you look down on this, King? Yijue scanned a mere 9 miles in the blink of an eye. Wano country is not limited to just this area of 9 miles. Whoosh! The observation Haki flowed through without obstruction. In just a few breaths, he had a clear understanding of the situation. Is there no Quinn in Rabbit Bowl? Yamato felt strange, as his observation Haki had left the land of Wano. It crossed the sea until it reached Onigashima. His observation Haki was like a radar detecting some station pirates, as well as Yamato. Hey, Yamato, where's your dad? Yamato, with chains on her hands, looked up. Who was talking to her? Don't look around. I'm a bit far from you. Too lazy to teleport over. I'm just making a call with my observation Haki. Yamato looked around in confusion. Can observation Haki transmit sound? Of course. Haven't you seen a movie? Jesus Burgess and his son Usopp were chatting using observation Haki, and it was a cross-channel chat between virtual and reality. As long as your observation Haki is slightly weaker than mine, it can be done. Yijue said calmly, I see. You really are powerful. Yamato happily wiped the sweat off her face. She had just been training. I don't have a dad. He's not my dad. But if you ask Kaido, I do know. He brought along 6 calamities. Jin, Katakuri, Queen, King, Jack, and Snack. And the Flying Six, alright. Big Moem also cried and went along. They're going to defeat the Demon King Yijue on Hive Island. Yijue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You really are a great filial son. Filial son? I'm not filial at all, he said angrily. Right. I am Yijue. I'll take care of some things and come find you later. He hung up the observation Haki phone. Yijue fixed his gaze on Xiaoyu's position and quickly walked towards the Wano country's Dolian village. Stop. This is Lord Kaido's Wano. A group of stationed beast pirates blocked the way. Yijue was too lazy to pay attention. The people behind him were eager for some practice. They rushed forward, chopping for half a day without leaving a single bone fragment. In Doli village, in a remote house, Xiaoyu, she was weaving small straw hats. Try to exchange them for some food. Even so, it took her a long time to get a bowl of rice. Tick-tock. A drop of water slipped from her small hand. When Xiaoyu looked up, she saw a group of beautiful older sisters. There was also a tall man. Duo. Xiaoyu nervously stepped back a little, but found that this person was quite handsome. No, he was simply explosively handsome. Second only to the book-flipping guy. How could that ugly Kai duo be more handsome than me? Yijue carefully lifted Xiaoyu and asked gently, Who are you? Have you heard of pirates or the Demon King? No. Xiaoyu obediently shook her head. Do you live here alone? The little girl named Xiaoyu is rarely known, as she is actually a member of the Black Charcoal family. Despite this, her parents died in the factory of black charcoal, Orochi. Tengu Mountain Fei Che adopted her and raised her. Yijue is 2 years earlier than Ace. At this time, Xiaoyu doesn't even know how to weave a straw hat. She only knows how to scavenge for food. In another family, she would simply be a child still playing around. At this moment, the older sisters are pinching Xiaoyu's cheeks. Lord Demon King, can we adopt her? I can develop a mechanical nanny specifically for looking after children. Lilith smiled and patted Xiaoyu's head. No, Yu is taken care of by Master Fei Che from Tengu Mountain. Xiaoyu shook her head seriously. Go find that old thing. After Yijue spoke, it wasn't long before an old man wearing a mask was brought here. Give these villagers some food. Tell them that I have already dealt with the Black Charcoal Serpent and Kaido. From now on, this place will be the royal garden of this king. Understood. After the battle crew quickly distributed some food, Xiaoyu was munching on a piece of bread, enjoying it greatly. She didn't know what Tengu Mountain Fei Che and Yijue had talked about. She only knew that when she saw the latter again, she was in tears. probably moved by something. In fact, Tengu Mountain Fei Che was pretending to be Kazuki Odin after escaping. The conversation between Zhuo and him was as follows. You garbage. You escaped and didn't seek revenge? You let so many people die in vain? How do you know my true identity, Your Excellency? To be honest, after I escaped, the war was already over. There was nothing I could do. Kazuki Odin lowered his head. You're talking nonsense. After that time, a group of samurai landed on Onigashima again. None of them survived, and you had already escaped. Why didn't you try to persuade them? Yijua felt that this was just a brain-dead situation. Everything was just making excuses for oneself. From now on, Xiao will be adopted by our High Violent. The land of Wano will belong to this king. Yijua walked out of the small house. Xiao only saw the tears streaming down Fei Che from Tengu Mountain, filled with emotion. She entrusted her to the Demon King pirate group. As for this kind of trash that likes to make excuses to escape, Yijua didn't want to look any longer. After Xiao left, Keigetsu Shoshiaki disappeared without a trace. Later, someone said that a person named Tengu Mountain Fei Che committed seppuku out of shame. After dealing with Julie, we split into 5 groups, heading to Hanazono, Rabbit Bowl, Shime, Suzu, and Baiwu to eliminate all resistors and take their place. Understood? From now on, Wano country will belong directly to Yijua, just like High Violent. 20 minutes later, in Hanazono, at the Shogun's mansion, Kurazumi Odin was fleeing in a panic. He was terrified upon learning that the Demon King Yijua was spotted in Hanazono. He never expected that Yijua would casually stroll around the streets. After tasting the fine wine of Wano country, he also tried the authentic Odin here. Sakura, Wano country is indeed beautiful. But dealing with Kurazumi Odin didn't require Yijua to intervene. His crew was just honing their skills. At this moment, the Empress, Momotaro, Betty, and Sumoji were merging the other 4 regions. Dasuki sliced a samurai of Kurazumi Odin with a single sword. These remnants had poisoned Wano country for so many years. Tina had long since grown accustomed to it. Wano country was not part of the World Conference. This was the state of most kingdoms. Ain turned a group of ninjas into babies. Bonnie went a step further and turned all the other ninjas into babies. Their abilities were somewhat similar, but Bonnie could also age people, which could be considered a higher level fruit of the retrogression fruit. Everyone, I am Arun. I'm here to help you. Arun, seeing the beautiful women of the Demon King pirate crew before her, couldn't help but recall her younger self. Back then, she was the most beautiful among ninjas. Found it. Violet quickly locked onto Kurazumi Odin's position. I found a woman who couldn't wield a sword. She pleaded with us to spare a samurai named Kai Shur. Rebecca deactivated her invisibility. It turned out she had captured Hiyori. Hiyori fell to the ground, looking up at Yijua with a pitiful expression. The scene became somewhat awkward. Take this very ugly female ninja to deal with Kurazumi Odin. This green-haired dancer is up to me. Yizhuang really didn't want to look at Arun any longer. She was a good ninja who endured humiliation and hardship. However, Yizhuang couldn't stand seeing suffering, especially a tragedy like Arun's. It was really affecting her mood. It was comparable to that mermaid old lady from Judicial Island, as well as the deformed big MOM, the Demon King. The little girl was named Xiao Zi, but she was actually a descendant of the Kazuki family. Hiyori knew what Yizhuang was planning. Kaido was doomed without a doubt. It didn't matter what you were called. Just eat this snow fruit. From now on, you will be my brewer. The wine brewed with pure snow water should be good. The snow fruit was a reward from a mission Yizhuang had completed a long time ago. Without thinking, Hiyori swallowed it whole. Revenge was something she had to pursue in this lifetime. Ugh, Hiyori didn't expect that the devil fruit would taste quite bad. Let's go, brewer. Yijua's tall figure gave off an invisible sense of oppression. The moment he stepped into the government office, those samurai who were still trying to resist knelt down. As he approached the black charcoal giant snake, he heard it cursing loudly. Kong Sairu, you damn guy. You're actually a traitor. No, I'm Tsujiro. Tsujiro was just about to explain the whole story. Snow Leopard, shut up. What time is it? And you're still reminiscing about the plot. Would killing him with one blow make him die? Yijua didn't want to waste any more time. Just as he was about to speak, the black charcoal big snake had transformed into 8 heads. Damn it. This mythical beast has been forcibly developed into something like Ollie Give. What a waste of a precious creature. Yijua waved his hand, and more than a dozen crew members sprang into action. I hadn't finished recalling yet. Chuanzi Lang stood frozen in place. He still wanted to lay bare the humiliation and burden he had endured for decades. Unexpectedly, Yijua didn't want Keidu to die clearly at all. He raised his voice. How many times has he said it? When encountering such a person, one should crush them to ashes. Yijua did not want to turn the black charcoal snake into a real Yamato no Orochi, because according to legend, the saliva it spits can bring toxic gas and acid, which is not cute at all. His fire magic transformed into a large fireball, and before long, it turned the black charcoal snake into a pile of ash. Damn it, Kaido will make sure you have no place to be buried. The black charcoal snake still managed to say a few villainous lines in the fire. Your Excellency, Tanjiro wanted to say something else. Yijua interrupted his pleasantries immediately. What, Your Excellency? From now on, I am the Demon King of Wano. Understood. Sojiro felt embarrassed. He didn't expect Yijua to be even more irritable than Kaido. He didn't like this kind of flattery at all. Yijua is different. He came to the Land of Harmony to treat it as his backyard. Every area here can have different weather on the same day. Moreover, the cherry blossoms are nice, and it's great to occasionally enjoy some drinks. In the future, these people will also be responsible for some basics and guarding. Yijua will have the Sea Kings and mechanical sea beasts surround this place. Use the Shadow Legion to manage the mechanized people of Wano country. Is everyone here? Stepping out of the general's office, the Empress and others have gathered. Where are Viper and Inazuma? Yijua remembered that he had told them that once the war started, the Fur tribe would have to come and fight. This morning, through the telebug, they seemed to be on their way. Karifa quickly said, Yijua knew it as soon as he spoke, because he had already heard the voice of the Elephant Lord in his mind. Master, I have arrived at the waters of the Land of Harmony. The Fur tribe has landed. The Elephant Lord is already standing outside the waters of the Land of Harmony. It's good that you've come, from now on. The inner sea of Ghost Island will be yours to inhabit. Yamato has taken control of Wano country. However, there are still some who do not belong to Kaido. The escaped leopard Goro Komatsu, the mountain bandit Ashura Doji, and the thief Kanjuro all feel a great sense of relief. They feel as if they are dreaming as they watch Kaido burn to a pile of ashes. Lord Demon King, Venomous Snake, and Inuarashi have finally arrived as promised. The first thing to do upon arrival is kneel on one knee. Seeing this scene, Denjiro and the others are taken aback. They did not expect that the Venomous Snake and Inuarashi, who had followed Kazuki Oden's sea for many years, would be the first to betray him. Follow me, and let's attack Onigashima. Yijua ignored their little schemes. Whoever dared to meddle could just be slapped to death. With absolute strength, why bother with guessing people's hearts? As you command. Viper and Inagami only felt that Sojiro and the others were ignorant. The battle between the Demon King, Yijua, and Kaido of the 100 Beasts had already been hyped up on the sea. The supporters of the two were almost evenly split. Yejua's rise is too fast, but his record is impressive. Kaido has been the emperor of the sea for many years, and one could say he is steady and solid. Yejua, who has successfully taken control of Wano, is heading towards the port. Ships have long been prepared. At this moment, Onigashima only has one Yamato. Yejua picked up the transponder snail. Have you found Kaido? The call was connected. This is Kaido's transponder snail. Califa nodded in confirmation. Gulu. The person on the other end of the transponder snail was also taken aback. Kaido, you know I'm setting out today and still dare to disturb me. The beast pirates led by Kaido are marching toward Hive Island. He and Yejua are truly on a mutual journey. Black Maria is already dead. You chose this, Kaido. I'm right at your place. Yejua's words made Kaido furious. You are the Demon King, Yejua? This was the first time Kaido had a direct conversation with Yejua. In his uncontrollable rage, he could no longer think. He never expected Yejua to arrive even earlier than him. The situation instantly changed flavor. Because the beast pirates invading Hive Island was completely different from the Demon King pirates invading Onigashima. Once the world finds out, it would mean that Kaido is being declared war upon. Return the same way. Accelerate with all your might. Accelerate? You're so slow, you bug. I'm at your place. Oh no, it's south my place now. Let us first cook some lamb, and then heat up some alcohol. Yijua threw the transponder snail aside. Only Kaido's impotent rage remained. Hearing the roar of the world's strongest creature from the transponder snail, Tantaru and Azura Boy felt a chill run down their spines. The person in front of them, though tall, had the face of a youth. He should have been the invincible golden warrior Barbie, yet his proportions were so good that he looked exceptionally perfect. But now, even the beast Kaido was so angry that he had a headache, so how could they dare to be reckless? Azura Boy and the others, like Kawasu and Leopard Goro, were not as well informed as Tantaru, let alone the likes of Snake and Inu Arashur. On the way to Onigashima aboard the pirate ship, they began to secretly inquire. Upon learning about Yijua's past events, they felt a discomfort in their throats. In legends, Yijua killed without blinking, exterminating entire clans for merely being displeased. Wouldn't that mean the future of Wano? Leopard Goro and the Kanjuro family exchanged glances. They felt this was merely a transfer from Kaido's hands to another demon's grip. As long as they paid what was due on time, it would be fine. Compared to joining the World Conference and being occupied by other Sea Emperors, joining under the Demon King's banner was simply the best option. Moreover, Wano would become a vassal state of the Demon King, which would likely make it even more prosperous. Snake had no worries at all, as the Zhou Kingdom was doing well. But Tanjiro sighed for Lord Odin's dream. Don't speak such nonsense, Tanjiro. Have you forgotten how the 3 great lords died back then? Why did the Kanjuro family end up like this today? Why has Senior Leopard Goro been at Rabawan for so many years? The samurai who went never returned, leaving behind countless corpses. Azura Boy's words left Tanjiro speechless. What are you talking about? Yizhuo held a pot of wine brought from the City of Flowers. Those who do not wish to stay under my command can leave. Those who remain will naturally become my subordinates. If anyone wants to take action, it's best to do it now. I don't mind killing everyone present. He tossed the wine pot to Rihi, who, as the brewer, was also responsible for all of Yizhuo's drinks. Rihi naturally held up the wine pot. Seeing this scene, Sujiro's pupils couldn't help but tremble. He bowed to the ground. Lord Demon King, if you can help us take revenge and eliminate Kaido, we will swear to follow you to the death. Yizhuo tilted his head. Revenge? What does your grudge have to do with me? Whether you are willing to follow or not is none of my business. Yizhuo turned away, saying no more. His words made Sujiro, who was the only one still holding hope for the Getsu clan, feel a tremor in his heart. He was unwilling to become what was deemed a savior. Yizhuo is looking for subordinates here, not the loyalty of retainers. After all, Sujiro and the others do not meet the qualifications to become members of the Demon King pirate crew. Understood, my lord. Sujiro and the others knelt on both knees, understanding the demands of the person before them. One knee is enough. A man's knees are worth gold. Yizhuo stepped onto the bow of the ship and said, kneel down next. It's fine to kneel on both knees. After all, you are used to kneeling in front of the Emperor. The pirate ship had arrived at Onigashima. This place was once a taboo for countless people, where numerous battles that took place long ago claimed countless lives. On Onigashima, there are a large number of weapons stored, all of which must be taken away. Others will be responsible for guarding various places on Onigashima. We are about to face the beast pirates who are invading here. Yizhuo, Bao Wulang. Yizhuo has regarded Wano country as his territory. As the lord, he must naturally defend it. Just a mere Kaido. He will make sure he comes and goes without return. What nonsense. Hurry up and take your positions according to the directions. Khalifa has no patience for anyone outside of Yizhuo. With one sentence, she brought them back to their senses. In the corridors of Onigashima, the bodies of the beast pirates stationed there were falling down one after another. Yizhuo stepped into a warehouse alone. Yamato looked at him with surprise. The Demon King Yizhuo, the strongest newcomer of the year, the maritime emperor ruling the new world. Yamato, I'm here to take you out to sea. My pirate crew has many combat sailors, but we're still missing a dedicated combat officer. I want to find someone to be responsible for regular patrols and security. Yizhuo reached out his hand. The originally excited Yamato obediently shook hands with him. Going out to sea is fine, but I want to fight you and see the strength of overseas warriors. Yamato couldn't hide her excitement. She also wanted to go out to sea, but she equally wanted a battle. Are you sure? Yizhuo asked affirmatively. I want to see how much of a gap there is between me and the 4 emperors. Yamato tightened the grip on the Wolf Fang Club. Wait a minute. Use all your strength to block my attack. Yizhuo casually removed her chains. After the explosion ended, Yamato, who took off her mask, only swallowed once. She was somewhat surprised. After removing the mask, looking at Yizhuo felt so oppressive. I'm ready. I'll only use 1/10 of my pure strength. What? You think I'm weak? Yamato couldn't believe it. She felt that in order to become stronger, she had to fight Yizhuo at full strength. That's enough. Yizhuo pointed out with a finger. Yamato's expression changed in an instant. She had thought that without using Haki, Yizhuo's power would be negligible at only 1/10. However, upon feeling this ordinary strike, she instinctively felt awe. All 3 types of Haki emerged, and the mythical beast form of the great-mouthed true god was activated. Channeling all her strength, she gripped her Wolf Fang Club. So strong. In her observation Haki, Yizhuo appeared like a giant dragon. 1/10 of his power. Thunder, 8 trigrams. Yamato unleashed her full strength in a strike, only to block the power of Yizhuo's finger. One force can overcome 10. Yizhuo pointed a finger at the Spike Club. The once unstoppable Day no longer advanced an inch. No matter how hard she tried, the Spike Club remained motionless. What's going on? They asked in confusion. In the next moment, the spike club shattered with a loud crack. The imposing spike club was unable to withstand a single blow of pure strength. Moreover, she had mastered the advanced mastery of Conqueror's Haki. Day didn't have time to think much before she felt the force shatter through the weapon, causing vibrations that reached her very being. The power triggered tremors that could shatter objects and even injure the body from both inside and out. What kind of divine power was this? A featherweight could lift 1,000 pounds. Zhuo retracted his finger, and Yamato fell to one knee in pain. Of course, to achieve this, one must first possess a strength of 1,000 pounds. Yamato spat out a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, I've heard that the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, possesses the power to shake everything. That's about right. Do you like reading newspapers? Zhuo looked at her and thought that this fighter was not bad. Occasionally, but it didn't seem like the right time to ask about that. As soon as Yamato finished speaking, he fell to the ground. What she needed now was treatment. Zhuo knew that he had become stronger again. Even without using his domineering power, his body had been enhanced time and again. Moreover, even if he did not actively use the power of the Shadow Legion and the magic energy, both had already transformed his physique. The talisman quickly healed him, and Dea was grabbed by Zhuo and thrown over his shoulder. He strode out of the Ghost Island Palace, step by step towards the port. At this moment, pirate ships had appeared on the horizon. The strong Underkaido of the 100 Beasts were numerous. Demon King Zhuo, roar. Kaido's roar transformed into a blue dragon and flew out. Yamato was thrown out by Zhuo, who had just woken up. Ugh. Yamato unfortunately fainted again. Kaido, looking down from above, transformed into a blue dragon and unleashed a breath of fire. Zhuo stood in place, transforming into a Qinglong as well. However, its body was larger, stronger, and more ferocious. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be the little folding fan. You little ones. Zhuo transformed into a blue dragon with a monkey talisman and let out a long roar towards the sky. This is Wano country, my territory. For a long time, it has been occupied by the Korizumi family and the Beast Pirates. Today, I have finally returned, and I will not allow anyone to sleep soundly anymore. Roar. In the sky, 2 blue dragons leaped up. The pirate ships of the Beast Pirates slowly approached, and the strong men on board had fierce looks in their eyes. Abba. Although Big Mom was stunned, she still exuded enough pressure. However, when she saw Zhuo for the first time, she decisively rode on Zeus, the thundercloud. She was releasing lightning wildly, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. It's him, that terrifying person. It was clear that Big Mom had already been psychologically traumatized by Zhuo. Just one battle made her feel fear. Upon seeing Zhuo appear, she went crazy, losing all rationality. Mama, the battle just started. What is wrong with you? Katakuri looked desperate. Cracker, Snack, I'm going to stop Mama. Half of the ships at sea were restrained by Big Mom. Cracker and Snack had to turn around to stop Big Mom. However, even the sweet commanders had no advantage against the crazed, irrational Big Mom. Smoothie, you betrayed Mama, and you also betrayed us. Oven punched out in anger, but was immediately blocked by Snake and Inu. Smoothie, go fight against the 3 disasters. Leave this to us. Seeing this scene of their own people, Oven was even more furious. Stop it, Oven, take Mama away from here. Smoothie turned and walked towards Queen. As she walked, her body grew taller, and holding a long sword, she transformed into a giant. Whoosh! The sword energy slashed out, and the originally arrogant Queen turned around immediately. Damn it! How can there be traitors in your Big Mom pirates? Queen covered his arms with armament Haki, trying to block this blow, but it was sliced through. Seeing the blood appear, Queen was not afraid but angry. Damn it, I'll kill you. He drew his large sword and leaped into the air. Behind Zhuo, the crew had already grown much stronger, including Smoothie. Otherwise, how could they easily break through Queen's defenses? Battle. This is the territory of the Demon King. We cannot allow the Beast Pirates to advance a single step. Betty waved her flag, causing everyone's potential to explode once again. Jack swung his dual blades, wanting to sneak attack, but Betty easily blocked him. Hey, who do you think I am? I'm the Witch Betty of the Demon King Pirates. You idiot. Betty blocked Jack's dual blades. On the other side, Peach Rabbit also jumped out in an instant, slashing her sword against Black Maria of the Flying Six. The battles here were naturally overwhelming. The gap between the strengthened candidates and the Flying Six was obvious. 9 dark shadows rampaged across the pirate ships. Whoosh! One by one, ghosts passed through, and more people knelt down. Perona floated in midair, scolding an ancient Zoan-type ability user. I'm just a waste. Pejuan knelt on the ground, pounding the earth repeatedly. How dare you let little one become like this, die? Runny stomped her legs on the ground and shot up into the sky. Runny Gunrain, want to hurt our psychologist? This chef won't allow it. Bonnie appeared, flipping her pink hair. She spun and kicked hard, directly clashing with Runty's head cone. The increase in the aura of the mountain made Bonnie, who loved to binge eat, have a body that had already grown abnormally. Coupled with the awakening of her dual-colored Haki after gaining the magical aura, Bonnie's physique was actually stronger than Runty's Zoan form. Boom! For a moment in their battle, she was still at an advantage. Whoosh! The toothless wyvern soared overhead. He looked down at the ground, searching for his enemy to defeat, which was naturally the vice-captain of the Demon King pirates, Hancock. This was the inland sea of Wano country. So Shirahoshi could not summon the Sea Kings to destroy all the ships. However, her punch was enough to shatter a pirate ship. Mero. Hancock stepped forward, and thousands of pirates turned into a pile of stone sculptures. I can't let you advance any further. Jean transformed into his beastman form and landed. Just as he wanted to say something fierce, the stone sculptures behind him were destroyed by the crazed Big Mom in one blow. He is coming. That invincible existence. He is a god, an unbeatable god. Kaido, run away, that guy's a monster. One must say, Charlotte Linlin is really good at Kaido. Even in this crazy state, she still thought about saving Kaido. This was just like her urging Kaido to leave the Rocks Pirates back in the day. Truly worthy of being the #1 big sister in the new world. Crazy woman. Jean was helpless. Now more than half of the Big Mom Pirates members had to go stop Big Mom. Otherwise, in her crazed state, she could backstab and kill everyone by herself. Countless Biscuit soldiers were shattered. Even the awakened Karakuri could not stop her. Snack was having a headache, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This battle was about to collapse. If the captains of the two pirate crews lost, the crew members would be completely demoralized. Your strength is not enough to stop me. Hancock stepped forward. In her eyes, even Jean did not qualify as an opponent. With her already decent 3-color Haki and devil fruit development, she became even stronger under Yi Zhuang's enhancement. If she wanted to take it further, she had to challenge a true Yonko-level figure. Big Mom. Hancock's Conqueror's Haki erupted, and she kicked out with a fragrant kick. Big Mom also slashed with a knife. One was Hancock, the only female pirate among the warlords of the sea. The other was Big Mom, the only female pirate among the former Yonko. Whoever wins will be the strongest woman in the world. Boom! The clash of Conqueror's Haki caused the sea to surge in an instant. Where do you think you're going? Just as Jean was about to make a move, he was surrounded by Snake, Inu, Tsuneshiro, Ashura Doji, Komatsu, and the others. Just a bunch of souls. Jean fully believed in Kaido's power. Aside from that, he did not put anyone else in his eyes. In a corner of the battlefield, one of the Flying Six, Blackbeard Teach, was not in any battlefield. He was trying to escape through the passages beneath Onigashima. No matter who won this battle, it would benefit him the same way. The devil fruits of the Demon King, Yi Zhuang, and Kaido would be the best choices for him to seize when necessary. Hey, where do you think you're going? A figure quietly appeared at the intersection, blocking Blackbeard with a spiked club. Yamato, aren't you going to fight? Behind Blackbeard followed a group of Old Six, all collected crew members. Stopping you is the task given to me by the Demon King captain. Yamato swung down with a stick. Thunder, 8 trigrams. Ha. Do you really think you can be our opponent? Blackbeard wouldn't mind taking Yamato's devil fruit. However, he did not expect that the whales would soon follow. 12 animal figures appeared. They were transformed from talismans, and as long as Zhuo was still there, they could be reborn infinitely. What is this? Blackbeard looked at these animals in confusion. Could it be a type of fruit ability? The Demon King captain said, they are around the Demon King. Yamato said seriously, I've never heard of this devil fruit. Teach was embarrassed. He didn't expect that even having seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, he would still encounter an unfamiliar devil fruit. Dark hole. Blackbeard struck out, wanting to defeat Yamato and bind him. A sword struck behind him. Ouch. Teach wailed. His own crew members were also restrained by the 12 talisman animals. The invisible Rebecca appeared immediately. Swish. Another sword. Dasky teleported with everyone behind Yamato. Don't even think about escaping. Tina immediately bound the remaining crew of the Blackbeard pirates. The Demon King told us to find you as soon as possible. And it was indeed correct. Violet also appeared. Damn it, Burgess, we're leaving. Blackbeard did not expect to be plotted against by his own people. The most detestable thing was that he thought these devil fruits should all belong to him. Why do I always feel like I live in the shadow of the Demon King? Blackbeard saved Burgess, and the other crew members were desperately trying to clear a path. Just as Teach was about to leave, a finger gun attacked him from behind. Cough! Blackbeard spat out a mouthful of black blood. He turned around in shock, only to find Burgess rapidly transforming. Nine Tails appeared. It was actually the mythical beast-type, nine-tailed form of Califa. The captain's plan is truly perfect. Although I don't know why he is so cautious, this feeling of success is really nice. As Califa approached, thunder boomed outside the island, and heavy snow began to fall. Nami with the thunder fruit, and Hiyori with the snow fruit. Thousand Wheel, Flower Bloom. Robin's flower fruit was also restraining everyone. This is a large-scale attack. You all have a disease called turning into women. Vivi walked past the Blackbeard pirates, turning everyone, including the Grim Reaper Poison Q, into women. Why do I feel like I'm living in her shadow? The Grim Reaper Poison Q also had the same question in his heart. But it's no wonder. After all, Zhuo had previously obtained these devil fruits, giving them to his own crew. It was inevitable that the Blackbeard pirates would feel both familiar and strange. There is still a 1 in 1,000 chance. Lafitte spread his wings, wanting to fly away with Van Augur. A pink butterfly flew by. The poison quickly seeped into his wings. Without the Demon King's permission, where do you think you're going? Leiju kicked out in a spin. Lafitte coughed up a mouthful of black blood, unwillingly falling to the ground. Then capture the thief, first capture the king. Bang! The supersonic Van Augur pulled the trigger. A bullet flew from his sniper rifle, aiming to hit Yamato. Hey, you've already been touched by me, so no matter what, don't think about escaping. Rabbit Galette fired at the same time. A bullet flew out in an instant. Van Augur's attack was supposed to hit, but was casually ignored by Little Suddy. She blocked the hit for Yamato and deflected the bullet. In front of the slippery fruit, your attack cannot hit. Nonsense, I used Haki. Van Augur was stunned. The Demon King also granted me Haki. Little Suddy swung her whip. Van Augur turned around, trying to evade Galette's attack. As a result, the bullet curved and hit his body. Damn it. Haki can be granted, bullets can track, what the hell is all this? Van Augur felt like his worldview was collapsing. He fell helplessly to the ground. Rabbit Galette's sniper rifle also transformed back to its original form, unexpectedly using Baby 5's weapon fruit ability. What the hell? Teach was ambushed with 2 strikes, endured a thunder 8 trigrams, yet was still fighting with Yamato. This shows the strength of his physique. However, all of this was meaningless. A figure walked by, and the besieged Blackbeard turned around in surprise. He intended to stop it, but unexpectedly, it seemed like something was being extracted from Van Augur and the others' foreheads. It was something like a film reel. Their memories were being erased, while also being altered by the ability user. Bling! Zhuo, the photographic memory demon king, personally appointed the Master of Memory. Three-Eyed Clan? Teach stood up, surrounded by the 12 cursed animals, Yamato, and the others. But the most desperate scene unfolded. Lafitte, Van Augur, and the Grim Reaper Poison Q also stood up. Our master is the Demon King. Our enemy is Blackbeard Teach. We must defeat him to gain the Demon King's recognition. They murmured as they walked towards Blackbeard. No, even Teach, with his ambition and cunning, was driven to madness. Why? Why is Zhuo always ahead of him? Even his former crew members have betrayed him and become his enemies. It's truly despicable. Dark Shadow Path. Destroy this crazy world. Die. All of you just die. Blackbeard has gone mad. He wants to break free. He absolutely cannot live his whole life in Zhuo's shadow. Clearly, he has endured for decades, constantly growing stronger. All for the sake of obtaining the dark fruit. After feeling Zhuo's oppressive presence, he left the Whitebeard pirates at the first opportunity. The plan was perfect. Not only did he gather the first part of his crew, but he also infiltrated the beast pirates. With the power of Kaido, he obtained the dark fruit. He should have been able to reap the benefits in this battle. But unexpectedly, he was schemed against by Zhuo at every turn, not even given a chance to breathe. The resentment in his heart has become uncontrollable. He must escape and use all his strength for revenge. By the way, the Demon King once said that at a critical moment, the Shadow Army should surround Blackbeard. Who said that? The next moment, an endless stream of Shadow Army appeared. The underground passage was filled with shadows. Blackbeard, who was already losing his mind, went completely insane upon seeing this scene. He understood. He finally understood why Big Mom went mad after being rescued by Kaido. No one could maintain their sanity in this situation. No, if the Demon King exists, why does Teach exist? Haha, I will tear all of you apart. Blackbeard spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared with blood in his mouth, crazily using darkness to corrode and devour the surrounding shadows. Unfortunately, no matter how he fought, these shadows would not die. Why? Why won't all of you garbage die? Even his Whitebeard, Newgate, will one day die. How can you shadows have the audacity to live? Blackbeard cursed. His body was drenched in blood, hair disheveled, until a shadow eater of moderate size appeared beneath his feet. Soon, more and more shadow eaters emerged, devouring Blackbeard's shadow. He was already covered in wounds, with Yamato holding him back and surrounded by various ability users and memory-altered crew members. Even Blackbeard, as tough as iron, would get hurt. Without the tremor fruit and in his injured state, Blackbeard's strength could still match Yamato, but he was outmaneuvered at every step. The last bit of his shadow was consumed. Blackbeard felt his breath fading. He swayed and tried to look at this world. Bang! The next moment, he crashed to the ground. Losing his shadow meant losing consciousness. Above the sky, Kaido, the Azure Dragon, was the first to shout curses. Do you dare to copy my ability? You're female. I'm male. Logically, you are the one who has copied my ability. The body of Azure Dragon Zhuo is indeed much larger than Kaido's. The demonic energy of the mountains and the earth makes Zhuo's Azure Dragon form even bigger and stronger. The demonic energies of heaven, thunder, fire, wind, moon, and water serve as enhancements. Zhuo is even more qualified to be a dragon. In front of him, the Azure Dragon Kaido seems small. Heat breath. A pillar of fire streaks across the sky, and Jean is overwhelmed by the attack, his chest rising and falling in pain. He looks up at the sky, a smile on his lips. Brother Kaido has won. Everything is. His voice suddenly stops, because a massive flame, 10 times larger, transforms into a corridor that directly ignites the sky, turning it into a sea of fire. Heat breath. Yizhua's voice echoed through the sky and the earth. Boom. What? Kaido's eyes widened. He never expected that the imposter would be stronger than him. The little blue dragon was instantly engulfed by the sea of flames. Yizhua! Kaido roared. A blue dragon exhaling black mist descended from the sky. He originally wanted to compete with Yizhua in his dragon form, to give him a warning. Unexpectedly, Yizhua's power brought an overwhelming attack. Caught off guard, he was consumed by the massive pillar of fire and fell from the sky. Cough cough. The blue dragon Kaido spat out a mouthful of black blood. His rolled back eyes only returned to normal after putting in all his effort. Damn it. Kaido clenched his fists, and in that moment, he transformed into his human form. Holding a sharp wolf fawn club, he wrapped his armed color Haki around it. Whoosh. Faced with Yizhua, he had no abilities to be proud of. Thunderbagua. Boom. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Kaido wanted to use this attack to test all of Yizhua's foundations. But at this moment, he was still spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, and the burns on his body had just started to scab over. To ensure that his muscles did not feel pain while moving, he had to cover his entire body with Haki. The powerful healing ability of his Zoan type was also working hard to recover his injuries. Do you want to greet me? Yizhua held the first-generation Ghost Che and used it like a wolf fawn club. With the same posture, he swung it down. Thunderous 8 trigrams. He only covered it with armament Haki and entwined it with Conqueror's Haki. Are you imitating me again? Kaido roared in anger. He could not be defeated by a counterfeit. If I am stronger than you, then the imitator should be you, right? In the blink of an eye, Yizhua appeared in front of Kaido. The two were similar in height, and both had 2 horns. However, Yizhua's 6 arms had 4 of them crossed over his chest. Are you looking down on me? Kaido roared in anger, determined to block the attack. There is no one in this world worthy of me using all 6 arms to attack at the same time. Yizhuang's Thunder 8 trigrams attack came crashing down. The lightning magical aura entwined with the dual-colored Haki, making this strike faster, stronger, and more destructive. No way! Kaido roared, and before his voice faded, their weapons clashed together. The 2 men, standing in midair, seemed evenly matched. In reality, Yizhuang had 4 arms crossed while 2 were attacking. Whereas Kaido was exerting all his strength in his human form, his veins bulging. He roared, attempting to block Yizhuang's attack. Crack! This is impossible. A crack appeared on the surface of a spiked club. Kaido's expression changed accordingly. As long as the armament Haki was strong enough, even an ordinary blade could be tempered into a black blade day and night. Yet his spike club was intertwined with advanced armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Why was it still breaking? Unless Yizhuang's Haki, strength, and even lightning were all stronger than his. Crack, crack. The cracks grew larger, and Kaido's pupils dilated. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as he watched his spike club turn into fragments. No. Boom. The spike club could no longer hold back and exploded. Kaido's massive body fell from the sky, black blood mixed with debris, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Boom! Kaido, rapidly descending above Onigashima, attracted everyone's attention. Brother Kaido would never be defeated. Jin's expression changed. He couldn't believe that was the beast Kaido. How could he be struggling everywhere? Rumble. Kaido crashed into the upper level of Onigashima, creating an astonishing large pit. The invincible Demon King. He was the embodiment of a god. Don't hit Lin Lin. I'm just hungry and here for something to eat. Don't hit Lin Lin. I just took a wrong turn and am waiting for my mom and the nun. Big Emma muttered crazily, having repelled the Empress Hancock. She didn't want to participate in any more battles. Did the captain win? The Empress looked up at the top of Onigashima. Nanny? Black Maria's pupils also trembled in surprise. She was tall, and as an ancient Zoan fruit user, her strength was not to be underestimated. She had a special identity and was also Kaido's lover. Sister, it seems Kaido has lost. Page 1 couldn't believe it. That was the Kaido who resembled an azure dragon, the existence that made them, the ancient Zoans, strive to chase after. Little one, this isn't a place to stay any longer. Runtia transformed into her beastman battle form. The combat power of the swollen-headed dragon was impressive. She cautiously looked around. Her combat capability was indeed worthy of the 400 million berries bounty. It seemed there was no possibility of escaping. The shadows of the beast pirates were emerging endlessly. Of course, the one truly unlucky was me. As a female pirate, you at least wouldn't die. Fusif looked at Runtia, who in the sea didn't know about Yi Zhuang's preferences. Black Maria and Runtia were likely feeling fearless. Sasaki, wielding a large sword, transformed into a Triceratops. He also began to retreat. Right now, the big Imoan pirates had completely lost their combat power, and the beast pirates were also suffering severe losses. If Kaido died at Yi Zhuang's hands, there would be no reason to continue fighting. Good birds choose good trees to perch on. They didn't want to hang themselves on the same rope. Hey, you seem to really like spinning webs. The thoughts of the Flying Six were quickly interrupted by Yi Zhuang's voice. He patted Black Maria's shoulder with one hand. My pirate crew just happens to need someone to sew clothes, and you seem very suitable. One sentence made everyone fall silent. Hey, I'm one of the Flying Six of the Beast Pirates. Black Maria arrogantly prepared to speak. Yi Zhuo slapped her shoulder. Boom! The tall Black Maria fell to the ground in response. What Flying Six sell? A pure force of a hand chop was enough to knock it out. Your head cone is quite good. My ship just happens to lack a walnut cracker. Congratulations, walnut cracker. Yi Zhuo's words instantly infuriated the hot-tempered Run-Ti. She stomped her feet, leaped up, and charged at Yi Zhuo. As a result, she was flicked away with a single finger and crashed onto the pirate ship, knocking Peggy 1 unconscious along with her. This Peggy 1 was exiled, and this Run-Ti was brought back to smash walnuts. With a command from Yi Zhuo, the Shadow Warrior and Ninja appeared immediately, taking the two away in front of everyone. Sasaki intended to stop them, but was blocked by the Troll Shadow. Unable to move an inch. Whoosh! A night bat flew overhead. The remaining Fuzzfu had already devised a plan to turn around and leave. Where do you think you're going? Yi Zhuo glanced at him, and in an instant, Fuzifer was drenched in sweat. It was terrifying. Facing such an enemy was even more frightening than when he faced Kaido before joining the Beast Pirates. Attack! Yi Zhuo snapped his fingers, and the 9 dark shadows surrounded him, leaving him no way out. He looked up at Big Mom, and Katakuri, who was originally panicking and trying to obstruct, immediately stopped in his tracks. Save Lin Lin, the devil has come. Big Mom, known as the evil god, was now hiding in fear behind Katakuri. But she didn't consider how much of her body could actually hide. Lin Lin, long time no see. Yi Zhuo raised his hand to greet. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Demon King. A large hand reached out, and Kaido used all his strength to crawl out of the deep pit. He had entered his Beastman combat form. The steam rising from his body was a sign that his injuries were healing rapidly. Oh, Yi Zhuo turned around. He was very surprised because he had just used a Thunderbagua to greet Kaido. He didn't expect Kaido to be so fragile, directly being blasted into a large pit and taking a long time to recover. One greeting had shattered his Kanabo. Let go of Lingling. Kaido was covered in blood. He thought he had figured out Yi Zhuo's true strength, but little did he know that it was only a greeting from the Demon King. As the Emperor of the Sea, Kaido often greeted others, usually knocking them unconscious with a single Thunderbagua. It wasn't until Yi Zhuo greeted him that he understood what it meant that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. I have defeated countless enemies who all believe themselves to be invincible, only to be surpassed by me one by one. As time passes, in the end, only I will stand at the pinnacle. Kaido lost his Kanabo and wrapped his 2-colored Haki around his hands. As a beast man, He raised a wine jug and drank it all in one go. You really like drinking, little dragon man. Yi Zhuang smiled at him and put away the original ghost Che. Your arrogance will ultimately bury you here. After Kaido drank, it meant he had taken another step forward. He activated his drunken dragon form, and his speed and strength became even stronger in this form. Little dragon man, what are you talking about? You don't want to be Pirate King too, do you? This is the era of the Demon King. Yi Zhuo didn't expect that his kind greeting would provoke Kaido. Oomph. Your era? After the Pirate King Roger died, that old man Whitebeard was arrogant for 20 years. You're just a useless fool with power. You dare to call yourself a king. The future still belongs to the Pirate King, and I am the new Pirate King. Kaido certainly has his own beliefs. How could he be completely intimidated by just a few words? What do you mean you want to be some kind of king? Yi Zhuo also transformed into his beastman form, his physique and muscles more exaggerated than Kaido's. One Piece, I'm exhausted. Kaido's fists were wrapped in dual-colored haki as he struck with all his might. Sake Dragon 8 trigrams, fall into nirvana. At that moment, all fighting on the battlefield came to a halt. The Conqueror's Haki shockwave caused thousands to faint and foam at the mouth, hitting the cow across the mountain. Yi Zhuo's punch slammed into Kaido's arm. Kaido only felt a powerful force blocking the attack, but he was completely unharmed. Nanny? Just as Kaido was still confused, his clothes suddenly ripped apart from behind. Jean, Quinn, and Jack, who had just stood up, were now spitting blood madly, completely losing consciousness despite being powerful zone-type creatures. As he saw the three disasters fall to the ground, Kaido finally snapped back to reality, bewildered. Why could your attack pass through? Striking a cow across the mountain, attacking the enemy with energy and quickly expanding the power, using his own body. Once the attack was unleashed, it would also increase the damage from gravity and Haki. Gravity? Kaido was puzzled upon hearing this. Even as a combat genius, he could not understand it at all. After all, it was Yi Zhuo who possessed the moon demon chi, not Kaido of the beasts. Bang! Yi Zhuo threw out his second punch. Katakuri, Snakeman, and Cracker, who were still shocked by this strike, all spat out blood. What are you watching? Don't you know it's dangerous to be a bystander? Have you ever heard of hitting a cow across a mountain? Yi Zhuo delivered another blow from a distance, using Kaido to defeat the three calamities from afar. At this moment, the originally arrogant drunken dragon form of Kaido had sobered up. All the high-ranking combatants of the beast pirates had been defeated. Only he, the governor of beasts, remained. It was rumored that you had developed your own martial arts system. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. This power is indeed unfathomable. Kaido said this, but he had already started to deduce it in his heart. Of course, he wanted to learn this move. Sister, sister, come save Ling Ling. Big Moem was still shouting wildly. Yi Zhuang stood before her. Kaido, can you take this move? Just one punch. Kaido gritted his teeth, not believing that a long-distance strike could defeat him, the strongest creature. He truly underestimated the three emperors. Mountain punch. Boom. The punch hit Big Mom's abdomen. Kaido was confident that even if the Conqueror's Haki was a long-distance attack, it couldn't possibly defeat him in one blow. However, when that force truly pierced through Big Mom's back and slammed into his abdomen, the intense pain made him lose his last shred of calm. This is impossible. Kaido reached out a hand, only to see Charlotte Lin turn around to help him up. Kaido. Big Mom grabbed Kaido tightly. Lin, did that guy's punch knock you back to your senses and restore your memory? Kaido lay in Big Mom's embrace, his breathing growing weaker. I don't know. Why is this happening? If it weren't for him, I would still be one of the four emperors. Kaido, in Big Mom's arms, covered his abdomen with one hand. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and slowly rolled his eyes back. Yi Zhuang's Punch Mountain punch was too powerful. Moreover, the stronger the medium of the mountain, the greater the amplified force. In a sense, Big Mom's steel balloon physique indirectly harmed Kaido. Kaido, Demon King Yi Zhuang, I will tear you to pieces. Big Mom roared to the sky. Oh, Yi Zhuo rubbed his fists and looked seriously at Big Mom. Calmly, he said, Kaido is stronger than you. I only used 70% of my strength for this punch. Big Mom, like Kaido, had her weapon shattered by Yi Zhuo. Even with the soul fruit merged, she could not compete with him. She could only attack with her bare hands. Lightning and fire fused with Haki, transforming into unmatched power on Lin's strong arms and fists. Bang! A punch hit Yi Zhuo's abdomen. He didn't even bother to dodge, just glanced at it casually. Hey, that punch is pretty weak. He lightly deflected Big Mom's fist with one hand. Yi Zhuo calmly slapped out a hand. What? This is impossible. Just as Charlotte Ling was still in doubt, the unstoppable slap had already landed on her face. Bang! Big Mom's large body was instantly sent flying, crashing into a pirate ship. When Charlotte Lingling was rescued from the ruins by a thundercloud, Zeus and Prometheus were both frantic. Mom, are you okay? Abba. Big Mom drooled, her eyes becoming wise. There was no trace of rationality left. With a casual punch, she was brought back to her senses. Another slap turned her into a fool. Old lady, do you think this is possible? Yizhua's other 4 hands quickly massaged the fingers of the attacking hands. He walked over to Kaido, who had fainted and was rolling his eyes back. Yizhua stood high above like a world-class villain. He stomped on Kaido's face and said disdainfully, "Hey, even unconscious. You're still unconsciously releasing your conqueror's Haki? What an annoying little brat. Saying you want to become the Pirate King. Who gave you the courage? Tell me, what kind of king do you want to be?" Bang! With a kick, Kaido's conqueror's Haki completely vanished. His body slammed into the ruins, buried under a pile of giant stones. Damn it, the newcomers really don't understand the rules. Yizhua looks like he is the Emperor of the Sea, while Kaido seems just like a supernova. Ding! Main storyline chain task completed. Demon King Conference 3, King shall not be insulted. Defeat the Beast Pirates in 3 days. Task reward, Chronicle of Time, 38. Yizhua received another piece of scrap paper. This historical book of years is special. It cannot be used until all pages are collected. Therefore, after receiving the reward, Yizhua did not have any joy. The main chain quest has been activated. Demon King's Conference 4, The Return of the King. After completely taking control of the Land of Harmony, return to Hive Island. Quest reward, Book of Time, 48. It seems that the main quest of the Demon King's Conference is to fully unlock the Book of Time. Yizhua won, and it's time to clean up the battlefield. He needs to fully control the Land of Harmony before returning to Hive Island. He will tidy things up and completely turn the Land of Harmony into my territory. Yizhua Hui waved his hand. How could he possibly waste time? Instead of that, he might as well have a couple more drinks. There should be plenty of fine wine in Wano that could get Kaido drunk. Understood. After receiving the order, Caliphate quickly set off. The Demon King pirates also began to take control of the entire Wano country, including Onigashima. Zone Master, from now on, you will stay here. Understood. Thank you, Master. Only Yizhua Hui could hear Zone Master's words. He arrived at the inland sea of Wano. Yizhua stepped forward and used the magic of the earth to transform Ghost Island into a seat for resting. Once the move was completed, it could be made available for the Elephant Lord. Tantru, Ashura, Komatsu, Leopard Goro, the Kong family, and Shinobi witnessed this scene. The terrifying power of defeating Kaido and Big Mom and the ability to change the geographical environment with a wave of his hand made everyone swallow hard. So powerful. In front of Yizhua, even the mighty 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, seemed like mere supernovas just arriving in the new world. Swish! Everyone knelt down, and they now understood. Yizhua's generosity in taking them in is truly remarkable. If they could follow Yizhua, then the land of Wano would be considered a true founding nation. We are willing to pledge our lives to follow the Demon King. From now on, the land of Wano will only listen to your commands. We, the samurai and ninjas, will become the retainers under the Demon King's banner. Yizhua shook his head. Retainers? He didn't need such things at all. In fact, he was very simple. Like Whitebeard, he only needed family. Of course, not the kind that would be his sons. You are not retainers. You are my subordinates here. Any forces under my command can share resources and technology. What you need to do is obey. Yizhua's words were cold. He didn't need disobedient subordinates. Rebellion? Isn't it better to go to hell and argue with King Yama? As you command. Times have changed. Yizhua is neither the indecisive Kazuki Odin nor the tyrannical Kaido who has yet to conquer. He takes all that is good and discards everything bad. Wow. After Onigashima was cleared out, the Elephant Lord took control of Wano country. From now on, all the forces and kingdoms under Yizhua will be surrounded by sea kings and mechanical sea beasts in the surrounding waters. While mutually exchanging resources, they will also use large ships similar to naval warships to transport guests. For example, to the water park in Alabasta. If someone spends money there and feels dissatisfied, trying to snatch a fortune and escape, they won't even be able to escape the surrounding waters. After all, this is a place where Yizhua wants to take a cut. How could he allow other pirates and scoundrels to act recklessly? In addition, there are the 9 major shadows stationed, the scientific troops, and the local King's Guards. Of course, this does not include forces like Gold City and Pleasure Street. They will only be required to pay a certain amount of gold periodically. The Dark World purely takes gold. Soon, everyone in Wano country knew they were welcoming a great demon lord. Even the flower capital began to build tall statues of the demon lord. It is said that this is based on the blueprints from the water park in Alabasta, the first kingdom to establish a statue of the demon lord. Snake Princess Island is the most special, as there is a statue of the Empress and the demon lord snuggling together, gazing into the distance. Hail to our king, flower capital. Wherever Yizhua goes, everyone bows to him. He does whatever he wants. He just waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be too formal. Little Yu tugged at the corner of his clothes. Lord Demon King, I also want to go out to sea and see the outside world. Of course, but the outside world is very dangerous, Little Yu. Yizhua rubbed Xiao Yu's head. Even as it was very dangerous on the sea, at the very least, one needed to have self-protection abilities. Xiaoren, my lord, I am here. Xiaoren appeared before Yizhua in an instant. Use her to give Xiao Yu the ability to protect herself, and then teach her. I'll come back to take her out to sea after a while. Understood. But does Xiao Yu want to? Xiaoren looked at Xiao Yu. I want to. Only by growing up to become a real female ninja can I go out to sea. Xiao Yu wanted to go out to sea and stand by Yizhua's side like the other big sisters. Got it. Xiaoren used the ability of the. In no time, Xiao Yu was activated to a 20-year-old state, which also granted her a certain level of self-protection ability. Your looks, Xiaoren said in disbelief. They almost surpassed my looks for back then. Huh. Xiao Yu couldn't believe it. She almost thought she had ruined her appearance. Work hard to become stronger, Xiao Yu. Once this grand banquet is over, I'll come back to take you out to sea. Yizhua rubbed Xiao Yu's head. After learning the swordsmanship of the samurai and the ninjutsu of the little ninja, Yizhua would take Xiao Yu out to sea. Xiao Yu would work hard, my lord. On the sea, the seawater turned into waves as countless people from Wano waved goodbye. The Demon King's ship swayed on the sea surface. Yamato shouldered a wolf fawn club, holding Kaido in his hand. Smoker held a long sword in one hand and grabbed Ling Ling with the other. The two devoted sons planned to take them back and throw them into the prison on Hive Island. As for the others, they were all locked up in the rabbit bowl. Blackbeard was also thrown in, bound with sea stone chains. The Demon King's meeting would have Whitebeard make an appearance. And at that time, this disgrace would also be thrown back. Not for any other reason. Yizhua has always been a just person. If Blackbeard dares to attack his Demon King pirates, then Whitebeard, as the former employer, should at least show some appreciation. If they want to return this traitor Blackbeard, that would be nothing but a pipe dream. At least 20 billion belly is needed. Fairness and justice are Yizhua's principles. Otherwise, what reason does he have to place bounties on Navy admirals and the Gorosei? Hiyori looked back at Wano country, tears welling up in her eyes. She finally killed Kaido and successfully avenged herself. Although they lost a kingdom and a princess, it must be said that they won big. Being able to become Yizhua's territory is purely their fortune. Everyone, again, Hiyori just waved her hand, her words only halfway spoken. Yizhua snapped his fingers. Using the Eye of Aurora, the Demon King's ship returned to Hive Island. Hive Island, your king has returned. So soon? I was just about to cry. Zhuo was taken aback, and the tears that were welling up in his eyes were forcibly held back. The treasure ship, the Demon King's ship, returned outside the waters of Hive Island. Yizhua slowly got up and, along with the crew, arrived at the port. He should also take a break to welcome the guests. Ding! The main chain quest has been completed. Demon King Conference Part 4, The Return of the King. After completely taking control of the Land of Harmony, he will return to Hive Island. Quest reward, Chronicle of Time, 48. Is it just another piece of useless paper? Yi Zhuang was thinking, after the Demon King conference ends, will he possess a complete chronicle of history? If so, it should be quite interesting. The nun who never truly established the Lamb House in her youth. Ling Ling, who just arrived at Hive Island to join the Rocks Pirates. Even him could very well be a beauty, right? The main storyline chain quest has been activated. Demon King Conference Part 5. Live broadcast of all guests arriving. Quest reward, Chronicle of History, 58. Live broadcasting the guest arrival? Fine, let me welcome them. He felt a bit of loss no matter how he thought about it. An hour later, the first large ship entered the waters of Hive Island. King Liku was about to meet Violet and Rebecca. However, it was highly likely to encounter other participants. Even those under the Demon King might have moments of negligence. Cyrus stood in front of King Liku with his sword, carefully alert to the surroundings. As a kingdom force in the New World, they were among the first to arrive. 3 large ships from Dressrosa sailed on the sea. The enormous sea kings and mechanical beasts they passed by left their royal guards in shock. The power of Hive Island was simply terrifying. I used to think Dressrosa was under the protection of the Demon King, but now it seems every force under a Demon King is being protected. King Liku swallowed. With sea kings, mechanical sea beasts as barriers, and the Shadow Army, how many pirates could possibly invade the sea? At least they must be the 7 warlords of the sea. But the 7 warlords of the sea on the ocean have long since become a mere name, all collected by Yi Zhuang alone. As they sailed into the harbor, King Li Ku and Cyrus looked up at the enormous skull. Welcoming them were Violet and Rebecca, a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. In the past, once they set foot in Dressrosa, it would have attracted countless gazes. Rebecca, Violet, what is this? Cyrus looked at the image-transmitting snail all over the streets. This king needs to greet the demon king. Violet, quickly take me there. As everyone was still conversing, the Dante tribe appeared on the shoulders of King Li Ku and Cyrus. They were the Dante tribe, hiding on the small island next to Dressrosa. King Li Ku happily said, "These were arranged by the demon king. He said he wanted to broadcast all the guests' arrival. Let's head to the venue first." Violet patiently explained. Okay. Only then did King Li Ku realize that the whole world was watching Hive Island. At this moment, the live broadcast was reaching all corners of the world. Naturally, the first to be affected was the Celestial Dragon's forbidden land, Sabaody Archipelago. A group of reporters and onlookers were staring at the screen. Look, it's King Li Ku of Dressrosa. It was already heard that the Night Demon had defeated the Demon King and taken over there. What are those little sprites? Are they worth berries? Hey, you don't really want to target the people under the Demon King, do you? I was just saying, who doesn't know that a sure death sentence? On the sea, if you're bold enough to catch a few celestial dragons, perhaps you could exchange for a few 100 million berries. But if you provoke Yi Zhuang's people, it's best to end it yourself. Otherwise, sooner or later, heads will roll. At this moment, the second batch of people also made their appearance. They were all fishmen, with Neptune and several princes accompanied by Jinbei arriving here. How is the Demon King? We are the Fishmen tribe from the Dragon Palace. The great knight Neptune was extremely happy. Just thinking about seeing Shirahoshi made him joyful. Father. Shirahoshi appeared, tears in her eyes, and hugged Neptune tightly. Crack. Bones crunched, and he almost collapsed on the spot. Shirahoshi, your strength and grip are too strong. Neptune felt his daughter's affection was just too painful. Father. Shirahoshi has now eaten the strength fruit and is a strong mermaid. Shirahoshi's pitiful appearance made her brothers anxiously protect her. Dad said he would personally attend the Demon King conference. I hope there won't be too much trouble. If necessary, I will take the blame. Jinbei didn't believe that the Sea Emperors could coexist peacefully. The overlords of the New World are bound to be hostile. Live broadcast. People around the world had already picked up the bounty notices in newspapers. Is that the legendary princess, Shirahoshi? She's really beautiful. Jinbei has really become a pirate under the Demon King. Did he just say Whitebeard is coming? I thought that was a rumor. Is a battle inevitable then? That Demon King is in trouble. He has already provoked Kaido of the beasts. Didn't they say a battle was starting today? Why do I feel like there's no sign of fighting? Little did the world know, just an hour ago, the Demon King pirates and the Beast pirates had already engaged in a battle. This war, which should have been recorded in history, has not yet been made public. After all, no one will believe that the Demon King pirates could defeat Kaido in such a short time. After all, he is the world's strongest creature. Here comes Cobra from Alabasta, the king who overthrew the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. I never expected that the Desert Kingdom would have the world's most prosperous water park. On screen, King Cobra disembarked Hive Island under the protection of 2 great guards and ministers. Vivi rushed here first. She had just been healing Neptune. Father. Vivi. My daughter has grown up again. Cobra joyfully embraced her. Meanwhile, the 3 kings who had already arrived stuffed a large amount of treasure into a red envelope as a contribution to Califa. This shipwright always worked as an assistant. There were also boxes of local specialties as gifts, and they each took half of their business dividends to give to Yi Zhuang. Before long, people around the world cheered again. That's the Vinsmoke family, the family of killers. Damn, these guys are really arrogant. Their clothes look very distinctive. Judge, along with his 3 sons, knelt on one knee in front of Yi Zhuang's statue. We have come, bringing the technological achievements of modified humans and bloodline factors as great gifts. Father, the Demon King, is waiting. Let us go. Reiju appeared, guiding everyone forward. The technology of the Vinsmoke family is indeed impressive. But Yi Zhuang also obtained Quinn's research results from Onigashima. Not to mention that whatever Vegapunk had, he took half. The legendary Amazon Lily has arrived. Are they all women? Damn, the 2 leading ones are a bit eye-catching. Are they really sisters of the Empress? I think it's perfect. No way, bro, are you serious? The people of 9 Snake Island made way in a line. Of course, no one would come to welcome them, as other places were all about princesses. But 9 Snake Island had Her Majesty the Queen. We need to hurry to meet our sister, otherwise she might get angry. We have to pay our respects in person. This is a grand feast for the kings. The Dark Kings, aside from the two who were killed by Yezhua, also made their appearances. Leading them were naturally the Golden Emperor Tezelo, the News King Morgans, and the Lone King who was responsible for lending. This Lone King once aided a laboratory that had not yet risen. The characters that emerged from there were Vegapunk, Judge, Quinn, and Caesar. We have brought a large amount of wealth and piles of gold and fine wine for Lord Demon King. The Golden Emperor Tezelo laughed wildly. Luckily, he was sensible. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the nightmarish Don Quixote Doflamingo. Got it. Let's hurry inside. Califa pointed casually. Oh, understood. The aura of the Golden Emperor instantly deflated. The once arrogant Dark Kings did not dare to utter a word of rebuttal. After a while, a ship flying the flag of the Demon King pirates appeared. Tezelo was somewhat confused. Who are they? A force under the Demon King? The Dark Kings exchanged glances but found no answers. Ignorant as they were, this banquet hosted by Lord Demon King was to inform the world of how powerful his forces were. Morgans felt embarrassed to be with Tezelo. He understood nothing. How could he still spout nonsense? Didn't he realize that those invited by Yezhua to the Demon King meeting could not be nameless individuals? At this moment, a man with a hat featuring a windmill looked around nervously with a group of villagers. When they saw Tezelo dressed in a splendid pink suit, they hurried over. Hello. Are you in charge of receiving guests? We are villagers from Kokoja village in the East Sea. Villagers? Here to receive guests? Tezelo took a few steps back in surprise. Was this disrespecting him? Nanny, those watching the live broadcast were the most shocked. Is there a force in the East Sea under the protection of the Vinsmoke family? Damn, I suddenly feel so envious. Who are they exactly? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed. Nami appeared, protecting Nokigao. Nokigao, are you all okay? Nami, you look a lot sturdier, at least double your original size. It's all right. Frequent battles promote physical growth. Nami wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and led these villagers to the venue. Is Nami-san's family here? The Golden Emperor Tezelo turned to stone instantly. His heart raced, thankful he hadn't made a foolish rebuttal earlier. He almost lost his life on the spot. Kokoja village, so terrifying. Morgans nodded repeatedly. It seemed Tezelo was still not as cautious as he should be. The other shaken Dark Kings no longer spoke, staying at rocky port any longer. Who knows how many monsters they would encounter. It's better to hurry to the venue. After all, no one was there to welcome them. Standing here would be quite awkward. In fact, Yezhua hadn't sent anyone to welcome them. They were just each looking for their own friends and family. Mom, where is this? Whitebeard too, Weeble, was sniffling. He had just become a Shichibukai and had decisively defected to attend the Demon King meeting. Would he meet his father here? Weeble, hurry to the venue. The Whitebeard pirates will definitely come, and it will be a battle. We need to seek shelter at the venue. This is the era of the Demon King. The old lady shouted in a sharp voice from his shoulder. Mom, who should I help in the battle against the Demon King? Help what? Mom, who is what? Seeing this scene, the reporters were the most surprised. They quickly wrote, the Demon King Yezhua invites Shichibukai, Whitebeard too. Shocked, Shichibukai once again becomes a Shichibukai. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was furious. How could he say such a thing? At this moment, on a battleship in the sea, Sengoku leaned back on the sofa, feeling dizzy. This traitor, damn traitor. I said long ago that Shichibukai should be abolished. Carp calmly ate roasted senbei, making sarcastic comments. At least there's Kuma, right? He's a smart man. Before Crane could finish her words, a tall figure appeared at the port of Hive Island. The world did not know that a week ago, Yezhua had sent the shadow troops to guard the hometowns of all the crew members of the Demon King pirates. The forces now accepted were no longer the previous kingdoms. The Vinsmoke family in the North Sea and its original territory. The Sobel Kingdom in the South Sea, which is also the hometown of Bonnie and Kuma. Kokoja village in the East Sea and its island. The naval branch base in the West Sea, suppressing the 5 major underworld families. The New World included the territory originally protected by red-haired Shanks and Big Mom's Whole Cake Island. Today, it also encompassed Kaido's forces and territories. Yezhua could be said to have truly swallowed the world. This is also the reason why the bear, who originally did not plan to attend the meeting, ultimately showed up. Even if he leaves the world government, not only can the kingdom receive protection, but in the future, the kingdom and Vegapunk will also not encounter any danger. Moreover, Yezhua's territory has long been the first in the New World, even extending to many areas of the Four Seas and the Grand Line. The Demon King Conference is not meant to be compared with the World Conference, but rather to publicly prove to the world that the Demon King Yezhua is the true world hegemon. That tyrant bear? Incredible. This means that the 7 warlords of the sea have completely collapsed. Terrifying. Could it be that Crocodile and Moonlight Moria will also come? At the port location, Bonnie and Betty have been waiting for a long time. Bear, you go meet the Demon King with Bonnie first. I will wait for Dragon here. Understood. Bear nodded. Just as Dragon said, the Demon King Zhuo is about to overturn the entire world, and they came here to provide support at any time. Live broadcast footage. Someone suddenly screamed, "Wow, what happened to that prophet? I want to take him down." Another new warlord of the sea has arrived. That Don Quixote Doflamingo. What? Isn't he locked up and impelled down? While people were puzzled, the Gorosei, who were also watching the live broadcast, already knew the seriousness of the situation. Did impel down fall? They exchanged glances. It shouldn't be. How did Doflamingo escape? Just as they were wondering, a tall figure appeared in front of the camera. His skin was blood red, arms crossed. Demon King, come out. Descendant of a devil. Barrett. He brought Doflamingo and the others out. Huh. The changes of the times truly stir the heart. I didn't expect to see the light of day so soon. Demon King, you didn't expect this, did you? I'm back. Doflamingo stood on the rooftop of a building. Just as he was laughing madly, thousands of shadows appeared. You think you're worthy? Yishua's voice sounded. The originally arrogant and domineering Doflamingo immediately swung back. He had seen in the newspapers before. The Demon King possessed a legendary power, regarded as the ultimate manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. Whether Barrett could withstand it was unknown, but he certainly did not dare to try. Whoosh! As Doflamingo flew out, Barrett stepped into the port, eager to battle the countless shadows. He had escaped to fight Zhuo, the legendary figure who was said to win every battle and had defeated countless pirates and marines, was the only one worth defeating in this era. At that moment, however, Barrett's attention was drawn to two adorable creatures. One was a crocodile holding a cigarette with a golden poison hook in one hand, dressed in a suit. The other was a bat, also fond of wearing a suit, but in a classic style and wearing gloves. Barrett? The sand crocodile turned to look, blowing a smoke ring. Is Kaido of the Beast coming to declare war today? I'm ready for revenge. Moria arrogantly spread his claws. At this moment, only Mihawk from the former 7 warlords of the sea had not arrived. Crocodile? How did you end up like this? Barrett had just broken out of impelled down, brimming with bloodlust and fighting spirit, eager to fight anyone. Little did he know that the world government and the Marines were already in chaos because of him. If anything went wrong in Impel Down, the troubles they had to deal with today would multiply. The chaos caused by the Demon King meeting had left countless people overwhelmed. If the situation in Impel Down became more complicated, it would be unimaginable. Hey, don't cause trouble here. You'll die a terrible death. The sand crocodile kindly reminded him. Barrett didn't take it seriously at all. Even though the two supernovas had fought to a draw back then, there was now a significant gap between them. He had trained in the 6th level of Impel Down for over 10 years. The Demon King? Do you think he is stronger than the Pirate King? Barrett believed that with Crocodile's pride, he would never acknowledge such an existence. Of course, otherwise, you think you're tough enough to try? The sand crocodile puffed out a smoke ring. He wasn't here to seek death. There were more important matters at hand. Barrett was momentarily speechless. In his eyes, the sand crocodile had long lost its backbone. How could one be so afraid of the well after being bitten by a snake once? Perona. Moria's voice interrupted the strange atmosphere. Perona floated in the air, rubbing Moria's bat-like face. Robin really didn't come. Crocodile waved his hand helplessly. He had known this would happen. Who would have thought that, just as he invited Robin to be his assistant, Zhuo would disrupt the situation? Barrett, standing by the port, was stunned. He was already furious because Zhuo hadn't even appeared, and he had just been scolded by an old acquaintance. The Demon King Zhuo. Watch me find you with observation Haki first, and then test your strength with Conqueror's Haki. As Barrett began to sense with his observation Haki, he couldn't help but turn his gaze aside. It was the first mate, Rayleigh. No, it shouldn't be. When he was young and at his peak, he could fight Rayleigh to a draw. What was there to fear now? The only person left in this world who could match him was Zhuo. But the most terrifying presence was the figure beside Rayleigh. Red-haired Shanks. After being healed by Zhuo with a magical talisman, he now had both arms and was continuously comprehending swordsmanship and the lion's roar technique. At this moment, he was using Conqueror's Haki observation kill to conceal his presence. Barrett's observation Haki couldn't even perceive him. What a familiar feeling. No matter how he looked at Shanks, he felt a sense of familiarity. But why couldn't he remember? Decades had passed, and the old friend from back then were either old or dead. Barrett felt a bit dazed. He never would have thought that this red-haired man was the intern crew member from his days as a fighter. Rayleigh, are you going to meet Hancock? Shaki smiled as she tugged at Rayleigh's sleeve. The two completely ignored Barrett. This was Hive Island, the territory of the Demon King Zhuo. If someone came to stir trouble, they didn't need to intervene. Jabba, let's head to the venue, the old ship's doctor said to the elder beside him, who was carrying 2 axes. Kurokas, this place is nothing like it used to be. Jabba said happily. Time had passed, and they, the Roger pirates, had all aged. Barrett noticed that these old crew members were ignoring him, and he grew puzzled. Shanks, that's that guy Barrett. A flying figure with a dazzling red nose caught Barrett's attention. Buggy. Sure enough, with a single glance, he was certain. Oh, it's Barrett. He also came to visit. Shanks finally noticed Barrett and casually mentioned, I'm not here to visit. I'm here to defeat him. Barrett would never admit he was attending a banquet. He was already feeling his blood boil from being ignored by these old acquaintances. Was he, the demon offspring close to the Pirate King, not as good as a rookie pirate who had just set sail? Mihawk? The night demon Doflamingo stood at the edge of the port. He would flee at the first sign of danger. The guests that had arrived were already terrifying. The Pirate King's right-hand man, the Dark King Rayleigh, Jabba not to mention, and a group of old crew members. What he didn't expect was that red-haired Shanks and Mihawk would come. Hadn't they just been defeated? If they had been defeated, then Zhuo must have become even stronger now. How could Barrett fight? Did he have that strength? He indeed possessed the most terrifying abilities on the sea. Mihawk and red-haired Shanks walked side by side, along with Ben Beckman and the clown Buggy. Everyone had a jar of fine wine in hand. The last battle made everyone deeply respect Zhuo's strength. Moreover, he had healed Shanks' severed arm, making him a great benefactor of the red-hair pirates. It didn't matter what outsiders said. After being defeated by Zhuo, they realized what it meant to have people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Having left the New World, they had traveled far and wide and had grown significantly stronger. Ignoring me selectively? It seems this is all part of the Demon King's plan. If I don't defeat him, I won't be able to sleep all night. Barrett loosened his bones. He was about to take action. He punched through the giant shadow and strode towards the venue. A slap sent the night bat flying, and his armament Haki blocked all attacks from ninjas and samurais. The stronger Zeok becomes, the more excited he is as a descendant of demons. As long as he defeats them, he can become the strongest in the world. In front of the live broadcast screen, the onlookers are already dumbfounded, their jaws almost dropping. The 7 warlords of the sea are all here. That's the world's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. No, the current world's #1 swordsman is the Demon King Zeok. Why is red-haired Shanks here? Is he here for revenge? I'm more curious about that big guy with the red nose and red skin. I don't recognize them. There must be no bodies. Indeed, it seems that no one is paying attention to that big guy. Amidst the laughter of the people, the 5 elders have already turned pale. On the empty throne, him sits with legs crossed. Lord him, should we take action against Hive Island? Wait until everyone at the Demon King conference has appeared. Then we can catch them all at once. Doesn't want to take action yet. He is waiting for everyone to show up at the Demon King conference. At that time, he will eradicate the most wicked people of this era. We obey. In the new world, Sengoku on the battleship just received some new information that made him quite happy. The beast Kaido has been defeated by the Demon King Zeok. We're the first to know this. It seems he didn't accept Barrett's challenge because he was injured. Hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu and others turned their heads. What? The Demon King is injured? This information is only known to them. It makes sense. Barrett has been continuously challenging Zeok in the live broadcast. But Zeok hasn't accepted. Perhaps he did suffer significant injuries while defeating Kaido. Please let me go. Green Bull clasped his hands, feeling that he could take action. If Kaido really lost to the Demon King, we must speed up our approach. Otherwise, when he recovers, it will be even harder to deal with him. Sengoku did not agree to Green Bull's self-recommendation. In his view, even if the Demon King Zeok was injured after fighting Kaido, he was not something a mere Green Bull could compare to. After all, he is someone who could defeat 2 admirals at his peak. This strength is enough to prove that Zeok's power is above that of the Sea Emperors. He is definitely a legend among legends. You, Green Bull, want to take advantage of Zeok's injury to sneak attack? Do you have that strength? However, these thoughts remained hidden in Sengoku's heart. Right now is a time to use people wisely. As the Fleet Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he cannot hurt the morale of the Navy's strongest combat power. It's not possible to go. The Demon King Zeok is extremely brutal. Fujitora calmly said with a smile. In his view, the young Zeok is undoubtedly the strongest in the world. As a new admiral, one should have self-awareness. To deal with Zeok, even if he is already heavily injured, it would still at least require 2 admirals. He brutal? Am I not brutal? Green Bull roared. But no one was willing to look at him again. At this moment, in front of the live broadcast camera, Everyone is waiting with bated breath. The Navy warships are speeding from the Grand Line to the New World. Hey, did that big guy with the blood-red skin just challenge the Demon King? It's ridiculous. Can he really be the Demon King's opponent? I'm more curious about who will appear next. The eyes of the entire world are focused on High Violent. People are guessing who the next arrival will be. This is a big deal that can cause immense excitement. According to the newspaper by Morgans, the people invited by the Demon King Yzeok include the three major factions. Initially, everyone thought that the Navy and the GM army wouldn't come. Now that all the 7 warlords have defected to High Violent, it leaves everyone in suspense about who will arrive next. The Navy? Today is the perfect opportunity to attack the Demon King Yzeok, because everyone knows that Kaido has declared war on Yzeok. Now it is close to noon, and the beast pirate ship has not yet appeared. Many people suspect that Kaido is afraid and doesn't dare to come. However, even if they were killed, no one would believe it. Kaido is not afraid to come. He arrived earlier than anyone else. The world's strongest creature is currently unconscious in a cage. I'm so anxious. Who will be next? Hey, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Let me be anxious first. I bet 10,000 berries that the next one is Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Upon hearing this name, the Sabati archipelago fell silent. If one were to ask who has been the true overlord of the New World since Pirate King Roger's death, almost everyone would internally agree. The world's strongest man. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The peak of the beast Kaido, the rising Demon King Yzeok. Who can truly shake that position has always been an unknown mystery. Whoosh. The sound of the wind rises. High Violent, Rocky Port. A figure dressed in a green robe appears here. He is tall, his entire body concealed in the robe. Followed by Ivankov, who just escaped from Impelled Down. Dragon, I originally thought it would take at least 5 more years to escape. I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. Is there something in the sea that makes you quicken your pace? Ivankov looks at High Violent, where a giant skull head is wearing a helmet. That is the Cloud Brain, made by Vegapunk using the Brain fruit. Night bats fly overhead, and rows of towering giants stand guard. The port is filled with bizarre shapes and shadows. Samurai and ninjas guard every checkpoint. In the dark corners, the Shadow Eaters are poised to strike. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will be swarmed and devoured. We still need some time to develop, but if we can form an alliance with this guy, it could lead to a period of stability. In Vegapunk's words, he is an excellent GM. Dragon did not greet the camera. Welcoming the two of them at the port is Betty. Who is this young powerhouse you praise so much? Ivankov is increasingly curious about Yzeok. He certainly does not believe the descriptions in the newspapers. As a member of the GM army, Ivankov knows their tricks well. Dragon's back appears in front of the camera. Although he does not show his face, countless keen eyes have already sensed something. Dragon. That guy is the leader of the GM army, a wicked criminal, Dragon. The Demon King Yzeok not only conquered the 7 warlords of the sea, but also attracted the GM army. Look, there are others. Those guys also seem very strong. In the picture, a young man in a blue suit stands with an elderly fisherman karate master on one side and a beautiful girl in gloves on the other. Sabo, are we being too high-profile this time? No, the Demon King has already occupied a large amount of power in the world, and with us, it is enough to stand against the world government. Sabo happily adjusted his hat. Today, Loki Port is quite noisy. After all, with a dragon around, the wind is always a bit stronger. Behind them, a scientist from the fur tribe, a memory-lost crow person from the phantom beast species, and a giant from the West Sea. Mori looked around and felt the aura of strong individuals. It's truly terrifying. What kind of fruit ability does the Demon King possess? He has gathered sea kings, cyborgs, mechanical sea beasts, and countless shadows under his command. Is Betty's encouragement fruit useful to them? If so, that would be very interesting. The 3 of them are the 3 leaders of the GM army. Seeing these figures, the 5 elders staring at the camera were already sweating profusely. The more I see these guys going to find Yizhua, the angrier I get. Damn it, has Rob Lucci not been cured yet? Seeing the Demon King doing well is even more uncomfortable than being killed. The current situation is truly horrifying. Red-haired, Mihawk, and the other warlords of the sea, the kings of various kingdoms, and the emperors of the Dark World. The GM army is personally led by Dragon, and all members have arrived. Most importantly, the Demon King Yizhua does not accept heavenly gold. If his Demon King meeting succeeds, future world conferences on the Red Earth continent will be rendered meaningless. No matter, let him float for a while longer. When the scum of this era gathers, I will eliminate them all. Im sits high on the blank throne, his tone extremely cold. Lord Im's foresight is admirable. Lord Im is wise. The enemies are just pirates, mere rogues, a bunch of insignificant people. It's clear to anyone with eyes that the advantage is with us. The 5 elders flattered continuously, but their hearts began to waver. This time is really a bit precarious. Even if Sengoku and the entire army attack, it would still mean total annihilation. At this moment, the Demon King's descendant Barrett is on his way to the meeting place. The hearts of the whole world are tense, speculating about 2 important figures. One is whether Whitebeard, Newgate, will come, with a dozen captains and over 40 subordinate pirate crews. Such a force is rightly called the strongest pirate crew in the world. The other is Kaido of the Beasts. The world is still guessing whether he will declare war, completely unaware that the main event they are most looking forward to has already become a thing of the past. The Navy's warships are racing through the New World. A whole row of warships instills fear in the hearts of onlookers. Hundreds of warships, filled with the highest combat power of the headquarters and powerful individuals from various branches. Don't even mention a mere sea emperor. Even if the Pirate King were alive, he would be swept away. They're not worried about Kaido at all right now, because according to their latest intelligence network, Kaido of the Beasts has already been defeated, and what truly troubles them is Whitebeard. If Whitebeard also harbors hostility and strikes like Barrett, taking advantage of Yijua's illness to end his life, then the remaining forces on Hive Island will undoubtedly scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. At that time, the Demon King pirates will still have their heads to win. Sengoku and the others could take advantage of their mutual destruction to take them down. As everyone knows, how can there be pure friendship among pirates? Just look at how they treated the Rocks pirates back then. The cycle repeats. Sorry, wrong set. The camera returns to Hive Island. Under the gaze of the whole world, 3 ships resembling whale mouths appeared in the waters of Hive Island. The Moby Dick. Whitebeard's pirate flag flew in the wind, instantly attracting everyone's attention. In addition, there were ships flying both Whitebeard's pirate flag and their own pirate flags. There were as many as 43, representing Whitebeard's pirate crews. Some were defeated by Whitebeard. Some willingly came to join, and others were defeated by their captains. Each of them had their own reputation in the New World. This time, with the appearance of Whitebeard's fleet in another direction of Hive Island, a group of uninvited supernova pirates were secretly observing. They were the supernovae who had gathered at Sabeti Archipelago a few days ago, born in the same generation as Zhuo due to his appearance. Demon King Sr. Let me see how that overconfident Barrett will die, Bartolomeo said, looking through his telescope from a distance. He was already itching to see the action, but couldn't help but exclaim, "What? It's Whitebeard's pirate crew." This old man actually dares to come to the appointment. As he was surprised, the gazes of others became fierce. The noble pirate Cavendish tightened his grip on his sword. Damn it, why is this guy always so ostentatious? Live streaming the appointment was simply a brilliant move, but why did the Demon King use it first? What does the king use? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Every time he thought about Yijua being there, he felt he would never be the headline. The inner resentment became harder to conceal. Hey, that guy is suppressing our 5 major Blackhand families in the West Sea, making me have nothing to do. Becky blew a smoke ring. He had just taken in a woman from the nations recently, claiming to be Big Mom's daughter. The two hit it off upon meeting and had already become a couple. Some fates are indeed predestined. Even after being beaten by Yijua, they still found their way together. The man who made the Vinsmoke family submit is Hawkins, whose heart was surging. This man is known as the Miracle of the Sea, the New World overlord who opened the era of the Demon King. If he wins this battle, he will truly be the new king. Oppo happily patted his belly, bouncing around. Next is the moment to witness a miracle, the most brutal showdown at sea. It's a thrill to witness such a peak confrontation. Law drew his sword, his feelings towards Yijua being particularly complicated. Doflamingo was defeated by him and lost everything. He should be grateful. But what could he say about the conflicts among pirates? It's just fate at play. He really wants to know how strong the Demon King's punch is. Urki grinned, eager to see if Yijua's fist could bear the weight of causality. Among the supernovae, only one gaze remained fixed. Captain Kidd, you've been staring for over 10 minutes. The Demon King won't show up. If the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates strike at the same time, he will be caught in a pincer attack, especially now that there's also Barrett. Killer tried to persuade Kidd, hoping he wouldn't get too absorbed. Oh, come on. The Demon King is definitely coming. Kidd snapped back to reality from his gaze. Not seeing his idol made him even more haggard. Every time he recalled that morning when he met Yijua, he felt a surge of determination. Kidd is going to become the Demon King. Gula la 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 la. A burst of laughter rang out. Barrett, who was on the road, stopped in his tracks. Whitebeard, If there was someone worth surpassing, it would certainly be the peak Whitebeard. Nowadays, heroes are in their twilight years. Yet Barrett is at his peak. He turned around and gazed at the massive pirate ship on the sea, under the watchful eyes of the captains of his subordinate pirate crews and 15 commanders. A tall figure wielding a naginata, known as Kanjiunki, also appeared. He was old, having sustained many injuries from a lifetime of battles. Despite his towering stature, he did not possess a special physique like Kaido or Big Mom. Ultimately, he was just a powerful human. Isn't it a bit rude not to come out to meet guests? Just then, another tall figure appeared. He was already tall, and after defeating Kaido that morning, he had specifically replenished his food. Under the enhancement of the magic of the mountain, his height had reached 8 meters and 8, with wind and thunder wings, a pair of demonic dragon horns, and a dragon tail sweeping across the ground. 6 dragon claws were adorned with pirate gloves and Shiva bracelets. On his divine armor, there was also the golden aurora eye, the cloak of the demon wizard, and an unruly gaze. The supreme great sword, the first generation of Onigiri, hung at his waist. 12 talismans floated behind him, one hand holding the perfect version of the misfortune gem that could steal others' luck, and the other hand cradling the holy grail of life. Drinking wine from the New World. If it weren't for that human face, people would probably regard him as a true demon from hell. He flashed a charming smile, his eyes filled with 7 parts pride, 3 parts dominance, and 12 parts majesty. The demon king Zhuo inadvertently released the legendary fan-shaped statistical gaze. However, this powerful force, which did not belong to this era, was quickly concealed by Zhuo. He really did not want to scare those petty individuals. Hey! Barrett instinctively froze in place upon seeing Zhuo's tall figure, until Zhuo brushed past him. Turning around, Barrett quickly shouted, "My name isn't Hey. My name is Zhuo." Zhuo strode ahead, clearly not considering Barrett as an opponent. Damn it, he ignored me, this damn heartbeat. Barrett, for some reason, might have been stuck on the 6th level of the advancing city for too long. Zhuo ignored his gaze, and his disdainful attitude was surprisingly unique. It was somewhat heart-stopping. Whitebeard Newgate. Zhuo looked around and saw nothing but the twilight years of Newgate. Gulalala, your invitation, old man, is here. Can you handle this big gift? Whitebeard is known for his frugality. He has saved up his treasures to help the people of his hometown. Therefore, when it comes to drinking, it has always been his sons who pay with their berries. Otherwise, why would Shanks bring his own when looking for Whitebeard to drink? It is also well known that to attend the Demon King Zhuo's Demon King meeting, one must bring a contribution in gifts. There is no contribution that Zhuo would not dare to accept. What you, Whitebeard, dare to accept, I dare to accept. What you do not dare to accept, I can still accept. That is the Demon King. Whitebeard downed the wine from the holy grail of life in one go. He then forcefully anchored the Songyun blade on the bow of the ship with one hand. With all his strength, he clenched his 5 fingers, grabbing at the air. He surprisingly stirred the ocean and the atmosphere. The heavens and the earth trembled, and the sea overturned in chunks. A towering wave was about to roll in. Whitebeard's way of giving gifts was indeed unique. You little brat, come and take what you want. I want to see if you have the ability. As Newgate spoke, the ships of the Whitebeard pirates were also heading towards the port. You know how to help yourself. Yizhuang flashed out. The eye of Aurora flickered. In the next moment, it appeared on the Ice Witch's pirate ship. While Huadibe was feeling nervous for Whitebeard, Yizhuo appeared right in front of her. Just in time. My pirate crew needs a cold drink master, and you fit perfectly. Nanny? The Ice Witch didn't expect this to happen right under her father, Whitebeard's nose. Yizhuo still dares to be so reckless. Do you think the New World's 4 emperors are just crew members for your self-service hot pot? Swish. In the next moment, the Ice Witch was taken by Yizhuo to the prison cage on Honeycomb Island. Outside the cage, there were 2 people sleeping, namely Black Maria and Ultai. Once the banquet is over, you can officially join our pirate crew. After Yizhuo patted her shoulder, he disappeared, leaving the Ice Witch Weighty Bay with a look of astonishment. Her pupils trembled, and she swallowed hard. The Black Maria outside the cage and Run T were not important at all. The real horror was inside the cage, where 3 pirates she recognized were imprisoned. One was Blackbeard Teach, who had recently defected from the Whitebeard pirates. The other was Big Mom, who, after her defeat, was rumored to have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Lastly, there was Kaido of the Beasts, lying in a big letter shape against the cage. Surprised, little girl? Zifa was calmly having lunch inside the cage. Smoker, the smoker, was studying Haki, practicing while saying, "When we first saw you, we were even more surprised than you." The Ice Witch was left speechless. She could only slump outside the cage, silently wishing for Whitebeard. Old man, hang in there. Now it seems that no matter who loses to Yizhua, it's not shameful at all. One can only hope it's not a terrible defeat. Outside Rocky Port, Whitebeard glanced at the returning Yizhua. When he noticed that the ice which had disappeared, his originally calm mood changed. Your hobbies are indeed, just as the rumors say. Fortunately, it was just a reintroduction of a job. Yizhua snapped his fingers. The magic of water was unleashed, triggering even more terrifying giant waves that easily destroyed the massive waves created by Whitebeard Newgate's Tremor fruit. Crack! Whitebeard threw a punch, shattering the waves that were sweeping in. He aimed to make the entire Hive Island shake. Be quiet. Yizhua snapped his fingers again. The magical energy of the sky, the wind, and the moon quickly transformed into a strong sense of oppression, blocking all the air vibrations caused by the tremor fruit. Fall! Whoosh! The magical energy of the sky summoned dark clouds. In an instant, the magical energy of thunder and fire gathered. The moon's magical energy transformed into massive meteors from the dark clouds above. Boom! As the boulders fell, thunder and fire gathered, enveloping the meteors. Thousands of meteors fell like a scene of apocalypse. The dark sky was ignited in blood red. What a true monster! This made me even more delighted. Let me experience your power. Whitebeard's muscles tensed as he punched towards the sky. The power of the tremor fruit had been pushed to its limit, protecting all the ships of the Whitebeard pirates. Whoosh! The flames on the meteors were extinguished, and the lightning was destroyed. Immediately after, the powerful meteors shattered with a loud sound. Nevertheless, there were still intact meteors falling into the sea, along with many fragments. The shockwave created giant waves and formed temporary pits in the water. Whitebeard breathed in fresh air. This kind of attack was what Gold Lion Shiki loved most in his youth. After all these years, has that old man already hidden himself in the grave? Whitebeard had to admit that he was getting old. Despite his efforts to block, he could only help the Whitebeard pirates avoid those meteors. The fragments and the intact meteors outside the range still told one fact. He was no longer the strongest. Thousands of meteors. Blocking them all with his head was not easy. It was already difficult to protect himself. So you were actually a mage? Barrett initially thought that the magic of the Demon King Yizhua was the same as his demonic descendant's magic. Now it seemed that this magic should belong to a wizard. No, you should respectfully call me a demon sorcerer. First a demon, then a sorcerer. Yizhua turned around and smiled, causing Barrett to break out in sweat. It was a bit creepy. Just now, that smile seemed to have 8 different shaped monsters grinning at him. The old man with white beard finished greeting. I have accepted your gifts. Let us join the banquet. Yizhuang thinks that the Ice Witch, as a cold drink master, is indeed quite good. If he collaborates with Smuggy and Riho, he will probably be able to enjoy quite a bit of fine wine in the future. Sunsland, Whitebeard did not say much. He came here just to greet and participate in a banquet. As long as the ice which can be found on the island, it will be fine. When the time comes, he will listen to her wishes, and if she chooses to stay voluntarily, he won't have anything to say. Anyone in the Whitebeard pirates has the right to come and go freely, unless they openly defect like Blackbeard. Where exactly was Wade-Eye taken by the Demon King? The Phoenix Marco spreads his wings and wants to go look for him too. At the port, only Barrett is still confronting Yizhuang. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard is getting old. After just testing a few moves, he chose to withdraw. Barrett disdainfully said, "You still can't see it? This old man is just looking for an excuse. He is purely here to mooch some drinks." Yizhua spoke frankly. He had long seen through Whitebeard's intentions. Try and mooch off drinks? Your vision is too narrow, and you underestimate the former world's strongest. Barrett stepped forward, using his observation Haki to try to see through Yizhua's strength. However, he found that, like red-haired Shanks, Yizhua concealed his own presence with observation kill. It was all very secretive. Then, I'll just have to use my Conqueror's Haki to intimidate you. Demon King, have you ever been defeated? Barrett clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, he unleashed his purple Conqueror's Haki. I don't want to make a move, but I never invited you in the first place. Yizhua hated the kind of person who barged in uninvited and tried to take the spotlight. He stood still, his energy sinking into his dantian. Lion's roar. Conqueror's Haki? You think so? Barrett grinned widely, claiming that in terms of Haki, he had never lost to anyone in his life. What could the Conqueror's Haki of the Demon King Yizhua do? The next moment, the demonic energy of the heavens, the demonic energy of the wind, and the demonic energy of the moon fused together, creating an unmatched aura. The Conqueror's Haki and the Armament Haki merged to forge a new power. The Lion's Roar technique amplified it, transforming it into a huge horn. What is this move? Red-haired stopped in his tracks. the supreme secret art of lion's roar that Yizhuo spoke of, the invincible horn. Even Eagle, I felt an inexplicable awe. Truly, he was a man who had a bounty on his head by relying on his own strength. At this moment, when the camera focused on Barrett, his smile abruptly stopped. The Whitebeard pirates landed at Rocky Port. A purple aura surged. The previously explosively released Barrett's Conqueror's Haki was now completely shattered. A gigantic lion's head formed from Yizhuo's two-colored Haki, and the three great demonic energies brutally broke through Barrett's Conqueror's Haki impact. He stood still, suddenly covering his chest with one hand. The next moment, a powerful shockwave and impact surged through his entire body. Taking several steps back, Barrett knelt on one knee, looking up at Yizhuo in disbelief. Merging all the Haki into this strike, it unleashed unimaginable long-range damage. Even someone as strong as me could be internally broken. At this moment, I appeared unscathed, yet I was already covered in injuries. Barrett gasped in disbelief. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, struggling to control this unimaginable damage. Finally, the devil's offspring Barrett spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands ached to the point where he could only spread his fingers, unable to form a fist from the pain. You focused all your power on me alone. The seemingly spreading sound waves ultimately only touched me. Was this subtle control over power, so effortlessly? Barrett couldn't believe that the opponent he thought he could defeat with full force could actually be heavily injured with just a strike of Conqueror's Haki. Is this still human? In our martial arts, Kung Fu is essentially a killing technique. Those who reach the extreme can cultivate inch power, bright power, and dark power. Attacks against enemies can also be countered with techniques of transformation. This is the comparison of a mortal body to a deity. Moreover, I am already a demon king's body. Your physique is so weak that you don't think about improving your skills. It's truly strange. Barrett looked up at Yizhuo, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. My physique is weak. If it were anyone else saying this, he would definitely not accept it. Only Yizhuo left him speechless. In the end, he could only say one thing. If it were a contest of physical skills, I could definitely beat you to death. Hiss, hearing Barrett's words. Yizhuo couldn't help but gasp. This person is too confident. We'll talk about this later. You kneel first. Yizhuo couldn't be bothered to pay much attention to Barrett, who wanted to stand up but found that the Conqueror's Haki was constantly suppressing him. As long as Yizhuo didn't make a move, Barrett would never be able to rise. The Conqueror's Haki is related to one's personal aura. You want to compete for a place, the strongest on the sea. But I know that there are always greater mountains and skies beyond the known. What I want is to be the strongest of all realms. While your aura and kingly qualifications are at best those of a corner king, the system of all realms, the host is right. The strongest of all realms? Barrett looked up at the sky, knowing that there were sky islands in the White Sea. But how strong could that vast sky really be? Ignorant. Yizhuo lazily ignored Barrett and directly released his Conqueror's Haki. Barrett suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, nearly rolling his eyes back in shock as he supported himself on the ground. Look, as soon as I release my Haki, you can't hold on anymore. Barrett no longer had any rebuttal. He was now trying hard to recover. Red-haired Shanks, seeing this scene, took a sip of his drink. After not seeing each other for many days, the Demon King's Conqueror's Haki had become immeasurable. If I am a river, he should be the sea. Barrett's attempt to withstand the lion's roar was nothing but a delusion. He said this out loud, but in his heart, he was pondering the lion's roar from earlier. Even those with kingly qualities can be shattered. However, red-haired Shanks would never lose his strong heart just because of a single defeat. Yizhuo chuckled and walked straight towards the port. He aimed the camera at the naval warship. Whoosh! The image phone bug instantly focused on the mighty warship. The entire Hive Island was surrounded by the warships from the Navy headquarters. So this is the lion's roar technique. Whitebeard walked up to Yizhuo and patted him on the shoulder with one hand. The young are formidable. No one will be the strongest forever. But there will always be someone who becomes the new strongest. Kid, are you going to carve out your own heir next? Yizhuo also patted Whitebeard's shoulder with his hand. This scene caught the attention of the Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jaws, and others who cautiously observed the two. The recent meteor shower was indeed terrifying, and they were most aware of Whitebeard's physical condition. If a battle broke out at this moment, it would be extremely dangerous. I don't need to create my own era. As I move forward, the gazes of those who came before can no longer focus on my fading shadow. It is the era that chases the invincible me. Clap. Yizhuo brushed past Whitebeard. He simultaneously clapped his hands. Release the cages. Swish. Empress Hancock and Robin immediately brought 5 enormous cages. Outside the cages were Black Maria, Yamato, and the Ice Witch. The 3 had already regained consciousness, but the people inside the cages were still unconscious. When these 5 cages came into view, Barrett, who had been so self-assured, nearly had his eyes shattered in shock. Whitebeard had originally felt pleased with Yizhua's arrogance, believing that such an ambitious person could take over the era's great sales. Little did he know, in the blink of an eye, he realized how shallow he had been. Yizhuang is not arrogant. He is the most honest person in the world, because every word Yizhuang says is true. It is this era that is chasing his shadow. Kaido, Big Imam? There are many who have spoken this phrase, not just Barrett. Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Hawkeye Mihawk, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Dark Emperor. Sengoku on the battleship is even more shocked. Zephyr, the camera focuses on this scene, and the shock is felt worldwide. Everyone, you're all guests. My Yizhuang's Demon King meeting naturally starts with a meeting, followed by a banquet. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can step forward and have a chat. The few in the cage are your predecessors. I now declare that in the future seas, I, Yizhuang, have a final say. Everyone, who is in favor, who is against. Outside Rocky Port, the battleship that was originally advancing suddenly stopped. Sengoku, Carp, and others all stood at the bow of the ship. They felt relieved that Zephyr was still alive, and it seemed the food was not bad. But deep down, they were confused. How could Kaido and Big Mom be in such a miserable state? You two are emperors of the sea. Can't you show a bit of spirit? Moreover, Yizhuang just defeated Barrett so quickly. Doesn't he look like someone seriously injured at all? Could it be that their intelligence was wrong? And the island in front of them is truly gathering the world's strongest. Can they win if a battle breaks out? I pose. An old voice came from the sky. Several huge islands were suspended like pirate ships. Everyone looked up. They saw a figure floating in midair, arms crossed, legs severed, holding 2 famous swords. His golden hair was wild, resembling a raging lion. There was half a ship's helm on his head, looking exceptionally stylish. He had a cigar in his mouth, and right from the start, it was clear he wasn't very bright. Just as he finished laughing and looked down to see Kaido and Big Mom in the cage, his smile abruptly vanished. He almost dislocated his jaw in surprise. Oh no, it's that rookie crew member Kaido and that old witch Linlin. Kaido. It seems this kid's strength is questionable. The ship's doctor, Indigo, knocked his head in disbelief. Mom, how are you still alive? The Golden Lion turned his head and saw his gorilla crew member. Shiki, did you receive an invitation to? I thought you died in the wilderness. Whitebeard looked up at his former companions. Eyes turned to him. The Golden Lion slapped his head. Newgate, I was furious when I received that ridiculous Demon King invitation. Does this kid think he can dominate the world just because he is just starting out? ISNT, the current sea, just a game of pirates playing house. The Golden Lion angrily bared his teeth. Whitebeard laughed, Gulalala. Now, Shiki, my traitor and our old acquaintance are both imprisoned. Who cares about them? Do you think I will save Kaido and Linlin? We originally had different ideas. The Golden Lion blew out a smoke ring. Your body seems to have deteriorated, old man. It's not easy to mix in with the title of the world's strongest, is it? Those who want your head must be countless. The Golden Lion let out a keek laugh. The giant island stone ship in the sky. Hundreds of warships on the sea. On Honeycomb Island, Yizhuang was listening to the prompt in his ear. Ding! Main storyline chain quest completed. Demon King meeting part 5. Live broadcast of all guests arriving. Quest reward. The Book of Time, 58. Alright. Yizhua just hopes to quickly finish these useless papers. The main chain task has been activated. Announce the execution of Teach. Defeat the peak period of Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Beast Kaido, and Big Mom. Task reward. Chronicle of Time, 68. You can also announce the execution of him. It's a matter of a single sentence for Yizhua. Kaido and Big Mom are simple. He can directly heal their injuries using the horse talisman. It's just a matter of holding down and having a few big matches. The problem is he has to defeat the peak versions of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. That is a bit difficult. Both of them are now old and sick. What can he use to claim they are at their peak? While he was contemplating, a stone ship from an island was crashing towards Honeycomb Island. This can be considered a gathering of the remnants of the Rocks pirates from back in the day. Wang Ji, who was thrown to feed the fish by Yizhua, goes without saying. Kid, if you have the ability, just make a move. Shiki doesn't care how strong Yizhua is. His temper is to strike when it's time to strike. Set. Yizhua flicked his finger. The magic of the moon drove, instantly freezing all the island stone ships in place. The Golden Lion had to touch an object in advance to use the float fruit. He had even managed to keep over a dozen islands floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters for more than a decade. However, in front of Yizhua, who wielded the magic of the moon, all of this seemed ordinary. The current moon was entirely under his control, allowing him to directly manipulate the entire ocean. Theoretically, Zhuo was indeed on Hive Island, yet he could stir up monstrous waves in any corner of the world. Coupled with the powers of other magical energies, it was enough to trigger various terrifying natural disasters worldwide. In contrast, the Golden Lion represented the limit of a human with a float fruit ability. Zhuo has long stopped being human. What? The Golden Lion discovered that all his island stone ships were no longer obedient. It seemed as if there was a force in the universe opposing him. This force surrounded him from all directions. What is this? The Golden Lion originally intended to use the ability of the float fruit, but found that he could not manipulate any object except for himself. Fall. Zhuo gently moved a finger. The Sea Kings and mechanical sea beasts quickly fled from the coastline. The massive islands slowly descended, appearing around Hive Island and interlocking with each other, transforming Hive Island into an unimaginably giant island. The islands falling into the sea stirred up waves that pushed the warships far away. When did he replicate the power of the Golden Lion? Warring states patted the bow of the ship. The most terrifying thing is that it could be even stronger than the original. Karp also found it absurd. He had to go capture the Golden Lion during that naval battle with Roger. Little did he expect that in front of the huge and bizarre waves, there were water balls being smashed around by the Golden Lion and countless ships in the sky. Even to this day, he vividly remembers, as it wasn't long before this guy stormed into Marineford. Is he going to freeze the sea surface now? Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air. If this continued, the Demon King would appear invincible in the eyes of the world. The power he had just unleashed far surpassed that of the old man. Fujitora, as a user of the gravity fruit, naturally sensed the terrifying aura of the moon's magic even more keenly. The junior officer would never act without permission, only following the orders of the commander. Green Bull clasped his hands, looking righteous. Akainu looked at him with disdain. He truly despised being associated with such a person. Only Kazuru in the corner calmly sipped tea, as he had fought Zhuo the most here. Why provoke this guy for no reason? Barrett, Whitebeard, Golden Lion. One by one, did they not even want their names anymore? How to cut off this live broadcast? Crane was most worried that if the live broadcast of Hive Island continued, the whole world would fear Zhuo. But the world had already witnessed the entire live broadcast vividly. The unbeatable figure of Zhuo makes people both in awe and fear. The most notable among them is the famous pirate checkpoint, the Sabati Archipelago. Did you see it? The one in the cage is Kaido of the Beasts. We thought the battle hadn't started yet, but it turns out it was already over. Will Whitebeard and the Golden Lion team up? They seem to have a good relationship. If Kaido of the Beasts has already been defeated by him, then the strongest creature in the world now must be the Demon King Zhuo, combining the strongest in one-on-one and the strongest in group fights. Hey, I actually wanted to say, can that boastful Barrett step aside a bit? Yeah, I also think he's really weak. He can't even withstand a shout from the Demon King. I could do it too. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly stepped back a bit, fearing that this guy's nonsense would attract trouble. I've heard that the Demon King's Dark Shadow Core can appear anywhere in the world. Bee's Nest Island just completed an expansion. Zhuo looked at the Golden Lion with a much softer gaze. Thank you for the grand gift you sent. I really like it. But I really dislike your arrogance. I intended to smash you with the island, not to give you a gift. The Golden Lion was so furious that he had a headache. Why did his float fruit lose its effect? He clearly wasn't trapped by Sea Prism Stone. Don't worry. I will definitely make sure to kill you seriously in a bit. Zhuo clenched his fist. He had already thought of how to battle these guys at their peak. Although Zhuo had not yet gathered the Chronicle of Time and could not change history, restoring Whitebeard and Gold Lion to their uninjured peak was still impossible. However, he could try other methods. After all, he still had Bonnie and Ein under his command. One could easily control age, making people grow old or turn into infants at will. The other could reverse time, allowing a person to become 12 years younger in one go. Viper. Gold Lion clenched his hands, and without hesitation, he attempted to suspend Loki Harbor in mid-air. Freeze. Zhuo snapped his fingers, using the magic of the moon to suppress the power of the floating fruit. My power is born from nature, driven by and nurturing the 8 types of magical energy. What do you have to compare with me? Even if I use the Chicken Talisman spell with all my strength, I can still suppress you. Zhuo not only possesses the magic of the moon, but also the Chicken Talisman. In addition, there's the magic of the sky that enhances battles in the sky, as well as the magic of the wind that increases the sense of oppression. If these 3 types of magic are used simultaneously, how could even the powerful Golden Lion cope? Zhuo has never lost in his life. What demonic energy? What chicken talismans? The strongest in this world are the Conqueror's Haki and the Devil Fruit. You little brat, don't think that the old man only has the float fruit. Wave slash. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Lion's Might Imperial Sea Roll. The Golden Lion first unleashed a powerful unmatched slash with his foot's Cherry 11 strike, followed closely by the Drywood coordinating with rapid slashes. The continuous blade swings caused the Golden Lion to unleash slashes powerful enough to traverse the entire Hive Island. He also tried to take advantage of this opening to float the seawater, transforming it into more than a dozen large water spheres falling from the sky. There are very few devil fruits that can utilize the ability of seawater. Akiji Kuzan and Golden Lion Shiki are among them. One freezes, the other floats. Regarding this combo, Yizhuo's expression showed no change at all. He drew the Supreme Great Blade, the first generation of Guiche. His gaze then shifted. Pei Min's swordsmanship danced like lightning. Yizhuo stepped out, transforming into a beam of light. A flash of lightning passed by, and when he reappeared, all the slashes from the Golden Lion had vanished. What the hell? The red-haired man and the eagle-eyed one stood up immediately. It turned out that besides Gu Ying's sword technique and Tai Chi's sword technique, there was also Pei Min's sword technique. That old bastard Golden Lion. This move should be countered by me. The two were filled with surprise. Yizhuo has sheathed his sword. He raised his hand to look at the gigantic water sphere in the sky and smiled. Do you think it's interesting to play this trick with me on the sea? This is the power of nature. Boom! His mouth puffed up like a toad. A hurricane swept everything away, turning all the water spheres into countless droplets falling from the sky. The storm surrounded Hive Island, and the dark clouds in the sky swirled as if dancing. Water benefits all things. As the saying goes, the highest good is like water. Splash! At this moment, the sea sensed Yizhuo's call, transforming into thousands of surging ocean currents. The towering ocean currents that soared into the sky should have been a natural wonder. But under the combined influence of the magic of water and the magic of the moon, it erupted into this incredible natural spectacle. Is this his power? Whitebeard gazed at this scene. At this moment, he finally understood that the thousands of meteors Yizhuo had thrown earlier were truly just one of the insignificant skills of the Demon King. Back in his younger days, he could casually stir up surging waves when greeting others. Now, he was already burdened with injuries. Youth is truly wonderful. Whitebeard watched the scene before him, thinking only that if he were a few decades younger, he would certainly compete with Yizhuo. Unfortunately, time has passed. Both he and Gold Lion have long since grown old. Shiki, it's no longer possible to deny aging. Newgate, are you willing to grow old willingly? Gold Lion wanted the supernovas on the sea to witness what a true pirate is. Old man, Whitebeard's words came to an abrupt halt. Has he admitted to aging? But when the words old man slipped out, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Asking himself, he had never feared death, nor had he feared anyone on the sea. Yet this journey had already passed in a flash of several decades. The people around him came and went, and even his heart had unknowingly aged considerably. Ha ha ha. You admit to aging, but I do not. You brat, if you want to fight, then give it your all. Gold Lion wished he could return to his peak, wielding dual swords instead of stepping on them. If only the ship's helm hadn't smashed into his head, he wouldn't fear Yizhuo. Wait, let me handle something first. Yizhuo did not answer the Golden Lion. He simply walked to the cage and healed Kaido and Big Mom's injuries with a wave of his hand. As part of the mission requirements, he had to defeat the 4 emperors at their peak in one go. After saying a few words to Khalifa, Ain, and Bonnie, Yizhuo turned around and walked straight towards the Golden Lion. Behind him, Khalifa shouted, "The Demon King announces the execution of Blackbeard Teach." Teach. Whitebeard looked at Yizhuo. He had come here to see Yizhuo and to drink a bit. However, Blackbeard Teach's identity was special, as he was a traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. As the captain, he should take action to bring him back and then execute him. If Yizhuo executed him, it would mean that Whitebeard's rules were meaningless. When Yizhuo reached the Golden Lion, the beast Kaido and Big Mom in the cage had already healed. They looked around in surprise and found that the cage had been opened by Yamato and Smoker. Seeing Shanks, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion gathered here, they almost thought everyone was dead. Did you also get killed by the Demon King? Kaido blurted out, turning everyone's faces pale. They could already imagine how furious Yizhuo must have been. Mom, oh no, Linlin is so scared. Big Mom, having been healed by Yizhuo, naturally regained her spirit, but thinking of Yizhuo made her quickly put on an innocent facade. Whitebeard, I know what you want to do. However, if you want to execute Teach, you must recover to your peak state and battle me. Golden Lion, don't you want to know how strong I am at full power? Yizhuo appeared in front of the golden lion. For hands restrained its hands and feet. Despite the golden lion struggling desperately, it couldn't move. The cherry blossom on its feet, withered wood, was forcibly removed by Yizhuo. The next moment, the golden lion's head was also grabbed by Yizhuo. The helm, which could be fatal if removed, was forcibly taken away by Yizhuo. Damn! The golden lion wailed in agony. I can't take it anymore. Yizhuo used the horse talisman to heal, and then tossed it aside. His head and legs were healing at a visible speed. Iron also appeared in front of him. Swish! The golden lion, in pain, was affected by the retrogression fruit, and his age rapidly decreased. After several regressions, he returned to his peak period. The startled golden lion then looked at Yizhuo's back. Whitebeard, give it your all and fight me. Yizhuo patted Whitebeard's shoulder again. The last time was a greeting. This time it was a horse talisman. Whitebeard, feeling his injuries heal, was in shock. But when he saw the state of Gold Lion Shiki, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom, he understood. Yizhuo is making them return to their peak for a battle. Bonnie uses her fruit ability, instantly restoring Whitebeard to his peak state. He grows back a head of golden hair, holding a long sword as if he has returned to that summer, sitting under the cherry blossom tree, drinking with Roger, lying on a pirate ship laughing and talking with Shiki. 20 years is too long, long enough to accumulate injuries, heroes in their twilight. At this moment, everything has come back. Is it time to fight? Yizhuo does not care about the number of enemies, whether they are legendary pirates or the four emperors. In Yizhuo's eyes, they're not a match at all. The only thing Yizhuo focused on was the character panel. For so long, starting from the Saint Lord's character panel, it had become terrifying. The multiverse role-playing system was generating the character panel for the host Yizhuo. Character panel dimension, Pirate World Time, year 1516 of the Sea Circle role, Saint Lord player, Yizhuo traits, photographic memory magic energy, fire magic, lightning magic, water magic, wind magic, sky magic, moon magic, mountain magic, earth magic, complete version, skills, swordsmanship, world's strongest, Haki, armament Haki, flowing cherry, iron fist, observation Haki, future prediction, long range, voice of all things, heart listening, conqueror's Haki, conqueror's binding, observation kill, talent, Saint Lord body, full state, demon king body, double amplification, iron balloon, lunaria flame skills, 12 talismans, concept level, summoning, shadow legion, samurai, ninja, stabbing blade, night bat, hunter claw, troll, shadow devourer, alien, mantis, unlimited, treasure, chronicle of time, unlocked, backpack, Hades ship blueprint, historical text, sky island, alabasta, fishman island, Zhuo, 10 boxes of gold, 2 billion berries, holy grail of life, giant medicine powder, replication powder, chronicle of time, 58, equipment, supreme great knife, first generation ghost cut, Shiva's bracelet, eye of aurora, divine armor, perfect version, replication powder, unlimited, 12 talismans, Saint Lord version, permanent items, Panka treasure box 08, doom gem, perfect version, the power of nature, the immortal shadow, powerful Haki, invincible talismans. To this day, Yizhuo could no longer see the path he had come from. Yizhuo did not know when he would next reminisce about this moment. Everyone present thought Yizhuo was a young man of the right age. Only Yizhuo himself knew that he had exhausted his entire life to acquire a trait, photographic memory. He did not know what the next world or the next panel would be. Yizhuo can obtain the Pankabeo box, and the Doom Gem will be sufficient. I hope to get a nice new feature. Yizhuo first stood with his hands behind his back, then slowly extended one hand from his original position. In the moment between the start and the finish, countless breaths from the heavens and earth surged into his body. Tai Chi so powerful, seemingly weak, yet truly strong. Appearing soft, but in reality, it is vigorous. Even before using softness to overcome hardness, he has already achieved a balance of hardness and softness. With the strength of 1,000 pounds, Carp, standing at the bow of the ship, exclaimed in surprise. No one understands Yizhuo's martial arts better than him. There is absolutely no one in this world whose martial arts can surpass Yizhuo's perfection. The world only knows how quickly I rose, but they do not know that I have trained for over 90 years before this. At Rocky Port, Yizhuo's Tai Chi truly delineated Yin and Yang. Unknowingly, the white-clothed Yizhuo and the Demon King, Yizhuo stood on either side of Yin and Yang. The tiger symbol spell, incredibly wondrous. The four figures approaching brought an unprecedented sense of oppression. Unfortunately, this sense of oppression was meaningless to Yizhuo. It merely intimidated some strong individuals on High Violent. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, in his dragon form, wielded a new kanabo, seemingly stolen from Yamato, But the problem was that Yamato's Kanabo had just been made. Big Mom had robbed Smoker of his sword, infusing it with her soul, her crimson hair flowing like the sea. Alone, she absolutely had no intention of fighting Zhuo again. But now, it was 4 against 1. The Golden Lion held the Sakura, Tin, and Withered Wood, truly in peak condition at this moment. The dual sword style and Haki, his physical state, and the capabilities of the float fruit were all pushed to the limit. Whitebeard fixed the Tsong Yun on the rubble, an imposing figure. Demon King, you were born too late. Otherwise, Rox and Roger would definitely have fought you. As Whitebeard spoke, the 4 Peak Era Sea overlords each took a step forward. Who goes first? Kaido smirked as he looked around, then without further ado, swung his club. At the moment he struck, Big Mom, riding the thundercloud Zeus, unleashed a lightning slash. Their target was the white-clothed Zhuo. Only those who had fought the Demon King would truly understand. If there were no strong individuals on the sea who could face 2 Peak Era generals head-on, then less than 2 Peak Era emperors would not be able to defeat even half of Yizhuo's avatar. Thunder 8 trigrams. Mingguang's sword. The white-clothed Yizhuo suddenly laughed uproariously for no reason. Mist swirled around him, and in an instant, even his hair turned snowy white. The white light shone brightly, inspiring even the crew on Hive Island. The monkey symbol spell activated the Zoan-type human fruit, sun god Nika form. A sword fell between the white-clothed Yizhuo and the Demon King Yizhuo. It was the supreme greatsword, the original Ghost Slash. The white-clothed Yizhuo liked to play and had no intention of using the blade. Barehanded was enough to defeat the 2 Sea Emperors. The Demon King Yizhuo looked down on using weapons, confident that his fist could defeat the 2 legendary sea pirates. The rubber playground, giants stepping into spring. The white-clothed Yizhuo grinned and transformed into a towering giant. Already standing over 8 meters tall, his giant form, using the Nika fruit, was even more terrifying. In an instant, Kaido and Big Mom charged out, transforming into a brilliant light. The surrounding port transformed into a rubber ocean, trapping them within. When their attack landed on Yizhuo's leg, it was directly rebounded. The power of the Nika form affected the entire Hive Island. Yizhuo grabbed Big Mom and Kaido with both hands. The 2 were shouting wildly, but they couldn't escape no matter what. Nika Nika! Yezhua's laughter turned into the onomatopoeia Nika. Roar! In his anger, Kaido transformed into the fire dragon torch form, desperately struggling to break free from his hands. Big Mom chose to sacrifice 3 years of her life. Her power swelling in an instant, all her injuries healed. The already aged her surprisingly advanced her life and soul once again. After the 2 escaped from danger, they both cautiously watched Yezhuo. You still say you're not Joy Boy? Kaido, transformed into a gigantic fire dragon, loomed in the sky, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Truly worthy of being the former strongest creature in the world. This was also the ultimate move he didn't have the chance to use when facing Yezhuo last time. Whoever Joy Boy is must die. Can you defeat me alone? But this is nearly all the high-level combat power of the Rocks Pirates. Demon King Yezhuo, you destroyed the land of Wano, now pay with your life. Big Mom's sharp voice shook the island, but was dispersed by the heartbeat drum sound of Yezhuo's Nika. A little bug, a doll. The giant white-clad Yezhuo grinned widely. Fun. So much fun. Linlin, we can only use that move. Kaido, even the fire dragon torch form, lacked confidence in defeating Yezhuo. Based on his experience, anyone facing Yezhuo only had one chance. Big Mom, who sacrificed 3 years of her life, also nodded. She understood the horror of Yezhuo's strength. Then let's use that move in our strongest state. The true combination technique. Okay, Big Mom leaped, and the thundercloud Zeus condensed pure lightning around the fire dragon. Zeus coiled around Charlotte Lean's entire body as she stood atop the dragon's head. The 2 combined their conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, martial arts, and the powers of their devil fruits. The massive fire dragon torch capable of melting Onigashima and Big Mom's flame from her life sacrifice. The enormous fire dragon appeared almost like a giant snake in front of the white-clad Yezhuo. Fun, Nika Nika. Flames. Yezhuo loves flames. Boom. Under the giant body of Nika, Yezhuo embodies his water magic spirit. Can Kaido's flames evaporate the oceans of the world? If so, then you should definitely give it a try. Stubborn. Sea Conqueror. Boom. The dragon and the man both transformed into high-temperature flames, rushing out at extreme speed. Transformed into a cannon of fire, this temperature and flame, once struck against the defenseless Hive Island, would be enough to level it, turning it into a world of fiery hell. Boom! The horn of the fire dragon collided with Yizhua's hands. Yizhuang clasped his hands, effortlessly capturing the opponent. You're so weak. The flames burned. But the fire on Yizhuang was even stronger. The flames I can control are more powerful than yours. The magic of fire, the dragon talisman, and the pig talisman that allows me to use lightning eyes at any time. Yizhua was afraid of what fire dragon torch. The rubber shoulder throw. With both hands, he easily picked up the fire dragon and tossed it into the sea. The seawater steamed and turned into bursts of white mist. The Sea King. You are aloof. You are amazing. Boom. The originally arrogant Big Mom desperately tried to grab the dragon's horn. The arrogant Kaido was thrown down and coughed up blood. Yizhua in white was playing happily in Nika's form. He directly grabbed the fire dragon Kaido and threw him into the sea. Holding the dragon's tail with one hand, he kept smashing it into the seawater. Zeus. In a moment of crisis, Big Mom desperately tried to escape, as she didn't want to be smashed to death. Mom. Zeus immediately transformed back into his thundercloud form and hurried to save Linlin. But the moment he arrived, Yizhua's big hand also grabbed Big Mom. Doll. It's time for a bath. Gulu gulu. Soon, bubbles started to rise around Big Mom in the sea. Dressed in white, Yizhua threw Kaido with one hand while submerging Big Mom in the seawater with the other. What sea emperor, what ocean overlord? All appeared to be utterly fragile in front of Yizhua. The Marines watching this scene were so shaken that they kept retreating. What a demon king to be defeated. It was simply unbeatable. How terrifying. The 4 Emperor Kaido was treated like a toy snake, and the 4 Emperor Big Mom became a doll. Mom. The demon king from hell has come to the world. Can this thing really be defeated by the entire Marine headquarters? Sengoku's forehead was already sweating cold. He swallowed hard. Even with him and Garp, plus the 5 admirals, that is only 7 admirals. Such weak combat power could only take down 2 4 Emperor pirate crews. Is there really a chance of winning against the Demon King? Hey, what are you afraid of? We are the guardians of justice. A voice full of experience appeared. He stood between Garp and Sengoku. His tall body and the wrinkles on his face seemed to narrate his past experiences. Along with him came all members of CP9, and Magellan wrapped in bandages. Not far away, Rob Lucci, who had already switched souls with Kaku and turned into a deer-headed man, also arrived on a warship. He was also wrapped in bandages, with only his 2 eyes spinning around. Normally, CP0 only obeys the orders of the Gorosei, and even the World Army cannot command them. But the current situation is far from optimistic. More warships surrounded Hive Island. The Elder in the lead roared, I am a marshal of the World Army, Steelbone Kong. We have sent enough power to destroy the entire world, to eradicate the core of all evil in the world. Hive Island. In this era, the Demon King Yizhua is the embodiment of all evil. Where you retreat to, defeat the Hive Island pirates. Execute the Demon King Yizhua. Steelbone Kong's roar also meant that the number of both sides in this great battle increased again. The Marines who heard his shout were filled with passion. They shouted loudly in anger. Regarding Yizhua, they chose to selectively ignore him, not mentioning him at all. The onlookers in front of the screen were already sweating profusely. They saw Kaido and Big Mom teaming up, shouting that they would use some combination technique, and were filled with excitement. They thought they would finally see Yizhua get hurt. Unexpectedly, he was still being pinned down and beaten to death. The 4 emperors are so weak, I could do it too. Is this really the strongest creature in the world? I feel like I'm the strongest creature in the universe. Is the combination technique just a combination of getting beaten? The 4 emperors, once feared by the world, seemed ordinary at this moment, and there was nothing terrifying about them. Hey, how strong do you think the admirals are? I don't know, but they're definitely not as strong as the Demon King. Not to mention the Demon King. He is not even human, I mean compared to Kaido. Before this guy finished speaking, a large group of people took a step back, saying in unison, Okay, you dare to speak ill of the Demon King. One person even brought a shadow ninja with him. Big brother, it was him who spoke ill of our Demon King. That person was scared to the bone. Who would have thought that the shadow ninja didn't care what they said at all? Instead, upon seeing the live broadcast of Yizhua, he decisively knelt on one knee. Heaven and earth, the Demon King reigned supreme. On Hive Island, while Yizhua in white was happily playing, the battle of the Demon King Yizhua had already begun. In front of him were the peak figures of Whitebeard and Gold Lion, 2 powerful beings who embodied martial arts, swordsmanship, Haki, and devil fruits. The 2 had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Pirate King Roger on the sea. Undoubtedly, in the era after Rock's death, it belonged to the 3 of them. With Roger dead and Gold Lion retired, Whitebeard once dominated the seas until the rise of Big Mom, Kaido, and Shanks, when the 4 emperors were finally recognized by the world. Newgate, do we need to use a combination technique too? Gold Lion looked at Whitebeard and blew out a smoke ring. Shiki, let us go all out. There's no chance to joke around with this kid. Gura-la-la-la. Whitebeard leaped into the air. His jumping ability in his peak period was also extremely impressive. Understood. Just joking around. Kiki ha-ha. Gold Lion spun his twin blades and accelerated towards Zhuo while floating. In a corner of Rocky Port, the Demon King, Zhuo, snapped his fingers crisply. Almost forgot. I still haven't used my mythical beast form. In an instant, the Demon King Zhuo transformed into the form of the Holy Master, simultaneously growing 8 heads. Holy Master form, Demon King body, 8-headed serpent form. All 8 heads resembled the head of the Holy Master. The tall Demon King Zhuo gathered dual-colored Haki with his bare hands. Lion Dragon slash, shattering the heavens. The twin blades slashed out, transforming into the roar of the Golden Lion. The long sword slashed out, unleashing explosive shattering power. This strike from the two at their peak would dare not be caught barehanded even by rocks if he were alive. A human's lifespan is limited, and potential is also limited. As humans, the extent to which they can develop is naturally limited. Even strong like rocks, Roger, and Garp at their strongest peak would still be unable to block a joint strike from 2 legendary sea pirates. Boom! A powerful slash backed by a strong physique unleashed, with Haki fully integrated into it. Is this even possible? Barrett sat incredulously against the wall. He dared to say that even at his peak, he could not block Zhuo's strike. If it were a one-on-one battle, he was absolutely confident that he could fight back and forth. But to block it with just his own strength was nothing but a dream. So terrifying. Doflamingo had just escaped from Impel Down with Barrett. He hadn't even changed out of the customized prison uniform from the 6th level of Impel Down. He could only watch this scene with embarrassment. Everyone believed that this strike was unstoppable. Even the Demon King Zhuo would inevitably have to dodge. Only Shanks and Mihawk, sitting in the banquet hall, understood. This strike cannot be blocked by others, but Zhuo could definitely do it. Hey, if you want to fight me, be ready to get beaten up. The 8-headed Zhuo was chatting leisurely, still using only 2 of his 6 hands. The dragon tail and dual wings were flapping, waiting for this legendary sea pirate strike. Boom! The attacks of the 3 collided. The blood-red Haki was instantly dyed the color of the sky. The shockwave rapidly erupted, stirring up terrifying waves outside Hive Island. Only Hive Island itself, under the powers of the Tremor Fruit, Float Fruit, and the effects of the shockwave, remained unafraid. The magic of the moon, the magic of the earth, and the magic of the wind formed a powerful invisible barrier, protecting Hive Island within. Outside the Hive Island, there were sudden shocks of power. Strong shockwaves swept across the sea, stirring up monstrous waves. Countless meteors were also hurled by the Golden Lion using the Float Fruit. The Tremor Fruit caused the sea to shake violently. However, the most astonishing scene was that the Demon King Zhuo did not retreat even an inch. He remained standing, towering over both the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. His 2 hands easily blocked their attacks. No matter how fiercely the 2 attacked, they could not push him back. Damn it. If this continues, the ship will be swept away. Bartolomeo on the sea stared intently at Hive Island, raising his telescope to observe. Suddenly, his loud shout caught the attention of the supernovas. The Demon King Sr. intercepted the combined attack of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion from afar. What? Law's gaze quickly shifted as he rushed out of the submarine using room. This blood-red power, which covered the heavens and the earth, was merely the aftershock of their powers. Let me see. Kid took the telescope from Killer and fixed his eyes on Zhuo in the battle. He swallowed hard, his heart racing. Is it really possible to become this powerful just through continuous training? It turns out that there really exists king-level combat power above the admirals and the 4 emperors. The day he first met Zhuo flashed back in Kid's mind. His cheeks involuntarily flushed. Little did he know, if Zhuo was regarded as king-level combat power, then neither the king of the world, Rox, nor the pirate king, Roger, would qualify to be called king-level. Zhuo's combat power has long surpassed the limits of the pirate king world. At this moment, let alone the audience watching the live broadcast. Hey, their strike shattered the sky. Why is it a remote strike? How can there be power without fists and weapons meeting? You ask me, who should I ask? If I knew, I would have been one of the 4 emperors long ago. The audience started arguing. Faced with Zhuo, they would soon realize that discussing the Demon King's power is meaningless. It's all just a massacre anyway. New World. Hive Island. Zhuo easily blocked Whitebeard's full force attack from Gold Lion. The 8 heads also transformed one by one. Flames, seawater, gravity, weather, gale, earth, devouring, and thunder. The eight-headed serpent was transformed into a dragon's head by the body of the Holy Lord, simultaneously unleashing the power of the eight great magical auras. Your strength seems to be slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Yizhua's 8 heads spoke simultaneously, producing a deafening sound. But my strength, what do you use to withstand it? Coming out to be a pirate, what good is it even if you can fight? Can you be stronger than me? Yizhuo retracted both hands and suddenly launched 2 others. Even while standing still, he could unleash even greater strength. The stance of the 1-inch punch. Bang! As this punch was thrown, Whitebeard and Golden Lion quickly moved to block it. They initially thought that their Haki and the power of their devil fruits would successfully stop Yizhua's strike. However, at the moment of impact, they felt a surge of power explode again after Yizhua's fist momentarily paused. Haki can be used like this? Feeling the violent shock, Whitebeard, who was already an expert in the Tremor fruit, quickly used all his strength to block. Golden Lion even threw out his twin swords, utilizing the power of the float fruit to dissipate the force. But when they came to their senses, their weapons were already out of their hands. They stood in front of Yizhua empty-handed. Tap, tap, tap. Blood dripped from their palms, and the flesh between their fingers was shattered. It turned out they had not successfully dissipated the force. Ha ha, this kid is indeed a monster, but there's no way he could. Puffed. Before Golden Lion could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His abdomen seemed to have been punched in, caving in. How is this possible? The Golden Lion, with one hand on the ground, gasped for breath. He didn't expect such a method of attack. Bang! Whitebeard took a strong step to stop himself from retreating. He swallowed the blood in his mouth, but blood still seeped from the corner of his lips. He retrieved his sword, Song Yun cut, only to find that the blade was damaged. This was a supreme blade wrapped in Haki. Swish! Golden Lion used the float fruit to summon his swords, Sakura 10 and Withered Wood back, but found that the blade of Sakura 10 was broken, and the handle of Withered Wood was shattered. How much strength did you just use? Golden Lion Shiki questioned. Of course, one hand is half the strength. The 3 heads of the Demon King, Yizhuo, all looked at him. You're lying. You who originally split into 2 have 8 heads and 6 hands. Yet you only used one hand just now. Golden Lion couldn't believe it. If Yizhuo had used both hands, would he not have been knocked out cold? Is he really that strong? I don't believe it. Barrett shook his head, unable to accept that such a powerful person truly existed in this world. But deep down, he felt a strong curiosity. What exactly was Yizhua's punch called 1-inch punch? Interesting. Whitebeard smiled. Gururara. He laughed heartily, and the blood in his mouth became even more alarming. It turned out that beyond Haki, advanced armament Haki, and the Tremor fruit, there were also these special techniques that could launch a secondary attack after hitting someone. It was not from a distance, nor was it penetration, nor was it shattering. Gururara. Yizhuo, teach me this move. Whitebeard laughed loudly, even coughing up blood. Losing is not shameful. With such power, who wouldn't want to learn? The heart of a strong person is always striving. I admit defeat. Golden Lion sheathed his broken sword and said helplessly, the world's strongest from now on is you. Whitebeard covered his chest, realizing he still had internal injuries. World's strongest? The 8 heads of the Demon King, Yizhuo looked around, clearly uninterested in this. As long as the system did not give a prompt, they would continue fighting. He wanted to see how many of the 4 would die if they stood in a row, and he punched through. Ding! The multiverse role-playing system finally reacted. System? Are you just playing around? The Demon King Yizhuo had no intention of holding back at all. It seemed that white-clothed Yizhuo was also having fun. Kaido, the fire dragon, was evaporating the seawater like a loach in the sea. Ding! Mainline chain task completed. Demon King Conference Part 6 announced the execution of Teach. Defeat the peak period Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Beast Kaido, and Big Mom. Task reward. Chronology of History, 68. Another piece of useless paper. Yizhuo seriously suspected that the heavenly role-playing system was no longer functioning. He wondered if the system would bite the lighter. The main chain task has been activated. Demon King Conference 7. Personally execute Teach in a conscious state. Start the Demon King Conference. Task reward. Chronicle of Time, 78. Go! Teach! Yizhuo clapped his hands, and with his 8 heads, he stepped towards the banquet hall. Captain, what about Big Mom and Kaido? Should we execute them? Califa whispered beside the Demon King Yizhuo. They are our best punching bags. From now on, they will be locked up on Hive Island for training. You all need to work hard. Devil fruits, Haki, martial arts, swordsmanship, all can be understood through battle. Even the 9-tailed fox form has many possibilities. The 4 emperors? It's already the best outcome that someone as clever as Red-Haired has given up his territory and withdrawn from the competition. Of course, he still needs to come by occasionally to deliver some wine. As for Kaido and Big Mom's crew, apart from the members they can accommodate, the rest are all locked up in Wano country. That's the Demon King's backyard, just like Hive Island, directly obeying Yizhua's orders. They will be used as test subjects. After all, various research and development require manpower. As for the Sea Emperor himself, capturing him to use as a punching bag is just perfect. Bang! Dressed in white, Yizhua had enough fun and casually tossed Kaido and Big Mom into a cage. The two fell to the ground in a sorry state, their heads drooping. This scene resembled Luffy, Kid, and Law being defeated by Kaido. Lock up our punching bags. As Yizhua spoke, the Demon King Yizhua and the white-clothed Yizhua merged into one again using the Tiger Talisman spell. Whoosh! There was a slight shake of the body. Yizhua turned around to glance at Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Barrett. Hey, want to join the banquet? If not, you can leave. If you still want to fight, then you have to die. Barrett stood up, struggling to catch his breath. He had already been severely injured, and fighting at this moment was pointless. He didn't want to join the banquet either. As Yizhua said, he wasn't invited in the first place. It was time to leave. They would eventually make a comeback. Doflamingo released a thread. He could fight against the four emperors, but he must have exhausted a lot of energy. Once the banquet was over, the tree would fall and the monkeys would scatter. Moreover, there has never been a banquet that does not end. At that time, the strong from the Navy headquarters would swarm in. Doflamingo was secretly pleased. He believed that the final victor could never be Yizhua. No matter how you looked at it, Yizhua definitely can't be unscathed. His stamina must have been greatly depleted. Let's go. Your logic doesn't work on him. Barrett sneered. If he hadn't fought with Yizhua, he might have believed Doflamingo's self-comforting words. Stamina depletion? Any one of the two halves of Yizhua could easily defeat him. This is someone who fought with Kaido early in the morning and used the lion's roar technique. At that time, Barrett also thought Yizhua had expended a lot of energy. What happened next? Every move he made was stronger than the last. But he is still human. Doflamingo felt ashamed. He feared Kaido and naturally instinctively feared Yizhua as well. But he believed that Kaido would eventually get tired, and so would Yizhua. Trust me, he is not human. Barrett did not go to the banquet. His only goal in life is to get as close to Yizhua as possible. Whoosh! He leaped decisively away from Hive Island. The current Hive Island had been expanded by the Golden Lion, becoming much more vast. Doflamingo reluctantly glanced back and chose to leave in defeat. After all, he hadn't obtained the Demon King invitation either. Where'd the little spider go? Barrett didn't like companions, but he saw Doflamingo, the Night Demon, as a good target. My nickname is Night Demon. Doflamingo blushed. He couldn't match Barrett in a fight or in conversation. What kind of creature is the Night Demon? Barrett asked without turning his head. Spider, Doflamingo had no words to reply, wondering where to go next after this battle. Yi Zhuang is the ruler of the New World and even the world. Yi Zhuang's defeat means that the Navy will gain an unprecedented dominant position. Regardless of the outcome, he will no longer have a chance to turn the tables. At this thought, Doflamingo could no longer hold back. Barrett, we have nowhere to go. Little Spider, do you want to go and rely on that guy? How could someone with the qualities of a king be reduced to living under someone else's roof? Barrett would never stoop to being someone else's subordinate. Roger is an exception. He is someone he couldn't defeat and also respects deep down. That being said, Yi Zhuang is not out of the question. After all, he wouldn't be able to defeat him either. Huh. The two stopped at the same time. They turned around and returned to Rocky Port on Hive Island. The knight Yasha Doflamingo is willing to join the Demon King's crew and take on the business of artificial devil fruits. The devil's offspring Barrett is willing to spend his life getting close to the Demon King Yi Zhuang. Upon hearing their voices, Yizhua didn't care and just waved his hand. You just joined and still have no qualifications to attend the meeting. Go to Wano and practice with Jin and Katakuri. I need stronger punching bags, and I hope you won't be too weak when you get hit. As for punching bags, Kaido and Big Mom can only be punching bags, and Barrett and Doflamingo naturally can only be punching bags too. Understood. From now on, Barrett and Doflamingo will be responsible for guarding the Rabbit Bowl, equivalent to Magellan and Hannibal. Evil people should have evil people to train against. Can they become stronger? Barrett walked on the road, his heart surging. Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Newgate only gave him a feeling of being very strong, but not insurmountable. Only Yizhua is the goal he must surpass in this life. Having a position is good enough. Living in chaotic times, one must learn to be plain. Doflamingo quite liked the position of Hannibal. At least he could avoid the storms at sea. From now on, he would only follow the Demon King. Yet he did not understand it all. Besides the 3 disasters, 3 generals, and flying 3 brothers in a rabbit bowl, Strong figures like Viper, Inuyarashi, Denjiro, Ashura Doji, Komatsu, and Bartolomeo cannot be underestimated. They are not there to guard. They are squatting in the rabbit bowl. They want to attend the banquet without any contribution or gifts. Yijue glanced at the two figures disappearing in the distance. Barrett and Doflamingo would spend the rest of their lives serving as his unpaid guards, without any payment in berries. The magic talisman displayed its power, and a beam of light successfully healed the unconscious Blackbeard. Am I dead? Blackbeard Teach swallowed hard, nervously looking around. Old man, you look so young. Am I really dead? Upon seeing the golden-haired, white-bearded Teach, he immediately felt despair. It wasn't until he turned his head and saw Yijue that he exclaimed, Demon King. Blackbeard's expression. Quiet. You scared me. Yijue silenced Blackbeard with a single sentence. Since everyone is here today, Yijue, will not keep you in suspense. Let me explain what the Demon King Conference is. From now on, the Demon King Conference will have two parts. First, the kings and powers will receive protection from me while providing a share of their pure profits. Second, the Demon King's fleet. All pirates attending the conference will join my fleet, becoming part of my pirate crew, responsible for guarding the territory. What the Celestial Dragons want, I want. What the Celestial Dragons cannot consume, I want too. Yijue stepped forward decisively, and his words had already announced to the world. The Demon King's fleet has established an organization equivalent to a world conference. They have completely become enemies with the world army and the Celestial Dragon people. It starts now. Sacrifice, teach. Begin the banquet. Yijue pulled out the supreme great knife, the first generation of Ghost Cutter. Fear instantly erupted in Teach's eyes. No, don't. Lord Demon King, I am still useful. I know how to obtain other people's devil fruits. Teach shouted in terror, his back already drenched in sweat. Was he going to die right after coming back to life? I can also join the Demon King's crew. Blackbeard shouted. He really didn't want to die. In fact, reviving you is just to let you die in a conscious state. Yizhuang said seriously. This sentence made everyone in the banquet hall gulp. Heal first, then kill. We are not human. But you, Yizhuang, are really the sixth one. If we have to talk about it, it's the system that knows how to stir things up. Yizhuang was kind-hearted by nature. How could he possibly think of such a method of execution? With one sword strike, Teach's voice came to an abrupt halt. Blood splattered. Yizhuang slowly walked past his corpse. There was really no way around it. The system task required the execution of Blackbeard, and that was correct. More importantly, his physique was special. Once attacked, he would experience double the pain. Such a person simply could not be a qualified punching bag. You can't take a hit. Blackbeard Teach. If you want to blame someone, blame your mutated physique for not being suitable for taking hits as a punching bag. In your next life, don't mutate randomly. What's wrong? Whitebeard, aren't you joining the banquet? I really like your gift. Yizhuo waved his hand, and Newgate stepped onto the stage from outside. Teach was ultimately executed in front of him. Where should the Whitebeard pirates go from here? Do they really have to submit to the Demon King Yizhuo and become part of the Grand Fleet? He chose a spot to sit down. Looking around, Shanks, Hawkeye, and other former warlords of the sea showed no reaction, until he spotted a pair of mother and son hiding. Whitebeard too, Weevil. That old woman was the first to hide behind Whitebeard too. The usually open-minded Whitebeard was getting angrier the more he thought about it. Seeing these two brats was simply infuriating. Demon King, what's wrong, old White? Yizhuo said calmly, and upon hearing this, Whitebeard's face twitched. He ultimately chose to accept it. This era has truly changed. Even the red-haired would see him as a rival, an enemy, but in Yizhuo's eyes, it was not the case. Looking at the new world, wasn't it all his playground? It's nothing, just wanted to solve a little trouble. Whitebeard looked at Whitebeard too. He was in a very bad mood today. Why do Mom and Dad look at me with such fierce eyes? Whitebeard too said blankly. They're worried about you. The old lady patted Whitebeard two's shoulder. Go find your dad. He's almost dying to see you. Okay. Whitebeard too didn't know. Whitebeard really did want him dead, truly. The old lady took this opportunity to sneak away. If she stayed any longer, she would surely die. Hey, I have to catch you and take you back to keep an eye on you. The hearts of Marco and the others were also burning with anger. Yizhuo's words meant that various pirates would soon pledge allegiance. If Whitebeard too were to join the Demon King's crew, he would also gain Yizhuo's permission. How would the Whitebeard pirates resolve this trouble? Damn it, is Whitebeard getting old? He is actually afraid of the Demon King. Have you forgotten the Rocks pirates? The old lady was still shouting when she was captured. Your son Teach has been executed, and you still remain indifferent, even if your body has regained its peak. Your heart has long since aged. Newgate, are you a man? Say something. The old lady's chaotic shouting was quickly subdued by the captains. Let go of my mom. Whitebeard too swung his knife. only to be caught by Whitebeard himself. He pressed down on the blade and subdued Whitebeard too on the spot. Even with his innate monstrous strength, he could not escape. "Old man, let me go. I am your own son. Don't come out anymore. This sea is not for you to destroy at will, Weevil." Whitebeard knocked him out with a punch. Weevil, who was shocked and coughed up blood, rolled his eyes and died, clearly injured by the Demon King, yet still possessing such formidable strength. Buggy was eating when he witnessed this scene and felt a shiver in his heart. Bang! The supreme great blade, Song Yun cut, must be executed. Whitebeard sat back in his original position. On the other side, the Golden Lion wiped the blood from his mouth and began to eat and drink heartily. He only had a ship doctor and a gorilla left on his ship. It made no difference where he went. Moreover, over a decade's worth of research results were all taken by Zhuo in one breath. Offering such a great gift, he couldn't afford to lose by not eating a bit more. Old White, Old Gold, Little Red, Little Eagle, you all have some strength. Let us team up. From now on, we will form the 3 Emperors pirate crew under my command, responsible for guarding a territory. If someone else had said what Zhuo just said, they would have been flipped over the table long ago. What? The originally indifferent clown Buggy immediately shouted out. He didn't know why he was so agitated, but as soon as he spoke, he regretted it a little. A magician king. Buggy's teeth were chattering, and at this moment, he attracted a lot of attention. What's wrong, little Buggy? Zhuo cast a concerned glance. What 3 emperors? I'm not here to be someone else's little brother. Buggy was suspended in midair, his heart racing like an emperor's engine. Is that so? Then you'll be the new 4 emperors in charge of the courier industry. Old Jean will handle aerial express. Old Bai will manage sea transport. Xiao Hong and Xiaoing will take care of offline orders. If someone leaves a bad review, just follow the shipping route and give them a greeting. New 4 emperors. Buggy's forehead was drenched in sweat. He swallowed hard. He intended to apologize and thank Zhuo for his guidance, but it turned into a statement. Fine, I'll accept your favor. Demon King Zhuo. Buggy flew a circle back to the banquet. Instantly, he attracted countless eager gazes. It's you? I didn't get a good look at you during the fight. Whitebeard finally recognized him as the red-nosed pirate who had once challenged him alongside Shanks. The one who was skilled in naval combat, that red-nosed guy? Gold Lion took a bite of the roasted meat and asked, "What?" Seeing this scene, Sand Crocodile and Moria looked confused. This guy seems a bit familiar. He seemed to have greeted Barrett before. Damn, are we joining the big pirate crew? While the two were whispering, the sea warrior Jean Bei sat beside them. Sand Crocodile and Moria both glared at him. Kuma also quietly sat nearby, and Dragon and Ivankov had no intention of chatting with Zhuo at the moment. They were trying to form an alliance with Zhuo, not join the big pirate crew. I'm just here to eat something. Jean Bei was puzzled. What ulterior motive could these 2 strange creatures have? The kings and dark emperors clinked their glasses. Among them, the golden emperor Tezelo and the king of News Morgans were extremely pleased. How wonderful. Fortunately, they had knelt under Zhuo early on. Just look at how awkward the sea overlords at that large table are. Not yielding? Kaido and Big MOM in the cage have become permanent punching bags. Yielding? Times have changed. After all, they are the latecomers. Not to mention that they can't afford to lose face. The audience in front of the camera exchanged silent glances. What? This red-nosed guy has been named the new 4 emperors? Then why were Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Shanks, and Mihawk named first, and only afterward was this Buggy mentioned? It's obvious. He is the old 4 emperors, and Buggy is the new 4 emperors. That's too ugly. Why not call him the 5th emperor? It sounds bad anyway. After all, the territory belongs to the Demon King, just working for him. Whoosh. The person who just said it sounds ugly turned around. Everyone around retreated in fear. He looked at the one who had invited the Shadow Samurai, his face full of disbelief. It's you sold me out again? There's no helping it. I truly admire Lord Demon King too much. On Hive Island, the Dark Emperors had a clearer understanding of the world as structure. They understood who the future sea would belong to. Originally, the territory and influence of the Sea Transport King and the Queen of Pleasure Street had long been taken by Zhuo. Now, allowing the 4 emperors to establish a courier industry that spans the world is not unreasonable. It can even be said to have been premeditated. Moreover, they now had to share half of their pure profits with Zhuo. The Warehouse King, Lone King, News King, and Golden Emperor couldn't escape this. More importantly, the successful convening of the Demon King Conference should be noted. This meant that Zhuo had completely become an existence outside the world government. The entire world would thus be divided into 2 major camps. The original GM Army, Navy, and pirates would become the 2 camps of Demon King Zhuo and the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, regardless of the cost, the 5 Elders Celestial Dragon elites and Steel Bone Kong would never allow the Demon King conference to continue. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled, breaking everyone's thoughts. It turned out that Zhuo used the magic of the earth to gather the island brought by Gold Lion into one whole. The enlarged hive island stood 10 times bigger in the sea. There were sea kings and mechanical sea beasts in the water. On land, there were also the giant monsters and shadow troops developed by Gold Lion over more than 10 years. As for the native inhabitants here, they had been teleported to Sky Island by Zhuo. There, they welcomed the arrival of winged people without any opposition, especially since Zhuo had defeated Enel and was revered as a deity by the Sky Islanders. As the shaking ended, the banquet hall fell into a terrifying silence. Gold Lion didn't take care. He could just run. Becoming one of the 4 emperors would be better, as it would mean getting further away from Zhuo. Now he understood that the one truly playing pirate games was himself. Whitebeard, however, appeared somewhat hesitant. He could die, but what about the Whitebeard pirates? If he allowed them to join the Demon King's side, would they no longer be protected? As an old father, he certainly did not want to see his children suffer. But thinking of the situation on Fishman Island, his old friend Neptune was doing quite well. Jinbei had also told him many times about Zhuo's past. More importantly, he was now a defeated general. There was no possibility of proposing an alliance. Once he nodded, it would mean that the 4 emperors would also be appointed by the Demon King. Were they still free as pirates? Everyone, there is no need to be difficult. Those who don't want to join can just die. Those who want to join can earn berries to spend together. I'm a lazy person, so I want to take more for not working. Half of the pure profits is enough. Zhuo's words sparked a light in Whitebeard's heart. He couldn't help but smile. Clearly a rare wise leader among pirates. Demon King, before making a decision, I have one more thing to ask you. Whitebeard looked at Zhuo, lifting a cup of wine. Old boy, just say what you want to say. There is nothing we can't talk about between us brothers. From now on, let's not bother with these trivial matters. You call me Demon King, brother, and I'll call you little boy. Zhuo even lowered the status of Whitebeard. Old White. Just call me Old White. Whitebeard cleared his throat. If he became Little White, then all his sons would become Zhuo's grandsons. All right, Old White. Feel free to ask anything. It's not like you're going to make me beat you to death, right? Zhuo doesn't like to hit people when he drinks. He has always been a person with good drinking etiquette. Does joining the Demon King's crew mean that the Whitebeard pirates will be stationed at Hive Island, obeying the orders and arrangements of the Demon King, serving loyally and blindly? Whitebeard's words are meaningless to the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion is known for his ruthless acts of burning, killing, and plundering. They are all pirates, yet they really see themselves as adventurers. Roger would destroy the military strength of a kingdom for the sake of a companion. Staying at Hive Island? Zhuo waved his hand. Do you think you're worthy? Hive Island is my territory. As a pirate crew under the Great Fleet, your job is to earn berries. What era is this to still be fighting and killing? Being a pirate is not about personal strength. It's about connections and social skills. You spend all day looking for treasures and collecting a little territory to protect your berries. How much can you really earn? Even the celestial dragons know how to collect rent, and they do it without providing any protection. Zhuo took a sip of wine, causing Whitebeard's old face to redden instantly. Speaking of which, these veteran pirates really are like this. The old man understood. The Whitebeard pirates were willing to deliver packages. As soon as he spoke, the entire Whitebeard pirates crew naturally looked to him for direction. The passionate lines stirred the emotions of all the spectators, because they still didn't know what delivery was. Once they figured it out, they would most likely think about giving negative reviews. However, Zhuo would have the red-haired pirates and Hawkeye specifically handle the negative reviews. He would never allow a customer to receive poor service. I don't understand. The Golden Lion slammed the table. If pirates don't make others afraid, what's the point? That would be just playing house. The sea is the most ruthless. Bang! Zhuo hit the Golden Lion in the face during a grand competition. Does it hurt? Are you scared of me? It hurts a little, and I'm a bit scared. The Golden Lion's arrogance instantly vanished. Do you understand now? I understand. The Golden Lion understood everything. Zhuo says at least 9 out of 10 sentences are sarcastic. If rocks had this kind of strength back then, the Rocks pirates would definitely be impregnable. The Demon King fleet has officially been established, and the warships outside Hive Island are still hesitating. Ding! Main storyline chain task completed. Demon King Conference number 7. Personally execute Teach while he is awake, and start the Demon King Conference. Task reward, Chronicle of Time, 78. One more task, and I will have the complete Chronicle of Time. Zhuo is rubbing his fists, ready to face the ultimate chain quest. The hidden mission has been activated. Announce the existence of him to the whole world with a bounty of 100 berries. Let's make an appearance. Mission reward. Unlock the 99-year countdown for the heavenly role-playing. Yizhuo didn't expect there to be a hidden task. However, when he saw the hidden task, he suddenly realized, so I have to stay in this world for 99 years each time? This is the real main quest. That's right. The host has been in the pirate world for several months, rounded up and recalculated. I really appreciate you. Yizhuo knows that once the hidden mission is completed, the next main storyline chain task will be unlocked. By then, the whole world will be turned upside down. Before that, he will challenge the Navy headquarters, the world government, the five elders, and I'm speaking to you. This demon, King Yizhuo. I am your revealer. This mission is quite good. Yizhuo took a sip of the honeycomb island wine and walked up to Morgans, holding the drink. Silly bird. The demon king. I'm here. Morgans leaned in close to listen, but he was a bird and didn't he have ears at all? I have something to say next. You need to have your subordinates print the newspapers quickly and add a bounty. Understood. The news bird Morgans leaned in closer to listen. When Empty Thrones and was informed of it, Morgans was so scared his wings trembled. I'll contact you with the phone bug and start printing a large number of bounty notices. I wonder if the Demon King has a photo of him? No, just draw one casually. The eyes are round, wearing a robe, and has a small crown. Understood. Morgans hurriedly got up, while the Golden Emperor Tezelo felt puzzled. He originally wanted to greet the nightmarish Doflamingo and catch up. Unexpectedly, the Dark World Joker was sent to be a guard back then. Now, just as he wanted to say a few words to Yizhuo, he was overshadowed by Morgans. Damn it. He clearly encountered Yizhuo first. Mr. Demon King, we in the GM army have quite a few matters to discuss with you. The dragon raised a glass. Ivankov, Kuma, and Sabo stood up immediately. Betty, acting as an intermediary, cautiously stood next to Yizhuo. Cooperate? No need. I don't need allies, but after the world government is destroyed, I will need you to manage things, and the profits will be split in half. Yizhuo joked, and Long's expression couldn't help but change. He was very curious about how strong Yizhuo, as the Demon King, truly was. If he could defeat the Navy headquarters by himself, wouldn't that make him the new overlord? Mr. Demon King, right now, the siege of Hive Island is not just by the Navy headquarters. There are also the subordinates led by Steelbone Kong, and the 5 Elder Stars have dispatched CP0. Your strength is indeed formidable. But isn't it a bit much to go against the whole world? Long still wanted to establish an alliance with Yizhuo to defeat the celestial dragons together. Little Long, you're still young. You don't understand how strong human power can be. I will show you in a moment. Yizhuo downed the wine from Long Jinglai in one gulp. He turned around and picked up a jar of wine, laughing loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, the hundreds of warships outside are enough to flatten any force in the world within a day. I am holding this Demon King conference in hopes of one day overturning this world controlled by the celestial dragons. After the banquet, I will take action and defeat the invading enemies. Yizhuo does not need the assistance of these subordinate forces. He can accomplish it all by himself. With great ambition, Yizhuo is essentially declaring war on the whole world. Now, I will publicly issue a bounty on a person and reveal his identity. There's always been someone hiding in the sea, concealed on the red soil continent, sitting on a blank throne. That person is I'm. Even the 5 elders must bow down before him. Soon, the bounty notice will be issued worldwide. The bounty I offer is 100 berries. It's not that she isn't strong enough, but the only one who can defeat her is me. Yizhuo announced Im's existence to the world in front of the camera. Everyone at the banquet was drawn to his words. The gaze of the red-haired man and the hawk-eyed one shifted. Sengoku and Garp on the naval warship had grim expressions. When the truth of this era was revealed, it was bound to lead to war. What? Is there someone on the empty throne? Could this be a pretext created by the Demon King for himself? Damn, 100 berries, the bounty is equivalent to a newspaper. The world was shocked. Whether it was the true king of the world who made the 5 elders kneel before the empty throne, or the bounty of 100 berries personally announced by Yizhuo, it was enough to astonish everyone. On the Red Continent, in the holy land of Mariewa, the 5 elders kneeling beneath the empty throne were gasping for breath. Damn it, this was the first time in many years that Im was this furious. Overstepping authority, seeking death. Unable to endure any longer, there was no need to hold back. No matter how Yizhuo learned of Lord Im's identity, the bounty of 100 berries was an insult. Lord Im must not easily reveal himself. This kid might just be bluffing. The 5 elders were anxious.